This young man has had everything since he was born. He has a godlike handsome face that makes the sisterhood ovulate one after another. He is also a genius top student, truly the type of a reincarnated lord, a king born at the finish line. However, who would have known that the legendary son of other people, like him, is also the unluckiest saint in school? While walking in his house, a ball from nowhere hits him right in the face. Sometimes it's books, other times it's buckets and basins. They all aim for his face ID and smash it. Somehow, in just one day, he just stepped outside and was robbed. When he went to the bathroom, the toilet got clogged. When he returned, he even had to pay for a dog's 3 injections costing $2 million. Remembering his childhood, he always threw tantrums at his mother because of the misfortunes he had to endure. His mother gently advised him, in life, no one is unlucky forever. Good luck will come to you eventually. But just as she finished speaking, the gas tank suddenly exploded, sending her off to sell salt right then and there. So, was that some great luck or what? After 15 years of striving, Jumin had a successful career and a happy family. He lived in a luxurious penthouse with his beautiful wife and young child. Just when he thought good luck had finally come to him, a mysterious screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. Along with it was a strange girl. Then, she burned everything, causing the house to be engulfed in a sea of fire. He could only watch helplessly as his happy family turned into a pile of ashes. The girl, however, remained indifferent as if nothing had happened. It turns out that all this time, all the misfortunes Jumin encountered were her doing. More than 15 years ago, she was also the culprit who killed his mother. Suddenly, the scene before Jumin's eyes changed. He was startled to realize he had returned to his 8-year-old past. The face of that girl quickly appeared. She started clicking the cursor on the friend with glasses who was carrying a bucket of water. Jumin's body was immediately controlled, automatically moving forward. At this moment, Jumin's mind was cleared, and he understood everything. From childhood to adulthood, his life had always been controlled by her like a game. Jumin was extremely furious, vowing that one day he would also make her lose everything. In the outside world, Lee Sol-ae is a shy girl, often bullied by her classmates. Therefore, in her free time, she often plays games to vent her inner frustrations. And the main character in that game is none other than Lee Jumin. Sol-ae can control Jumin at will, along with everyone else, with just a mouse click. She can even eliminate NPC characters in the game at any time. Simply put, for her, it's just an entertaining pastime. But for him, that was a person of flesh and blood whose life was just taken right before his eyes. In the morning at school, everyone in the class was chatting lively, while only Sol-ae was focused on writing something. It turned out she was drawing the body of a man. Sol-ae smiled shyly, her face blushing. Suddenly, a classmate walked by and saw it, saying, "That's a pretty good drawing." This sudden compliment made Sol-ae jump. Everyone started to notice Sol-ae's drawing. "Did you draw this? That's awesome. What is it? What's that?" The classmates started to get excited and praise her, making her feel shy. "So handsome. It's crazy. This is art. Sol-ae, you're really good at drawing." Sol-ae's mind started to get confused. What's happening? Her face turned redder and redder. You could be a webtoon author. Did you take any art classes? Well, Sol-ae wasn't used to everything happening around her. Am I getting attention? Suddenly, a hand grabbed her hair. Sol-ae is getting pretty popular, huh? What's our Sol-ae doing? Minji mocked, "You drew this? Awesome. Did you wash your hair?" She quickly snatched Sol-ae's notebook away violently. "Let me see." "Hey!" Sol-ae shouted helplessly from behind. "Don't. Look at this." Lee Sol-ae drew it. He's naked. What a pervert, Lee Sol-ae. That ugly face likes boys too. She helplessly reached for the notebook, but Minji's group continued to tease her. "Give it back to me." "No, I won't." The other students saw the bullying but pretended not to see Lee Sol-ae. Are you doing something perverted while imagining these handsome guys? Oh my god, crazy. It's getting me all worked up, Lee Sol-ae. Is this for real? Sol-ae desperately shouted, it's not like that. But the taunts continued to pour from their mouths. Why isn't it? You're so bad at studying because you keep drawing stuff like this during class. Minji started to get angry and warned her, you're so clingy. She held Sol-ae's notebook straight up. Minji didn't hesitate to hit her on the head hard with the notebook. Get lost, you bitch. Sol-ae lost her balance and fell down. Seeing the painful fall that made Sol-ae's whole body tremble, Minji's group laughed even louder. She fell and her underwear is showing. It's yellow. It's yellow. Sol-ae could only bow her head in humiliation. In her mind, she always wondered, where did it all go wrong? Sol-ae remembered when she first met her. Was it because I didn't look her in the eye back then? She doubted herself. Or was it because I greeted her awkwardly? Or is it just because I'm easy to bully? Minji's face became unhappy as she looked at her. Sol-ae became even more panicked. She looked around, searching for sympathy from her classmates. Someone help me. But they completely ignored Sol-ae. Why is everyone ignoring me? I'm not invisible. Sol-ae collapsed among the indifferent classmates. Please, someone help me. A statue was crushed under a pool of fresh blood outside the city. Jumin's face was splattered with blood. He suddenly froze when he heard this voice. Lee Sol-ae, Mom told you to turn off the computer and go to sleep. Jumin vaguely thought, a game? If this world is really a game, then what am I? He remembered the incidents he had encountered, his heart filled with doubt. Am I just a game character she controls? Jumin remembered the strange phenomena that had happened before. He became more and more agitated. The unreasonable misfortunes I had to endure, all of it. Jumin returned to a normal state, calmly deducing everything that was happening. If it's a game system, then it's understandable. Jumin quickly realized the truth. He was still lost in his thoughts. Lee Sol-ae, is that her name? Everything started to be connected by Jumin's deductions. That's the familiar nagging of a mother in a normal family. Such a high-end simulation game, yet it comes from a normal family. And Jumin suddenly realized, if this world is really some kind of simulation game, then is my family just data created from zeros and ones? He looked at the pool of blood at his feet, his hands unconsciously clenching together. Jumin's eyes became furious, unable to accept it. Do you think I'll surrender just like that? Memories from his childhood flooded his mind. Even if I'm just a tiny piece of data, I will definitely get my revenge. Jumin was determined. When I see through everything and my hands can reach you. His face was angry, grinding his teeth tightly. Jumin quickly ran off. He grew even more hateful when he saw her image through the screen. Then I will strangle you to death. But when he saw Sol-ae's face clearly, he felt a bit scared and avoided it. What? What is this? Why did she turn the computer back on? Sol-ae's voice gently called Jumin. Ah, I'm home from school. He was surprised. What? Jumin silently observed Sol-ae. She said she's home from school? She's wearing a uniform, but she changed so fast? He suddenly understood something. Jumin's eyes suddenly lit up. When the game is turned off over there, does time stop here? But Jumin felt skeptical. So that means she's following me 24/7? Sol-ae, with a complicated mood, told him, Jumin, today I was bullied by those thugs again. This time, they hit me on the top of my head with the spine of a book. It really hurt. Sol-ae sat at her desk and asked him, confused, Hey Jumin, why doesn't anyone help me? She unconsciously remembered that when you got hurt, everyone around you was worried about you. Sol-ae compared the incident she faced. But as for me, even if my head was on fire or a mop was put on my head, no one would help me. But Jumin was still surprised by this confession. She's being bullied, isn't she? His face became emotionless. Serves you right. But Soul A became more and more agitated. Even if I feel pathetic talking to a game character, what's going to change? Her hands gripped the computer mouse. But I have no one to talk to. Tears started to fall down her cheeks. Soul A screamed, "This life is so unfair. I have no one to talk to. I'm so sick of this life. I just want to die and get it over with." He also realized something. Even though she can control the world in the game at will, in the end, she's just a high school girl. Jumin's mouth moved, wanting to say something. Just a high school girl? Soul A cried even louder, making Jumin's eyes widen. Suddenly, he understood something. Wait. Even though there's no proof, I can't rule out this possibility. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Seeing the pitiful Soul A crying miserably, a bold idea came to him. What if she exists in the same world as me and is controlling this world? At least, this isn't entirely a game world. I can find my family again. He will find his old enemies and crush them. Jumin's eyes became cold and sharp. And get revenge, too. If that uniform exists in this world. Jumin's gaze became more determined. Suddenly, she called Jumin. "Ah, what did I do wrong to be bullied?" Jumin calmly pointed at the wreckage around him. "Your sins are too many to count. Can't you see?" She opened up more. "Is it because I'm ugly?" Jumin still replied emotionlessly, "That's part of it." Soul A continued to ask, "Is it because I have an evil soul that I'm being punished?" No, he still had no mercy for her and replied, "You've realized it." Soul A's tears kept falling. "If I do good deeds, even just a little, will I receive blessings?" He bluntly stated, "It's too late, you psycho. No matter how much you cry, I will never forgive you." Soul A started to move the mouse. She clicked on the reload option. The world on Jumin's side suddenly shook. He returned to the school wearing his gym clothes. And in front of him was Songsu. "Ah, Jumin. Ah, is there something on my face?" Jumin shouted in amazement, "Songsu is alive again. No, I'm back in the past again? My uniform is back to normal too." Soul A spoke from behind, reminding Jumin. "Ah, now you're the only one who understands me." At that moment, Songsu casually said, "Jumin, in return, I want to introduce you to a book." Soul A's eyes became empty. "You'll empathize with me, right? Do you want to try it out? It's a bit thick, but..." Jumin felt empty. He vaguely didn't understand. "Is that why? The reason I've been tormented for so long?" Soul A angrily shouted, "Where do you think you're going, Lee Jumin?" Songsu also chased after him from behind. "Jumin, let's read a book together." Jumin felt frustrated. "Just so you can vent your anger?" He suddenly stopped. "Vent anger?" "Yes, that's it." Seeing Soul A's angry expression made him realize that she changes a lot based on her emotions. Physically, I can't do anything to her. Soul A's emotions change erratically. But if I create a psychological change, at least it might reduce her psychotic behavior of tormenting me, right? Until I find my family again, I'll fix that crazy temper of hers. So, should I try talking? No, it's still dangerous to reveal that I've realized the truth. A new plan started to form in Jumin's mind. So how can I convey the message without being discovered? He glanced at the school sports field. At this moment, Ki Jong on the sports field was getting heated. He turned and rushed towards the sports field. Soul A on the screen was still screaming frantically. "Lee Jumin, stop right there." Jumin clenched his teeth tightly. "If I can't talk, then the only way is to show it through actions." He rushed quickly towards the sports field. On the field, everyone was still focused on the game. "Hey, pass the ball. I told you to pass the ball. If you don't, I'll break your back." Ki Jong suddenly saw something beside him. Jumin didn't hesitate to punch him in the face. He punched Ki Jong frantically. Everyone around screamed for them to stop. Jumin, what's wrong? Hey, hurry and break it up. This incident left Sol A and Songsu astonished. What? Why did he do that? Jumin, that guy is pretty interesting, huh? Go ask him. His hand rose to block Jumin's punch. He froze in surprise. Ki Jong angrily retaliated with punches to his face. He shouted, Lee Jumin, are you crazy? Why are you causing a scene? This bastard has been spoiled for too long. Jumin quickly fought back. My eye! He shouted, fight back. Both of them opened their eyes wide in shock. Jumin went crazy and kicked him. Don't take your anger out on me just because you're a bitch. If they look down on you, then take a pen and stab them in the eye, he shouted in indignation. You have to show them you're formidable, then they won't look down on you anymore. This moved Songsu to tears. Jumin, you did all that for me? Sol A's expression also changed. She looked at the screen, feeling confused. Why is he so angry? Images of Ki Jong intentionally bullying him suddenly appeared. His smug smile as he glanced at him. Jumin's indignant eyes. Sol A's eyes suddenly lit up. She uttered each word, is he getting revenge? Sol A's face suddenly turned red. The image of Jumin in her eyes was filled with emotion. She stared intently at Jumin on this side. He was still angrily fighting Ki Jong. Chapter 4. In the teacher's office. Ma'am, he really hit me first. Ki Jong shouted angrily. The other kids saw it too. I was playing soccer, and this bastard suddenly rushed in. The teacher calmly replied, Hey, you. Is that how you talk to a teacher? Stop telling the same story over and over. She turned to look at Jumin with a softer voice. Jumin, I thought you were a model student and wouldn't do such a thing. The teacher expressed her opinion. If it's true, it will be a big problem. Jumin also confessed everything. That is true, ma'am. Hearing this, Ki Jong became even more smug. Ma'am, you see? This bastard. Jumin quickly interjected, but ma'am, I haven't finished the story. He began to talk about his problems. This guy, Song Ki Jong, often bullies other students. Even though Jumin was recounting what he did to him. Just this morning, he pushed our friend Songsu over while he was cleaning. And he caused trouble for me too. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I taught him a lesson. He calmly said, You can ask Songsu or the other students to see if what I'm saying is true. At this point, Ki Jong agitatedly shouted, Are you writing a movie script? That and this. The teacher, seeing his attitude, also had to shout, a reminder, Song Ki Jong. Jumin's words left him speechless. How are they different? It happened today. He glanced at Ki Jong with a smug look. What? Now you feel wronged? You can hit people, but I can't hit you? The teacher said, Jumin, anyway, violence is. But he quickly interrupted her. You know I'm in the top 2% of the country, right? Jumin used his achievements to threaten both the teacher and Ki Jong. I'm a promising talent. If someone like me's grades drop because of a bastard who bullies others, will the school be able to take responsibility? His words made Ki Jong suddenly worried and scared. The school is going. A handsome male student, a teacher's pet in the top 2% of the country, suffering from being bullied, and the school just ignores it. If this news gets out, it would be difficult for both the school and you, ma'am, wouldn't it? He secretly cursed, shameless bastard. He's saying those words himself? The teacher suddenly fell silent. Her face also became angrier. This is a pretty reasonable argument. The teacher looked at him and warned, I'll let it go this time. But Ki Jong, if I hear about something like this again, you'll be expelled. Understood? Ki Jong was alarmed. No, ma'am. Why am I the only one? Why is it so unfair? While Jumin looked at him smugly. You're not the only one living in this world, Ki Jong. This is a civilized society, not the jungle. His eyes became terrifying. You have to study and be smart so you don't get bullied, right? Ki Jong looked at him with a terrified expression. Tears started to fall down his face. Ki Jong ran out in agitation. I'll study really hard. The teacher also reminded Jumin, you should go back to class too. Try to study hard and become the pride of our school. Yes, ma'am. Jumin silently walked back to his class. To maintain their position, people will rationalize and compromise, even with things that are clearly wrong. His face was filled with fatigue. If you add reasons and arguments that sound plausible, you can silence others. And Jumin did it. Knowing how to play politics is how you can control others. He looked up at the screen in front of him. Do you understand, Lee Sol-ae? At this moment, Sol-ae was still watching him through the screen. She smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, the screen disappeared. His eyes looked at it blankly. It's gone. Jumin took out his phone to check the time. Students usually turn on their computers at night. The next day, when Lee Sol-ae came home from school, she appeared in a state where half a day had passed. The clock was counting down from 8 to 15. The screen continued to appear in front of Jumin. It appeared. The time to turn off and on again takes about 15 seconds. He was shocked by what he saw. Sol-ae's swollen face appeared. Why does she look so pathetic? She suddenly called out, Hey Jumin. He was surprised by Sol-ae's words. I felt pretty satisfied today too. She started to recount, I gathered all my courage to slap those bullies. But what can I say? It feels like all the stress that's been building up has disappeared. Although her face was covered in wounds, Sol-ae looked very pleased. It feels really great. He was a bit surprised. Did it work? Jumin secretly thought, if I can really reform Lee Sol-ae. She continued to tell her story. But counterattacking wasn't enough. Sol-ae said sadly. After that, I was ganged up on. That's why I ended up like this. Jumin felt helpless hearing her words. One slap in exchange for 100 stomps. Her lips moved, saying something. A sudden, intense scream rang out. Sol-ae returned to her agitated, angry state. In the afternoon at school, a moment later at Baron High School, a shiny head appeared. Jumin, in the comical appearance of an old count, appeared before his classmates. I was too careless. It seems Jumin joined the drama club. He looks handsome even when dressed as Shakespeare. His face showed helplessness. Although I didn't think it would be solved easily, I didn't foresee that the consequences would fall on me if there were any mistakes. Jumin sat silently in a corner of the classroom. Is it different from how boys fight? How do high school girls fight? Now that I think about it, I don't know anything about the psychology of female students. He observed his surroundings. Because back then, I only knew how to study hard. What are female students like? Suddenly, Hae-in noticed him. Jumin's terrifying gaze was fixed on her. High school girl. What is it that's giving me such a headache? Hae-in asked in surprise. Jumin, why do you look so classic? He suddenly called out, You Hae-in. She suddenly became flustered. Huh? I accidentally used formal speech. His face was still full of murderous intent. Are you worried about anything these days? Hae-in asked worriedly. Are you going to continue with this style? She replied shyly, Worries? Now that I'm in 11th grade, I guess I'm most worried about college entrance exams. Hae-in glanced at Jumin when he asked, So what are you interested in these days? Jumin's elite appearance caught her eye. Something you like, such as a hobby, or is there anything you want to do? Hae-in's face suddenly blushed. She quickly turned her face away. What is this? Why is he suddenly asking about these things? Hae-in's mind was in turmoil. Jumin is not the type to ask about such things. A cold guy like Jumin asking a girl about these things, that means. She couldn't stop speculating in her heart. This is a signal, right? It must be. At this moment, Jumin was still intently observing her state. He studied diligently. But why does she keep yawning all day? It's like she's on pause. Jumin noticed the symbol in the corner of the screen. A fast-forward button? He guessed. Could it be that there's a function to fast-forward time here, so their side seems slower? Something like that? Jumin wondered. Conversely, if their side sees this side as being fast-forwarded. He suddenly remembered Sol A's words. While I was distracted for a moment, he became a rich man? Jumin thought of something. A spark lit up in his eyes. The reason I haven't had bad luck since that day is because she fast-forwarded it, so I wasn't bullied anymore? At this moment, Sol A was exhausted. Hurry up and go home to sleep. Jumin thought seriously. Why didn't I see it before? And why did she appear before me that day? And why did I see it that day? Hey, and next to him was still shyly answering. Lately, I'm interested in. Her face became redder and redder. Beauty and idols, or. Hey An's answer surprised him. Love. But Jumin's eyes showed judgment. I don't understand why you're interested in those things. As a student, you should be focused on studying. Studying? Hey An shouted in embarrassment. No, it was a question, you old-fashioned fool. Jumin just glanced at her as she angrily shouted, What do you want to know, anyway? He answered bluntly, I'm curious about high school girls. Hey An's eyes widened as she looked at him. She asked curiously, Do you have a fetish for that? In the evening at home, Jumin lay sprawled on his bed. I'm so tired. His eyes drowsily saw Sol A in front of him. He was still lost in his calculations. How can I find a school with that uniform without Lee Sol A finding out? Jumin's face was lifeless. I don't know anymore. I'm too tired. My brain isn't working. He thought to himself, will she leave me alone when I sleep? But thoughts continued to surface in Jumin's mind. Thinking about it again, if it's a game, what would the game's name be? At this moment, Sol A was observing him through the screen. She silently wished, Good night, Jumin. Sol A smiled with satisfaction. She moved the mouse over the symbol in the corner of the screen. Sol A was excited. Tomorrow, there will be a big surprise for you. Morning had arrived. Jumin slowly opened his eyes. He sat up with difficulty. I was so tired I even slept in my uniform. Jumin suddenly noticed something. Heen had suddenly appeared right across from him. He was astonished and couldn't believe his eyes. You Heen? Heen's face turned red, and the triumphant expression on Coa's face as she watched their reactions. Morning at school. A noise came from inside the warehouse. They were relentlessly fighting. Crazy Coa, this is hilarious. Hey Coa, you think you can fight back? I have a red belt in Hapkido, you know. Even an earthworm squirms when it's stepped on. Minji had a cold expression as she looked at her. Minji's follower was grabbing Coa's hair. Stop, please don't. She stood there with interest, enjoying Coa's suffering. Look at her screaming. Coa gritted her teeth and endured it. She boldly yanked her hair back, surprising Minji's follower. Coa gathered all her courage, walked up, and slapped her hard across the face. Minji calmly touched the spot where she was slapped. She calmly leaned down to look at her. Coa has been getting a bit out of line lately, hasn't she? I don't know where she got this courage from. Minji slapped her face with great force. Another slap landed. Minji slapped her face furiously. A voice from outside the warehouse echoed in. Go to the sports equipment storage and get the ball. Okay. Minji's follower announced that someone was coming. Minji's cold eyes looked at her. Since you slapped me first, let's call it even. Tears streamed down Chella's face. If you defy me again, next time I'll pull out your teeth one by one. It'll be really painful without leaving a trace. Got it? The warehouse door opened. Minji's group calmly walked out. Inside the warehouse, only Sella was left. Her body trembled involuntarily. He silently observed the inside. Sela was surprised by Jae-Yu's question. Are you okay? Are you badly hurt? The gentle image of Jae-Yu appeared in her eyes. Chela's heart fluttered without her realizing it. At that moment, another student walked in. Hey Jae-Yu, what are you doing? Can't find the ball? It's next to the door, that one. That classmate quickly pulled Jae-Yu away. Hurry up. Lunch break is almost over. I heard you're really good at soccer. Even if you're a new transfer student, we won't go easy on you. Coa silently watched from afar. Her heart suddenly started beating fast. A prince just appeared. Coa started to sigh. He's probably not a good match for someone like me. She let out a very satisfying yawn. Coa tiredly said, Let's go home and sleep, Jumin. She suddenly realized something. Because Heen's favorability score kept increasing. Heen has a crush on Lee Jumin. What is this? Heen likes Jumin more and more? Coa was a little unhappy. Well, she already had feelings for him from before. Those two were childhood friends, after all. The image of Jae-Yu from earlier suddenly appeared in her mind. Chela's eyes suddenly became sad. Am I starting to like the prince too? As she looked at Heen on the screen, she suddenly thought of something. Then, Sela gave a cunning smile. A scream echoed through the room. Where is this? Heen, calm down. Heen shouted in embarrassment. You said you were curious about high school girls, so you kidnapped me? Jumin shouted back in confusion. That's not it. Seeing Chela's satisfied smile on the screen, he cursed. What is this crazy woman up to again? Jumin started to look around. This seems to be my room. But my phone and everything else are gone. There are no doors or windows either. Am I completely trapped? Coa spoke triumphantly. Jumin, I'm sorry. She confessed, it seems I've found a boy I like. Jumin couldn't help but get angry. Why are you apologizing? That sounds so strange. He listened bewilderedly to Coa's words. It seems he's the new transfer student from today. He's tall and handsome just like you. He held out his hand to me. Isn't that just so gentle? She expressed her sadness. A person like that probably isn't a good match for me. Why? Coa explained that it seems Heen has liked you for a long time. Anyway, we can't be together, right? Jumin's face darkened. Instead, if it's you two, I can accept it. Vicarious satisfaction? He couldn't help but feel annoyed. I've known for a long time that Heen had a secret crush on me. Jumin remembered that time. Because after graduating high school, she confessed to me. And he had bluntly rejected Heen. But at that time, I already liked another girl. And that girl became my wife. Jumin walked to the door and knocked hard. Unfortunately, to meet my family again in the future, I can't return your feelings, Heen. Heen looked at him, confused. Jumin. She was shy. Why did you lock me in a place like this? Jumin sighed helplessly. I'm being misunderstood too. This is getting more and more infuriating. He turned to look at Heen. What do you mean? What am I doing? We need to find a way out of here. Only then did she understand. We're really trapped? Really? Jumin's gaze was serious as he looked at her. Even if I explain the current situation, she probably won't believe me. He suddenly spoke up. Heen, I have a request. Heen was puzzled. What is it? Jumin instructed her, don't get out of bed. Just stay still like that, okay? I'll do the same. Then nothing will happen. Hearing this, Heen became even more panicked. Jumin, what on earth is happening? Just like you said. We've been kidnapped, and someone is watching us. Jumin sat down on the bed helplessly. That person wants us to do something. So we will do nothing. To make Lee Coa feel bored and lose interest. He tried to calm himself down. I must try not to deviate from the path of reuniting with my family. Just a small deviation, and I don't know what kind of butterfly effect will occur. Jumin's eyes were filled with sorrow. Lee Coa. Even if you cause such an unreasonable situation, I will protect my future at all costs. But Jumin lay down on the bed helplessly. So let's each just sleep on our own beds. Heen was surprised. Just sleep? Is that okay? We've been kidnapped. He calmly replied, it's fine. Jumin's face was listless, still not over his fatigue. Jumin sniffled. His eyes slowly closed. I was just planning to pretend to sleep, but... And just like that, Jumin closed his eyes tightly and went to sleep. Only Heen was left, silently watching him. She was bewildered by Jumin's calm behavior. What is this? Why do I feel regretful in this situation? What was I expecting? Am I thinking something weird? Everything unexpected had surprised Sela. What's wrong? Why is nothing happening? Heen, isn't this a great opportunity to get Jumin? Heen became sad. Sela couldn't help but frown. She began to taunt them. You lack courage too? Let me give you a hand. Coa pushed her favorability score higher. The image of a family and a baby in their arms. Their beautiful baby had just been born. Jumin smiled, his eyes filled with love. He suddenly woke up. In front of him was Heen, lying on the opposite side. Jumin screamed in horror. What is this? You Heen, are you crazy? Why are you lying next to me? Jumin. Heen shyly continued to confess her feelings. Actually, I've liked you for a long time. Jumin was terrified by her confession. You too, right? That's why you asked about high school girls yesterday. No, you were asking about me, right? He became even more scared. What is this, you Heen? You were never this bold. Jumin looked at the screen with disgust. It's that manipulation trick again. Her emotions? The favorability score kept rising. Coa smiled cunningly. Jumin was now sweating from fear. Heen's eyes were still teary as she looked at him. Jumin, what do you think of me? Jumin was horrified by Heen's strange behavior. Her eyes were wide and sparkling as she looked at him. He gritted his teeth. He avoided her gaze. Right, this is the scene she wanted. But things won't go your way. Coa thinking this, he stretched out his two hands. It's not just you who can control other people's emotions. His two hands landed on her shoulders, startling Heen back to reality. Jumin parted his lips. His face became scary as he began to speak a long tirade. Snap out of it. You Heen, this is not the time for us to be doing this. If we lose our reason now and act on instinct, we might regret what happens today for the rest of our lives. During a time when you need to focus on your studies, you're getting distracted. Your grades will drop, you won't get into the university you want, then you won't find a job and you'll become poor. Isn't it better to be patient now to work towards a better future? Actually, I'm already married and even have a child. She's so cute, just like my wife. She heard his words as if her ears were bleeding. Therefore, you and I can't be together. Do you understand? You get it now, right? The affection bar dropped abruptly. Coa frowned. What is this? Why did Heen's affection drop so sharply? She moved the mouse. You should act a little gentler, Jumin. Hearing that, Jumin quickly complied. It seems you still don't understand. Let me say it again. You are not my type. Heen's eyes were filled with tears from the blunt rejection. I like cat types, and you're a dog type. Without another word, he gently placed a kiss on her forehead. That's why I like you. She blushed red, her eyes wide with surprise. His expression changed quickly. What's this? Coa sat watching, looking extremely interested. Jumin jumped back in shock. Wow, what is this? The affection bar shot up again. Heen sat shyly on the bed, covering her mouth. What was that? Are you just getting shy now? Even though your mouth says that, your lips were honest, weren't they? He quickly explained. No, this wasn't me. His face darkened. His hand clenched into a fist. That bitch is controlling me again. She stood up. That was my first kiss. Jumin. He looked at her helplessly. It was just a kiss on the forehead. She moved closer to him, a bright smile on her face. What should we name our first child? This made Jumin so nervous he started sweating. What are you imagining? He frantically denied it. Yoo-heen, that. Even if you don't believe it, what just happened wasn't my doing. She teased, are you denying it now? Heen's attitude changed. Her voice was threatening. Don't you know that betraying a girl's love can lead to terrifying consequences? He thought to himself, I'm seeing it clearly enough right now. Jumin backed away, continuing to make excuses. Yoo-heen, listen to me. Whether you believe it or not, this is someone else controlling me. Your feelings, me kissing you, even this room is all being controlled. She listened to him intently. Don't you find it strange? The fact that we're trapped in a place with no windows and 2 doors like this, isn't that very unrealistic? She cut him off. I know. I know what's happening. She smiled happily, pretending to understand. This is just a dream, right? I'm having a very realistic dream. Her innocent words made him furious. In a dream, I can do whatever I want, right? Her voice deepened. But, even in a dream, you're still so cold. Heen spoke her heart. Every day I always treat you with care and gentleness, but you are always so indifferent. Jumin. She was resentful. I'm pursued by quite a few male students and they say I'm pretty. What am I lacking? Jumin. Jumin frowned, his eyes hardening. Yoo-heen, let me be honest. He decisively admitted, I already like someone else. His eyes were fixed on her. I'm going to marry her and have children too. Her eyes widened at his heartless words. Sorry, but there's no place for you in my family. Hyen looked down sadly. I see. She sighed. Jumin really doesn't know anything about high school girls, does he? He looked at her helplessly. Did my honest words work? She stood up, her hand behind her back. Well then, there's no other way. A sharp knife was pulled out. If I can't have you. Her attitude became terrifying. Then I'll just have to kill you. Jumin froze at her action. How did things turn into this? And where did she get that blurred-out knife? The system panel appeared. If I can't have you, then I'll just have to kill you. Proposal completion surpassed. Affection level has reached a level of interest. You can now freely adjust the affection level up to YN. The knife belongs to the bear. COA sat in front of the screen, leisurely eating a snack. The Yandere challenge is complete? That's great. He looked at the screen in confusion. Yandere challenge? Is this some kind of mission? Before he could react, Heen rushed forward, swinging the knife in an attacking arc, tearing his shirt. He quickly shouted to stop her. Yoo-heen, calm down. She screamed maniacally. Shut up, Lee Jumin. You are mine. Mine, mine. Jumin was stunned. Why is she so aggressive? He gritted his teeth, ready to fight. It's come to this, so I have no choice but to fight back. Even if you have a knife, I'm still stronger. Suddenly, Heen started making strange movements. She climbed up the wall, then she hung from the corner of the ceiling. Veins popped on her forehead. He hopelessly relaxed his fist. This is impossible to win. She pushed off the wall to gain momentum. Heen tightly gripped the knife and lunged at him. Jumin squeezed his eyes shut in fear. His hand reflexively went up to shield himself. Oh God, oh Buddha. Oh Jesus, Namo Amitabha Buddha, Amen, Amen. He didn't dare to open his eyes, waiting for her blade. But then, nothing happened. He was curious. Huh? His eyes widened in shock when he discovered she had stopped moving. Time has stopped. What is this, he wondered. Did Lee Coa stop time? A voice rang out. I can't let Jumin die. COA on the other side of the screen said while chewing her snack. After all, to me, Jumin is still my #1 priority. Jumin was annoyed. Then why did you pull this damn stunt? You psycho. He glanced at Hyun. But thanks to that, I survived. That knife still made him feel scared. The next day at Baipun High School, his face was frighteningly gaunt. It's so early in the morning and I'm already exhausted. Jumin quietly looked up at Sella through the screen. I wonder what kind of damn thing will happen today. I'm so scared, I'm really scared. He looked at her and thought to himself. I have to find that uniform quickly for things to progress. Lee Coa keeps getting in the way, so I have no way to do it. Just then, Heen walked into the classroom. Her appearance was completely normal. A friendly classmate asked, Hyun, I heard you were sick yesterday. Are you feeling better now? She also waved cheerfully. I'm fine now. Thanks for your concern. She leisurely walked to her seat, then tilted her head to ask him. Jumin, good morning. Heen casually started a conversation. Jumin, I heard you were absent yesterday too. Were you sick too? His body trembled uncontrollably. No, not really. He avoided her gaze. Does she think what happened yesterday was just a dream? She smiled. I had a very strange dream yesterday. He was still haunted by yesterday's events. Oh, is that so? I had a nightmare. She continued. Aren't you curious? He replied, no. Hyun looked disappointed. You're not curious about high school girls anymore? Jumin replied with a hidden meaning. I understand enough now. I understand how scary it is. The way she looked at him became different. She said a strange sentence that startled him. I won't give up. He rushed over to her. What won't you give up, you Hyun? Tell me. I said tell me. Scene changed to Ji-Yu scrolling through her phone somewhere else. What video should I post today? Her hand stopped on a video. Jumin was intently scrolling through his phone, looking for something. He glanced at the system screen. Even if I search the entire internet, I can't find that simulation game in this world. But what caught his attention was Chella's clothing rack. It's hard to find because there's no real uniform. This is the only clue I have right now. He held up his phone. I wonder if I can take a picture. His classmates whispered. Oh my God. He's taking a selfie. He knows he's handsome, doesn't he? Jumin looked at the photo he just took with a sense of dejection. It's true, I can't take a picture of it. He picked up a pen. I guess I'll have to draw it. He diligently drew a few lines on paper. Just then, Heen approached. Jumin, aren't you going to eat? She was shocked when she saw what he was drawing. Jumin had sketched out Chella's appearance, which made her misunderstand. Why is he so serious about researching high school girls? A sound from behind caught his attention. Ji-Yu was focused on a live stream. A few comments appeared on the screen. When did this sleeping bag start streaming? Who even watches this? She coldly ended the stream. Jumin curiously walked over. Heyo Ji-Yu, what are you doing? She looked up. Jumin. Her eyes were glued to her phone screen. I'm making a TikTok. He looked confused. TikTok? She continued to explain. You don't know what this is. It's an app for posting short videos, like YouTube. I heard it's really popular right now. Hearing that, he asked directly. Are there a lot of high school girls on there? Ji-Yu was a bit surprised. Did I hear that right? You meant to ask if there are a lot of kids, right? He held out the drawing for her to see. I'm looking for a uniform that looks like this. She praised him. Wow, you draw so well. I thought it was a real photo. As if remembering something, her eyes widened. She happily replied. I think I know this uniform. He was overjoyed and asked further. What? Really? She confirmed. I've seen it before. He was over the moon and quickly asked for more. What school's uniform is it? Tell me quickly. She was a bit flustered. What is it? Why do you want to know so badly? He quickly replied. It's nothing. Ji-Yu's eyelids drooped slightly. Her attitude immediately changed, which scared him stiff. The one who wants to know is acting too arrogant. I don't like that. He gritted his teeth. Maybe I was too hasty. This is so unlike me. Jumin spoke seriously. What do you want? Money? She replied flirtatiously. Jiyu here doesn't care about money. He cursed inwardly. So annoying. She brought her face close to his. Even more than money. Jiyu wants something else. He was losing his patience. Then what is it? Jiyu's eyes lit up as she looked at the finally ended stream. This time, her live stream included his appearance. It's on again? Who's the person next to her? Jumin reluctantly followed her dance moves. The comment section exploded. It's on again? Who's the person next to her? He has such a handsome face. Why is he doing this? More comments kept appearing. Who's the person next to her? He has such a handsome face. Why is he doing this? His long legs make his dance moves look great. In the end, he left, much to her disappointment. The views are going crazy. Nice chest. Why is no one noticing the eagle? Am I the only one who sees it? She stubbornly ran to the door with her phone to film more. Is Jumin on TikTok? Awesome, I have to follow him. Jiyu looked at her phone screen, secretly calculating. The response is great. If I post a TikTok video with the handsome Jumin, my followers will skyrocket. Then I can become a hot TikToker right away. Thinking this, she raised her phone again. Hello everyone. Today I'm going to introduce the most handsome Jumin in our school. Jumin clenched his fists, telling himself. Endure it, endure it, endure it. Veins popped on his face. To find my family again, this is nothing. After all this is over, I'll pay you back for this humiliation tenfold, Heyo Jiyu. She still wouldn't let him go, intentionally running after him and slapping his shoulder. Hey, Jumin, where are you going? After that, he still had to dance for her to film. It's Ryujin's hype boy. Sella, in another place, noticed the computer screen. She couldn't help but wonder. What is this? Why is Jumin making a TikTok with her? She frowned slightly. Sella stared at the beaming Jiyu through the screen. She remembered the past when she was bullied. She was also forced to film like Jumin is now. At that time, she could only grit her teeth and endure it. Back in the present, she looked at the computer coldly. The system screen appeared in front of Jumin. Challenge. Dance 02 for 1 hour. COA teased, how pitiful. He got angry. When did she start watching? She began to speak. Jumin, do you know what I hate the most? Then she answered herself in a scary tone. It's those TikTokers. She rambled on. They think they're so great and show off. It's so disgusting. Hearing that, he thought to himself. Even though we're enemies, we agree on some things. COA continued to focus on Jiyu. Heyo Jiyu, is there someone like that in our class? She paused for a moment. Then she ordered him. I don't like it, so we have to kill her. Seeing him stop, Jiyu threatened. Hey Lee Jumin, why did you stop dancing? Don't you want to find the uniform anymore? Jumin shouted. Heyo Jiyu. There's no time. Tell me where the uniform is. She put on a playful act. Why are you changing the subject? We haven't finished filming the video yet. As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp knife came flying. The knife landed right next to her wide, terrified eyes. He was also somewhat frightened by the knife. He gritted his teeth and turned back with a vigilant look. The crowd was still standing there. Heen was radiating killing intent, her eyes red. You Heen. Why is she so close to Jumin? I can't accept this. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Jumin is mine. Mine, mine. She's being controlled by Lee Sella again? He quickly put his hand in front of Jiyu. I can't let Heyo Jiyu die before I hear about the uniform. Jiyu was angry, her voice sharp. Who threw that knife? I can't continue filming. So annoying. Then she casually started scrolling again. Let's see. The next, a controlled male student aimed a chair at her, but GU was completely unaware. Jumin, next time we film a video, sorry for being too cute. Jumin hurriedly grabbed her wrist. He pulled her towards him and raised his hand to block the attack from the other male student. Heen saw this scene and went crazy. What? Why are you protecting her, Lee Jumin? He clutched his arm in pain. How could you block all of that? Jumin, are you okay? Ju looked at him shyly. He frowned, looking at the strange object floating nearby. That was the symbol representing the person being controlled. He thought to himself, if that symbol appears above someone's head when Lee Sel-A is intentionally controlling them, then his gaze became firm and certain. I can prepare for any situation. Jumin bit his lip, enduring the pain. Sel-A, watching everything through the screen, looked like she was about to go mad. On the contrary, Ji-yu cheerfully took out her phone to capture this moment. This time, things won't go your way, Lee Sel-A. What if a handsome guy, as if he stepped out of a comic I like, proactively puts his arm around my shoulder? Meanwhile, Song-soo struggled to carry each bag of trash to the dumpster. He threw a trash bag onto the pile and looked at the remaining bags. He sighed. When will I ever finish throwing all this away? He looked up when he heard a voice from afar. Ju, I want to join too. The sound came from upstairs. Let's do a TikTok challenge together. He stared intently at the crowd on the upper floor. The school seems noisier than usual today, doesn't it? In the second-floor hallway, Jumin was carrying Ju in a princess hold. Sel-A on the screen snapped, while he gritted his teeth and endured. Ju excitedly took out her phone to record. Do you all see this? What if a handsome prince carries a princess? First-person point of view. She shouted loudly through the screen. Lee Jumin, stop. Everyone was being controlled by her. Ju, let me appear on your TikTok channel too. The three of us, cheese, cheese, cheese. She remained focused on recording his struggling face, not noticing the strangeness of the crowd. Seeing the interaction rate soar, Ju was overjoyed. Amazing, the number of likes and viewers is at a record high. She pushed her luck. Everyone, to celebrate reaching 100,000 likes, I'll do the 02 dance in a princess hold. He quickly tried to stop her. Don't. She lay comfortably in his arms. I told you to stop. In front of them, a male student was cherishing a small flower pot. Grow up beautifully, Elizabeth. Jumin, sweating profusely, looked at the male student. The control symbol appeared above his head. The flower that was just being cherished was now held violently. The flower pot became a weapon to attack the two of them. Elizabeth, I love you. He carried Ji-yu and quickly dodged the blow. The flower pot accidentally hit her phone, sending it flying. She jumped out of his arms. No. Finally, she caught the phone. Although her face was scratched, she cared more about the phone. Phew, the screen isn't broken. Suddenly, the crowd rushed towards them. Ji-yu, can I have your autograph? Film a TikTok with me too. Ju seemed a bit bewildered. In the moment of crisis, Jumin grabbed her by the collar. He pulled her back and then carried her away from the crowd. Heyo Ju. Are you addicted to TikTok or something? Being saved by him, she looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Everyone was controlled by Sel-A, frantically searching for the two. Lee Jumin, where did you run off to with that TikToker girl? Search everywhere. Jumin hid behind a wall, sweat pouring down. She probably can't find me, right? Could it be that Lee Coa doesn't know my location? A voice echoed in his ear again. Jumin, Song-soo was also pulled into the live stream by Ji-yu. What is going on? She was excited. Come on, let's dance together, 222. This made him furious. Tone it down, you'll give away our position. She didn't seem to care much. Right now, her life felt like it was blooming. Jumin, you saw it too, right? So many fans came to ask for my autograph. Is this the life of a hot TikToker? I'm so happy. Everyone loves me. He was annoyed. While I'm suffering, she's so cheerful. He looked at her thoughtfully. Heo-ju doesn't realize that other people are trying to kill her. Jumin thought to himself, Lee Sel-a's control connects all absurd situations into a logical chain. The scariness of the crowd saying, die, and their strange actions when controlled, like asking for an autograph, it's as if they're all hypnotized. He gently wiped his sweat. If I can cleverly use this. He seriously asked Ji-yu one more time. Heyo Ji-yu, that's enough, right? Quickly tell me what school that uniform is from. She shyly twirled her fingers. Ji-yu, it's a pity to end it here. He was helpless. What now? She set another condition. If you can get my TikTok channel to 300,000 followers, then maybe I'll tell you. He was startled. What? When will I ever get that many followers? It can be done in just one day. She held her phone in front of him. Look at this. Ju excitedly bragged. I used to have only 1,000 followers, but now, after just 1 hour, it has increased to 100,000. I wanted to increase it to 500,000, but that seems a bit greedy. She added. I'm very kind, so I'm only asking for 300,000. You should thank me. Ju-min's face darkened. Maybe I should just let her die. She made a deal. If we do an outdoor livestream and get another 200,000 followers, I'll tell you right away what school that uniform is from. It's a deal, okay? He looked down, calculating. If it takes about 30 minutes to get 100,000 followers, then I'll have to endure for at least another hour. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, while Ji-yu ran around taking pictures wildly. I can't do it. My strength is running out. To increase followers, I have to turn on the live stream. That will immediately reveal our location, and the risk will also increase. He bit his lip lightly. And to end this, he had already guessed the consequence. In the end, Lee Sel-a will act, and Heo-ju will have to die. Song-soo continued his work of taking out the trash. Is there any way to get the information about the uniform before Heo-ju dies? Jumin continued his train of thought. If not, then an idea suddenly struck him. It doesn't necessarily have to be Lee Sel-a who does it. He lowered his head. I just need to let her die in front of Lee Sel-a. Right? I have a good idea. He began to lure Ji-yu. A way to increase followers exponentially in a short time. You could reach 500,000 or even more. As expected, she immediately became excited. What is it? What is it? He reminded her cryptically. But you also have to be mentally prepared. His eyes changed to a frightening degree. People are often drawn to shocking content, right? His aura made her cautious. Jumin turned towards Song-soo. Park Song-soo. He asked for his opinion, to Song-soo's surprise. I need your help. After that, they went to the rooftop. Jumin hurriedly slammed the door shut. Ji-yu continued to film a video. Oh my god, it's amazing, everyone. We are currently hiding on the rooftop. The follower count kept soaring. It's already increased by 50,000 followers, everyone. Ji-yu was so moved. From the beginning, he still didn't understand why she craved so many followers. What's the point of attracting followers like that? She replied nonchalantly. You will become a super awesome hot TikToker. He asked more seriously. Why do you want to be famous so much that you'd risk your life? Ji-yu still didn't take her eyes off her phone. You wouldn't know to ask that. Jumin, you probably don't understand because you already have everything. Her voice became cold. Being loved is a human instinct. She spoke her heart out. If I become a hot TikToker, everyone will love and admire me. We all live for that joy. But if you're just a little careless or make a mistake, they'll leave right away like butterflies. She felt sorry for herself thinking about his appearance. You just have to stand still and you're always shining. Everyone flocks to you like moths to a flame, so you probably can't understand. Ju finished her story. People like me have to struggle so we won't be forgotten by everyone. Back to the present, she was constantly tapping on the screen. It's very lonely to be forgotten. But Jumin's view of her changed. He remembered a memory of a chubby baby. He looked at the baby affectionately. Then he said to her, "Then find someone who needs you." She turned her head in astonishment to listen to him. "And marry that person." Gu was a bit stunned. "I'm still a student," Jumin affirmed. "If you marry someone who needs you and have your own family, there's nothing happier than that." She looked at him and then continued to urge him. "That's too much, don't talk about that anymore. Quickly help Ju reach 300,000 followers." He looked helpless. "I'm missing my wife more today." She continued to speak, but he sensed something. "You just said you could increase the number of followers quickly, hurry up and do it." A red light appeared in the sky. A controlled person's hand appeared over the rooftop wall. Two people holding knives appeared menacingly. "Found them." Jumin was horrified when he saw her climbing up. "Are you crazy? How did you guys get up here?" He strained his eyes, on guard. The system screen appeared. Cell A started controlling again. "The sun has risen, now get up from your seats." He showed his frustration. "The aura is too dazzling, I don't want to look at it at all." COA ordered. "Attack, my avatars." Two attacks swung out. He quickly dodged while shielding Ju. "Damn it! Is that knife infinitely multiplying?" She got angry. "This stupid game, why won't it listen to me?" "Lee Jumin, stop getting in the way." But then she realized something. She looked at the situation through the screen. Is he stupid? If Jumin is protecting her, then a frightening thought appeared. I just need to control Jumin to kill her, right? Jumin sensed something and quickly warned Ju. "Heyo Ju, stay away from me." He was finally controlled. She, innocently unaware, still wanted to film more. "How can I run away? I can't miss this fun opportunity." He continued to move. A knife on the ground was slowly picked up by him. Jumin held the knife with a terrifying expression and advanced. His eyes widened. Ju gradually realized something was wrong. "Jumin." Ju started to feel scared. "Jumin, what's wrong?" She took a few steps back. No matter how unreasonable my request is, she had reached the edge of the rooftop. "You don't have to scare me to this extent." The knife in Jumin's hand was still mercilessly raised. His other arm tried to hold back the controlled arm. He gritted his teeth, trying to stay conscious. While he wasn't completely controlled yet, he seriously instructed. "Heyo Ju, listen carefully. This is not a joke." He shouted loudly. "Right now, this entire world is trying to kill you. To end this nightmare, you must quickly tell me the information about the uniform." But she still didn't want to believe it. How can something so absurd be true? Just then, the rooftop door burst open. "Found them, they're here." Everyone said pre-programmed lines. "Ju, why aren't you filming a TikTok with me?" "That's right, is being famous everything?" "Even if you got famous thanks to Jumin." Ju turned pale with fear at the terrifying crowd. "Oh God, what is happening? You all love me, right?" They said in unison. "So annoying. Heyo Ju, get lost. Die, die, die. Die, die, die." Jumin still tried to save her. "Snap out of it, Heyo Ju. Is this the attention and love you wanted?" She replied in fear. "What I wanted is not like this." He continued to shout loudly. "Being famous doesn't just get you attention, but also jealousy. Can you handle that? Is that the kind of love you wanted?" But her eyes already showed panic. I just wanted to be loved." The crowd was getting closer. He became urgent. "If you want to end this nightmare, then quickly tell me where the uniform is from." She was flustered. Wait, that." Jumin focused on her. Then she showed a video. "I saw it in this picture. This is the uniform, right?" She started to beg him for help. Jumin, I'm really scared. I want to stop. Then, Jumin pushed Ji-yu off the rooftop. It was clear he was being controlled. This is for daring to make a fool out of me. She didn't have time to react, her eyes wide as she looked at him. But then she was helpless as she fell freely. The crowd fell silent again. Jumin silently looked down. He glanced at Sella. She didn't seem very satisfied. What's this? It ended more gently than I expected. All right. Good work, everyone. You can disperse now. She casually stretched and left the screen. Time to eat. Jumin smiled eerily. Good work? Those are my words, Lee Coa. Thanks to your stupidity, everything went more smoothly. He raised his hands and clapped them together. He said to everyone, Cut. Good work, everyone. You can stop acting now. Everyone was extremely excited. Jumin, it feels like we were filming a movie. Jumin, we're going to be in the video, right? So fun. You're a really good actor. You too. He looked down below. So this is why people like to make TikToks. The audience's reaction is amazing, isn't it? Below, a mattress had been prepared so that Ju wouldn't be injured when she fell. The two of them made eye contact, recalling their conversation from earlier. What? How could I possibly do that? Jumin had tried to convince her. I told you, it would be shocking content. He crossed his arms and reassured her. It's okay. Songsu will make it soft with mattresses and trash. She protested. The problem isn't just that. Even if it's just acting, it's still falling from the rooftop. He deliberately provoked her. You're already scared by just this? Jumin hit her right where it hurt. Do you think just anyone can become a hot TikToker? You want to be famous? Then you have to give it your all, even bet your life. Why do you only want the benefits without any sacrifice? He didn't care at all about her scared face. I will arrange everything safely for you, just trust and follow my acting. He peeked outside to check. Cell A was very angry at that time. Lee Jumin. He must have gone to the stadium with that TikToker girl. Right. Jumin frowned. This is the moment. He called out. Everyone, listen to me. He pulled Ju and ran out. We are going to film an acting video. He stated his intention. You all will also have a chance to appear. I'll explain the script. Follow me and listen. A deal was also set. If the views are high, I will treat everyone to hamburgers. Everyone was fired up with enthusiasm. Hamburgers? After that, he led Ji-yu upstairs. People didn't even know they were being controlled by Lee Cell A. Hamburger, hamburger. They thought it was their own will. Recalling the previous events, emotions being manipulated, a stone statue falling from the sky, a uniform turning into a pink rabbit cosplay, the strange phenomena created by Lee Cell A happened so naturally, as if it were normal. He gritted his teeth. Then I, the one who is aware of this, can I use it too? By taking advantage of the fact that Lee Cell A can't hear the voices in this world, Jumin decided to give it a try. I'll try to manipulate them. He explained the script to everyone. Lee Coa thinks everyone is moving according to her commands. In 10 minutes, everyone go up to the rooftop and act like zombies running to kill Ju. He stirred up everyone's enthusiasm. I will change the purpose of everyone's actions without Lee Cell A knowing. Let's go. The best actor will get a fried chicken hamburger reward. The goal seems the same, but the intention is different. Kill, act, act. This way, Lee Cell A will be satisfied, and I can also save Heo Ju. No, it was all a play, Lee Coa. He quietly looked down from the building. Of course, the threat to Heo Ji-yu was real. Songsu frantically asked about Ji-yu. Oh my god. You were really pushed off? Ji-yu, are you okay? She didn't seem to care much, staring intently at her profile. Awesome, 500,000 followers. She was overjoyed. This is the path to becoming a hot TikToker. Ju smiled brightly, but then the smile gradually faded. But why do I feel so empty? She guessed, is it because of a lack of dopamine? She leaned her head back in frustration. Falling from the rooftop and you're lacking dopamine? She started a conversation with Songsu. Songsu, don't you feel lonely following me? He was confused. Why are you suddenly saying that? Ju continued. Don't you want to be famous? If you're famous, the bullies won't look down on you anymore, and you'll receive attention and love from everyone. She turned to look at him. I receive a lot of attention and love. She sat up straight, wondering. From who? Songsu replied innocently. From my mom. She looked at him thoughtfully. Then she started to ask more deeply. Don't you have any friends? I do. If you say your mom again, you're dead to me. He immediately denied it. No, I really do. She asked. Who? Songsu's face lit up. It's Juman. He innocently told her everything. Juman saved me from the bullies. Juman also needs my help. If there's someone who needs you, you won't feel lonely anymore. Ju looked at him, then looked up at Juman, who was still standing there. She remembered his words from earlier. Marry the person who needs you and have your own family. There's nothing happier than that. But she interpreted his meaning differently and became shy. So that's it, Juman. So you need me. On the other hand, Juman was annoyed with her. Why does she keep staring at me like that? I want to just ignore you and let you die. He raised his hand to block the red light. But anyway, I gained quite a lot today. Of course, about the uniform. And I also learned that there are times when Lee Sel-A can't find me. He placed both hands on the wall, looking straight at the light. I won today, Lee Coa. A terrifying voice rang out. It's not over yet. Heen had been standing behind him all along, holding a knife to his neck, controlling Juman. So, what is your relationship with Heo Ju? Although Juman calmly explained. She just asked me to help her film a TikTok video. She continued to probe. Is that so? Is that really all? He stuttered a bit. That's all. She smiled a scary smile. I see. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and turned around, but she was gone. He turned pale with fear. Damn it. The fear meter shot up. Juman is afraid of high school girls. At the school's basketball court, the female students were all focused on the male student playing basketball. What's his name? Cha Jae-on-yu. Cha Jae-on-yu. Even his name is handsome. Everyone was swooning over his face. He's so handsome. They chatted happily. Let's try talking to him later. I'm too nervous, I probably can't do it. In another corner, Sel-A was engrossed in drawing a picture of Jae-on-yu. She remembered something from the past, then she smiled gently. Jae-on-yu even extended his hand to me. She leaned back in her chair. I wonder if he has any feelings for me. Suddenly, she froze when she saw something. There was something written on the ceiling. What's this? Who scribbled on the ceiling? She lowered her eyelids. The ceiling was the only place that was still clean. Looking back at her desk, it had long been scribbled on by her bullies. A message appeared on her phone. Kim Minji, tomorrow I'm collecting money from you, 5 minutes. Coa tensed up, biting her lip. Down on the court, the game continued. Jae-on-yu, pass. Just then, she ran past, catching his attention. She carefully held a few bills in her hand. Minji looked at the money with disgust. You're still short a large amount, huh? She quickly explained. Sorry, this is all I have. A drop of sweat trickled down her cheek. Actually, it's because I spent money to buy the expansion pack for The People. What? The zombie DLC is on sale? Buy it now. Sel-A didn't even notice she was trembling like a leaf. Minji's attitude was not like usual. She smiled brightly. Coa, why are you so scared? It's okay, look up. Next week, just bring all the money at once, okay? COA was terrified, bowing her head low. That will probably be difficult. I have to ask my mom for money and try to save up. Can you let me off this time with just this much? Minji glanced at her with cold eyes. Then her hair was pulled up. This is your problem. We were nice for a bit, and you already forgot your place? She became extremely scary. I told you if you were short again, I'd pull out your teeth, right? Open your mouth so I can choose which tooth to pull. I'm sorry. They enjoyed bullying her. Want me to pull your wisdom teeth so you can save on dental bills? Or should I pull a gold tooth to pay the money? She could only scream in misery. Help me. Seeing this, they became even more delighted. Look at Lee Sel-a's messy head. It's so disgusting. At that moment, someone approached who had witnessed the entire event. Jaeon-yu stepped out, surprising them a bit. You scared me, I thought a teacher was coming. He was sweating as he looked at them. Minji was also attracted by his beauty. The female students behind whispered. Is that the new transfer student? I thought he was a 12-year-old idol. Minji put on a friendly face. You're the new transfer student Jaeon-yu, right? She tucked her hair back, trying to look gentle. Nice to meet you. Her friends teased her. This girl is acting silly again. He replied coldly. I'm not happy to meet you at all. He asked directly. This is school violence, isn't it? She immediately acted innocent, putting her arm around Sella's shoulder. What are you talking about? We were just playing, and Sella accidentally fell. Right? Minji's face contorted. She threatened. Nod your head, you idiot, if you don't want to die. Her eyes trembled with panic. She didn't dare to look up. That's right. Minji pressed on. See? I was right. So don't miss. Just then, the window next to them flew open. The teacher reminded them, what are you kids still doing there? The bell has already rung, hurry back to class. The other three also returned one by one. Well then, see you later. Jaeon-yu, I just covered that up very skillfully, didn't I? That's right. Now only he and Sel-a were facing each other. Jaeon-yu sighed, the old school was nothing great either. But it's dirty everywhere you go. He stepped closer towards her. Last time, I didn't get to introduce myself, did I? The two of them met each other's eyes. I am Cha Jaeon-yu. He politely asked back. And you? She shyly avoided his gaze. Lee Sol-a suddenly, he brought his face close. You look better with your bangs swept up. Her eyes widened and sparkled. Then he left, not forgetting to wave. See you later. Sol-a was still standing there frozen, Bibo High School. This young man's name is Lee Juman. He is a genius. With achievements in the top 2% of the nation. To survive the injustices. That cannot be explained by science. He was forced to become a person who follows perfectionism. Even so. But nothing went smoothly according to Juman's plan. Juman was too tired of being surrounded by so many people. Juman, you're famous on TikTok with the perfect oppa image. That's right. Juman is even more handsome in real life. Juman, can you dance for us again like on TikTok? Can you? Juman had become an influential person with a perfect oppa image through the previous event. He showed his annoyance openly. Damn it. This was not in the plan. This makes it hard to act. He stared at the photo that Gyu had provided him. I have to quickly find out which school uniform this is. I've been searching online but can't find it. He looked helplessly at his phone screen. This is a private account. The privacy settings prevent me from knowing the information. Juman bent down and sent a message. First, I'll try sending a direct message. Hello, may I ask which school you attend? If I can get in contact, I must aim for the period of time when Lee Sol-a couldn't find me like last time. I must aim for that moment. I wonder if I have to wait until the icon the player has left appears. Or do I have to create such a moment? Suddenly, He shifted his attention elsewhere. Why has it suddenly become so quiet around here? He was astonished when he discovered that everyone was being controlled. Jumin broke into a cold sweat. Why do they look so scary? He wondered what Lee Seoa was planning to do now. Seoa, through the screen, ordered everyone. Stop bothering Jumin. Everyone, go back to your seats. Everyone was as if they were pre-programmed, standing straight in one place. Then they rushed towards the door. He watched them helplessly. Today, the cafeteria is filled with delicious dishes. Jumin's eyes widened in surprise. He walked down the hallway, and everyone bowed their heads. This made him wonder. What's this? Why is she suddenly so kind? Looking through the screen, Cell A even seemed to be very happy. Now she's even dancing. She confidently showed off to Jumin. Ah, do you think I'm cuter with my bangs swept up like this? Jumin forced a cute smile. So cute I want to bite you to death. She danced happily. Hey Jumin, that Jae-on-yu, that handsome transfer student that I told you about last time. He said I was cute. He scolded the ones who bullied me. It was so refreshing. Hearing that, he thought to himself. It seems like she had a good time at school. Indeed, a different mood leads to a different way of playing. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Something surprised him. Over here, Sao A was still rambling on about that boy. He even winked and smiled at me. And he also said see you later. It's 100% certain that he likes me, right? What's this? Where did he go again? Jumin left the school. He was trying to run and find something. The phone screen displayed the messages between him and the other person. Hello, may I ask what school you attend? 4 p.m. Jumin, tired, leaned on his hands, panting heavily. He thought to himself, this much running should be enough. Jumin raised his hand to wipe his sweat. Continuing his train of thought. I took advantage of Lee Seoa's carelessness to sneak out here. There isn't much time left. I have to hurry. The message thread between him and a girl appeared. Hello. May I ask what school you attend? Oh my god, really? Are you really that perfect handsome oppa? Can you interact with me on TikTok? Yes, of course, I'm a fan of yours. Do you want to collaborate on a TikTok with me? Reading her offer, Jumin quietly reminded himself, I have to send a reply first. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down endlessly. Staring down at his phone. Yes. Jumin messaged the girl from before. I don't want to do TikTok anymore. Can you tell me which school you attend first? Typing message. What, are you a fake? Why do you keep asking about other people's schools? A pervert? I'm not a fake. I just want to know which school the uniform you're wearing is from. Typing message. Suddenly she sent a message, you're definitely a pervert. Jumin's expression turned strange when he read the girl's message. He looked at the conversation, frowning and thinking to himself, damn it. I'm going crazy. If you're not a fake, then send me a picture of you posing with a V sign now. Send it to my inbox. If you do, then I'll acknowledge you. Jumin held up his phone, taking a picture as requested by the girl online. Around him, people were constantly gossiping. That kid is taking a selfie. It seems that kid knows he's handsome. I'm so jealous, is that okay now? Can you please tell me what school you go to? It's the real person? Awesome, so handsome people can also be perverts. Okay, if I find you, you're dead meat with me. Just kidding. If you agree to meet and film a TikTok with me, then I'll let you know. Got it. Just tell me the location. Come to this place. Jumin looked at the address the friend just sent, feeling skeptical. Su-Sel High School. This is the first time I've heard of this school's name. If I take a bus from here, it will take about 30 minutes. Wait. In front of him, the bus to Daichi Gasanyo neighborhood appeared. Jumin thoughtfully glanced at the bus. He messaged the girl back, "I'm on my way now." On the bus, Jumin, bored, rested his chin on his hand and looked out the window. He thought silently. If I find Lee Sel-A, what should I do? Sel-A's excited appearance flashed in Jumin's mind. It seems she simply thinks it's just a game. His eyes drooped, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. Painful memories surfaced in his mind. Although Jumin clenched his fist and told himself, "No, I absolutely cannot forgive her." He thought to himself, "Anyway, before reuniting with my wife, I have to deal with Lee Sel-A first. I have to do this so my family can be safe." The bus stopped at the station. A voice called out, "Two people." Jumin continued his train of thought. "I met my wife in my first year of university." He turned his head towards the sound, but still thought to himself, "There are still 2 more years until then." Jumin's eyes widened in shock. At Bibo High School, Sao happily waved goodbye to her classmates. "Be careful on your way. Don't go. Please be happy, don't leave me." Her haggard face appeared, annoyed. She spoke, "What's this? He's not at school. Where did he run off to? This is the first time this has happened. What's going on?" Sao sat in front of the computer screen, frustrated and grumbling. "This is so troublesome. Really? Why isn't there a character search function?" She clicked the mouse while talking to herself. "This is not working. I have to call him back." Suddenly, Sao's eyes were full of questions. She read the notification in the game. Lee Jumin has moved to another place. Where did he go? Sel-A suspiciously moved to another place? But why? She frowned and spoke up. "What on earth are you trying to do?" Sel-A's fingers typed ceaselessly on the keyboard. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in the search bar. "I lost my character." She paused, staring intently at the computer screen. "Has your favorite character gone missing? Don't worry, just with your pet dog. Everything will be solved. Pets can remember human scents and can find the character in a flash. Upgrade your pet's tracking ability for only 5,000 won. Buy now." Sale-A angrily shouted. "What an exaggeration, trying to make others pay. This trick is insane." She bit her nails in frustration and spoke, "Damn it, but Jumin doesn't have a dog." Suddenly, Sel-A realized, "Wait a minute, a dog?" At the playground, Jagwan was playing in the sand with Man-Man. Suddenly, the puppy jumped, baring its sharp teeth. Her face. Jagwan looked indifferently at Man-Man, who was growling and drooling non-stop. The little girl spoke, "Man-Man, is that person coming?" Jaguar coldly commanded, "Do as that person wishes." Hearing these words from Jaguar, Man-Man immediately dashed off. On the bus, Jumin froze when he saw the red-haired girl. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. The image of a woman holding a baby appeared. The red-haired girl smiled faintly. Jumin thought to himself, "Duin." He was suddenly surprised to realize, So-eun. The girl looked around. Jumin's eyes remained fixed on So-eun. He joyfully thought to himself, "I didn't expect to meet you so soon." Suddenly, Jumin froze. He gritted his teeth and realized, this isn't right. I can't meet my wife now. Just one small misstep, and the future could be changed. Jumin helplessly gripped the bus seat, thinking with a heavy heart. If things don't happen in order, it's possible I won't be able to see Irun again. Therefore, right now, I can only keep my distance from her and watch from afar. He told himself, the first meeting. I will try to endure until then. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around So-eun's shoulder, making Jumin stare blankly. Ho Jin spoke gently. So-eun, I'll pay with my card this time. So-eun smiled and replied, Come on, you already paid last time. Jumin was speechless seeing this scene. He was stunned and wondered to himself, who is that dog? The bus sped down the road. Jumin glanced uncomfortably at the happy scene of So-eun and Ho-jin. He gritted his teeth and thought, what is all this, Han So-eun? You clearly said I was your first love. And also your last love. So-eun's gentle voice was heard. Honey, look at the flowers blooming outside, they're so beautiful. Ho-jin immediately replied, really? There's a beautiful flower right in front of me. So I can't see any other flower. So-eun shyly said. You're so smooth with your words. Hearing the conversation of the two, Jumin secretly sneered, what nonsense. Seeing So-eun happy and smiling, he couldn't help but ponder. Jumin stomped his foot to calm himself down. Calm down. This is just some silly dating game that high school students play around with. I'll turn a blind eye. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists with determination. Because So-eun's true love is me. Ho-jin then moved closer to So-eun and made a suggestion. It's been a while. Can I kiss you? She shyly replied, you're making me blush. Immediately, their lips moved closer to each other. Jumin couldn't watch anymore and put his hand out to block their kiss. Seeing his hand, Ho-jin was puzzled. He was startled and turned to shout, what the hell? Jumin, while wiping his hand, lectured Ho-jin. You shouldn't engage in such excessive behavior in public. He shouted loudly. We're dating, so what's wrong with a little kiss? Stop talking nonsense. Ho-jin continued to scold Jumin. What the hell are you to interfere between us? Are you crazy? Hearing this from him made Jumin angry. He wouldn't back down and shouted loudly. I am the future husband of that young lady. Jumin furiously yelled at them. I should be the one asking you that. What the hell are you to kiss my wife in front of me? Ho-jin's face went blank upon hearing Jumin's speech. Ho-jin angrily shouted, what? Future husband? This guy is really crazy. What school produced this crazy guy? Suddenly Jumin realized, this student's name is Lee Jumin. To survive things that cannot be explained by science, I must always maintain my composure and perfection. He looked at the two people in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. But love always makes people lose their reason. Ho-jin continued to shout, your face looks decent enough. But you're mentally ill? So-eun beside them anxiously tried to stop him. Honey, just bear with it. Just think of him as a weirdo and ignore him. Ho-jin didn't listen. He grabbed Jumin's tie and shouted, no way. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I was just trying to kiss my girlfriend. What right do you have to interfere? So-eun angrily shouted, honey, stop it. The bus suddenly stopped. The driver angrily turned around and scolded them. If you guys keep arguing, get off the bus. I'm calling the police. Hearing that, Ho-jin decisively got off the bus. Nothing more to say. He waved for So-eun. Hey you, get down here now. She annoyedly scolded him, what a waste of bus fare. Ho-jin stood on the street, shouting in a strained voice. Hey, I told you to get off the bus, are you not getting off? So-eun gently advised him. Honey, stop it, get on the bus. Suddenly the bus door closed, leaving Ho-jin stunned. He said, what's this? Why did the door close? Hey! The bus immediately took off. Despite him still looking on in confusion. You're just leaving? Ho-jin then realized and frantically ran after it, shouting loudly. Sir, stop the bus. Stop the bus now. Hey, damn it, you're not getting off? Hey! The driver on the bus ignored him. He took out his sunglasses and put them on. That kid is so noisy, damn it. It's settled. The people in the back couldn't stop praising. The driver is awesome. His bald head is so shiny. So-eun was speechless and glanced at Jumin. She asked with curiosity. Hey, who are you? To interfere in other people's love lives. Do you know me? Jumin then realized he had been rash and thought blankly to himself. That's right, why did I do that? He pondered, but I couldn't stand it. Just hearing her talk about her ex-boyfriend was enough to make me angry. Just imagine seeing that scene right before my eyes. How could I not be upset? So-eun beside him was still chattering non-stop. It seems you think you're tall and handsome, so you act all high and mighty. She started lecturing. But don't be mistaken that all girls will let you off the hook for that, understand? Jumin awkwardly thought, it's still a long way to the destination. How am I supposed to deal with this situation? The driver suddenly realized. He was terrified when he saw Jagwon and Manman standing in the middle of the road. The driver immediately slammed on the brakes. The sudden stop made everyone fall backwards. Jumin quickly put out his hand. The bus swerved on the road, stopping in front of Do-won and Manman. The driver bowed his head, panting. He stuck his head out of the window and shouted, "Kid. Little kid, are you okay? Are you hurt? Why are you standing in the middle of the road like that? It's very dangerous." Do-gwon remained silent. The little girl asked, "Man, is this the bus?" Inside the bus, Jumin had quickly caught So-eun, her eyes sparkling. The two stared at each other intently. So-eun suddenly coldly pushed Yumi's face away. She ran to a person sitting on the bus floor and asked worriedly, "Han. Hey, are you okay?" That person whimpered, "I fell forward." Jumin watched So-eun taking care of that friend. "Are you hurt anywhere?" He thought to himself, "Han So-eun, I like this about you." A scene of So-eun gently comforting a baby appeared. Jumin stood by, deep in thought. Her gentleness and warmth are the complete opposite of me. And whenever I see her, he felt a sense of familiarity from her. I feel like she has the scent of my mother. Jumin's eyes looked a little sad. Suddenly, from behind him, Sel-ha's voice was heard. "Our Jumin is here." She questioned, "Why did you run away from home? I was especially nice to you today. Or do you prefer to suffer? Does our Jumin like to be tormented?" Jumin wondered, gritting his teeth. How did she find me? No. If it's a game system, then the fact that there's no search function would be even weirder. Beside him, someone approached and said, "Driver, let me get off here." As soon as the door opened, Jumin ran off the bus. He thought to himself, I have to stay away from So-eun. As far away as possible. Suddenly, Jumin froze. A blue icon appeared above his head. Jumin realized he had been caught. An image of Sel-a appeared with a warning voice. "Where do you think you're going, Lee Jumin? You can't escape from me." Her eyes were fixed on him. She coldly emphasized, "Forever." Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Hey!" Ho-jin rushed forward and punched Jumin. While hitting him, he shouted, "Take this." Jumin was sent flying several meters from the punch. That guy Ho-jin wiped his sweat. He complained irritably, "Damn it, this heat is killing me." Sel-a, not understanding, asked, "Who is he? Why are they suddenly fighting?" Do-gwon paid no attention. She ordered Man, "That guy over there, go bite him." A group of them rushed to tear at Jumin, causing him to think in pain, "I can't move." Ho-jin rushed forward, raising his fist, and spoke with dissatisfaction. "For a fair world, let me smash that handsome face of yours." Just as Jumin closed his eyes to brace for the impact, a hand grabbed Ho-jin's fist-swinging arm. So-eun rushed forward, holding Ho-jin's hand tightly, and loudly pleaded, "Please stop." Ho-jin angrily ordered, "Let go, So-eun. Crazy guys like this need to be beaten to snap out of it." Sal-a looked at the noisy crowd, astonished. What is this situation? So-eun and Ho-jin continued to argue. Using violence will get you arrested. Don't you know that? I told you to let go. Jumin gritted his teeth and silently prayed, "No, Han Se-jun. Let him go, I'm begging you. I have to get away." before Lee Coa pulls another dangerous prank. Beside him, Du-won couldn't help but exclaim. He really is handsome. Suddenly, So-eun shouted. If you keep this up, let's break up. She angrily yelled, I've made it clear. I hate violent and aggressive people the most. Ho-jin tried to defend himself. So-eun, it's not like that. But she continued to scold him. You can't hold it in and resort to violence at the drop of a hat. You even made us miss the bus. So-eun sullenly walked away. That's enough. I'm leaving, don't contact me anymore. Ho-jin ran after her, constantly calling, So-eun, wait. Juman, seeing this, felt incredibly satisfied. So refreshing. He thought to himself. Luckily, it seems Lee Coa didn't pay much attention to this situation. Coa realized. This neighborhood is fun. Du-won took Man-man home to play. Man-man, let's go home. Juman was still lying on the road, pondering. I should have controlled myself. If things continue like this, the future will be changed. What should I do? It probably has nothing to do with it. He remembered the first time he met Sujin. Because my first meeting with Sujin wasn't very good either. Juman, unwilling to accept it, gritted his teeth and thought. Even if the first impression was bad and I was hated. Han Sujin. No matter what happens, I will have you. He continued his train of thought. Because I didn't give up and only loved you. Meanwhile, So-eun and Ho-jin were still angry with each other. Oh my God. I can't live like this, Sujin, I was wrong. Why? Coa then asked, why did Jimin come here? She realized, wait a minute. This place looks a lot like our neighborhood, how interesting. Coa chattered on endlessly. Come to think of it, this is my first time going out. I heard they made a world map. She continued, what a great game, Theo people. This sentence caught Jimin's attention. Coa was still talking to herself. Is there a school I used to attend nearby? She asked for Jumin's opinion, should I try searching for it once? Jumin didn't answer and chuckled to himself. Is today the day I can sit back and reap the rewards? The streetlights came on. Jumin walked on the deserted road, lost in thought. It seems Lee Coa is now heading towards the school. I don't know if I'm acting on my own. Or if I'm being manipulated by Lee Coa, I still can't get used to it. He glanced at the monitoring screen behind him. And thought nervously. But luckily, she still doesn't suspect. The reason why I came here. Jumin recalled Coa's words from the afternoon. Wait a minute. Doesn't this place look a lot like our neighborhood? How interesting. Come to think of it, this is my first time going out. I heard they made a world map. Jumin was suspicious. Is it Lee Coa's first time here too? If there's a realistic simulation world, wouldn't she want to see her own neighborhood first? Or not? Looking at the screen panning left and right. He couldn't help but wonder. Or maybe it really has nothing to do with the world that Lee Coa lives in. The words from this afternoon echoed in Jumin's head. What an interesting game. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Theo Peoples. I wonder if that's the name of a school. But I've never heard of it. A game with a name like that. Jumin imagined with horror. Could it be that Lee Coa even changed the school's name herself? She changed it because the school's name didn't sound good? Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. The girl from the afternoon messaged Jumin, why aren't you here yet? I'm almost there. Wait a minute, all my friends have arrived. Jumin was shocked to realize, friends? Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, Jumin. In front of him was a group of 4 people. Gyu excitedly waved and shouted, hello bread. Seeing them, Jumin's veins popped with anger. He thought to himself, why are you guys here? Coa's screen next to him also couldn't help but wonder. Why are they here? Coa's words startled Jumin, causing him to turn back. Why is she still alive? Didn't she fall from the rooftop? She frowned. What's this? A bug? Didn't she die? Juman glanced at Saoa and thought to himself. She's let her guard down. Juman smiled faintly and thought, but no. Or maybe she just doesn't care. His eyes were cold as he told himself. That's right. Lee Coai won't stop her from killing Haogu anymore. Juman thought indifferently. After all, I've found all the necessary information. If just one troublesome person like her disappears, it won't affect my future at all. Gyu walked over and said cheerfully. We missed Juman a lot. Suddenly, Sel A spoke coldly, startling Juman. It seems he was lucky to survive. I should go look around. He thought angrily. It seems she doesn't take this very seriously. She treats other people's lives like dirt. It's so annoying. Watching the screen frame fly away, Juman silently asked, is there a way to play a trick on Lee Sel A? The girl who messaged Juman came over to greet him. Nice to meet you. My name is Park Suji. Ju said cheerfully. Suji and I met through TikTok. Suji continued. After learning that the video, about a handsome man straight out of a comic book, was filmed by Giu, I contacted him immediately. Hearing the two girls say that, Juman screamed internally. Then why didn't you tell me? What school you went? Sel A's eyes sparkled as she looked at Suji's uniform. She couldn't help but exclaim. That uniform looks exactly like our school's uniform, doesn't it? What a perfect reproduction. She dashed towards the schoolyard, exclaiming excitedly. Even the school looks exactly the same. It's top-notch. Juman wondered if they had really come to the right place. Looking at the scenery, Juman thought to himself, this is the school Lee Sol A attended. His gaze was pensive. Now, all I need to do is find traces of Lee Sol A. Juman turned to ask the group in front of him. But why are you guys here? This is so annoying. Gio put her arm around Songsu's shoulder and said cheerfully. We need a cameraman. Juman asked her quizzically. A cameraman. What are you planning to film? Gio replied, a video called. Her expression became terrifying, with Suji continuing the sentence. A thrilling experience at school. With the handsome friend who stepped out of a comic book. Hearing this, Songsu got scared and ran away, shouting, What? You didn't say that at first. Damn it, I'm going home. But Gio quickly grabbed Songsu's shoulder and pulled him back. Hey! Where do you think you're going? Suji spoke up to reassure him. Don't worry, our school was built not too long ago. So there aren't many ghost stories. Juman then noticed the other friend. Hyan smiled and said, I thought it would be fun to go with Juman. So I followed him here. Her tone made Juman suspicious. It seems like she has a different motive. Juman approached Suji. Are you Park Suji? She replied, that's right. Juman continued to inquire. Do you know someone named Lee Sol A? Hearing the name, Suji asked back, Lee Sol A. Juman described her. I don't know which class Lee Sol A is in. But she has greasy hair. And her face is always gloomy. Hearing him say that, Sel A on the other side of the screen was curious. What is he talking about? Juman continued, she's probably bullied at school. Suji replied, I'm not so sure. If she's that bad and gets bullied, she must be famous. Everyone would know her name. Or maybe she's not in the same grade as us. I have no idea. Hearing Suji's words, Juman pursed his lips. He immediately ran off. Behind him, Gio called out, Juman. Why are you leaving so soon? As Juman rushed off, he bit his lip and thought. I am well aware that this world is most likely just a simulation game. The image of Soen holding a baby in her arms, along with strings of numbers, appeared. He remembered at first. He didn't want to accept the truth. That he was in a game. But there was a single clue right before his eyes. He had clung to that faint glimmer of hope. And made it here. Now that I'm here, I must confirm it with my own eyes. Jumin gritted his teeth and prayed. Please let me find it. The remaining traces of Lee Sol-ae. Behind him. Jiayu's group ran after him, calling out, Hey cameraman! Are you filming? Hurry and follow him. I don't want to go in there. Sol-ae on the other side of the screen was still wondering. But why did they come here? Let's just assume Jumin intentionally brought me here. She looked at Jumin's back and mentally denied it. That's not right. Thinking back, Jumin also took a bus to get near this place. Sol-ae's eyes stared intently at the screen, full of doubt. She thought to herself, why this place, of all places? Suddenly, a notification popped up, catching her attention. The message notification appeared. Jumin's group has begun their thrilling experience journey. AI suggestion. Please use the recently downloaded dictionary pack to decorate the school to be even scarier. Let's scare everyone to death. Sol-ae excitedly clapped her hands, a thrilling experience. Coming right up. Suddenly, she paused. But if we want an experience, why not go to my school? Wouldn't that be better? Why did it have to be this school? Sol-ae asked herself, bewildered. Is my school famous now for thrilling experiences? Sol-ae remembered, that's right. I downloaded the DLC last time. Because of that, IU Minji scolded me for it. She was still picking her nose and suddenly smirked. Sol-ae moved the mouse on her computer screen and thought. Should I give them an unforgettable gift? Downloading DLC. On the side of the 5 people. Jumin stood frozen in the hallway. In front of them were models of dead bodies, looking incredibly terrifying. Gio stiffened and said, Suji. Ah, it seems you've prepared very thoroughly for your TikTok video. Suji immediately replied, I didn't do this. Hyan, standing beside her, also added, this kind of thrilling experience is scarier than I thought. Songsu ran away in fear. I don't want to. I want to go home. Gio frantically called him back. Where are you going? Cameraman. Songsu reached out to open the door. Suddenly, he realized. Songsu said in shock, the door is locked. Gio, hearing this, widened her eyes in astonishment. What? Songsu screamed in fear, the door is locked from the outside. The spirits must be playing tricks. What do we do? Gio didn't back down either. She immediately shouted at him, calm down. Just do your job properly. Jumin looked at the screen showing Sol-ae's image. He couldn't help but be suspicious. Is it Lee Sol-ae playing tricks again? What kind of trick is Lee Sol-ae planning this time? Sol-ae suddenly spoke. Jumin, I've been reading some zombie stories lately. They're very interesting. Hearing that, Jumin felt puzzled. What? Suddenly, she said. Lee Jumin, this teenager is the hope. And also the last savior of humanity. Jumin worriedly thought to himself, why the sudden monologue? Sol-ae continued her monologue. This school has been filled with zombies. All the students and teachers have been infected. Jumin suddenly interrupted, zombies. She didn't answer him and continued. But Jumin has a reason for being here. Suddenly she exclaimed. That is, he has immunity to zombies. And he knows a top-secret piece of information. That in the science lab of this school, there is an invincible vaccine that can cure the infected. Hearing this, Jumin broke out in a cold sweat, thinking. I've never heard of a plot like this before. Sol-ae continued her monologue. Can Lee Jumin avoid the zombies and find the vaccine? And save his friends and humanity? Suddenly, Gio cried out in alarm, Suji. Why are you suddenly doing a popping dance? She covered her mouth, deep in thought, and spoke. No, could it be? Then Gio started dancing with Suji. While dancing, she shouted loudly. Is this dance trending on TikTok? As expected of Suji, keep dancing, dance more. Suddenly, Suji looked up at the ceiling, her eyes rolled back into her head. Gio saw this and glanced over in panic. Suji's face moved in close as she teased. Are you scared? Gio and Suji argued. What is this, a hidden camera? What are you doing? This is basic knowledge for a TikToker. Suddenly, the finger of a corpse on the floor twitched. The other two were still arguing. Actually, I was just playing along with you to film a TikTok. Really? I filmed you screaming in fear. No one noticed the figure of the corpse slowly getting up. Songsu interrupted them in confusion. Is that person part of the hidden camera too? Suji asked back, turning her head to look, that person. Suddenly, the zombie lunged forward and bit her on the neck. The others watched, screaming in fear. What is that? Did it really bite her? Where's the cameraman? Hurry and film this. This world has gone mad, could it be? Hyan spoke up to reassure them. It can't be a real zombie, right? Before they could react, the bitten Suji, along with the zombie, rushed towards them. The others stumbled, their limbs flailing as they screamed non-stop. Don't get bitten. Juman looked at the red drop on his hand. He wondered to himself, what is this? No wonder I kept smelling something sweet. Is this strawberry jam? He looked towards the other three, filled with suspicion. Was this created and controlled by Lee Sol-A? Sol-A on the other side of the screen also screamed in panic. Hyan is about to be bitten by a zombie. A zombie lunged towards her. Hyan screamed in fear, Juman, save me. But when she turned around, she only saw the figure of Juman running away at full speed. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Hyan's gaze darkened. She pulled a sharp knife from behind her back. Juman, unaware of anything, continued to run hastily. He cursed to himself, what damn vaccine? I don't have time to play along with this childish script. In the hallway, Juman ran through. There were two zombies staring at him. Juman gritted his teeth and dashed away. He thought to himself, if I get bitten, it's not like I'll be infected with a zombie virus. Really? These are just puppets under the control of Lee Sol-A, playing the role of zombies. He suddenly stopped, if that's the case. The image of the zombies appeared in his mind. Juman calculated internally. If my consciousness is taken away, then I'm no different from a zombie. Songsu and Gio looked at Hyan in fear. The other two zombies were also grabbed by her neck. Hyan gently lifted them up, causing them pain. They struggled as Hyan's terrifying eyes coldly threatened them. Calm down before I strangle you. Hearing that, the two zombies obediently shut their mouths. Hyan said, I have a job for you to do for me. She coldly ordered, can you chase after Juman? The one who just abandoned a weak girl and left for me. The zombies obeyed and nodded repeatedly. Gio and Songsu from behind exclaimed in terror. What was that? What is this overwhelming power? Help me. A blood-red moon illuminated the entire school. The terrifying faces of the zombies rushed towards Juman like hungry tigers. He gritted his teeth, trying to dodge them all. As he ran, he thought to himself, you really have pulled out all the weird stops, haven't you? Lee Sol-A, even though these aren't real zombies. But if I get bitten, there's no other way but to be controlled by Lee Sol-A like a puppet. If it continues like this, it's no different from becoming a zombie. Juman ran past a classroom full of zombies. He reminded himself, I need to avoid them as much as possible, until I find a trace of Lee Sol-A. Inside the classroom, the zombies kept complaining, I hate evening self-study, let me go home. Juman saw a sign on the wall. He thought to himself, found it. Gio then opened TikTok to start a live stream. Her eyes were wide, unable to hide her panic. Gio greeted, hello breads. This is Gio. We are now hiding in a classroom. She recounted. My friend Suji was bitten and became a zombie. And Hyan is running around like crazy. Can we escape from this place safely? Geo angrily shouted. Stop shaking, you're making the camera shake. Song-soo replied in fear, but it's too scary. She reassured him, Song-soo, don't be a coward, Song-soo. It's all just an act, and nothing is real. It's all fake and just a play. Geo hid under the desk. A teacher and Song-soo continued to reason with her. That's right. This is just a hypothetical situation. The zombies were prepared by Suji. Zombies don't exist in real life. We just need to act in the play that Suji created. Song-soo worriedly glanced at the classroom door, while Geo continued to ramble on. Didn't you see Suji teasing us earlier? Looking at the hungry tiger-like eyes of the zombies, Song-soo was skeptical. You call that acting? At that moment, outside in the hallway, a menacing footstep approached. A menacing hand held the handle of a jump rope. Hyen tied the jump rope around the necks of the two zombies from before, walking them down the hallway, causing the surrounding zombies to stare in amazement. A zombie right there gritted its teeth and looked at Hyen. It foamed at the mouth, feeling ashamed, even when seeing a human right in front of it, but being too scared to bite. How shameful to be a zombie! It thought to itself, this is unacceptable. Then it immediately lunged at Hyen. Her eyes widened. Her face darkened as she glared at it, causing the zombie to obediently put on glasses and read a book. A times x squared plus b times x plus c equals 0. X squared plus b over a times x equals c over a. Hyen smirked coldly and said, Juman, if I can't catch you, then I'll just have to train my own zombies. A system notification displayed. Hyen loves Juman so much she wants to kill Juman. Nothing can stand in her way. On the other side of the screen, Sol-A saw this scene and couldn't help but feel intimidated. Is Yandere the strongest in the world? Juman, in the room, threw a book away, thinking, it's not here. He pulled all the books off the shelf. But the result was still, not here, not here, not here. Juman angrily punched the wall hard. His body trembled helplessly as he thought, no matter how much I search, I still can't find any trace of Lee Sol-A. Juman frowned skeptically. In the end, this world is nothing more than a copied simulation of Lee Sol-A's world. Is that it? The image of Soen holding the baby appeared again. Juman thought vaguely. Both myself and my family are just programmed game characters. He collapsed onto the floor. His eyes looked up at the ceiling as if giving up on everything. It doesn't matter what happens to me now. Juman spoke up. Whether you grill or boil me, just do as you please. Lee Sol-A, because I'm just a puppet after all. Sol-A. In front of her computer screen, saw Juman lying dejectedly on the floor. She couldn't help but wonder. Juman, you're not looking for the vaccine, what are you doing there? She zoomed in on his face and monologued again. Why does he suddenly look so down? Sol-A said, Juman, there are a lot of zombies rushing in. Isn't it exciting and fun? Juman replied to her. How can I feel it's fun like you do? Sol-A said cheerfully, all right, I'm happy. So today, let me comfort you, Juman. He didn't want to listen and tried to shoo her away. Just leave me alone. Sol-A didn't care what Juman said, and continued her rambling. If you knew you became the hero of the human world, would you be less gloomy, Juman? Just trust me and move according to the script that I created. Juman stood up and replied, fine, whatever, just do as you please. Sol-A monologue. Lee Juman, 18 years old. A survivor in this zombie apocalyptic world, and is still continuing to live alone. Hearing this, Juman complained. What is this, you're starting again? The computer screen showed the face of Sol-A walking down the hallway. As she walked, her voice echoed. Are your friends still alive? Are the relatives you can't contact okay? No, right now you have an urgent mission. That needs to be prioritized over that. That is to find the vaccine. That is the only way to save this world. Hearing that, Jumin couldn't help but curse. Damn it, damn it. Soul A concluded with one final sentence. Can Jumin survive the threat of the zombies? And find the vaccine? Hearing that, Jumin ran off at full speed. As he ran, he said indifferently, "You might as well just kill me." Soul A's voice continued to ring in his ear. Lee. Jumin has arrived at the chemistry lab. Newly discovered to be the place where the vaccine is stored. From now on, you just need to go in there. Jumin also told himself just now, alright. I just need to find the vaccine. And then quickly destroy everything. Let's end this with a bad ending. After killing everyone. Come on. Suddenly, she added. But the crisis doesn't stop here. Hearing that, Jumin spoke up. What else is there? I'm begging you, stop with these childish games. In front of him was Hyen with her 2 zombie pets. Hyen smiled brightly and said, "Found you." Then she slowly pulled the knife from behind her back. She conversed with Suji, whose eyes were completely white. Well done, Suji. Today is our first meeting. With that, Hyen released the 2 zombies from their leashes. And loudly ordered them. Go there and turn him into a zombie. Soul A, on the other side of the screen, added color commentary. The zombies chased after him like hunting dogs. In the end, how will Jumin overcome this scene? Jumin, in this situation, shouted in frustration, "Damn it. You said you would comfort me, Lee Soul A." In the classroom, Geo and Songsu peeked their heads up from behind the teacher's desk. Geo said, "It seems quieter now, doesn't it?" Suddenly, Jumin ran in shouting, "Zombies!" startling the 2 of them. He slammed the door shut. On the other side of the door was Hyen's menacing face. The other 2 saw Jumin and started to ask. Jumin. Seeing them, he angrily gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it. How am I supposed to get a moment's rest now?" Soul A spoke, Lee. Jumin, although he managed to avoid the zombies and get into the classroom. The path to the vaccine is still long. Jumin thought miserably, "I beg you, please be quiet." He turned to look at Songsu and Geo. Jumin spoke up. "I have something to ask you guys." Geo asked, "What is it?" Jumin inquired, "Do you know about the Peoples? That seems to be a very famous world simulation game." Right. Hearing the familiar name, Geo replied in confusion. "Isn't Peoples the name of our school?" Songsu next to her also answered. "I'm not a girl, so I don't know anything other than boys' games like FPS." He continued, "I've never even heard of that game." Jumin replied, "Is that so?" He sat down at a nearby desk and said helplessly, "It's all fake." Songsu was bewildered and didn't understand. "What did you say?" Jumin's terrifying eyes glanced at Songsu. He said, "I said it's all fake. This world, you guys, even your parents." The 2 of them felt like a boulder had fallen on their heads. Geo asked him back, "No. But why would you insult our parents?" Songsu stuttered in shock, shaken. Soul A kept rambling in Jumin's ear. "You have to find a way back to the chemistry lab. Luckily, there are survivors in the classroom. Team up with them." This made him angrily shout, "Shut up." Soul A on the other side of the screen was surprised. "What?" she said, "What's this?" Looking at it, "This is our classroom. It's so clean I didn't recognize it. Everything is brand new." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Jumin, and gently said, "Jumin, I still look up at the ceiling sometimes." He thought in fear. "I'm getting goosebumps, so please shut up." She continued, "Everywhere I go is so dirty. The bathroom smells like pee." Remembering what she had been through. "The alley is full of cigarette butts. My messy room." Soul A continued to talk about her past. "And the classroom is the same. No matter where I was, it was very uncomfortable. When I looked down, There was graffiti and curses written on the desks. When I looked around, I could feel disgusting gazes. So only the ceiling was the cleanest place. The ceiling was white without a speck of dust. The ceiling, for me, was a refuge. The only one in this school. If I looked at the ceiling, it was as if I was sinking into my imagination and drawing pictures on a white canvas. Seoul reminded Jumin. What I mean is, you should imagine. What if the world ends tomorrow? He thought to himself. Stop talking about such far-fetched things. Suddenly, Jumin realized, wait a minute, did you say it's clean? He turned to look back. Jumin's eyes widened in amazement. He thought to himself, there's still hope. He turned towards the other two and said, Park Song-soo, Heo Geo, I have a favor to ask. Both of them refused Jumin. I don't want to, I won't listen. I don't want to either. He asked them, annoyed, why? Geo spoke up. If you don't apologize for insulting my parents, I won't listen to you. Song-soo agreed with her, me too. Hearing this, Jumin reluctantly gave a cursory apology. I'm sorry, okay. The other two angrily scolded him, you say sorry. And then you ask us, okay. So what? Suddenly, Jumin knelt down, startling the two of them. Song-soo immediately said, Jumin, you don't have to kneel like that. Jumin's eyes widened as he spoke clearly. This might be the last chance. I'm asking you too. Geo, a sucker for handsome faces, immediately replied, asking for a favor so sincerely. With such a handsome face. This is a punishment. Song-soo frowned skeptically. What do you want to ask for? Seoul said in amazement. Wow, you have to go that far. What a divine game. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Jumin opened the classroom door, making Seoul wonder, what's this? Suddenly, he dashed off, surprising Seoul. Where are you suddenly going, Jumin? He thought to himself, good. First, I've escaped Lee. Seoul's sight. Jumin gritted his teeth, frowned, and thought. Based on my observations so far, this is a world inside a game. And it can be seen that the possibility that Lee Seoul is playing the game in the real world is very high. But what if? Just what if? If Lee Seoul exists in the same world as me? The previous images, along with the code string, appeared. Jumin was skeptical. What would happen if she was playing a game where she could control this world as she wished? Lisa has brought me back to the past many times. It's like a summon in a game. At the beginning, the connection between me and Lisa was already off. It's definitely impossible to live in the same time. A timeline appeared in his head. Jumin calculated. If I think about it this way, Lee Seoul is living in the past. Or in the future. He recalled his conversation with Suji. Don't worry. Our school was founded not long ago. So there probably won't be any strange things. And also Seoul's words in the classroom. It's so clean I didn't recognize it. It really feels like everything is brand new. Jumin ruled out one possibility. At least I can predict that the possibility of her being in the past is not high. He suddenly realized something. Lee Seoul is in the future. There's only one way for me to confirm that. At that moment, Song-soo and Geo were stacking desks together. The zombies outside were bewildered, watching their actions. They clung to the glass window, causing it to gradually crack. Seoul screamed in panic, Lee Jumin. The last salvation of humanity. He carried hope and headed towards the science lab once more. Jumin was confused. He thought to himself, doesn't she get tired of monologuing all the time? He looked ahead and thought in surprise. Were they waiting for me? I went out into the hallway to attract Lee Seoul's attention, and after that, I was manipulated into coming here. Looking at the zombies and Hyen's terrifying face made Jumin afraid. Now they've come to prepare for the ending. He angrily called out to her. "You Hyen, what are you to be siding with the zombies? No. Why didn't the zombies bite you from the beginning?" Hearing that, Hyen smiled faintly. Her hand still held the knife up. "I don't know. Isn't it because they understand me?" Her voice was filled with menace as she gave Jumin two choices. "I'm thinking about biting you to death and making you one of us." Jumin helplessly cursed, "Damn it. Everything has its limits." Hyen pointed the knife at him and loudly commanded, "Stop talking nonsense. Attack him." Jumin gritted his teeth and charged. He thought to himself, "If I want to hold on to Lee Sol-A, is there no other way but to face them? They must do a good job." On Song-soo and Jayu's side, they were struggling to deal with the crowd. Sung-soo stood on the table, his body trembling, and spoke up. "I'm so scared." Ji-yu shouted loudly. "Why are you trembling with fear and climbing up there?" "I already said I would go up there," Sung-soo immediately replied. "But I have a fear of heights." She angrily scolded Sung-soo. "Then you get down here and block them." He immediately retorted, "But zombies are even scarier." Ji-yu replied in a loud voice, "God, but I can't even fight them." Just then, a zombie broke through the window and climbed in. Ji-yu panicked and screamed loudly, "Even if it's fake, isn't this too much?" On Jumin's side, he skillfully dodged the horde of zombies, then immediately rushed forward to confront Heen. COA saw them holding hands and immediately chimed in. Two hands unintentionally clasped, sharing their warmth. She rambled on non-stop. In those eyes, one's own reflection is clearly projected, like a mirror. COA added, "Just like that, they realized this was the beginning of love." Hearing her say this, Jumin angrily shouted, "You, shut up." Suddenly, two zombies rushed forward. COA shouted, "At this moment, two zombies have bitten into the shoulders of Jumin, as broad as the Pacific Ocean." Heen's face turned sinister as she spoke, "From now on, you are mine, Lee Jumin." Her expression was gloomy. Her eyes were fixed on Jumin as she commanded him, "Become my loyal dog." COA urgently reminded Jumin, "The science lab is right in front of you. Hurry up and drink the vaccine." Jumin tried to calm himself. He thought to himself, "My consciousness is gradually fading. It's like I'm really turning into a zombie." "Wake up, Lee Jumin. You are clearly aware of the situation right now." Jumin constantly reminded himself, "Be strong, be strong, be strong. This is not my consciousness," just like that time. Recalling what he had been through, Jumin tried even harder to maintain his reason. "Put your own will first." He repeatedly said, "Be strong. Be strong." The game icon appeared. Heen spoke doubtfully, "What is it? What happened?" She questioned Jumin, "Have you turned into a zombie?" Jumin suddenly came to his senses. "I've realized it. From Lee Coa's manipulation, the way for me to escape. Although I can't describe it in words, it seems I've realized it." COA continuously clicked on Jumin. She urged him, "Why isn't he moving? Hurry up and drink the vaccine, Jumin." Jumin thought to himself, "First, I must catch up with Lee Coa's rhythm." Heen followed him, constantly asking, "You've become a zombie, or not yet, Jumin?" Jumin saw the vial of medicine on the table and became curious. "Is that the vaccine?" He couldn't help but be suspicious. Why did it appear so obviously? COA continued her monologue again. Jumin, upon discovering the vaccine, was a little suspicious. Jumin twisted the cap of the vial. "I'm so thirsty, but I'm still skeptical. What is this now?" COA spoke. "If you drink this vaccine, you can save yourself. But that would mean ignoring the friends at school who have turned into zombies." She spoke gloomily. "The vaccine's effect is extremely strong. So the truth is that just one sip can save 100 people. Jumin himself understands that very well." A curious COA spoke up. "In the end, will Jumin sacrifice for humanity, or live selfishly for himself?" This made Jumin, who heard it, momentarily stunned. Jumin drank while thinking, is that my business? COA, watching this scene through the screen, chuckled softly. As expected of Jumin. She asked Jumin, I have something to ask you. Sometimes I have this thought that I wish this world would be annihilated by zombies. Jumin let out a sigh of relief, it seems I'm alive. Then he immediately asked COA in return, so that's why you set up this game. She immediately replied. Compared to this hellish normal life, it seems you are living better in this zombie world. Images of zombies appeared as she continued. When this world is full of zombies, won't everything collapse? The social system, the school hierarchy will no longer have any meaning. We just stay at home. So COA asked another question. If that world were to happen, would it be possible to start life over from the beginning and survive? Jumin immediately replied. It's true that someone is struggling to hope their world will become a reality. Her gaze through the screen replied sincerely. That's why you look like that, Lee COA. But when I search for the answer, I find myself lost in illusion. Jumin shouted loudly, live in reality. Don't make me suffer anymore, I'm begging you. Seeing Jumin's expression through the screen, COA's eyes became thoughtful. She spoke up, sometimes, it seems like you're trying to talk to me. Hearing that, Jumin was startled and thought to himself, did I stare at her too intently to talk? COA couldn't help but exclaim, AI technology is truly amazing. Let's talk a bit. She returned to the previous question. That's why I'm saying, should we turn this place into a world of zombies? Jumin replied dazedly, what? COA looked at the notification on the computer. She continued, I'm curious to know, if it becomes a zombie world, what will the act of helping each other become? It seems the zombie nest needs to escape the school now. So we should just ignore it for once, okay? Hearing COA say that, Jumin tensed up, gritted his teeth, and thought, isn't this just a game? If this place is just a world in a game, then there's no need to worry. But on the other side, Sung Soo was crying in fear, trying to write on the ceiling, while Jumin thought to himself, we still have a future that we need to care about ahead. He held the empty vial in his hand. Jumin helplessly shook the vial. Did I drink too much? He recalled COA's words. The vaccine has a very strong effect. Just one drop can save 100 people. Jumin suddenly realized, no. According to Lee COA's settings, the dosage isn't that important. He became more hurried. But COA seemed to remain calm. The zombies are about to escape. How is there enough time to feed each person? How can they eat it at the same time? Jumin saw the fire sprinkler on the ceiling. He suddenly had an idea. The ceiling is a hiding place. Hyan stood outside the door looking in. Jumin is still speaking human language. When will he become a zombie? At this moment, Jumin stepped out coldly. He opened his mouth, pretending to look like a zombie. Jumin's hands and feet began to pretend to writhe, confusing everyone. Where are you suddenly going? Hyan hurriedly asked, what is it? He hasn't turned into a zombie, has he? Are you sure you guys bit him? He hurriedly ran off. Whether the vaccine works or not doesn't matter. People elsewhere were still trying to fight back amidst the zombies trying to attack. In the end, this zombie situation is also just a game created by Lee COA. Ji-yu screamed, someone save me. With the constantly trembling classmates, the vaccine doesn't matter. I'm so scared. Jumin was determined. The important thing is that I have to satisfy Lee COA. The zombies were surrounding the school hallway. He hastily opened the door. I just need to give Lee COA an ending that is satisfying enough for her. The water tank in the storage room appeared before his eyes. It's the water tank. Jumin climbed the stairs and went to the opening of the water tank. Jumin threw the vial down without hesitation. The vial fell into the water tank just like that. COA was astonished by Jumin's action. What are you doing, Jumin? He walked down while turning the wheel and said, "You want to create a zombie world, don't you?" Jumin's eyes were full of indignation. This is truly nonsense. Even if it becomes a zombie world, with such a weak spirit, you wouldn't be able to survive. Lee Coa. He yelled at her. Don't expect this world to change. If you want to change the world, then change yourself first. Coa was astonished. Could it be? He frantically turned the wheel of the water tank. Water sprayed from the ceiling all over the hallway. The zombies were terrified as the water droplets fell. It opened its mouth to catch the droplets from the ceiling. Their soulless eyes suddenly became normal. Everyone had regained their consciousness. What just happened? Everyone has forgotten all their previous memories. My jaw hurts so much. What's with this jump rope? The sunlight began to appear. But Jumin only now let out a sigh of relief. I'm dead tired. Coa was both dazed and praising him. That was amazing. You stopped the zombie disaster. You saved everyone. Not bad. He was still looking down at Coa's question. What happened, Jumin? You don't care about other people. So why did you save the world? Jumin calmly replied. I just need my future family to be safe, that's enough. He glanced at the interactive screen, truly amazing. Coa became more and more interested. This is why the zombie expansion pack has such a high score. At this rate, I want to buy all the DLC packs. Next time, I'll try buying the demon expansion pack. He cursed silently. This damned world. Bare feet walked on the floor. Coa took off all her outer clothes. Tired, she lay on the bed. The people's is pretty good. She suddenly remembered Jaeon Yu's sudden compliment. This morning, you looked better with your bangs pulled back. Coa played with her bangs and thought, tomorrow is the weekend. She looked at the length of her hair. I haven't had a haircut in a long time, so should I go get one? Morning at school. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. The classmates all widened their eyes in astonishment. Everyone praised Coa's new hairstyle. That's Lee Coa, she looks pretty good with her forehead showing. I think this is the first time I've clearly seen Lee Coa's eyes. Why did she always cover them with her bangs? Her face flushed at the compliments around her. Coa was a bit skeptical. Did they cut too much? But the feeling of everyone's gazes was different than usual. At this moment, Jaeon Yu had also seen her new hairstyle. Coa, you cut your hair. Coa stammered when she saw him. Jaeon Yu, why are you here? Jaeon Yu leaned against a desk and replied, I was passing by, so I just stopped by to say hi. He brought his face close to Coa's. You look much prettier. I couldn't see your eyes before, so you looked kind of stuffy. She became even more embarrassed. That. Coa's voice started to break, unable to form sentences. I looked better with my bangs pulled back, so. Suddenly, both of them fell silent. Then Coa shyly buried her face on the desk. She was anxious about everything that was happening. A classmate came and urged him. Jaeon Yu, what are you doing here? Let's hurry to the field. That friend suddenly asked. What? You know Lee Coa? As Jaeon Yu looked confused, Coa started to worry when that classmate warned Jaeon Yu, don't hang out with her. The whole school is boycotting her. She could hear their entire conversation. Why? You probably don't know, but she's being targeted by the group of delinquents, Kim Minji's group. Jaeon Yu was shocked by those words. If you get involved, you'll have a hard time too, buddy. She's a pretty famous delinquent. He suddenly spoke up, let me borrow an eraser. At this moment, Minji's group was also walking into the classroom. So, she saw Jaeon Yu inside doing something. He used the eraser to wipe away all the dirty doodles on the desk for Coa. Jaeon Yu frantically erased them. His eyes were full of determination. All the mischievous doodles were cleanly erased. Jaeon Yu let out a sigh of relief, it's clean. After that, he quickly left. I'm leaving. My friends are waiting. The two of them happily walked out of the classroom. The classmate expressed his worry. Hey, aren't you meddling too much? Don't tell me you like Lee Coa. It's not like that. Coa was still staring blankly at her clean, shiny desk. She was astonished, mouth agape. Coa looked up at the ceiling. Seeing the shiny ceiling, she was also surprised. It's as clean as the ceiling now. On the ceiling, there was a line of text that was hard to see. Coa squinted, trying to read it. From the last time, I already felt annoyed. What does it say? The sunlight gradually faded. All four of them were fast asleep on the bus. Juman was helpless. Can these guys really do it? Of course, this plan will only succeed on the condition that we're in the same world as Lee Coa. I hope it will be effective. A moment ago, he had explained to the two of them that, while I go out to lure them, please write this line of text on the ceiling. Sung Soo was surprised. Right on the ceiling? And Gu also couldn't understand. Why do we have to do that? Even though Juman was serious. Your entire future depends on this. Both of them were helpless. No way. No matter how seriously you say it, we still don't understand. He said coldly. Even if I explain, you wouldn't understand. Feet standing on the desk, trying to see something. To put it simply, this is. Coa was a bit reserved. Juman was blunt. A declaration of war to teach Lee Coa a lesson. Coa's eyes were panicked. She had clearly seen the text on the ceiling. Lee Coa, I know you are controlling Lee Juman. I am watching you. The next morning, Feet with a suitcase stood in front of the building. Jong Moon had finally appeared. At this moment, he was groggily waking up. Juman opened his eyes. It's too quiet. The alarm clock didn't even ring. He slowly sat up. Today is the weekend. Juman unconsciously looked around. He looked at the calendar on the desk, which had the 18th circled. The number 18 was clear in front of Juman. He couldn't help but look for her. Where is Lee Coa? Yesterday, when he was sitting on the bus with his friends, the screen suddenly and slowly appeared. Coa suddenly yelled, Juman. Gosh, you scared me. She hurriedly told Juman, Juman, terrible news, terrible news. Juman still showed no reaction. What is it? What kind of haircut did she get now? Sung Soo next to him started to complain. Let me sleep in peace. Juman was surprised when she said, I encountered something creepy today. Coa's voice became more and more anxious. Like she was panicked. I told you there was strange writing on the ceiling, right? This sudden sentence astonished Juman. He lowered his head and smiled triumphantly. Back to the present, Juman's face became scary. I finally took down Lee Coa. Coa's state was what satisfied him in the present. Even though I only based it on the assumption that Lee Coa is in the future, who would have thought that the message would actually reach her? Juman expressed his joy. It's all thanks to you, Lee Coa. If you were really in the future, I wondered how I could send a message to you. And I found the answer from your meaningless, harmless words. He had successfully planned it out. Only the ceiling is the cleanest. And Juman thought, the ceiling is spotlessly white without a speck of dust. For me, the ceiling has become the only hiding place in the school. When I look at the ceiling, I often imagine I'm drawing on paper. Juman had thought this plan through very carefully. A place not easily noticeable in the school, a place untouched by human hands, and the place that changes the least. That night, Juman looked up at the ceiling and thought. Moreover, it's a place your eyes often look at. I thought the ceiling would be the message from me that could reach you with the least damage. And he was determined to do it. Even though I had to accept the risk of being discovered, I still needed to send a message directly to you. The text on the ceiling that she read. Lee Coa, I know you are controlling Lee Juman. I am watching you. I have to confirm the change in the future through your reaction. Coa was in a state of panic. I can understand that someone knows I play the peoples, but how do they even know my name? I'm scared, Jumin. Could there be a hidden camera somewhere in my house? Or is someone watching me? Jumin looked at the empty screen and laughed non-stop. I still remember it very clearly. At that time, when I saw your scared face, I felt all my accumulated stress disappear. He was still smiling with a satisfied look. Suddenly, the smile on Jumin's lips faded. Jumin suddenly sighed. Now, the possibility that this world is a simulation has significantly decreased. I still don't understand why Lee Coa is playing a game that controls this world. He started to tidy up his bed. Jumin carefully folded the blanket neatly. No, that's not important anymore. Anyway, I already know that I'm connected to the future where Lee Coa is. He adjusted the pillow to make it perfect. I can manipulate the past to fight against Lee Coa. Although it's still clumsy, I've been able to escape Lee Coa's control. The room was cleaned up neatly. Now, if I can find out what point in time Lee Coa exists, the game will be over. A sudden knock on the door was heard. Jumin couldn't help but be suspicious. What's that sound? What is Lee Coa planning now? He opened the door. Seeing a familiar figure, Jumin was suddenly astonished. Jong Moon glanced coldly at him. Dad. He was so tense he started sweating. At this time, my father is still alive. The scene of that day's accident appeared in his mind. Jumin. He had witnessed the incident at that time. Jumin's face at that time was utterly terrified. I really don't want to see him. Jong Moon with his scary face was what haunted him. To me, he is the person who makes me most uncomfortable. He walked out tensely. Jong Moon suddenly frowned. He, with gloves of a kitchen helper, was smiling warmly at Jumin. My son is awake. Jong Moon tried to kiss his son, but he tried to avoid it. Your dad just got back from a business trip. When did you get back? Dad took an early flight. His affection made Jumin uncomfortable. It's been almost half a year since I've seen you. Won't you give your dad a kiss? Dad is sad. What father would want his grown-up son to kiss him? This dad right here. A shout echoed throughout the building during the meal. Jong Moon constantly asked questions. How is school? It's okay. What about your studies? Jumin replied coldly, you already know. I've never lost the #1 spot at school. Jumin showed his displeasure as he kept asking. Do you have many friends? His voice started to become impatient. Stop it. Jong Moon remained calm despite the harsh words from him. You don't need to pretend like that. It doesn't suit you at all. He smiled. That's right. The kind one was your mother. Jumin lowered his head in contemplation. So you find it very uncomfortable, don't you? He suddenly became agitated. Not just uncomfortable, but extremely uncomfortable. Even if you do that, Mom won't come back. He started to get agitated upon receiving the questions from Jumin. You weren't with Mom when she was struggling. When the house was on fire, where were you? When Mom suffered full body burns and passed away in the hospital, where were you? Even at Mom's funeral, too. Jong Moon's face became scary. I understand you better than anyone. Because I have the exact same personality as you. The more Jumin spoke, the more agitated he became. You're willing to exploit your own family for your own success. He still tried to force a smile. So you don't need to play the role of a kind person anymore. It gives me goosebumps. Jong Moon's face showed weariness. He began to respond. Yes, before your mother passed away, I was that kind of person. I know your personality is like mine too. It might be genetic, but... Jong Moon's words made him lower his head. Anyway, you're still more like your mother than this father of yours. Even now, you're thinking more about your mother than yourself. On the table was a picture of Jumin's mother and him. Your mother was the one who always accepted people like us. That's why neither of us can forget your mother. He immediately stood up. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm leaving. Jong Moon suddenly asked, do you know why I came back today? He replied calmly, because it's Mom's death anniversary, right? Yes. Even though Jumin felt disgusted. It's been a long time since we had a weekend. I also have the day off today. Before we go to the memorial, do you want to stop by that place? The place that both you and your mother liked. He found it ridiculous. I'm not a child anymore. Jong Moon retorted, high school students are not yet adults. Jumin yelled, I don't like crowded weekends. In the end, he was still standing at the amusement park. He helplessly glanced at the screen. The screen was still empty. Has Lee Seo-ae ever been gone this long? The chair was still empty. Not seeing her makes me even more worried. Why did I declare war like that? I don't know how Lee Seo-ae will react. Jumin looked at the children being cherished by their families. He stared intently at them. Memories of Jumin's mother suddenly rushed back. At this moment, someone called from behind. Jumin, let's go. Jong Moon, with 2 cotton candies in his hands. What is it? What's with this serious look, Dad? We're already here. Aren't you going to play any games? He shouted, I'm not playing. You said we'd just stop by before going to the memorial. He replied sadly. I already bought the unlimited ride pass. Go play. The memorial is nearby anyway. Jumin became even angrier. Dad, stop it. Stop doing all those things correctly. Suddenly, a girl walked over. So Yoon and Jin suddenly appeared in front of them. She stared at him blankly. You're the one from the bus last time. Jin also showed his irritation, that guy. Jumin stared at them with his mouth agape. So Yoon. Why is that guy still next to So Yoon? Both Ji Young and Ji Hai were also there. He's so handsome. Jong Moon wondered, do you guys know each other? Jumin suddenly fell silent. So Yoon's group was also standing opposite, looking at them. Jumin bluntly walked up and asked, are you still dating this guy? Jin immediately got agitated. What? Look at you. I wasn't done with you last time. Now we have to finish it. She angrily warned Jin. Ho Jin. I told you that if you're aggressive again, we won't go out together anymore. He grumbled, but So Yoon, he started at first. So Yoon walked over and stood in front of him, her voice full of annoyance. Whether I date him or not, what does it have to do with you? Are you stalking me? Jumin immediately replied, I'm not. He suddenly said, Jumin. He brought his face close to So Yoon, showing his most handsome appearance. My name is Lee Jumin. So Yoon was momentarily swayed by him. Jin noticed the situation and walked over to warn him. Get lost for me, Jumin. Before I register your death at the People's Committee. I'll kill you. So Yoon was still blushing with embarrassment at this time. Why is his face so handsome? Suddenly, Jong Moon spoke up. Jumin, are these your friends? She immediately asked, who are you, sir? He immediately introduced himself, I'm Jumin's father. Jong Moon continued to cherish his son. My son and I are out on a date together. So Yoon felt helpless. Yes, you and your son seem very close. Jin realized, a private date with his dad? He put on a teasing expression. He probably doesn't have any friends to go to the amusement park with. With that personality, how could he have any friends? So Yoon glanced at him, stop it. Hearing that, Ji Yong and Ji Hee immediately ran over. Let me be your friend. A rare guy who goes out alone with his dad. Both of them introduced themselves, I'm Go Ji Yong. What school do you go to? Many people must like you. Your name is Lee Jumin? I'm Lee Ji Hee. We have the same last name. It's fate, Jumin. He showed no interest in their rapid-fire words. Since we met by fate like this, let's exchange phone numbers. Okay? Gosh, are we being too hasty? He recognized both of them, Lee Ji Hee, Go Ji Young. They often came to play at the penthouse. I heard they've been So Yoon's best friends since high school. Jumin couldn't believe her appearance then. Did they look like this back then? So-eun immediately pulled her two friends away. Come on, before it gets crowded. Let's go on another ride. Jin hurriedly ran after them. Let's go together, So-eun. Ji-young and Ji-hee were still mesmerized by him. Jumin, do you want to play? Let's sit together. That uncle is quite handsome too. Jin turned around and gave him the middle finger as a warning. I'll deal with you later. Jongmin was still bewildered. My son is so popular. Jumin replied with disgust, don't talk to me. He was still watching So-eun's retreating back. So-eun, you have good self-control, huh? Jumin's fury grew even more over its name. He turned to look at the still empty screen. When Lee Seoa isn't here, it should be fine, right? Jumin headed towards the amusement park. Let's go too. He looked after him in surprise. You changed your mind? Jongmin swallowed nervously. At that moment, at the amusement park, So-eun's group was happily playing thrilling rides. They rode the roller coaster together. Behind them were Jumin and his father. Next, they went to the carousel, playing cheerfully. The next ride was the Disco Pang Pang. The staff member made an announcement. The Disco Pang Pang ride is about to depart. Everyone, please arrange your own seats. Jumin sat right between So-eun and him. Both of them uncomfortably shouted in his face. This guy, how long are you going to follow us? He calmly replied, it's a coincidence. The two beside them started teasing. If Jumin is following you, that's even better. Be grateful, Han Se-yoon. Since it's like this, So-yoon, let's play together. So-yoon turned and scolded, are you guys crazy? At this moment, Dong-moon was sitting alone in a corner. Dad, that uncle isn't playing this time. He's probably recharging his energy, son. His face was haggard, I'm going to die. Jin looked at him, puzzled, why are you sitting next to me? Jumin replied without hesitation. I'm doing this so you can't sit next to So-eun. He stood up in agitation, this bastard. At that moment, the music started to play. The Disco Pang Pang is departing. The ride began to move. Jin immediately lost his balance. Both of them were looking forward to the fun. Jin fell and sat on top of him. Jumin yelled, hey, get off me. He became even more agitated, get your butt off me. Jin also became flustered, I know. The little girl next to them was a bit curious. Dad, what are those guys doing? The father quickly covered the little girl's eyes, don't look, Ragwan. Jin was still trying to cling to him. What are you doing? Get off. I said get off. He said fearfully, if I let go, I'll fall. The staff member continued the rhythm of the ride. Now it will be faster. If you want to live, hold on tight. All three girls were excited. Jumin saw that she was smiling very happily. His face unknowingly turned red. Han Se-yoon. This isn't the first time I've come here for you. Memories from the past flooded back. He looked up at the scene before him. A small finger touched Jumin's face. So-eun appeared cheerfully, what's wrong? You're not a child. Why do you look so sad? The two of them walked happily together. What's the matter? Going to an amusement park like that is rude to your girlfriend. It's nothing, Jumin confessed. This is the place my mom used to bring me to when I was little. So-yeon silently looked at him. Suddenly, she ran off, pulling his hand along. What are you doing, So-yeon? She smiled while looking at Jumin. Now we can fill this place with our memories. His face suddenly turned red. So that Jumin wouldn't be sad anymore. At that time, the two of them were still struggling with this ride. So-eun couldn't help but be excited. Look, am I good at balancing? Jumin worriedly reminded her, Han So-eun, you'll get hurt. She suddenly slipped. So-eun fell backwards. Her body landed perfectly on Jumin. Their eyes met in embarrassment. Back to reality. The person opposite him was Jin. Both of them started screaming, get off. Do you think I like doing this? The screen for COA was still empty. Suddenly, a hand appeared on the screen. The sound of a mouse click was heard. The employee controlling the ride was being adjusted. He raised his hand to signal, "Let's go harder today." The employee was full of excitement. "Let's play." The rhythm of the ride got faster and faster. Everyone became even more panicked. The little girl next to them couldn't hold on and was flung up high. The little girl's father screamed, "Ragwan!" Jumin gritted his teeth in frustration. It's almost over. His eyes suddenly realized something. Wait, at this moment So-eun can't possibly stand still. Seeing So-eun also let go of her hands made him even more panicked. Oh no, the little girl and her dog turned to the back. She just hugged both of them. The four of them all screamed, "So-eun!" The spinning ride accelerated more and more. Spinning so fast it made them dizzy. "Get out of here. Do you think I like this?" Above, the screen in front lit up as if watching. A frustrated face stared intently at the desktop laptop. It clearly showed the image of the people playing on the spinning ride. Before that, the camera flickered with a flash of light. The girl frowned, carefully observing the computer. At that moment, she suddenly remembered the gossip in class before. Hacking a computer? Haven't you seen the news? It's exactly about installing a camera on a laptop. They say a stalker hacked it to spy on someone's house. Really? That's so creepy. Everyone was amazed and whispered, "Isn't there any way to block it?" If that's the case, besides covering the camera, there's no other way. The girl quietly glanced up at the ceiling. Her face darkened with fear. It can't be. The girl squatted down, looking around for something. Right at this moment, there's not even a single sticky note. Is there nothing to stick on it? Then she turned back to stare at the laptop, thinking to herself, "Someone is watching me." The girl mumbled, "So that means they are observing me." Unexpectedly, she had a thought that made her blush. That means that person is interested in me. The girl's face was no longer fearful as before but showed an unusual interest. Huh. Maybe getting hacked isn't so bad. The laptop displayed the sound of a loud argument. But why is he playing Disco Pang Pang, and who is that guy? Her eyes became thoughtful again. Am I obsessed? A hand slowly moved the mouse. When you see Jumin, you just want to bully him, right? The axis of the spinning ride continued to move without stopping. They sat on it, panicking and screaming. Suddenly, Ron was thrown high into the air, to everyone's horror. So-eun hastily rushed forward. The little girl also turned to look behind her. So-eun just jumped forward and held on tightly to Ragwan. The whole group panicked and shouted, "So-eun!" Immediately, someone else jumped after her. Jumin just gritted his teeth and lunged forward, while Jin was terrified and held on tightly. He stepped on the iron rail and jumped. Then, in a flash, he was able to single-handedly support all three of them. Jong-moon froze, witnessing the scene to the point of dropping the ice cream in his hand. Oh no, he held his breath and looked up. Ha! A little later, at the infirmary. Ron's mother and son bowed deeply before Jumin and the others. Thank you for saving him. Thank you very much. So-eun just smiled gently and replied, "It's nothing." However, Jong-moon and Jin were bandaged and lying helplessly on the hospital beds. Why are only the two of us injured? Yet he just turned back calmly. It's just because I'm good at landing. The two of them furiously sat up. Say something that makes sense. So-eun stammered, "I'm sorry, but uncle," she asked with concern. Are you feeling better now? But Jumin just coldly replied, "It's fine." So-eun frowned and questioned, "Why are you answering?" Hearing him speak, she widened her eyes in amazement. My father is congenitally unable to understand others' emotions. Jumin seriously recounted. Have you heard of antisocial personality disorder? Just think of it like that. Seeing Jong-moon sobbing while being cared for by Ron's mother, he's just pretending to be empathetic. Uncle, just sit still. Gently. He won't understand your feelings. She still didn't understand and wondered. Why would a person like that play at an amusement park? So Yoon recounted, I observed that today he kept vomiting while playing. From what I saw, he can't play because of motion sickness. He looks like a father trying to please his child. After that, So-eun frowned and replied seriously. Thank you for saving me. But don't talk like that anymore. Then she angrily walked away. In my eyes, you're the one who seems antisocial. Jumin could only watch her silently and think to himself. I'm hated again. He watched everyone and told himself. The fact that I don't like my father still hasn't changed. Are you leaving, Soyeon? Let's go together. Jumin also remembered. After becoming the head of the family and doing business, I understood to some extent that my father also had his own way of dealing with his family. At that time, Jumin was still a child and could only listen to the phone in silence. Dad is busy with work, so he can't come. He didn't answer the call. Dad has sent the uncles. You understand, right? Jumin bit his lip tightly in anger. I can't forgive him or Lee Seo-ae, he spoke coldly. If you're done, Dad, let's go outside. Jongmin just looked calmly towards Jumin. Next was the giant Ferris wheel. Both So-eun and Jin looked annoyed and unhappy. Jumin could only sit helplessly between Ji-young and Ji-hee. Finally, he spoke up. Are you two still dating? Jin scowled and snapped back, this bastard is still. Ji-yeon asked in surprise, is something wrong with you two lately? Ji-young also added, that's right. We came here today to make up. Hearing that, So-eun shouted. Why did you have to say that? She turned towards Jumin and questioned him. Who are you to keep interfering in other people's lives? Last time on the bus, we had never met, but you said you were my future husband. The two sitting next to them also chimed in with interest. That's a unique way to confess. With a face like that, anything is possible. So-eun's face was serious. This time, you risked your life to save me. Jin bit his lip uncomfortably, thinking to himself. I should have been the one to save her. No, unexpectedly, he just sat there calmly listening. Who are you, really? Finally, he just quietly replied. I am a rational person, which made them even more furious. Where's the rationality? Her face started to blush as she heard Jumin's words. But when I see you, that's no longer easy. Jin flared up and growled. That's enough. I get that So-eun is beautiful and you fell for her at first sight. But this is a bit too much. What do you even know about So-eun? But he paid no attention to his words at all, only turning to So-eun. Han So-eun, you like children, don't you? Jumin recounted memories of their future. Your favorite food is soybean paste stew with beef. Your dream is to become a kindergarten teacher. That's why your goal is to get into the early childhood education department. Right? Jin became even angrier. What kind of nonsense is this guy talking about? She surprisingly replied. Even my parents don't know that I'm aiming for the early childhood education department. So-eun felt extremely confused. She probed, how do you know? The space became quiet. Unexpectedly, he made a sparkling face and answered. I already told you. I am your future husband. So-eun started to feel swayed as she looked at Jumin. Right at this moment, as everyone sat on the Ferris wheel, Sel-a's screen appeared again. She stared with wide eyes. Why not something else? Lee Seo-ae, I know you are controlling Lee Jumin. I am watching you. Why would it write about me controlling Jumin? Seo-ae frowned in confusion. Of course, besides playing the peoples, I haven't done anything else. She squinted in Jumin's direction. Why isn't it playing the peoples? Why does it say controlling Jumin? A chat log appeared on the computer. Could it have something to do with Jumin? The girl remembered more and more. Thinking about it, Jumin has been acting strangely lately. Sometimes I even get the feeling that he's staring at me. Even so, Seo-ae told herself, it's impossible. It can't be. No matter how smart someone is, they can't know. She looked over at So-eun. So who is that girl who's always involved with Jumin? She looks so familiar. Suddenly, Sel-A realized. Ah, I remember now. Aren't those the people who were arguing on the bus last time? But when she moved the mouse cursor to So-eun's image, she was bewildered. Huh? Why isn't the character information displaying? This is the first time. COA frowned in thought, her lips pursed tightly. She thought to herself, let's test Jumin's reaction. Instantly, a symbol appeared above So-eun's head, and her eyes became lifeless. Jumin had also noticed COA and flared up, Lee COA. When did she show up? He gritted his teeth, thinking worriedly, this is bad. I shouldn't have met So-eun before dealing with Lee Sel-A. Unexpectedly, at this moment, So-eun started muttering strangely. I want to die. Both Jin and he were shocked and confused. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? So-eun. COA continued to click the mouse to open the door latch. A strong wind blew in, making it impossible for anyone to sit still. So-eun just stood up and let herself fall. The group looked at her in absolute terror. Jumin and Jin didn't hesitate and just lunged forward. Don't! Jin and Jumin at the same time leaned out with all their might to try and grab her. No! Luckily, they both managed to grab So-eun's two arms in time. Jin and Jumin gritted their teeth in fear. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, both of them started falling as well. We're falling. Instantly, Ji-young and Ji-hee managed to hold on to the other two. Just like that, the three of them were dangling high up. Below, everyone was terrified as well. Everyone, look! Oh my God! Ji-hyung and Ji-hye gritted their teeth, still using all their strength to pull the other three up. Pull! So-eun's face was still dazed, unaware of what was happening. Just a second later, as if regaining her senses, she looked bewildered. Ah! So-eun screamed in terror. Suddenly, I want to live now. Save me. What are you doing, Han So-eun? Jin struggled to reassure her. Hold on tight. I'll pull you up. Jumin worriedly speculated. Lee COA is controlling her. Let go. His arm trembled. He still tried to hold on to So-eun's hand tightly. It was like fighting against another self. She was terrified and kept screaming. But Jin's face turned pale as he looked towards Jumin. Hey, you! Snap out of it. If you let go, you'll die, he gritted out in response. That's not going to happen. Pull. Jumin controlled his will, reached his other arm out for So-eun. Now I can resist Lee COA's control because my will is stronger. At the same time, at COA's place, her mother called from outside, Lee COA. Come down for dinner. She was startled and replied. Just a moment, I'm in the middle of something important. COA looked astonished. He's not listening to me again. She angrily slammed the mouse on the desk. If that's the case. COA deliberately removed the bolt on the Ferris wheel, causing it to shake violently and sending the group into a panic. Just like that, the giant Ferris wheel went into freefall at a terrifying speed. So-eun squeezed her eyes shut, suspended in the air. Hold on tight, So-eun. Her hand gradually slipped from Jumin's. Damn it! At this point, he could only turn towards Sel-A and shout. There's no other way. Jumin called out loudly, Lee Sel-A. He pleaded with her in panic. I lose. Please stop this joke. Sel-A, however, stared in surprise. She couldn't believe it. Is he looking at me right now? COA suddenly spoke up. Lee Jumin, are you looking straight into my eyes? Jumin quickly replied, yes, I'm talking to you. Stop it. What are you talking about? But the Ferris wheel shook even more violently. I know you're crazy, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Just like that, the whole group fell from the structure. So-eun's hand also slipped from his. She looked up, dazed. Jin screamed in fear. So-eun! Unexpectedly, Jumin also jumped out after her as she fell. He hugged So-yoon tightly. Jongmin below saw the two of them falling and ran like the wind. The other three were petrified. The people below screamed, unable to watch. Jumin and Soyeon were only a few meters from the ground. Just then, COA clicked the mouse. Instantly, he closed his eyes in fear, not daring to look. But then he felt something strange and slowly opened his eyes. The two of them were hovering in midair, right above Jong-moon. He was standing right there and gently caught both of them. Everyone who witnessed it held their breath and watched in silence. Jong-moon, now regaining his composure, spoke up. "Huh?" A second later, a loud cheer erupted. "Oh my God, he caught them. It's a miracle. Well done, Uncle." Jin's group had also gotten down and rushed over to So-eun, and while she was still bewildered, everyone else was angry, questioning, Han So-eun. "Are you crazy? Why did you want to die? We'll listen and treat you better. Don't die, So-eun. We can't live without you. You see, son? Dad's pretty cool, right?" Jumin, however, frowned, his eyes glaring. It turned out Cell A was questioning him through the screen. "I suspected it, but I didn't think it was true. You understand what I'm saying, don't you?" He pursed his lips and thought. It seems like Lee Cell A thinks I'm just aware that I'm a game character. So how much should I reveal? If I tell her, how will she react? His mother scowled and shouted loudly, unaware that a hand was reaching from behind. "Don't just stand there looking, say something." "Lee Jumin." The hand slapped Cell A hard on the head. Her mother scolded her angrily. "I told you to come down for dinner. Look at the state of your room." "Mom. Now's not the time. Something terrible is happening." COA tried her best to explain it to her mom. "A game character in here is aware of me." "What the hell are you talking about? Do you want a beating?" "Wait, Mom, look at this first." However, the laptop screen showed nothing unusual. Jumin had changed the subject, rattling off a long speech to them. "For now, let's pretend not to know and just say some nonsense. Stir-fried pork with radish recipe. 1. Julienne the green onions and slice the green peppers diagonally and thickly. 1-2. Slice the garlic into thick pieces. Cut the pork belly into bite-sized pieces. 3. Put the pork belly in a pan. Sprinkle salt and pepper and pan fry over medium heat. Why are you suddenly giving us a recipe for delicious stir-fried pork?" In the end, her mother didn't wait and pulled Cell A's ear hard. "This isn't the time for eating. We need to go to the hospital first." "Mom. Wait. I'm telling the truth. It's true." He glanced and saw she had been dragged away. "The immediate danger is over for now, I guess. For now, I should just avoid So-eun." Jin stood next to Jumin and called out, "Hey, you." He looked down and stammered. "I don't want to, but I have to admit it. I didn't dare to jump down for So-eun. I lose." "Lose what?" Jumin interrupted. "I understand your feelings for Soyeon." He expressed himself without hesitation. "It's just that I love her more than you do. You just keep pissing me off, you bastard." As he spoke, Jumin waved goodbye to him. "We won't be seeing each other for a while." Just like that, he turned and left. "Until then, please take care of So-eun. Don't progress too quickly. Don't kiss her. No, don't hold her hand. Also, don't look into her eyes. I'm leaving." "Yes." Jumin didn't forget to call Dong-moon to follow. "Let's go, Dad. Let's go see Mom." Meanwhile, Cell A was being scolded fiercely by her mom. "Now turn off the computer, take a shower, and go to sleep. If I see you playing games again, I'll smash that computer. Got it?" "Yes, I know." She sat down at her desk resentfully. "Damn it. Mom just thinks I'm crazy. I've been brainwashed." COA's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the computer. Unexpectedly, Jumin and Jong-moon went to the funeral home together. The father and son stood in silent contemplation, looking at the urn of their beloved mother for a long time. He finally spoke. "That girl, she looks a lot like your mother." "Don't mention Mom. We shouldn't mention her right in front of her, right?" Jung Moon was extremely surprised to hear him say that. "Thank you for saving me, Dad." Jumin's face showed clear sadness. Outside, Sel-A clicked the mouse pointer and thought to herself. "Am I addicted to games like Mom said?" "That's right," she mumbled to herself. "It must just be a coincidence. It's just a game character. There's no such thing as a self-aware ego." But then when she looked back at the laptop screen, it can't be. COA clenched her trembling hands. It's impossible. The giant Ferris wheel at the amusement park was now. So-eun and the others were just now remembering what had happened earlier. Why did I act like that? Why did I want to die? What are you talking about, So-eun? I fell from such a height. How am I still alive? That uncle saved you, she said, panicking and agitated. No, but why is everyone treating this situation as if it's normal? So-eun's eyes widened with a look of confusion. So-eun, what's wrong with you? At that very moment, she could see a blue symbol. So-eun's expression changed to surprise and astonishment. She stared blankly at the symbol right above Jumin's head. What is that? So-eun kept asking herself. Suddenly, this world looked so strange. At the high school, a group of female students gathered, laughing with amusement. What more can you ask for with this? One of them held a pen, scribbling and laughing loudly. My stomach hurts from laughing. Why are you so good at drawing? Just then, Sel-A opened the door and appeared. She jumped, looking towards the other female students. What are they doing at my spot again? COA's eyes widened in fear. COA slowly approached to check. Don't tell me they've been drawing graffiti again. Last time, Jaeon-yu had a hard time cleaning it for me. Unexpectedly, they had drawn a cruel mockery of her. It's a masterpiece. The stupid girl who gets bullied too much. So many pimples. So ugly. When they saw Sel-A standing next to them, one of them was still laughing nonchalantly. When did you get here, Sel-A? They even deliberately provoked her. Your desk was too clean, so I decorated it to make it look nicer. Thank me. It looks exactly like you, huh? So ugly. After saying that, they just left, deliberately mocking her. You won't be able to clean it this time. It's probably going to be tough. Sel-A trembled, biting her lip tightly. After a while, she calmed down again. Sel-A looked at her desk, telling herself, am I really that ugly? She lifted her bangs again and gently touched her forehead. Cutting my bangs was useless. Sel-A stood like that for a long time. At People's High School, a red carpet was rolled out. A student ran along and rolled it out, confusing the other students. What is this? A red carpet? Yet on the red carpet was a female student being carried by two other male students. Her hair was flowing and graceful. Her lips were plump and rosy. She walked forward casually. My name is Kang Yujin. To describe myself, you could say I am the most stunning beauty, the youngest to be chosen as Miss Asia. Another nickname people often call me is the Princess of Korea. Every male student had to stare after her in a daze. So beautiful. Not just anyone can have a national-level nickname like this. Everyone kept following Yujin from behind. That is a title that can only be obtained by possessing a perfect, timeless appearance. But unexpectedly, Heen arrived, confused and not understanding. She stepped on the carpet without knowing how to say it otherwise. Seeing that, Eugene furiously shouted loudly, you lowly coward. How dare you set foot on the path I am about to walk? Get out of the way. Heen's face turned pale with fear, then ignoring her still dazed state, Eugene just left like that. Today is a very special day. The day she was carried into the classroom. It is the day Princess Kang Eugene chooses her partner. Jumin was focused and unaware of anything. The only man worthy of me in this world is Prince Lee Juman. Eugene reached her arm out towards him. Only you can turn me from a princess into a queen. She shamelessly proposed, please go on a date with me. His eyes widened, showing extreme surprise. But Juman still raised his hand to support her. He even knelt and spoke gently, yes, my queen. The crowd around them screamed non-stop. A man of steel like Juman has accepted. I can't believe it, a match made in heaven has been born. This is a historic moment. It has to be someone of Kang Eugene's level for Juman to accept. This is so amazing. Eugene's face blushed with shyness. Juman also looked at her with sparkling eyes. However, unlike his outward appearance, that lovesick look was one of extreme indignation. Outside, COA was still intently watching the development between the two. That's right. Accepting Eugene's confession was not Juman's will. She propped her chin on her hand in boredom and said, truly a talented man and a beautiful woman. As expected, people often pair up with those on their level. Meanwhile, he tried to grit his teeth and endure it. Although Juman could resist the control, COA had become too suspicious lately, so he had to accept this joke. Juman thought to himself when he heard Eugene say, or how about we parade in the hallway to celebrate? The two held hands and walked outside to the unceasing applause of everyone. He frowned in frustration. Right, I remember now, I'm so tense. At that time, Kang Eugene had confessed to him. Remembering the scene of Eugene collapsing towards Juman. At that time, I rejected her outright. How dare he reject Eugene? Juman is on another level. He repeatedly told himself, if things continue to deviate like this, it will become a bigger issue later. I must quickly find out what point in time COA is in. When the past changes, the future will also change. This is the only means I have to fight back against COA that has been proven by the writing on the ceiling. Now I just need to find out what space-time COA is in. At COA's house, if I set a trap like a bomb, for instance, and detonate it at the right time, then I will win this game. But something is not right. Lisa definitely talked about the pristine white ceiling, a speck of dust. Lisa, I know you are controlling Lee Juman. I am watching you. If the message I left can extend to the future, then COA must have known about that message already. But she spoke as if someone had just recently scribbled something strange on the ceiling. The past and future are connected by what principle? If destiny is not predetermined, will the future change immediately due to my control? Juman gently rubbed his chin. If that's the case. His eyes lit up as he realized something. Just like how only I can realize COA's control, is it possible that only COA can realize the future I change? Juman looked up at the screen, hearing her mumble. He's really handsome. How? She expressed with disgust. You handsome guys. How can you understand how pathetic the lives of ugly people are? He stood there helplessly. If you're handsome, you naturally have confidence. You'll have many fans. Other people won't look down on you. Even without trying much, you can get many things. This doesn't seem right. She screamed frantically, life is so unfair, isn't it, Juman? Juman immediately guessed, seeing her so pessimistic like this, something must have happened at school. She looked up at the ceiling dejectedly. But how can you possibly empathize, Juman? You have everything. COA was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned back to Juman. Ah, I have a great idea. I'm such a genius, but you're too cold. As she spoke, COA continuously clicked the mouse. Instantly, like this, you can also empathize with my feelings. Juman's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, he fell into a pitch-black space. What is this? Where did everyone go? I can't see anything. Juman raised his two hands and observed them. I can see my body clearly like this, so I'm not mistaken. Has space been distorted? Why is this happening? At this point, nothing was surprising anymore. Space being distorted at will. He clenched his fists. No, the more I think about it, the less I can understand. If this isn't a game, how can things like this happen? Just then, a blinding light shone directly at him. Juman squinted, trying to see it. "What is that?" he shouted in alarm. After a while, Juman slowly opened his eyes to see. He was made to stand still on a platform. It turned out that COA was reselecting his appearance. She was choosing a different interface for Juman. His face could only be dazed as he endured it. Juman was having his interface reselected by COA without being able to do anything. His hand trembled as he struggled to move. "What is this? I can't move." Meanwhile, she continued to click the mouse non-stop. COA selected a bizarre, spiky hairstyle on the screen. Immediately, Juman's interface changed accordingly. She couldn't help but burst out laughing in amusement. "This is hilarious." He, on the other hand, was furious and roared, "What are you doing?" Not stopping there, she continued to search. "Is there any other fun stuff?" Suddenly, a gleaming eye appeared. Juman helplessly endured it. Eagle landing. "Don't tell me, now that thing." Next was a bald head. Nuclear warhead. Just like customizing in a game. Giant mushroom. COA glanced around, searching again. She quickly clicked the mouse. This is it, the double bun hairstyle. After that, COA stretched her arms and relaxed. "Well then, shall we begin now?" Seeing this, he jumped. "It's not over yet." Immediately, a scary cutting machine emerged. He screamed in fear, "What is that?" "What are you doing?" "Stop it." The blade moved closer and closer to Juman. "No. I can't take it anymore." Juman panicked. "No. What's that sound?" Juman peeked his eyes open to see. To his surprise, he saw the faces of the other students. "Am I back? But why does everyone look so serious? Why are they looking at me with such unpleasant eyes?" To his surprise, his appearance had completely changed. Looking at the screen with COA's excitedly smiling appearance, the best creation ever. "What?" Juman was shocked when he looked in the mirror. He fearfully took his hand to touch his face. "Is this me?" She, on the other hand, was very satisfied. "Now you can empathize." Then COA said in a cold voice, "Try to feel what an ugly life is like." "Let's see, Juman." Juman could only stare at her with wide eyes. However, he just smirked mysteriously. Juman burst out laughing excitedly. He smirked smugly, "Right, so that's why you did it. What a pity. Lee COA, I have no intention of empathizing with you." Unexpectedly, Juman still confidently declared, "You're just using your appearance as an excuse to justify being ostracized. I won't be defeated by becoming ugly. Because with my abilities, I can still climb to the top on my own." Then he turned his head towards Yujin. "You're still young, so you don't understand that appearance is just a flower that blooms and quickly withers. Let me show you that even if you're ugly, you can still make others admire you." Then she glared threateningly. "Don't look at me, you lowly creature." "Lower your gaze." Juman asked in confusion, "Didn't we just declare we were dating?" Yujin replied bluntly, "We just got divorced a second ago." She even showed a look of self-blame. "They say when you get married, your husband changes into a different person, it's true. I should have listened to my mother. That's probably not what she meant." He shook his head to reassure himself. "No, stay strong. This is actually better. This way, the matter of dating Kong Yujin is considered to have never happened." Juman stood alone, lonely. In that case, there's only one way. Lee Seo, and more important than appearance is the aura one exudes. Depending on the soul, the energy radiated by each person is different. But just a second later, he regained his composure. Especially, the way one walks is the most basic and effective element to exude a latent aura. The most important thing is confidence. Juman stomped his foot firmly on the ground. "Look at this." He walked on with an awkward posture, leaving everyone stunned. The proud walk of a model. Everyone looked at Jumin with uncomfortable expressions. He walked calmly down the middle of the hallway. He didn't pay any attention to the people staring at him from the side. A boy next to him became increasingly annoyed. He didn't hesitate to slap Jumin hard on the back of the head. He rubbed it lightly and looked back. Yet, the boy was still very calm, ignoring Jumin. Not only that, but someone also kicked his whole body forward. Jumin was sent flying a long distance down the hallway, up to the front of the screen. COA gloated. "How do you like it, Jumin?" She glared back in response. This is life at the bottom of society. He now had tears welling up in his eyes. This is the first time I've felt this sensation. However, the other students started to use violence to intimidate him. This thing is disgustingly ugly. Let's clean it up. Do it. Jumin started to get worried. This is worse than I thought. At least treat me like a human being. Just then, he bumped into Yujin. She snapped and cursed, "Get out of the way, you lowly insect." Inside, Jumin's veins bulged with anger. "Kong Yujin, I will add you to my revenge list." The servant next to her also spoke up. "So pitiful. Shouldn't we just stomp it flat?" He jerked his head up. He saw a foot raised in front of him. "Ha! Oh, crap." Her piercing voice commanded, "Exterminate it." Right at this moment, from behind, Songsu ran over with a bucket of water. "You too, Park Songsu?" He just threw it straight into Yujin's face. Jumin, on the other hand, thought with satisfaction that dodge was pretty cool, wasn't it? He looked up at everyone. Everyone was horrified. Jumin also turned his head to look back. It turned out that Yujin's makeup had been completely smudged and washed away by the water. The person next to her hurriedly asked, "Princess, are you okay? Your face is melting." She fearfully covered her face with her hands. "Let's get out of here. Hurry up." Meanwhile, Songsu was beaten up by a group of boys. "How dare you throw acid at the princess?" "No, it's just water. It's a viper." Beat him up. On the rooftop now, next to him was Eugene's makeup box. Not only that, she also reminded them, "Absolutely do not open your eyes. Seeing my bare face will turn you to stone like Medusa." "Yes, princess." COA was completely disappointed as she witnessed this. How could her face be like this? Unbelievable. Holding a mirror in her hand, Eugene was annoyed. "My makeup was so beautiful today." Unexpectedly, Jumin was behind her and had taken a picture of the whole thing. Checkmate. COA looked at the game screen and wondered. Life goal. Become a cosmic level beauty. Her goal is to become a beauty? This girl. She was extremely scornful of Suji's appearance. Where does she get this confidence? COA found it very funny while monitoring Suji anxiously looking at her own face in the mirror. Jumin stood on the roof, observing Suji's actions. This is too suspicious, so I followed her. I didn't expect it to be this bad. At this moment, she shouted loudly as if trying to find the stalker, then saw Jumin in a very humorous form. "How long have you been there? You too, can't you watch properly? You told us not to open our eyes." Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but find it very funny. This is completely different from the original. Is this due to a transformation? Suji pointed directly at Jumin's face and shouted, "You look so annoying." She ordered her two underlings, "Now that you've seen my face, don't expect to survive. Kill him." "Yes, princess." The two underlings moved around like puppets, making her furious. Jumin was confused. "Where are you going? We have our eyes closed, so we can't see." "Then open your eyes." The princess said opening our eyes would turn us to stone. He stood above, calm and collected. "I didn't come here to fight." "Not to fight?" Suji's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Too predictable. She looked at Jumin defiantly. "Now that you've got my weakness, you're happy, aren't you?" "Hey!" Suji clenched her fists and shared her feelings. "You don't know. How could you understand how I've struggled to survive in this look-centric society? During some performance, the stage lights shone on her, a solitary figure. Inside a rather shabby-looking room, she was muttering, in a poor family, overcoming insecurities is not an easy thing. The poster on the wall was the ideal image that Suji wanted to become. Having to live with this appearance for the rest of my life is no different from living in hell. The more she looked, the more she yearned to become as beautiful as that. Then gradually, Suji learned how to do makeup. I can only make use of what I have. She gradually learned how to beautify herself, her makeup skills improved. And after relentless efforts, Suji used her own makeup techniques to transform into her most beautiful appearance. I was able to create my current face. Next, she felt extremely excited by the beauty she had created herself. Then I realized the truth no longer mattered. People prefer illusions. Finally, Suji was also honest, accepting her bare face. Yes, I know my bare face looks like this. So what are you going to do? Are you going to spread rumors to everyone? She screamed loudly, full of hatred, along with a taunt. Go ahead and try. I won't die alone. If this face is exposed, my ghost will curse you, you know? Calm down. After hearing Suji's confession, Juman praised her instead. On the contrary, I respect you. What? He quickly jumped down and said what he thought. You overcame your insecurities and reached the top. I think you're truly amazing. He faced her and praised her without hiding anything. Not everyone can do makeup techniques like that. Although she knew it was flattery, Suji was very happy. Flattering me like that, you must want to ask for a favor. You're sharp. Then Juman changed the subject in front of a calm COA, over on the other side of the screen. Do you know the story of the Frog Prince? You mean the fairy tale? Yes, the story of the prince who was turned into a frog by a witch. He expressed with regret, to her confusion. Right now, I'm just like that frog prince, cursed by a mad person. What are those two talking about? Don't tell me they're flirting. Suji ignored Juman, who was talking non-stop, and prepared her own makeup. Frog prince? Curse? What are you talking about? I'm busy, so make it easy to understand. It's just as I said. My current form is not me. He was determined, under COA's observation. I want to show the witch who turned me into this that I am not defeated at all. Ignoring what Juman was saying, Selgi just focused on her own makeup. Even if I'm turned into a frog, I'm still a prince. He clenched his fist, showing his determination. Even in this situation, I can still stand at the top. Then the last sentence that reached Selgi's ears made her completely speechless. Therefore, use your magic to turn me into a prince. It's not clear what she was thinking to come up with that. Don't tell me I have to kiss your disgusting face to break the curse. Also, NDT0 when both were more comfortable, Juman retorted, making Selgi annoyed. Luckily, this curse isn't like that. Then what is it? Stop beating around the bush, I'm getting annoyed. Now, the purpose he wanted was finally revealed. Use your makeup skills to make me more beautiful. What? Soji mercilessly threw cold water on Juman. Get lost. Do you think makeup is real magic? She emphasized that while applying makeup on half of her face. The original has to be handsome. The original has to be good for the makeup to be effective. Juman was now pensively looking at the scene before him. I'm thinking, the magic is happening right before my eyes. Chelsea quickly left, leaving him there. Anyway, I have to fix my makeup, so I'm leaving first. Juman gave Chelsea an ultimatum. You'd better listen to me while I'm still talking nicely. What? Who are you to dare? He held up the phone that had captured her bare face. He warned, if this gets out, it would be a bit troublesome. Gamma Y. Gamma Y? Close your eyes and watch properly, you hear? Seeing this, she was furious and cursed, you're truly a lowly person. I have no choice. This is a matter of life and death for me. Jumin looked at her with a sinister gaze and joked, if your face is revealed, it probably won't be a big deal, right? You'll become a ghost and curse me? Suji was now filled with hatred for him. COA, watching the story through the screen, was wondering, what's going on with those two? Then Suji also agreed to help Jumin. She heavily emphasized the difficulty of makeup to him. It's not a joke. Why are you so ugly? Don't be ridiculous. The two of them made COA, who was watching intently, feel confused. Why are they arguing and then doing makeup? Alright, it's done. So fast. When he took out his phone to see the result of Suji's makeup help. When he saw his own humorous face, he became angry and threatened Suji as if she were a fraud. Do you want to die? Are you kidding me? I already told you. The original has to be beautiful for the makeup to be effective. Don't lie. How come you can do it but I can't? Where are we alike? She retorted. Even though my bare face is a bit small and has no eyebrows, it's still very beautiful. I can still make it more beautiful with makeup. Looking towards Jumin, with his abnormally enlarged face, she explained. On the contrary, you are fat and everything is big, so even with contact lenses or thick makeup, it can't be covered. COA stared at Jumin's face through the screen. She burst out laughing uncontrollably, which also made Suji on this side laugh along. What are you laughing at? You're done and you're still laughing. She held her forehead and lamented, I must be blind. Why did I agree to date you? I must be crazy. Suddenly, her eyes flashed as if she thought of something. Jumin called Suji and asked, Hey, how much do you remember? What? About what happened today? I remember everything. I will remember this as the worst day of my life. In his subconscious at this moment, he was very seriously discussing. It seems everyone's memories are being manipulated. They think they were originally ugly. In his own void, Jumin was thinking, refuting what he saw and perceived. But the fact that Kang Yujin confessed to me remains unchanged. Looking at how Kang Yujin hates her own ugly feeling, it's completely illogical. He hypothesized that the strange phenomenon was created by Lee Coa. People don't realize it and just think it's natural. Jumin himself concluded that there is no logic to it. What would happen if I delve deeper into this paradox? His eyes became firm and sharp. He called out Suji's name while she was busy with her makeup. Kang Yujin. This morning, why did you confess to me? Why are you asking? It's already humiliating enough. To make her realize the difference, he said, Isn't something strange? Jumin brought his face close to Suji, who was doing her makeup, and declared, You hate me extremely. So why did you confess? You don't know the reason? Prepare to be surprised. Then he suggested what she should do. Think carefully about why you did it. Seeing Jumin's humorous face, she observed intently and thought. Gradually, a faint, handsome figure appeared. Suddenly, a headache struck Suji. Suddenly my head hurts so much. Are you okay, princess? Could it be that her memory is resurfacing? She made an excuse to back out. It's probably because I've been looking at your face for too long. I see. The more she looked at Jumin, the more Suji seemed to realize something. But I suddenly remembered something. She fumbled for something and asked thoughtfully, Can you turn into a handsome person? Really? How? It comes with a price, Jumin. He looked at Suji holding a roll of tape, confused. But you have to be mentally prepared too. At this moment, she looked extremely scary with the roll of tape in her hand as she made a request. Can you hold your breath for a long time? COA still didn't understand what the two were trying to do. Seeing Suji's accompanying information panel made her very curious. Nothing is impossible in appearance customization. After much effort, I have realized the ultimate makeup technique. Eugene's makeup technique can recreate anyone into their desired appearance. What is this? The next morning at school, everyone's gazes were a bit shy. There was also a crowd gossiping. Someone even whispered to another when they saw Jumin's new appearance. Who is he? So cute. The name tag says Lee Juman. Could that be Lee Juman? Cute and handsome too. This made him extremely confident and happy. Outwardly, Juman was very calm, but who would know that inside he was crying his heart out. Damn it. I can't breathe. Suji wrapped tape all over his body. You will pull all the back fat to the back. Use a bag to hide the back fat. Juman's enduring face was very funny. Breathe deeply and strain so your belly fat doesn't show. If you relax, it will burst right out. She tried to use all her strength to pull and compress the fat on his body. Juman lamented. Now without thick insoles, I can't be taller. You have to go for the cute handsome guy image. Got it? Juman thought to himself under COA's observation. Are you watching, Lee COA? This is the difference between you and me. He wanted to show her that the problem is not about being beautiful or ugly. What's important is how to overcome it. I can totally exude confident energy. Juman was harboring hope for COA. Therefore, don't just complain about an unfair world because you're ugly. Wake up. He was trying to get better every day. I am struggling to survive this injustice because of you. COA frowned, her lips pursed unhappily. After school finished, the sunset shone down on the school. The image of her trying to scrub clean the caricature of herself. COA looked helplessly at the drawing on the desk. My own face is so hard to erase. I should have brought acid from home. Too many pimples, horribly ugly, wrinkled neck, bullied, stupid fool. Her eyes were sorrowful and gradually, she gave up in helplessness. Or maybe I should just leave it. Kim Minji and her friends will just write all over it again anyway. In her subconscious, she saw Juman in his new appearance and wondered. Why am I erasing this? What am I being provoked by? COA was extremely uncomfortable seeing that. While she was thinking about it, Jaeon Yu happened to see her. If I just gave up as usual, it would have been much better. He called out to the dazed COA, COA, why aren't you going home? What are you doing here? When facing him, COA felt a bit shy. Jaeon Yu, why are you here? I just saw you. Jaeon Yu then noticed the desk. She hastily covered it. No, not this. I'm sorry, Jaeon Yu, last time, you helped erase it. The more she spoke, the more Jaeon Won also looked on thoughtfully. I was going to erase it before you saw it, but this time they used a permanent marker, so it's hard to erase. Then he offered to help, to COA's confusion. Do you have a pen? A pen? What kind? Any kind will do. Jaeon Yu used COA's pen and started writing. His face was contemplative, extremely focused on finishing the work, which made COA, who was secretly glancing beside her, feel a bit nervous. When Jaeon Yu turned his face away, her face flushed as she looked at her own desk. It's done. He looked at his own work with a bit of regret, although there were now many more notes. Too many horrible ugly pimples, wrinkled neck, getting bullied, idiot. If it can't be erased, just decorate it to make it beautiful. COA couldn't help but exclaim, Jaeon Yu. Why, don't you like it? No, it's because you drew it so beautifully. I just thought of it naturally. Seeing the decorated desk, it became less scary. She wished, I wish I could be that beautiful too. Jaeon Won looked at COA and confirmed, this is you. This made her unable to believe her eyes. I just imagined what you would look like with makeup and drew it. No way. He asked COA, so, want to check? Check it out. Jaeon Won made a suggestion, let's go on a date. Us. Inside some popular cosmetic store, the three bully girls who bully COA were extremely annoyed while serving a customer. Calculating the bill, the girl quoted the price to the customer, making the other person surprised and ask again, 11,000 won? It says 10,000 won here, but it's 11,000 won. Yes. In contrast to the cheerfulness of the three bullies, the customer left feeling wronged. We made a profit of 1,000 won. You're good at business, aren't you? Suddenly, One of the girls in the group asked Minji, "Minji, your family is rich, so why are you working part-time?" "My dad said I have to. He said I need to experience society. If I don't work part-time, he won't give me an allowance." Hearing this, the old man in the store also looked at her with suspicious eyes. "Minji, have you been following the instructions correctly?" The three of them were extremely meek. "Yes, sir," in front of the man. "Yes, manager, I just finished ringing up a customer. Since your father asked me, you need to do an even better job, Minji." He quickly left, only leaving behind the words, "Now you know how to do everything. While I'm cleaning the warehouse, can you handle the counter?" "Of course, sir. Just leave it to us." Minji grumbled in frustration to her friends. At the same time, a customer came into the store. "I have to endure this for at least a month. When I quit, I should snatch an expensive item, right?" "I'll take two." Minji looked at the door, annoyed and upset. "There's another customer." Her eyes widened as if she saw something indescribable. In front of her was the sight of a couple, one shy, the other cheerfully talking and laughing as they walked together. Hearing that, the other girl also looked at the door, confused. "What's this? Why are they together?" Another girl asked her blankly, "Kim Minji, why are you hiding? Why aren't you guys hiding?" Then the other girl immediately retorted, "Why do we have to hide from Lee Coa?" Minji explained irritably, "You idiot. Do you want Lee Coa to find out about our part-time job? They're customers, so we have to serve them, right? So humiliating, right?" All three of them ducked down, hiding under the cashier counter to eavesdrop. Are they on a date? No way. Jaeon Yu and Lee Coa? Are they really dating? Last time, he erased the notes for her, remember? Meanwhile, Coa was feeling overwhelmed. "It's too bright. I want to go back to my room again." Suddenly, Jaeon called her over. "Coa, come look at this." He eagerly pointed things out to her. This one. New arrival, new arrival. It has a cute cat design." When Coa got closer, Jaeon took a sample from the shelf to show her. "This is the newly released Black Space Cat mascara. It feels like stars in the universe." He quickly opened it and asked her with interest, "Want to try it?" "Me?" Without hesitation, he wanted to help Coa apply it, to her astonishment. "Stay still. Let me try it on you." "What?" As the mascara wand slowly approached her eyes, Coa's mind was signaling, "What is this? What is this? What is this? What's happening? He's applying mascara on me now, so naturally." She was anxious, not knowing what to do. What should I do? Should I open my eyes, close my eyes, open, close? On the other side, the crowd of onlookers was also very large, with the presence of the store manager. Jaeon spoke softly, looking straight at her and calling her name, Coa. Seeing Coa's predicament, he gave her instructions. "You just need to close your eyes." Jaeon skillfully, step by step, both verbally instructed and demonstrated on her face. After the basic makeup, use concealer. Cover the dark circles and blemishes. Apply blush too, and finish with a setting spray. Coa gently called his name in a soft voice, "Jaeon." She asked curiously while Jaeon was helping her with her makeup, "Where did you learn to do makeup?" "How should I put it? I just know it naturally." He mentioned his mother with great pride. "My mom has been famous for her beautiful makeup since way back." While applying lipstick on Coa, he told her that his mother used to be famous on TikTok or something. After finishing the final step, Jaeon wanted Coa to look in the mirror. "All right, it's done. Look in the mirror." Looking at her own appearance at this moment, he asked for her feelings. "What do you think?" Reflected in the mirror was a very beautiful face with a makeup layout that was extremely beautiful. "Is this me?" Coa didn't know what to say except to exclaim, "So beautiful." The gossiping crowd by the checkout counter was discussing animatedly. Beautiful my ass. Should I go wring her neck? The manager behind them asked. Wring what? His face now became terrifyingly stern as he reprimanded them. Customers are here and you're not assisting them. What are you three doing at the counter? I feel like my face is being stretched to both sides. He reminded them amidst the trio's annoyance. I'll watch the counter. You girls go and serve the customers. They still had to pretend to be cheerful while approaching the couple. Hello, this is Olive Young. The fully covered face while serving customers made anyone who saw it feel scared. What product are you looking for? What a cute high school couple. So annoying. They look like robbers. Jaeon-yu quickly asked for the items he needed to buy, accompanied by a compliment from one of the three girls. Yes. Could you recommend a primer and concealer? He's truly an expert. They quickly brought him a pile of items. We have primer and concealer right here, along with a foundation set, eyebrow pencil, and eyeshadow here. Under Jaeon-yu's discerning gaze, his question made the trio freeze up, feeling extremely guilty. I feel like I've met you all somewhere before. As for COA, she was standing and observing the situation, staring at them intently. Minji noticed COA's eyes staring fixedly at her. Jaeon-yu looked at the pile of cosmetics in his hand, wondering amidst the trio's guilt, aren't these products that have been outdated for 2 years? What's wrong? Yes. Seeing the strange behavior of the three employees, he wanted to find the products himself. We'll just look around ourselves, thanks. Yes, if you need anything, just call us. The trio slipped away quietly, but still a bit panicked. So scary, I thought we were going to get caught. I will repay this humiliation to you later, Lee COA. After seeing the couple off, goodbye, thank you for coming to Olive Young. In front of the store, Jaeon-yu gave COA a bag of items. Here, a gift for you. She felt confused amidst his surprise. Jaeon-yu, why are you so nice to me? COA was bewildered. I find it strange that a popular person like you would hang out with me. I can't believe it. Jaeon-yu stood rooted to the spot, listening to COA's confession. You know, I'm the most bullied person in school. Is it because you pity me? I don't understand why you're so nice to me. Jaeon-yu scratched his neck, looking somewhere else. Then he decided to speak up. Let me be honest. He scratched his head and reluctantly admitted, actually, I used to be bullied at school too. COA was surprised by Jaeon-yu's admission. That's also why I transferred to this school. No way. How could someone like you? He smiled gently and recounted, I wasn't like this before. As Jaeon-yu's memories flooded back, an image of a boy being bullied appeared. I was weak, short, my face was full of pimples, and I didn't even know how to dress. Just like that, suddenly, I became the easiest person to bully in school. Jaeon-yu's face at that moment looked extremely helpless. I thought I couldn't go on like this. So when I got to high school, I tried my best to change. He admitted that his handsome appearance now was thanks to makeup in front of COA. My skin now is actually thanks to foundation and concealer. You couldn't tell, right? Interesting, isn't it? His eyes now became calm. After changing, even the kids who used to bully me didn't dare to touch me anymore. Upon hearing this, it was like a new world opened up for her. And suddenly I thought that becoming superior to them is the best revenge. Then COA recalled her own situation. She shrank back and became dejected. So that's it. So it was out of pity for me after all. I was hoping that he liked me. Jaeon-yu denied it, giving COA a bit of hope. It's not out of pity. He said it with great pride, making COA confused. I'm quite good at mining for hidden minerals. Minerals? Minerals that can become gemstones. Jaeon-yu reaffirmed it to her once more. You're not ugly, COA. You can completely change. You just have to want it. He quickly left. I have something to do, so I'll go first. See you tomorrow. COA, you're good at drawing, so you'll probably learn makeup quickly. COA shouted loudly, accepting Jae-on-Yu's favor. Thanks. I'll pay you back later. Could it be that I'm a gemstone? She had a question about one thing. How did he know I'm good at drawing? On the street, amidst the bustling crowd, COA was walking aimlessly on the dark street. She thought about what Jae-on-Yu said that afternoon. You're not ugly, COA. You can completely change. You just have to want it. She asked herself, can I change? How? Thinking of his new image, like Jumin's, she wondered, can I do it? Looking at the pile of items in her hand, COA felt a bit doubtful. A voice, all too familiar, called out to her. Hey, Lee COA. The trio of bullies ran after her, looking very scruffy. Fancy meeting you here. What a coincidence. You must have run here right after your shift ended. It's just a coincidence. They cornered COA in a dark alley. One girl loudly belittled her, with her accomplices joining in the mockery. Lee COA, you bought quite a lot of stuff. Do you even know how to use it? While she was gradually being consumed by the bullies' taunts, she shrank into herself. Is it my destiny to be bullied everywhere? Not just at school, but even in this big neighborhood, I run into Kim Minji's gang. She frowned in resignation. Why am I always bullied? Is it destined by fate? Remembering Jae-on-Yu's advice, after I changed, even the kids who used to bully me didn't dare to touch me anymore. COA wondered amidst the bullies' ridicule, if I change, will I still be bullied? No, can I even change? Hey, Lee COA, why did you buy all this stuff? She answered timidly, only to receive more ridicule from the others. Because I want to change. You idiot. You want to change? Don't tell me you want to be prettier. Lee COA, look at your face now, is it pretty? Minji approached her. COA, let me tell you something. Minji's fierce eyes seemed to indicate that COA could only be bullied by her. If your appearance is already ugly, makeup is meaningless. As COA trembled, she continued to speak, hurting COA deeply. Even with makeup, you can't hide your gloomy face. Got it, COA? COA remembered her beautiful face when Jae-on-Yu did her makeup. She tried to retort amidst Minji's contempt. He said I'm beautiful. Who? Minji mentioned his name, startling COA, Jae-on-Yu. She quickly denied it, to the astonishment of the bullies. I didn't mention Jae-on-Yu, how did you know? They felt a bit guilty and made up an excuse. It's nothing. At school, only Jae-on-Yu talks to you, right? Then, as if realizing something, COA expressed her suspicion. Why do you guys seem so familiar? Her face now looked terrifying as she stated firmly, were you the employees from earlier? Someone threw the bag of items at COA. What's with you, you idiot? She picked up the torn bag, cosmetics spilling out. Now COA realized. That's right. I thought it was strange. To the bully's astonishment. Wearing a mask, sunglasses, and even a hat. Now COA shouted, you guys. Were you that ashamed for me to see you selling things? Which made Minji grind her teeth in anger. The whole gang of bullies charged forward to attack. COA denied it. It wasn't us, you bitch. In the small alley, sounds echoed. The sounds gradually faded. Then rain poured down in that small alley. COA was struggling badly as they beat her up. Damn it. Why is it raining? You idiot, why do you keep trying to climb up? They threatened her, know your place. The bullies left after venting their anger. Let's go. We're all wet. COA's hand clutched a cosmetic bottle. She picked it up. Looking at the gift Jae-on-Yu gave her, she felt a silent joy. Luckily, only the box is damaged. She lay on the ground in that small alley, laughing loudly. COA's hands went limp as if wanting to accept the truth that they had mocked her. But then she clenched her fists, unwilling to give up. COA gradually pondered Jae-on-Yu's words with hatred and extreme determination. Becoming superior to them is the best revenge. Far away, hidden in the alley, Jae-on-Yu, who had witnessed everything, was silently hiding. The next morning when arriving at People High School, Jumin was standing washing his face. He was having a very hard time trying to change himself. I'm alive. I almost suffocated. Jumin flashed through a series of memories of meeting COA, until now, in isolation. COA treats me depending on her mood. His eyes were very resolute and determined. If I go along with her whims, she might return to her original form. Jumin was thinking with self-mockery, the problem is whether Lee COA can understand and do it. Do I have to live with this face for the rest of my life? Suddenly, as if knowing she was coming online, he became very alert. She's here. At this moment, Jumin was very surprised but tried to pretend to be calm. Jumin screamed internally. On the screen was the face of a female student with a swollen red mouth, her cheeks smudged, sweat dripping down her chin. On the screen was the grimy face of COA from her makeup attempt, zoomed in to fill the entire screen. It was truly horrifying. Jumin froze for a few seconds before her city-toppling beauty. His face turned black with extreme disgust. Damn it! Jumin, seeing COA wiping her face with a tissue, thought, what happened at school? He took a slight step back. Can I survive today? Jumin suddenly noticed COA's action on the screen. She was trembling as she held an eyelash curler, trying to make her eyelashes look curlier. COA's face was contorted to one side. He wondered, is she putting on makeup? Jumin's eyes widened. Did my message get through to her? COA continued to pat finishing powder on her face. Jumin was still watching her movements intently. Now COA was drawing her eyeliner, then applying lipstick. He tilted his head slightly, wanting to see more clearly. Suddenly, she spoke up. Done. On the screen was a face with overdone makeup. It was extremely jarring to the eyes. She asked herself on the phone, is this okay? Jumin's face turned dark, his eyes lost their focus. If she goes to school looking like that, she'll be ridiculed not just by the whole school, but by the whole world. It's a face so ugly it's unacceptable. COA picked up her phone and opened the camera, looking at her own face. She muttered, I think it's a little better. Jumin looked around, wanting to find a solution. This is truly one difficulty after another. I can only communicate indirectly, so I can't say everything. There must be another way. He suddenly saw two bodyguards carrying Minji out of the school gate. Jumin quickly grabbed a bucket of water beside him. Then he quickly ran in front of her, making Minji confused. He quickly splashed the whole bucket of water on her face. Minji's makeup washed away as soon as it hit the water. She screamed, "What are you doing?" The two bodyguards quickly closed their eyes. Jumin looked at her sincerely. Teach me how to do makeup. Minji was furious and screamed, "Are you crazy?" Then she took out a mask and put it on. In her other hand, she held round-framed sunglasses. I don't want to. Anyway, I'm going home now. Jumin was helpless before Minji's actions. He clenched his teeth. Damn it. Jumin made a condition. Then let me do it for you. But she didn't agree, immediately refusing. No, I already did it for you during lunch. Why did you erase it and then ask me to do it again? Jumin still didn't give up. This time is different. His next words hit Minji's weak spot, making her blush. Help me do makeup to look like a girl. But Minji still refused. Are you crazy? Why would I do that? Jumin continued to use his sincere gaze, hoping to convince her. Don't ask for the reason. I have my own circumstances. Minji thought for a moment and finally agreed. She looked at Jumin. All right. Anyway, thanks to you, my makeup skills have also improved. Just this once. He happily exclaimed, great. As for COA's side, she was still looking at her face on the phone screen. COA sighed. This isn't the right way to do makeup. How did Jaeon-yu do it earlier? Suddenly, she noticed Minji and Jumin's actions. Who are those kids? They removed the makeup and then put it on him again. Sometimes I really don't understand their actions. Minji's hands moved deftly on his face, from eyeliner to lipstick, then combing his hair. COA was startled, looking at the makeup style on the phone screen. Wait, that makeup style, it seems similar to how Jaeon-yu did it for me. Her eyes followed Minji's actions intently. COA thought to herself, maybe I should try to follow it. The result was Jumin had transformed into a very beautiful high school girl. But behind the beautiful face was his deadpan expression. Jumin cursed internally, damn it. Jumin remembered when Minji held a girl's uniform in front of him. Jumin immediately refused. No, I'm already wearing a wig, why wear a uniform too? But Minji had long wanted revenge for the bucket of water incident. She still pushed the uniform into Jumin's hands. If you're going to do it properly. Then she was carried away by the two bodyguards immediately. In her hand, she still held his male uniform. I'll return your uniform tomorrow. Jumin angrily called after her, hey, hey. With no other choice, he could only operate in this form. Luckily, no one recognizes me. But I have to go to my part-time job looking like this. Jumin worked part-time at a coffee shop every Friday. He turned his head to look behind him. But he looked at the road behind him and wondered, has Lee Coa ever disappeared for this long before? The male students nearby all blushed and gaped when Jumin, in his female disguise, walked by. Her lips were plump and rosy. Minji and her two friends were walking and talking animatedly. Suddenly, she noticed COA, and her pupils dilated. COA now looked very beautiful. All the male students turned their heads to look at her. Everyone was whispering about her. Who's that girl who just walked by? I thought she was a star. Jaeon-yu exclaimed when he saw her in her new form. Indeed, makeup can change a face. It's beyond expectations. People noticed the name tag pinned on her shirt was Lisa. Really? How is she so pretty? Another person also spoke up. She's at the top of our school's visuals now. People still couldn't stop exclaiming, so pretty. Recalling the looks people gave her before when she wore makeup, and now, their gazes are different. Compared to back then, this feeling is even better. Her face flushed with excitement. COA lifted her head and smiled, walking confidently. There's a feeling welling up inside. Right now, I feel like I can do anything. Suddenly, someone rushed out and blocked her way. Hey, Lee Coa. Minji and her friends blocked COA's path, smiling wickedly. Did you use the stuff you bought yesterday for your makeup? Another person chimed in, it doesn't look good at all. Minji's words made COA furious. No matter how much you cake on, it won't change anything. Remembering when Minji first approached her, Minji was friendly and enthusiastic. But everything collapsed after that. COA asked her, why are you guys bullying me? Minji was silent. COA continued to ask, I haven't done anything wrong to you. Why are you bullying me? The black-haired girl next to her burst out laughing. What are you talking about? Minji also laughed. Is she putting on an act with me? Minji's voice became cold. What's the reason? It's just. Hearing this, COA's expression vanished. The two of them recalled their previous despicable acts. A statue hovering in the air, a ghostly mask chasing after him, making Jumin terrified. Does bullying need a reason? I like it because it's fun. The scene where Jumin saw COA through the screen, the scene where the two of them sat on two beds in the room, and on the TV screen was her smile. The two female students next to Minji stepped forward and grabbed her arm. The blonde girl smiled. You're also the easiest to bully. Once you're ostracized, you're always ostracized. Minji immediately grabbed a nearby mop, intending to shove it in her face. So we have to peel off that mask of yours. COA's eyes widened in terror. Suddenly, a hand gripped Minji's wrist tightly. She whipped around and glared sideways. Jaeon-yu was tightly gripping the hand that held the mop. The people nearby looked at him in surprise. Minji frowned. Jaeon-yu, what is this? Who are you to protect her? The people around whispered among themselves. Could it be that he's dating Lee Coa, the school's outcast? Really? Another person asked. Lee Coa and Jaeon-yu are dating? No way. Coa worriedly called out to him, Jaeon-yu. Jaeon-yu looked at her silently. He asked her back, what's it to you? Jaeon-yu looked coolly at Minji. Whether I'm dating Coa or not. Coa blushed, looking at him. Her whole face turned red, her eyes filled with stars. Minji laughed coldly. Look at you. Don't you know? Don't you know that Lee Coa is an outcast? If you hang out with her, you'll be ostracized too. But Jaeon-yu just replied coldly, I only see you guys bullying Coa because other people aren't as mean as you. Coa is beautiful. Maybe you just haven't realized it all this time. Only you guys act like this. Jaeon-yu frowned in annoyance. Or are you jealous of Coa? The two of them immediately jumped up. What? Are you kidding? He stared coldly at Minji. No, you just have high standards. She widened her eyes. What? Jaeon-yu spoke coldly about the times Coa had outshone them. When there's someone in a group who is superior to you, people will become jealous and wary, afraid of their territory being invaded, afraid of their status being lowered. You felt that Coa was superior to you, so you became wary, jealous and envious. His gray irises lit up. To survive, you either have to bow down or you have to seize it. Jaeon-yu's hand tightened on Minji's wrist. Looking at it this way, human society isn't much different from the wild. Right? Ow, it hurts. She dropped the mop. Minji screamed, trying to struggle. What are you talking about? Let go. Won't you let go? It hurts, let go. But the expression on Jaeon-yu's face grew evil, but only after a moment did he let go of her hand. Minji angrily walked away under the gaze of everyone around. One person who often followed her called out after her, Hey, Kim Minji. Another person also let go of Coa's hand, saying, Let's go. The two of them. Sella stood frozen, looking at the mop that had fallen on the floor. She couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. All the surrounding students were staring intently at the two of them. In the distance, a girl looked down worriedly. A hand gently tugged at her sleeve. She looked at Coa with a worried expression. Coa, are you okay? She looked at the girl in front of her in astonishment. The short-haired girl continuously asked Coa, Did you get splashed by the dirty water? Coa looked at her in confusion. Huh? No. Another student also approached her. The female student with blue hair looked at Coa apologetically. I'm sorry for ignoring you all this time. You've had a really hard time, haven't you? Her hand took Coa's hand. She was a bit startled and looked down, then looked in bewilderment at the female student holding her hand. Another male student also stepped forward. He blushed as he looked at Coa. Coa, you're really beautiful. Don't listen to Kim Minji's group. They're the bad ones, be confident. She looked at everyone in surprise. From now on, if you have any difficulties, just tell us. We'll help you. Out there, when Jumin got into trouble, everyone around him was concerned. But for Coa, when she was bullied, everyone turned their backs and walked away. Some even added fuel to the fire. Even I have people around me who care. Thinking this, her whole body trembled. People gathered around Sella, asking with concern. Sella seems to be very shocked. Out there, Jumin, in the guise of a female student, was walking on the street. People around still blushed whenever he walked by. Jumin was deep in thought as he walked. He recalled seeing the screen lose its signal and then disappear. Jumin looked at the stopwatch on his phone and counted silently. The time for Lee Coa to disappear and reappear here was about 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Covered in dust, Jumin looked at the virtual screen in front of him. If a day had passed in Lee Coa's world, He bowed his head, staring intently at the phone in his hand. According to the estimated accumulated time, after 10 minutes, she hadn't opened the people for about 20 days. A sharp glint appeared in Jumin's eyes. Someone like her who used to open the game every day, what could have happened? He sank into his own mental world. What if Lee Seo-ae never appears again? It would be quiet, which is good. But if that's the case, what about my revenge? Suddenly, the electronic screen appeared again in front of him. Right before his eyes. It appeared. Speak of the devil. He looked at the screen with some surprise. What's this? On the screen was a corner of a bedroom. Something was strange. It seems this is the first time I've seen the room light on. His pupils dilated. On the screen was Seo-ae, sitting on her bed. A flawless, beautiful face appeared on the screen. Jumin was startled as he looked at her. Lee Seo-ae. She looked at her phone screen and asked, "It's been a while since I opened the game. How have you been, Jumin?" He was too shocked to say anything. Her question made him feel guilty. Why are you wearing women's clothes? Seo-ae, sitting in her room, was talking to Jumin through her laptop. Before, I saw Jumin putting on makeup, so I tried to follow suit and then turned off the game. Jumin remembered the first time he met Sela. The images kept appearing. Since then? Chella's lips parted slightly. Her words of thanks startled him a bit. Thank you, Jumin. Seo-ae looked intently at the NPC in front of her. For a long time, I've been trying to change myself, being swept along by something, but I didn't know what it was. Her hand clicked the mouse on the desk. Looking back now, it turns out I was inspired by you. Under the system's operation, his entire body flew high up. Sparkling streaks of light appeared around him. Jumin looked in amazement at what was happening. I'm back. She smiled at Jumin. I'm not being bullied or extorted anymore. Seo-ae has changed a lot after growing up. I've completely escaped being ostracized. He listened intently as Seo-ae shared her thoughts. On the screen, she puffed out her cheeks and stretched. Recently, I've been hanging out with friends after school, so I don't have time to play games. It's probably been over 2 weeks. Jumin looked at her in surprise. Is this really Lee Seo-ae? She has completely changed. He looked at the girl massaging her shoulders on the screen. If she's escaped being ostracized, will she stop bullying me? Chella's next words left Jumin completely and utterly shocked. But it's been a while, so I'll open it to relieve some stress. She started to complain about her own difficulties. Jumin, recently I've been buying cosmetics and many other things, so I'm out of money. I'm too embarrassed to keep asking my mom for money, so I'm working part-time at a convenience store. Because of the strange customers, I'm very, very stressed. Chella's question made him unable to help but step back a few paces. You're also working part-time at a cafe, right? Sela looked at Jumin with a blank expression. We have something in common. To the cafe, hurry, hurry. Jumin, while carrying a coffee cup and working, gritted his teeth and cursed. Thank you, Lee Seo-ae, for igniting my revenge. Jumin was annoyed with her. Even if her mood is better. Sela looked at Jumin in the maid outfit with amusement. It suits you. In Lee Seo-ae's eyes, am I just a game character? Jumin couldn't accept it. This isn't right. I must quickly locate and deal with Lee Seo-ae. The cafe door opened. The voice of another employee caught his attention. Welcome. Jin put his arm around Jidong's shoulder and said with a generous laugh, Jidong, let me pay. But the other guy quickly refused. No, it's been a long time since we've met. Let me. Jumin was so furious he wanted to punch something. Why are those two here? While cleaning, he observed the two of them. They know each other? Jin started reminiscing. First time seeing you since 9th grade. It's been 2 years, how have you been? But Jidong quickly cut him off. Stop, don't ask. He gritted his teeth, bringing up an old story. Recently, because of my fooling around, my homeroom teacher hates me. It's because some guy snitched. Jidong asked him back, what about you? Because of some guy, I'm having trouble with my girlfriend. It's so annoying. Jumin's face darkened as he heard Jin drone on about that guy. If anything happens, I won't let him off the hook. Suddenly, the manager walked in. Jumin, what are you doing not taking orders? He asked the manager back, since when does our cafe have table service? Where's the order terminal? The man replied nonchalantly, since Jumin started wearing that maid costume. The manager looked at him sternly. Didn't you know? Starting today, we're starting a butler service. On the other side, Sela was also urging Jumin, what is it? Why aren't you going out to greet the customers? He clicked his tongue. I want to quit this job right now. But he couldn't. Lee Jumin had a reason he couldn't quit. Jumin's other family. In his mind, an image of So-eun and Eun sleeping soundly with a cat appeared. He imagined an adorable kitten hugging his leg when he got home. The cat circling Jumin's legs. A 2-month-old male mixed-breed kitten will be kept until sold. It's to buy the cat. He bit his nails in frustration. I should have bought the cat a week ago. Because of that healthy EU incident last time, I had to treat them to hamburgers and fried chicken, so I had to bear it. Just when things got back to normal, there's a rumor that I'm working part-time looking like this. Jidong and Jin looked excitedly at the bar. Why isn't anyone coming to take our order? Jumin imagined Ji whispering to So-eun in her face when she heard him speak. So-eun, that guy doesn't just stalk people, he also wears maid outfits. Jumin was in crisis, clenching his teeth. I absolutely cannot let this be exposed. Jiyoung and Ji-hee were hiding from afar, secretly making a phone call. Outside, Jin was still continuously pressing the service bell, his face looking incredibly smug. If not, my future will be ruined. After school at the high school, students were leaving one by one. From behind, a voice suddenly called out, COA. A group of 3 female students extended an invitation. We're going to a cafe nearby today. Do you want to come with us? But she politely refused. I have a part-time shift today. I'm sorry. Her friend looked sad. Oh, really? That's a shame. Finally, the group of friends turned and left. Well, see you on Monday. COA waved back. Have fun. She thought to herself, it's nice to be invited by friends, but I have to say it's too tiring. I still haven't gotten used to it. That evening at the convenience store, COA's face was speechless as she looked at the person opposite her. She spoke up to remind him, Sir, you can't eat at the checkout counter. But the young man continued to bury his head and eat on the spot. Can't you see all the seats are taken? They're all taken. I'll eat quickly and leave, just a moment. In the end, COA had to give in. Yes. A moment later, a magician customer came up. I'll catch you another pigeon in exchange for a pack of cigarettes. She helplessly refused. I can't do that, sir. Next came an elderly female customer. This item is buy one, get one free. If I only buy one, I get it for half price, right? COA could only stammer, unable to speak. Well. Finally, this time it was the manager's turn. Hey, what kind of cleaning is this? Why haven't you stocked the shelves? She could only whisper, I'm sorry, manager. COA's face was downcast as she thought. Why is life so harsh? It wasn't like this before. Meanwhile, the manager was still lecturing. Aren't you going to serve the customers? How are we supposed to do business? She didn't pay attention to her surroundings, lost in her own thoughts. Do I really need to work like this? But once you want to be pretty, you can't help but spend money. COA suddenly looked up and told herself, many times I just want to lock myself in my room and play the people. Seeing that she didn't react, the manager reminded her, Hey, are you listening to me? What are you looking at the ceiling for? As for COA, she was still making plans in her head. After I finish, I'll probably play. Scene change at the cafe. Meow meow, Han Gook Kim. The group of school friends excitedly and continuously tapped on the table. They were being annoying, calling for the waiter. Waiter, why aren't you coming out? Jumin, hiding inside, looked out with an angry expression. Don't these bastards ever get tired? Just then, the bald manager discovered Jumin. What are you doing hiding here? The masters are calling. Jumin was stubborn and still didn't want to go out. I'd rather die than serve them in this form. Isn't there a way to serve them without being discovered? Just then, he saw another female server. A spark of an idea lit up in Jumin's mind. At this point, is there no other way? At the same time, in the real world, COA was excitedly looking at her computer screen. Look at Jumin being embarrassed. So cute. Suddenly, she paused, seeing him talking to another female server. COA was curious. What's this? A series of question marks appeared above her head. Inside the game, Jumin had stepped out to serve the drinks. The cola and Hell Flame yogurt are ready. At the same time, the two schoolmates suddenly blushed slightly, staring at him. The reason was because Jumin had borrowed cosmetics and a wig to disguise himself as a beautiful girl. But a second later, that face darkened as he enunciated each word, "Enjoy your meal, masters." On his way back inside, he couldn't stop cursing in his head, leaving the two of them dazed with the same thought. I found her, the love of my life. Meanwhile, Gijong stretched and said to himself, a model-like body ratio and a sharpness like a blade. In contrast, Jin slapped himself, trying to wake himself up. Get a grip, I have so-un. Don't be tempted. Then, they both picked up their glasses and drank them down in one gulp. The two of them simultaneously slammed their empty glasses down on the table. Gijong's face was cheeky. Let's order more. Jumin bit his lip, bowing his head in frustration. I never thought I'd have to pretend to be a girl one day. Who would have thought that what I learned about makeup from Kong Yujin would be used for this? Although it was humiliating, it was better than being discovered in his real form in a maid outfit. Just then, the manager reminded Jumin, there's a new order from that table again. He was annoyed. Again? Jumin glanced at the two of them. Those bastards should just leave after they finish drinking. Why are they ordering more drinks? Could it be that they found me out? However, he was forced to bring out the drinks. Here are the fire Americano and fire latte you ordered. The two of them immediately smiled and replied in unison, thanks. Jumin was horrified, cursing internally. What's with that expression? Disgusting. They finished their second round of drinks and, without even catching their breath, quickly pressed the bell to order again. Yes. This time, it was Jumin who came out again. Here are the Hell Americano and corn silk tea you ordered, masters. The two politely replied, thank you. Suddenly, Gijong spoke up. I heard that people are often attracted to those with opposite personalities. He didn't understand what he meant. Yes. Gijong suddenly said it outright, when I look at you, I'm reminded of my enemy. Jumin's heart skipped a beat. Have I been exposed? But right after, he spouted a cheesy line, the very enemy who stole my heart. Jumin didn't hesitate to give him a slap. When he calmed down, Jumin realized what he had just done. He spoke softly and carefully, master. But his reaction was quite surprising to him. Commendable. Jin's eyes sparkled. I'm so jealous. They put on serious faces and praised her. You're so strong. My sister is also a good fighter. Want to have a match? The two of them seemed to have a screw loose, continuously begging, please, hit me. Me too, me too. Jumin's face darkened as he cursed silently. Why do I have to endure this humiliation? At that moment, the screen appeared with Chella's voice. Jumin, how does it feel? Her expression was indifferent. That's how I've been feeling lately. He angrily shouted back, so what? Sella looked at the screen and smirked. Is it my fault? After escaping being ostracized at school, now I'm being bullied at my part-time job. She rested her hand on her face and whined in frustration. I get bullied wherever I go. My fate is so bleak. Jumin frowned and muttered, my fate is even more miserable because of you. COA was still staring intently at the screen, sharing her feelings. Actually, I don't know. Maybe it's because I was ostracized for too long. I have to say, I don't know how to interact with people. She kept rambling on. When my friends call me, I don't know how to react. When I'm working part-time, I get nervous and confused whenever I see a customer, and then I get scolded. He gritted his teeth, feeling annoyed. I'm sick of listening to her complain. Suddenly, Sela let out a sigh. I'm probably not suited for this. It's more comfortable to be alone. She came up with an idea that made him freeze upon hearing it. Maybe I should just play the people for the rest of my life with Jumin. It seems less stressful. On the other side of the screen, COA was sitting with her feet up on the desk, fidgeting. But I have to earn money. This is a dead end. Fidgeting. I just want to be a panda in a zoo. His whole body trembled with restraint. Just as I started feeling better after so much patience, I'm being driven mad for a different reason. The manager, seeing this, called out worriedly, Jumin. His stress level reached its maximum. You're tormenting me in so many ways, COA. The manager quickly reminded Jumin, you can't show that threatening expression in front of the customers. He tried to calm him down. Just think of it as providing a service and endure it. If you do well today, you'll get a bonus. Hearing this, Jumin immediately sobered up. Right, I have to stay calm. The image of holding So-eun's baby appeared in his mind. Think about family. If I lose my cool and go crazy here, everything will be ruined. He told himself, the situation is gradually improving. There's no need to be impatient. Until the day of revenge, I'll just gradually reform Sela and do everything as usual. To achieve my goal, I have to do things I don't like first. For my future family, I'll do anything, even if I have to sell my soul to the devil. Look carefully, Sela. This is society. Then, Jumin put the tray of drinks down on the table. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Jumin put on an adorable face, making a heart shape with his hands for the other two. Here's your drink, master. They were instantly frozen. A second later, both of their noses started bleeding profusely. The two of them were surprised and started talking. So this is why people are obsessed with maid cafes. I get it now. At the same time, outside the glass door of the shop, the 17-year-old Han So-eun was standing there, wide-eyed and stunned. Even as Jumin continued to provide enthusiastic service, making the two customers extremely excited. This is why people go to maid cafes. He struck a cute pose. If you need anything, just call me, master. Their nosebleeds gushed. This is how it should be. A moment later, Jumin was holding a bucket, vomiting a rainbow of colors. He wiped his mouth with his hand, comforting himself. Just have to endure a little longer. And so, the subsequent service sessions went very enthusiastically and well with Jumin's professionalism. In the real world, Sela was extremely surprised. What is this, Jumin? You're not the type of person who can do these things. Seeing Jumin serving enthusiastically in a maid outfit, she immediately felt uncomfortable. I'm feeling nauseous right now. How can he do that? Just then, Sela noticed the icon that appeared on him. Her eyes widened in surprise. The mask. In a corner where no one knew, Jumin was clenching his teeth, his heart in turmoil. I want to be alone too. But whether you want to or not, there's nothing in this world that a person can do alone. Returning to the memory at Lewis Hospital. In the hospital room, the doctor gave his conclusion. It seems the boy has symptoms of oppositional defiant disorder. Antisocial. Eun-bai asked in a daze, what do you mean, doctor? He explained, yes. Last time, your husband's psychological evaluation also came back as antisocial personality disorder, right? The doctor said that Jumin also has a possibility due to genetic factors. Even if it's congenital, it can be improved through the nurturing environment. Since he can't feel emotional empathy, he needs to be educated in a way that helps him understand emotions through cognitive empathy. The doctor comforted her, so that his personality can integrate into society. Anyway, there is a way, so don't be too sad. On the contrary, Eun-bai seemed quite optimistic. I'm not worried. She gave a smile as if she wasn't worried at all. My husband also changed after he met me. Hearing this, Jumin, who was playing on his phone, had to look up at his mother. At the playground. At that time, he was engrossed in playing with sand, making human shapes. Eun-bai, who had just come back from the market, stopped by and called out, Jumin. She approached to see his work. Why are you playing alone? Aren't you playing with your friends? You're doing a great job. As soon as she finished speaking, the children nearby started to cause a commotion, tattling, he pulled my hair. He's mean. I'm not playing with him anymore. Hearing this, Eun-bai put down her grocery bag and bent down to ask softly, Jumin, don't you want to play with your friends? Seeing that he didn't answer, she was silent for a moment. Then, Eun-bai suddenly asked Jumin, don't you know how to make friends? This time, he opened his mouth to reply. If you watch an animal documentary, you'll see lions and tigers. His small hands continued to play with the sand as he expressed his thoughts. Tigers and lions can't talk to each other because they don't know what each other likes. They cry, so they just fight. Jumin himself saw those things as similar to himself. That's why they took them to the doctor, right? I'm also a different species. Eun-bai gently offered a suggestion. Jumin, why don't you try role-playing as a lion family? She pointed towards the boy in the red hat in the distance. Do you see that friend who is the most popular? He thought for a moment and replied, yes. Eun-bai instructed Jumin, observe him carefully and imitate him. This made him feel strange. Imitate? She put her hands on her hips and hummed in agreement. Jumin is smart, so you'll get it right away. At that time, Eun-bai had asserted, then you'll be as popular as him. Everyone will like you. Back in the present, facing the troublesome customers, Jumin thought back. There's a problem with my personality, so I don't know how to fit in. Then I'll just wear a mask. He tried to be as optimistic as possible for his own benefit. If I don't want to be cast out by society, I have to act as if I'm someone else and draw them in. That way, there will be people on my side, and I can use them. This scene left Sella so astonished she couldn't say a word. The shop door opened. Jumin turned around with a professional smile. Welcome. But right after, his face immediately darkened and froze. Seeing the person who had just entered, Jumin was surprised. So-eun. He started to panic. Why is she here? At that moment, So-eun had approached. She called out, Yang Ho-jin. Her face became as scary as a demon's. What are you doing here? Jin was immediately frightened. So-eun. He turned pale and backed away. How did you know about this place? Seeing this, she wanted to rush forward and shout even louder. Someone told me, so I came here. What's wrong? Her hand pinched his face as she interrogated him. We haven't broken up, so what are you doing here? Just then, Jin saw two familiar figures nearby. Not far away, Jiang and Ji-hee peeked out, waving with two fingers, as if confirming his suspicion was correct. Jin's face looked like he was about to be reincarnated. He weakly tried to find his footing. So-eun, first, calm down. This wasn't originally a maid cafe. Just then, So-eun's eyes swept around and stopped on the glowing blue person icon behind the counter. She suddenly paused. That is. So-eun immediately remembered. A memory from before when she had seen it above Jumin's head. And at this moment, he was anxiously hiding. I have to sneak out the back door so So-eun doesn't find out. Suddenly, next to Jumin, her face appeared. His expression was horrified as if he had just seen a ghost. In contrast, So-eun's reaction wasn't too big. What? Isn't that him? She stared intently at the icon above his head. Then, So-eun waved her hand, and unexpectedly, it passed right through the icon. Ju-min's heart skipped a beat. What was that? As for her, she frowned in confusion. I can't touch it. So-eun became suspicious. Am I seeing a player's icon? I think I made him uncomfortable. Meanwhile, he looked towards the screen connecting to the real world. What should I do? Should I talk to her when Sella isn't paying attention? But I don't want So-eun to see me like this. While he didn't know what to do, she suddenly gave a forced laugh. Oh, here it is. So-eun's action surprised him. Is it a coincidence? As for her, she quickly turned to leave. Like at the amusement park, I could be seen as a psychopath, so I should just avoid them for now. Walking past a man dressed as a sandwich who was looking at a screen, So-eun was startled again. But then she quickly pushed it out of her mind, telling herself, I should probably see a doctor. Ever since that day, I've been seeing all sorts of strange things. So-eun left. Jin quickly grabbed his things and ran after her, calling, So-eun, I'm coming with you. Ju-min breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like it's over. Just then, two hands suddenly placed themselves on his shoulders. Ji-yun and Ji-young approached with an understanding look. You've worked hard, Ju-min. We'll keep it a secret for you. Then, the two of them held hands and walked home together. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. At this point, Ju-min also understood the current situation. His whole body turned pale as he cried. It's all over, isn't it? Suddenly, another hand offered him. Ki-dong showed his shyness on his face. Seeing his expression, he cursed silently in his heart, tisk. The scene changes to the convenience store. The manager grumbled while reorganizing the warehouse. This part-timer doesn't satisfy me at all. At this rate, all the customers will leave. He told himself he had to find a new employee. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the manager froze. The change in Cell A started from someone's survival and revenge. Although the purposes were different, it has led her to mature. But isn't it a bit too hasty? At school, someone blocked Cell A's path. Are you Cell A? Cell A had changed, but he didn't hesitate to praise her. So pretty. He still couldn't easily accept the changes around him. At that moment, Go confessed to her. Date me. At the convenience store, the female customer from the other day, before leaving, waved at Sela. Girl, you look so much brighter this time. It's like you've become a different person. I'll come again next time. She replied softly, thank you. You don't need to come back, I've had enough. When the other person had left, Cell A let out a sigh, lamenting to herself. So tiring. Living a fake life like this is really exhausting. I'm about to run out of energy. The manager standing beside her suddenly took off his sunglasses. A white envelope was unexpectedly presented before her face. He shyly explained, your bonus. Scene change. At this moment, Ju-min was walking down the street holding an umbrella. Looking at the envelope in his hand, he suddenly recalled the manager's words. I've given you an extra bonus for working hard. Ju-min calculated in his head, with this amount of money, it's enough. His face showed clear determination. I will save you, meow meow. Ju-min stopped in front of a pet shop. In the empty glass cage, a sign displayed information. Gone, 2 months old, male, mixed breed. Locked up until sold. He was astonished, unable to believe it. It's gone. Ju-min turned and asked an employee, excuse me, has the cat that was here been sold? She recounted, it escaped a few days ago. Hearing this, he was surprised. Escaped? The employee reported, it ran away while I was cleaning. The shocking news made Ju-min feel as if he had fallen into a void. No, no. I can't lose it like this. Meow meow is my family too. Scene change. In the pouring rain, a soaked yellow furred cat. The fierce neighborhood dogs bared their teeth as if they wanted to bully it. Just then, a female student passing by with an umbrella discovered it. In the classroom, the sound of counting rang out. 1, 2, 3. A group of classmates sat together picking out pictures. This sticker is one I already have. This new one, I'll stick it on my phone. It's all stickers of an angry face, right? Looking at the picture of the cat in two forms, Cell A exclaimed, "So cute." She suddenly recalled the moment she was near Jae-on-yu. If I give this to Jae-on-yu, I wonder if he'll like it. Just then, the male friend next to her suddenly exclaimed, "Sao A, isn't that the rare bug-eyed cat?" She was slightly startled. Huh? He frantically started acting cute. "Sao, can you trade with me? I really like that one. I'm begging you." And so, she didn't refuse. Of course. The friend immediately became happy. "That's my Sao. Thanks a lot." Though she forced a smile on the outside, inside, Sao silently lamented, "I wanted to give it to Jae-on-yu." While they were having fun in the classroom, outside the door, 3 other girls were quite annoyed. Should I beat her up? Suddenly, they noticed Jae-on-yu walking by. Looking at his retreating figure, the 3 of them clicked their tongues. Because of Jae-on-yu, she's so annoying, isn't she? If it weren't for him being famous, I would have made her go buy it for me. Minji's expression darkened. The school bell rang. Many students appeared walking in the hallway. At this moment, a foot wearing slippers was approaching, just as Cell A was turning her head to look. Her cheeks suddenly flushed red in surprise. Seeing Ji-ho appear with his hands in his pockets, Sao A silently admired. "So handsome." The classmate next to her covered her mouth in excitement. "Oh, Ji-ho Sunbae, why is he here?" She turned and asked curiously, "Ji-ho Sunbae?" Her friend was shocked. "You don't know him?" The other classmate provided the information. "If the first years have Jae-on-yu, then the second years have Ji-ho Sunbae." Suddenly, the whole group fell silent, looking at Ji-ho approaching. He suddenly leaned close to Cell A's face. Ji-ho spoke first. "You're Cell A, right?" She replied dazedly, "Yes." Suddenly, he parted his lips in a slight smile. "So pretty." Immediately after, Ji-ho bluntly expressed, "Date me." Cell A's face immediately went blank with confusion. Huh? The 3 friends standing nearby were just as astonished. The sound of "huh" echoed throughout the hallway. At the same time, at another school, Jumin's spirits seemed completely lost. His whole body was listless. His friends also noticed his condition. "Have you noticed Jumin seems lethargic lately?" "That's right. But he's still handsome." Whispers and murmurs arose. "I was planning to confess to Jumin today." "Maybe wait a bit." "No, don't. If you confess today, you'll be the 147th person." "No." Kang Yujin succeeded before. But they broke up after only 5 minutes. Why did they break up then? On the paper on the desk, Jumin drew a picture of a cat accompanied by the words, "Meow meow." "I miss you so much." A tear trickled from the corner of his eye. He softly called, "Oh, meow meow." At this very moment, an electronic screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. Cell A's face was immediately magnified. "Jumin! Jumin! Something big has happened. Big news." She looked extremely urgent. "Breaking news, breaking news." But the only response was Jumin's gloominess. "Don't disturb my sadness." As soon as he finished speaking, Cell A announced, "Someone confessed to me today." A series of question marks appeared on his face. She raised her voice, emphasizing it again. "Someone confessed to me." Jumin's face was still blank, showing no reaction. As for Cell A, she was frantically pacing back and forth, biting her nails several times. "What is this? What should I do? What should I do now?" A series of worried thoughts popped into her head. "This is the first time I've encountered this situation. Should I ignore it? If I ignore it, what will happen? What is dating anyway? If we date, what do we do next? No, that's not it. As for me, I haven't even dated Jae-on-yu yet. But at least, the relationship between him and me could be called something already. What else? Suddenly, she stopped, her attitude calmer. Wait a minute. The fact that the most popular guy in school confessed to me means. Cell A pointed to herself and wondered. I guess I'm pretty cute, huh? Hearing that, he could only say helplessly, what nonsense is this? The guy who confessed to you must be blind. If he knew your personality, he would be scared to death. Just you watch. Suddenly, a soft voice spoke up. A hand gently tapped his shoulder. Jumin. A female friend came up to him and confessed. I'm really nervous, but I'll try to say it. You know, I've liked you for a very long time. But she was then frightened by Jumin's scary face. I'm already married and have children. In truth, the surrounding classmates gathered. Today I'm already married. It's probably still better than the time he tore up a love letter. A notification appeared on the screen. Jumin has rejected the 147th confession. He's an alpha male. Cell A's expression was calm, showing no reaction. Suddenly, she became a little curious. Jumin, how do you feel when someone confesses to you? Cell A let out a long sigh. I feel happy too, but I don't know how to react. I don't really understand my own feelings. He immediately cut her off. So what? I don't care. It's unclear if it was because she saw something or because of that answer that she suddenly held back. On the screen, the friend who was rejected had left Jumin's side. Other classmates also gathered to console her. Sao A, however, paid special attention to a small figure at the back of the class. That girl isn't interested in Jumin, is she? That image of her shyly looking down reminded her of what she had once experienced. Vicious words written all over the desk, get lost. For a moment, Cell A became a bit somber. She asked him again. Jumin, you've never confessed to anyone, right? Jumin showed his annoyance. You've been so annoying this whole time. Not paying attention to his attitude, Cell A's hand started moving the mouse. If a handsome guy like you confessed, how would people react, I wonder? I just bought an interesting mode while working part-time. Before his eyes, 2 lines of blue and pink text suddenly appeared. On it was clearly written, The People. Thrilling dating game. Immediately, an uneasy premonition appeared, enveloping Jumin. What the heck is this? Jumin's eyes widened in bewilderment. Surprised by what he was seeing, he was shocked and utterly stunned. As if unable to believe it when he saw the words on the screen. Thrilling dating game. What the heck is this? Jumin's eyes were wide open. His eyebrows shot up, both tense and astonished as he faced the event before him. The system then displayed a character introduction. Default, Lee Jumin. My name is Lee Jumin. Today, I feel very sad. I am very popular, but no one has truly captured my heart yet. Jumin felt angry, annoyed to his core, as he realized he was being forced to participate in some ridiculous game. The controller was now operating the mouse forcefully, excitedly, while declaring a change to the rules so far. I'm tired of you just being confessed to. This time, it's your turn. Jumin seemed to accept the situation. His eyes narrowed, staring intently in one direction as if preparing for action after the controller changed the rules. A girl with long black hair, who was looking down reading a book in the corner of the classroom, appeared in Jumin's line of sight. Lee Jumin. That girl is the only one who doesn't seem to like me. The more I look at her, Jumin seemed to become more certain of his upcoming decision. Lee Jumin, it's her. Today, I will confess to Shin So-yeon. A series of unexpected mission selection notifications appeared. Confess to Shin So-yeon. Courage +20. Dance naked in front of Shin So-yeon and confess. Insanity +40. Honor -30. Kneel before Shin So-yeon and confess. Pride -50. Honor -30. Reading to the last line of the newly assigned mission, Jumin felt like he was dying silently, his eyes staring wide and blank. Sitting in front of the screen, which showed an interface with 3 missions and a mouse icon that seemed to want to click continuously on the mission that awarded 40 points, made Jumin feel like he was going crazy with anger. This crazy woman. Currently sitting in front of the laptop screen, the game's controller from before, Sail A's eyes were wide, her eyebrows furrowed in anger. It froze again? I can't even click on anything else. Meanwhile, inside the laptop screen, Jumin was also furious, no less so upon receiving the information of the mission Sail A had chosen. But he still tried to cross his arms tightly and sit still. You think I'll do as you say, Sail A. I've already managed to overcome your control. Jumin remained firm with himself. Even though a moment of carelessness will get me swept away, as long as I stay alert, there's no problem. Outside the screen, Sail A clenched her teeth together. Her rage seemed about to erupt. She spoke with determination. I'm going to take your clothes off. As she spoke, she clicked the mouse on the undress icon bar on the game screen. Immediately, Jumin ripped off the shirt he was wearing, revealing his abdominal and his rippling muscles. But it seemed he still didn't realize what had happened, and still thought he was free. The gazes of all the surrounding classmates were fixed on Jumin's recent action with various expressions. Noticing something strange, Jumin's eyes suddenly became bewildered. Angrily, he hurriedly put a new shirt back on. I was just careless for a moment. Meanwhile, Sail A was surprised and astonished to witness Jumin's action. What? Why did he put his clothes back on? Sail A exploded with rage, furiously pressing keys to execute the command when she saw the in-game character disobeying her control. This trashy game! Confess quickly, before I rip your clothes to shreds. Meanwhile, Jumin, while rebuttoning his shirt, scorned the recent actions. There should be a limit to this nonsense. But unable to resist any longer, Jumin gritted his teeth anxiously, looking at the choices the game proposed. There's only one choice, he thought. Hearing a noise near her, the girl slowly lifted her head. The tension was visible on Jumin, as his lips were pressed tightly together. His whole body trembled with anger. He gathered his thoughts, determined. Damn it! I can't believe I have to confess. I have to go along with Sail's will, but I'll break up immediately after. To the astonishment of Soyeon, who didn't know what was happening, Jumin stammered out. Shin Soyeon, you. But to everyone's surprise, Jumin lightly scratched his chin, shyly looked away, and spoke. Do you want to date me? The words had barely left his mouth when the entire class erupted like a broken beehive, whispering back and forth. Really? Jumin confessed to Shin Soyeon? She's the least noticed person in class. Soyeon was still open-mouthed, astonished and surprised. With that, she heard many whispers and gossip around her. After all, Jumin doesn't. Jumin is the one who gets confessed to. Jumin confessing has never happened before. Is this news confirmed enough to spread? The whole class was still not over their surprise at Jumin's confession when another surprise occurred. That was when Soyeon clutched her face and rushed out of the classroom door. Jumin and the others watched Soyeon's direction just now, surprised by her action. But then, Jumin also immediately bolted, chasing after and appearing in front of Soyeon, to her utter shock. Jumin's eyes were wide and looked very scary. He pointed a hand at his own face, then stared intently at Soyeon, confirming once more. Hey, I just confessed to you. After hearing this, Soyeon looked as if she had encountered a demon, screamed loudly, and ran away, to the awkwardness of Jumin. Jumin was dazed, standing motionless at the series of actions that had just occurred, to the astonishment and disbelief of everyone around. For real? Jumin got rejected. Jumin felt like he had fallen into a deep cosmic hole as all around him, many whispers and jeers rang out. Come on, they were just shy, so they ran away, right? Jumin confessed and she ran away? No way. Has Jumin's game fallen off that much? At this moment, outside the laptop screen, seeing the notification, mission failed, and the point deduction appear on the screen, Sail A joyfully exclaimed, Oh my God! Jumin got rejected. This is great. Sao A continued to observe the actions of So Yeon on the small screen, along with the character introduction. As if suddenly remembering something after watching the in-game actions, Sao A's eyes widened and she fell into a moment of reminiscence. She remembered when she was confessed to by another boy. Date me. After that, her cheeks flushed completely red with shyness, and she also immediately bolted away, just like what So Yeon had just done in the game, making Sel-a ponder. Why did I run away back then? Just as she was about to move the mouse on the control screen with the thought, let's try it once and see, Sel-a's eyes suddenly widened in confusion and disbelief. On the screen now, she saw the scene of Jumin running very fast to catch up with So Yeon. What? I'm not controlling it, so why is Jumin chasing her? As he ran, information appeared in Jumin's head, making him angry. Lee Jumin, 18 years old. He has received countless confessions, but has only confessed twice and been rejected. Remembering his own first rejection, the first time was with Han So-yoon in the future. And the humiliation just now. And even though I didn't want it, this is the second time. Jumin's eyes darkened. Unable to accept the truth of his own failure, Jumin could not easily accept the current situation. The expression on Jumin's face now was extremely angry, as if he was about to explode. Disagreeing with the failures that had and have just occurred, for a perfectionist like him, being rejected is a huge scratch on his pride. Jumin was in a state of outrage, extreme outrage. The aura he emitted made those around him tremble with fear. You dare reject my confession? Who do you think you are? When I confess, you're supposed to thank me and cry, right? The sounds of whispers and gossip still echoed throughout the hallway Jumin walked through. My reputation is power and authority. This could affect my reputation, and the future will change. The more gossip he heard, the more Jumin's resentment billowed up. Fine, let's see who wins. I will make you fall for me and turn you into my slave for life. In his rage, Jumin accidentally bumped into a girl walking in the hallway from the opposite direction. The girl was hit by a strong force from Jumin's body, causing her to tumble down and the things she was holding to fall. Jumin was still annoyed. His frown deepened. He was endlessly angry after also losing 5 more points. Then he looked at the eyeless object that had bumped into him. So annoyed. But as soon as he saw the girl's situation, Jumin's eyes widened. Astonishment and fear appeared, replacing the anger from before. The girl on the ground was in pain, her bottom having hit the ground hard. In her hand, she was picking up a knife, and on the ground were several more uncollected knives. Along with that, an introduction about her appeared. Lee Jumin collides with girl H. Ahem, saying sorry would be better. After that, a series of subsequent missions that Jumin had to choose to perform appeared, to his fear. Ask if she's okay and help her up. Attractiveness plus 20. Ignore her and get stabbed. Fatality rate, 5,000%. Go shirtless and apologize. Pervert plus 50. Honor minus 40. After that, a hand was gently extended in front of the girl, to her astonishment. Jumin, with an indifferent expression, not looking directly at the girl but facing another direction, shyly spoke. Are you okay? Get up. The girl's eyes widened in dazed astonishment. After helping the girl up, Jumin continued to run hurriedly down the school hallway. History repeated itself once again when Jumin once again bumped into another girl, causing him to explode. Again? Ju turned around, looking annoyed at Jumin's sudden appearance at this moment. What is it, Jumin? I'm filming a TikTok. So annoying. Lee Jumin collides with Hell Ju filming a TikTok. What now? A series of mission notifications continued to appear before Jumin, making him go crazy with anger again. Sorry. The light from you made it so I couldn't see ahead. Attractiveness minus 30. Personality plus 20. If I didn't do this, how could I get your attention? Attractiveness plus 30. To follow your TikTok, I'd even go shirtless. Pervert plus or minus 20. Honor minus 30. What are all these choices? Seeing a series of ridiculous missions from the game system, Jumin helplessly resisted. Who has time for this? Just worry about yourself. But the power to decide could never be in his hands, as the mouse continued to move on the screen and continued to select a mission. In front of Ju's phone screen, which was recording a TikTok, one could see the image of Jumin acting extremely charming, slicking back his bangs to perform the mission. Sorry. The light from you made it so I couldn't see ahead. Having just completed the mission and regained consciousness, Jumin got angry at himself, giving himself a hard slap for not being alert, to Gu's astonishment. Jumin furiously turned and ran as fast as he could, while also berating himself. Damn it! I got swept away again when I wasn't alert. Gu stared blankly after Jumin. A loud shout appeared from behind So-Yeon. Shin So-Yeon! Jumin's expression was full of rage. He yelled loudly from behind her. You dare reject me? Stop! Song-Soo, who was taking out the trash, had to look up to the sky and exclaim upon hearing the shrill shout. It's noisy today too, huh? So-Yeon was dazed, terrified to the extreme as she was cornered. Jumin, dripping with sweat, placed a hand on the wall, trapping So-Yeon, and spoke breathlessly. Caught you. Amidst the fear and uncertainty of how to react from So-Yeon, a sentence suddenly rang out. Sorry. Jumin, with a sly expression, continued to speak. Normally, we aren't close. Confessing suddenly must have shocked you, right? Those were his outward words, but in his head, he was thinking of a way to make So-Yeon accept. Since it's come to this, I'll pretend in order to catch you. Jumin's words continued to ring out before the worried, sweating face of So-Yeon. But I've had my eye on you for a long time. In his heart, Jumin was simultaneously thinking, actually, I didn't even know she was in the class. Nearing the end of his speech, Jumin became more tense, looking straight into So-Yeon's eyes. Did you realize my feelings? In his heart, he was also extremely flustered. If this doesn't work, then you're not human. So-Yeon's two trembling hands were clasped tightly together. Her first words came out in a trembling tone, responding to him. Right now, I'm very nervous and scared. As she spoke, So-Yeon's face was already streaked with tears flowing from anxiety and fear. Can we talk about this later? Seeing the scene that had just occurred made Jumin recall similar things that had happened in his past. A voice echoed. Hey, how many times is this now? So-Yeon wore an angry expression, rejecting his confession. No matter how handsome and famous you are, I don't like a cold person like you. His answer at that time was, where am I lacking? I'm perfect. Which made So-Yeon furious. I can't even list all the reasons. Oh, are you crazy? You don't know, so you're asking? So-Yeon fired off like a machine gun, continuously pointing out Jumin's flaws that he could never recognize. You only think about yourself. Even if the other person feels uncomfortable, you still put your own feelings first. Acting like this, you're just making others suffer. Jumin's two eyes widened in astonishment as he heard So-Yeon's cold rebukes. Am I bullying her just because of my pride? Looking towards the frightened So-Yeon, he thought, just like Lee Seok-ae did. The mission from the system continued to appear before his eyes in this awkward situation. Kiss. Attraction -50. Behind him, Sel-A seemed very excited. She didn't hesitate to click the mouse to choose. He struggled with all his might to resist. Meanwhile, So-Yeon was teary-eyed and sobbing. However, Sel-A would not let go. From behind, she kept muttering, kiss her. Jumin tried his best to clench his fists. He bit his lip so hard that it bled. Finally, Jumin managed to do it and turned to leave. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, he turned back to So-Yeon and said coldly, if you don't like it, just say you don't like it. You don't have to run away like that. Seo-ae disappointedly shouted, what the heck, Lee Jumin? Where are you going? Aren't you going to kiss her? You're not listening again. As for So-Yeon, she just stood there silently. After a while, Jumin glared into a trash can, scaring a pair of mice to death. He just stood there alone, then he went to watch a gang of cats fighting. Not only that, he also came across a dog and cat being affectionate in a cage. Finally, Jumin sat slumped on a bench, dejected. He sighed sorrowfully. How disappointing. I want to find it when Lee Coa isn't here, but I've looked everywhere and still can't find it. I should have bought the kitten earlier. I had to do that to find a trace of Lee Coa. Who would have thought that spending money because of Hallyu would cause such a big butterfly effect? Because, thanks to the kitten, I could have gotten closer to Soin. Because Soin particularly likes kittens. Day by day, I feel more and more that the future is deviating and getting far away from my family. Where on earth did you go, kitten? While he was spacing out, Songsu approached from somewhere. I need you to get closer to Soin. He called out loudly. Jumin. Meeting Songsu, he hesitantly started the conversation first. What a coincidence. What are you doing here? Greet Songsu in a friendly manner. Friendliness +10. Confess to Songsu. Ignore him. Personality -20. Songsu just appeared, and this stupid game, when will it end? Just like that, Jumin arbitrarily asked Songsu a question. Have you seen any cats around here? It's a brown mixed breed cat. A cat? I haven't seen one. Seeing there was no information, he annoyedly turned away. All right then. I have something to do, I'll go first. Suddenly, someone from behind called Songsu's name. So-ying shyly approached. Why are you here? We were supposed to meet over there. So-yin. She only just noticed Jumin next to her. So-ayang shouted in outrage, Jumin, why are you here? He even deliberately questioned, what is this, are you two dating? Songsu hurriedly waved his hands in denial. No, we're just volunteering together. And so, he had no choice but to explain to Jumin. I've been volunteering with my mom since I was little, so I'm used to it. It's become a habit. So I go volunteering once every month. So Young needed volunteer points at school, so I introduced her to it. Hearing this, he showed a cold and questioning expression. Why does it have to be like that? Why waste energy on others? Jumin, sometimes, I'm really surprised by your personality. Songsu even invited him. That's right, do you want to go, Jumin? Jumin frowned and turned away. No, I'm busy. However, when he heard the reminder, his eyes lit up. If you go there, you might find the cat that you're looking for. Songsu casually recounted, coincidentally, the place where we volunteer often gathers animals like that. He was determined to invite him. Jumin, what about it? Do you want to go? Back to the present, at the high school. Coa at this moment was extremely embarrassed, blushing and not daring to look straight ahead, while Ji-ho frowned and stared intently at her. He coldly questioned, why did you run away yesterday? I want you to answer. Hearing Ji-ho's words, Coa's head was spinning in a difficult situation. Do you hate me? No, it's that. Before she could finish, she took off running. I'm sorry. He glanced after her and uttered, she ran away again. Ji-ho was confused and even asked those around him, is it necessary to go that far? The other students replied hesitantly, not at all, Coa is probably just shy. Yet he remained nonchalant. Something about it made him even more determined. After school let out, Coa walked along sadly and hesitantly. She jumped in surprise when she ran into Ji-ho at the school gate. Hey, Coa. She just silently walked straight past him. Ji-ho had just started to call out to her when she bolted. Hey, Lee Coa. The sun was gradually setting. Coa was walking home alone. She was still lost in thought. Why do I keep avoiding him? She told herself, he's clearly handsome and nice too. My heart keeps beating so fast. And then, Jaeon-yu's back appeared in her mind. Her eyes widened in surprise as she thought of Jaeon-yu. Suddenly, someone blocked her way. So pretty. It was three thugs with colorful hair. They teased her. Did you come here by yourself, little miss? Did you come to see us? Only then did she realize and look around in panic. What's this? I was just passing by. Seeing this, they immediately moved closer. What school do you go to? Do you have a boyfriend? Want to date me for a month? I can't turn back. One of them even leaned in close and whispered, I'll treat you well, sweetie. His hand landed on Coa's shoulder, and she flinched in fear. Right after that, a kick landed squarely on the blue-haired guy's face. Coa stood frozen on the spot. The remaining guy shouted angrily, Who the hell are you? Ji-ho coldly and confidently replied, I'm Go Ji-ho. The blonde one furiously threw a punch as he charged forward. I didn't ask for your damn name. But unexpectedly, he was as swift as lightning, dodging and counterattacking. A punch straight to the gut. Watching him get beaten, Coa was terrified. The red-haired guy also rushed in to help. This punk. He managed to land a punch on Ji-ho's face. But seeing that it didn't faze him at all, the red-haired guy was stunned. Ji-ho even glared back with wide eyes. The blue-haired and blonde-haired guys seemed to suddenly remember something. Wait a minute, Go Ji-ho? Is Go Ji-ho the one from Su-sel School? The one who's good at mixed martial arts and fighting? Unfortunately, the red-haired guy didn't hear in time and was knocked out cold. As for Ji-ho, he cracked his knuckles and replied, That's right. Coa, on the side, was also amazed. So cool. He's good at fighting too. He stood silently for a moment then spoke to her. If it's too hard to answer, do you want me to walk with you? Ji-ho turned his head and offered to be your bodyguard. The two dogs kept baring their teeth and growling uncomfortably. The manager also frowned, confused. That's strange. They're usually so gentle. Why are they so fierce today? It's a matter of skill. After that, she turned to Jumin, smiled, and instructed, Anyway, I'll go check on the cat you're looking for. Hurry up, I don't want to waste time. Now I understand why the dogs were growling. After speaking, the manager left. He just stood there watching So-young cleaning the dog kennels. Jumin glanced coldly. He suddenly remembered So-a's expression from before. You only think about yourself. Even if the other person feels uncomfortable, you still put your own feelings first. Then Jumin calmly asked Song-soo a sudden question. Park Song-soo, have you ever put yourself before others? He was bewildered and didn't understand. What are you talking about? I'm just curious. Why do you come here to volunteer? Song-soo was surprised to hear Jumin say, You don't gain anything from it. Wouldn't it be better to do something else instead? He still acted as if he didn't care much. I don't think that much about it. Song-soo looked up and answered, Probably just to be happy. Happy? There's research that proves altruistic acts bring more happiness than personal gain, you know. Although Jumin was dumbfounded, he let out a sigh. I can't understand it. This made the other guy throw up his hands and comment, Just how lacking in altruism are you? After that, Song-soo held out a bucket of water to him. If you're curious, you should try it too. It's not that hard. He even struck a cute pose. It's just giving the other kids a cup of water. Helping is just that simple. Jumin turned with an emotionless face. My mom said the same thing. Doing good deeds brings good luck. Just then, a sound made both of them jump. The aggressive dogs were approaching So-young. She fell to the ground in fear, unable to understand. What's going on all of a sudden? He immediately looked around. Is this Lee Coa's doing again? Huh? I don't see Lee Coa anywhere. The water bucket suddenly fell to the ground. When Jumin turned, he saw Song-soo running away at top speed. He looked after him with disgust. The guy who just said helping others gives a dopamine rush is now running for his life? At the same time, a selection screen appeared next to Jumin. Lee Jumin. So-young is being chased and bitten by mean dogs. What will you do? Save So-young. Charm, courage, personality, reputation +30. Shout and chase the dogs away. Uniqueness plus 40, reputation minus 20. Leisurely watch the massacre. Cruelty plus 35, reputation minus 30. He pondered thoughtfully. Back at the high school, COA was cheerfully walking with Ji-ho. The two of them were even comfortably eating together. Afterwards, they sat and chatted outside for a long time. She shyly recounted, "That's how it is. There are a lot of bad people at the convenience store too." Ji-ho continued to comfort her. "You must have had a hard time." Just then, other students came over and called out loudly, "Hey, the sports field is empty, come on out." Jaeon-yu was surprised to see COA over there. He happily walked over to strike up a conversation. "COA, you're here?" But when Jaeon-yu glanced over, Ji-ho looked annoyed and glared at him. He calmly guessed the situation. So, Jaeon-yu quickly waved goodbye and left. "Sorry, I'm bothering you." But COA stood up in surprise. "Jaeon-yu!" She shouted loudly, "It's not like that." COA stammered an explanation. "What is it? What am I saying?" Ji-ho glanced over as he listened to her. "I've gotten close to Ji-ho lately, but we're not dating or anything." "Why do I have to make excuses like this?" She spoke hastily to him. "I just don't want to be misunderstood." "Is that so?" But Jaeon-yu replied coldly, "It's okay, don't worry about it. We don't have any kind of relationship anyway." Then he just waved and left. "Well, I'm leaving now." She became disappointed and let down upon hearing that. Back on the field, another friend started teasing Jaeon-yu. "You like Lee COA, don't you?" "No way." "What do you mean no?" That friend added a reminder. "But why is Lee COA with Ji-ho today? You two shouldn't get involved with each other." "Who is that person?" He immediately showed curiosity. "You don't know?" The sun was gradually setting. Ji-ho stood there, gently waving goodbye. "Bye, COA." COA also enthusiastically replied, "See you tomorrow, Oppa." But then, his face turned cold and emotionless. A moment later, Ji-ho went to where Minji's group was. She quickly pushed him hard against a wall, pinning him. Minji intimately questioned, "You're a good actor. You don't actually like Lee COA, do you? If it gets revealed, how can I get close to her?" "What's the problem?" The two whispered secretly. "How far have you gotten?" "About halfway. It seems that Josian-yu guy you mentioned is getting a bit awkward too." Hearing this, she laughed triumphantly. She immediately raised her hand to give a signal. "Very good." The other two immediately brought out 2 boxes and opened them. It was a phone and a watch. Ji-ho glanced at them. The next second, he smirked with a pleased smile. Holding the items in his hands, Ji-ho was overjoyed. "All right, this is more like it. This is just the beginning. If it ends well, I might even buy you the motorcycle you want." He even boldly declared to Minji's group, "Don't worry, Lee COA. I'll make you feel so betrayed that you'll never dare to trust anyone again." However, they didn't expect that Jaeon-yu was hiding behind, hearing everything. "How should we humiliate her in front of everyone? Dump her and then tear her clothes off? That sounds good." Suddenly, Minji, as if realizing someone was watching, rushed over. Unexpectedly, there was no one there at all. It was empty. Ji-ho also looked over, questioning, "What is it? Is someone there?" "No." Then he laughed reassuringly. "You must have seen wrong. You probably panicked, thinking Lee COA was coming." But he was unaware that Jaeon-yu had quickly run away. Meanwhile, COA returned home. She quickly threw her uniform onto the bed. COA flopped down into a chair, looking exhausted. She remembered, "I've gotten close to Ji-ho lately, but we're not dating or anything." And also the moment she told Jaeon-yu, "I just don't want to be misunderstood." Is that so? The more she thought about it, COA hit her head and screamed, "Lee COA, you crazy bitch. Why did you say something like that? She thought sorrowfully, am I trying to keep my options open? Who do I think I am? Tomorrow, how am I going to face Jeon-yu and Ji-ho? Right after that, COA shot up and opened her laptop. This won't do. I have to log into the People's to distress. Her eyes were full of tension. What is this? She stared wide-eyed in astonishment at the sight of Jumin pressing down on So-I-young. What is this about? She couldn't help but scold Lee Jumin. Are you going to keep using your looks to seduce girls? He shouted an explanation. It's not like that. COA's face darkened as she narrowed her eyes threateningly. Get up now before I chop off your thing down there. After that, the kennel gate for the dogs was closed. The three of them escaped outside, panting heavily. She looked around at them, wondering, where am I? Did I play up to this point and then log off? Are you two okay? Song-soo saw the bite mark on his hand and worried. Jumin, your hand is bleeding. But Jumin calmly spoke his name. Park Song-soo. He glared dangerously and interrogated him. You said doing good deeds brings good luck. Sorry. So-A-young just sat there silently without saying a word. Then she grabbed Jumin's hand and pulled him away without a word. He was startled. What's this? Shin So-young, where are you going? In the break room. So-young bandaged the bite wound for Jumin. She even expressed her concern apologetically. I'm sorry you got bitten because of me. But he was cold and didn't seem to care. If you know that, then make sure it doesn't leave a scar. Watching this scene, COA was giddy with excitement. Despite Jumin's annoyed expression. What is this atmosphere? It's so awkward. So-young hesitated. I have something to say. She stammered. I think I can answer now. Answer what? Jumin replied with a look of boredom. You said you wanted to date back then. You don't need to answer now. So-young said something that made his eyes widen in shock. I refuse. She blushed as she revealed, actually, I like someone else. I should have said so sooner, but I didn't have the courage. So-young confided, I'm not good at rejecting people either. I don't want to hurt anyone, so I just quietly do things. Because of that, I'm always seen as foolish. She recounted, but after hearing your words, I thought carefully. If you don't like it, just say you don't like it. You don't need to run away like that. So-young, after being scared by Jumin's actions, pressed herself against the wall. On the contrary, actions and emotions like that. She pressed her lips together firmly. Can hurt other people. So-young hesitated, trying to confess. Shin So-young. So I thought I should be clear. Jumin, you're too good to me, but maybe we're not a good match, so. COA, outside, listened intently to them. She showed endless surprise. Just then, the screen once again showed choices for Jumin. Thank you for answering. Kindness plus 2-0, coolness plus 2-0. Rejecting someone takes courage, ha. Kindness plus 3-0. Who is it that you like more than me? Weakness plus 2-0, kindness minus 50, self-esteem minus 50. He silently looked at So-young. Then Jumin also replied. Thank you for answering. He added, rejecting someone takes courage, huh? Afterwards, Jumin's face darkened as he questioned, so then, who is it that you like more than me? That is. At that moment, Song-soo happened to arrive. Jumin, are you okay? He glanced to the side and saw So-young's blushing face when she saw him. Jumin immediately figured it out. Could it be? She didn't hesitate and spoke up. Song-soo, I have something to say to you. What is it? So-young said shyly, actually, for a long time. Song-soo's face turned bright red upon hearing her words. I've liked you. He was so startled he couldn't form a sentence. What? Me? You probably don't remember. So-young recounted a memory from their childhood. But when we were kids, you saved me once, just like today. 119? There's someone who fell into the water here. Call the police now? Pull her up. Her flushed face at that moment confessed everything to Song-soo. I've liked you since then. That's why I followed you, did volunteer work, and tried to dress up more nicely. He didn't even let So-young finish her sentence before he stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Song-soo's face was serious as he declared in a strained voice, I finally have a girlfriend. So-young shyly glanced over. Jumin, witnessing this from the side, showed a look of annoyance. The worst line I've ever heard. COA also couldn't believe this situation and had to exclaim, really? What do you mean, really? Right after that, she immediately logged out of the game. Why did she log off so early today? The manager happened to peek in and call out. Is that handsome but rude student here? In the awkward scene, Jumin had to reply, is something wrong? I don't know either. What's going on? She then asked, is this the cat you were looking for? At the high school, COA had asked Ji-ho to meet outside to talk. I have something to say. Yes, Oppa. He smiled smugly. Ji-ho eagerly urged, are you going to answer now? I was about to say something too. I've been waiting to see when you would answer. But he was quickly surprised to hear, I'm sorry, Ji-ho. COA bowed her head and admitted, I like someone else. COA kept telling herself, again? I got agitated again because of the game. She was constantly moved by the words So-young had said to Jumin. Sometimes, the situations in The People's are exactly like my own life. Is it a coincidence? Come to think of it, I still don't know who wrote those words on the ceiling. So, at this moment, COA spoke frankly. I'm sorry, Ji-ho. I like someone else. Who could it be? This sounds ridiculous, but Lee COA, I know you are controlling Lee Jumin. I'm watching you. The person who left this message knows through The People's that she is controlling Lee Jumin. Is that person sending me a message? She thought to herself, if so, then why? COA answered him. We should just maintain a senior-junior relationship. She frowned with unease as she faced him. Is that okay with you? After hearing this, Ji-ho stood silent, not saying a word. He bowed his head and put a hand behind his neck. Okay. No, it's not okay. At this point, Ji-ho's annoyed face was revealed. COA was startled. What? Is it because of that punk, Josie and you? Have you been keeping me as a backup plan all this time? No, it's not like that, sir. He even got angry and was about to raise his hand to scold her. What do you mean, no? You damn bitch. Ji-ho was furious in his head. If I don't get that motorcycle because of you, forget it. But he added something else that made COA terrified. We can do it now. What? Ji-ho showed a nasty expression and didn't hesitate. I was planning to rip your clothes off. She looked up and stammered, Ji-ho. COA trembled and backed away. Why are you suddenly so scary? But he lunged forward like a beast. Ji-ho! Just then, a hand reached out and placed itself on Ji-ho's shoulder. That person also said, why are you trying to rip someone else's clothes off? It turned out to be Jae-on-yu, appearing to the rescue. If you want to rip something, rip your own clothes. Right after that, without a word, he ripped Ji-ho's shirt wide open. He glared furiously. Ji-ho immediately turned and threw a punch straight at Jae-on-yu. But he still held on tightly to his shirt. Once more, he tore the rest of Ji-ho's shirt to shreds. COA stood beside them in a panic, her face bright red. He shouted, who are you? Your movements aren't normal at all. Jae-on-yu calmly dropped the torn fabric from his hand. Do you do sports? He coldly replied, I'm on the soccer team. Suddenly, he lunged forward, raising his hand for a cheap shot. How dirty! Seeing this, COA worriedly rushed forward, shouting, Jae-on-yu. As for Jumin, at this moment, he was staring ahead in utter amazement. In the manager's hands was the golden cat he had been searching for. She smiled, the cat you were looking for must be this one. So I Hang, behind him, also recognized it. That cat is. The manager also recalled, that's right, So I Young brought this cat here the other day. That day was a rainy day. The cat was skinny, sick, and soaking wet. I happened to find it on my way home. Not only that, stray dogs were blocking its path, growling threateningly. Just then, So Young was also passing by. She used her umbrella to chase the dogs away from the cat. Luckily, the manager also arrived and used a net to catch the stray dogs. The two of them jumped for joy triumphantly. So I Hang also thought back to those dogs and trembled. Wait, could it be that the dogs from earlier? They got caught and wanted revenge on me? No way. Jumin picked up the cat and said to her, I saved you, so we're even, okay? No, it's actually the other way around. He held it up and smiled brightly with joy. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to see my kitten again. Thank you, Shin So I Young. Song-soo and So Young both stood there in stunned silence. Suddenly, he quickly had to cover her eyes with his hand. He continued speaking to Song-soo, you were right. Jumin turned gleefully. Doing good deeds really does bring good luck. This time, it was So Young who covered his eyes. The golden cat stared with wide, innocent eyes. At the high school, students gathered, each with an uneasy expression. Minji's group also happened to arrive. She was surprised to see the crowd ahead. Ji-ho was grinding his teeth in anger. That bastard. He was now only in his underwear, shyly using his hands to cover himself. What do you think you're doing? I thought you liked taking clothes off. Jaeon-yu's eyes were menacing. There's only one last place left. Ji-ho was furious but could only think to himself, impossible. My punch couldn't even touch this skinny, stick-like guy. Looking at the cold Jaeon-yu in front of him, he wondered, who on earth is this guy? Minji saw Ji-ho's predicament and turned her face away, ignoring him. He glared and flew into a rage. That bitch. She dares to blame me? Unable to stand it anymore, Ji-ho pointed at her. Kim Minji. Are you looking down on me? Seeing this, Minji and her whole group quickly ran away. Don't come near me, you pervert. He just kept chasing after them. You're the cause of all this. COA stood there dumbfounded while the other students excitedly chattered, this is so frustrating. When does the next episode come out? Jaeon-yu then spoke up, asking COA, are you okay? Thank you. After speaking, he just waved and left. Be more careful next time. She frowned, looking thoughtful. So, COA also called out, Jaeon-yu. He quickly turned and replied, what's up? She bit her lip shyly, but then finally gathered all her courage to confess to Jaeon-yu. I like you. COA lowered her face, waiting for something. He also spoke up, saying, thank you for being brave enough to say it, but... Jaeon-yu's gaze on her was gentle. Can we just be friends? COA was suddenly bewildered. Friends? Yeah. He smiled at COA. Let's be friends. She was suddenly stunned. Jaeon-yu was a little surprised by her reply. Then, since we're friends. Her eyes looked at Jaeon-yu with pleading. Is it okay if I continue to like you? His eyes were a bit cold. Jaeon-yu calmly replied, that's your decision. He quickly left. It'll be awkward if I stay any longer. See you later, COA. COA's eyes sparkled. A sense of peace welled up inside her. I was clearly rejected, but why? What is this feeling? Jumin was strolling down the street. He excitedly had the cat on his shoulder. I finally found my kitten. Jumin excitedly thought about the scenario. I can start a conversation with So Yoon now. She'll get excited and exclaim, so cute. His expression turned serious again. The problem is Lee COA. Jumin reasoned seriously. Recently, Lee COA's uniform changed from the winter to the summer uniform. So it's around June or July. The location being the school is enough. Now I just need to know the exact year. He suddenly remembered when the screen had suddenly opened. Juman had observed very carefully everything in COA's room. At that time, Lee COA's screen, the image quality wasn't good, so it was a bit blurry. But one detail caught Juman's eye. He focused on that detail. That's definitely a calendar. At that time, he had been observing everything intently. Juman thought seriously, why didn't I see it then? Was the room too dark to see? He became anxious. I can't wait until I can see that calendar. Lee COA, I know you are controlling Lee Juman. I'm watching you. Should I go back to Lee COA's school and leave a message for her to reply to? Juman was a bit wary. No, I was already suspected last time. Using the same method is too risky. His struggle was a bit difficult. Lately, Lee COA has been logging in less often, so I can expand my range of activity. But it's only for a few minutes. He fell into deep thought. No matter where I run, she has a way to find me, so I can only buy a little time. A few images flashed. Juman having to kneel, Song-soo going crazy as he was about to turn into a zombie, and also the time the four of them could relax on the bus. The fake message Juman left for COA on the ceiling. Lee COA, I know you are controlling Lee Juman. He suddenly thought, if they are friends, a plan suddenly appeared in Juman's head. I will act as the bait and they will investigate for me. That way, I will avoid suspicion. The difficult thing ahead for Juman, however, was that first, he had to convince everyone of this plan. While everyone was treating the strange phenomena in this world as a matter of course, would he be able to convince them? Obstacles would continuously appear. If other people also noticed the difference and realized it like he did, things would be much easier. The sky suddenly appeared on Chella's screen. Her appearance made Juman a little surprised. Sella curiously asked what that cat was. Juman was so scared he broke into a sweat. Did you pick it up on the street? It's so cute. The cat on his shoulder then fell off. I'm doomed. I should have given the kitten to someone else before Lee COA showed up. COA excitedly told him, Juman, a lot happened today. The story COA was about to tell was about Jeon-yu. Juman looked at her blankly. Sella smiled and said, I got rejected by Jeon-yu. But somehow, her face didn't show any sadness. I feel so relieved. Sella continued to recount that all this time, she had felt very suffocated, not knowing how to express her feelings. Juman listened intently to Chella's words. From now on, I think I can live truthfully. He was genuinely happy for Sella. You've matured. Suddenly, something startled Juman. Painful memories of the past rushed back into Juman's mind. He felt as if he were sitting in a fire, burning his own body. Juman clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the anger within him. What is she thinking? He gritted his teeth tightly. For my family, for my revenge, I cannot coexist with Lee Sella. Seeing her smiling face made Juman even more resentful. I'm not supposed to be nurturing Lee COA. Don't forget the purpose, his determination to kill Lee COA. The look in Juman's eyes towards her was as if he wanted to eat her alive. Only then will my family be safe. In the morning at school, the classmates' faces looked lifeless. Why is this umbrella so boring? Chella's friends complained as they sat on the steps. What a weird thing to say. From ancient times until now, it has kept the same design. I read that somewhere. They looked up at the scorching sun. And games like The People's also simulate the real world, but this umbrella remains exactly the same. That's profound. Chella's mood was somber. Looking back, the world doesn't seem to have made any major progress. Maybe because people feel that the present is comfortable enough, so there's no need for further development? Everyone exclaimed, speaking of The People's makes me want to play it again. Totally. A female classmate suddenly asked Sella, don't you play The People's? Another classmate next to her immediately interjected, that's a strange question. Is there anyone in this world who doesn't play The People's? Sela smiled awkwardly. I play it a lot too. In her heart, she thought, but it seems it wouldn't be good to reveal how I play. The blonde-haired classmate looked at her in surprise. You play it a lot? The three girls all felt confused. But everyone's gaze became scary. They surrounded and scrutinized Sela. Sela, which character are you raising? Male or female? I created a character exactly like myself to play. You're not working part-time today, are you? They invited her. Let's all go to the net cafe and play the peoples. Don't say no. Sela broke into a sweat. All right. They went to the people's net cafe. Inside the cafe, everyone was happily playing games together. This is my first time at a net cafe specializing in the peoples. She secretly observed everyone. Everyone is playing the peoples. It's amazing. COA excitedly sat down at a computer desk. Come to think of it, I've never played multiplayer in the peoples. My home version can't connect online. She looked at the screen and was suddenly surprised. Anyway, not playing monkey is still great. The game screen showed login ID. I don't need to log in, do I? She was a bit confused. This screen is also strange. What is this? Her friends next to her kept urging her. Sela, why don't you log in? Sela replied in confusion, wait a moment. It seems I don't have an ID, so I have to register again. Her classmate was confused. You don't have an ID? Sela typed quickly on the keyboard, but the screen displayed an error, which surprised her. ID number does not exist or registration information does not match. Please check again. What? I entered my ID card number and ID correctly. She told them about the problem she was having. Hey guys, at home I only play single-player mode, so I don't know what to do. The blonde-haired friend silently looked at Sela. She looked nervously at her friend when they called out, Sela. The blonde friend's words made Chela's jaw drop. Peoples can only be played online. At that moment, in the subway station, So-yoon was in a tired mood. Jin couldn't stop being confused by her attitude. He frowned, looking at So-yoon. So-yoon has been strange lately, ever since the amusement park. Jin felt uneasy in his heart. She said the person in the hoodie was strange, and then she said the cats performing tricks were also strange. Should I tell her she's nitpicking about things that are obvious? He thought in distress. Just a light touch and she reacts sensitively. Now she doesn't even call me Oppa anymore, even though I'm still a year older. At this time, Soyeon was also confused about everything around her. This world is so strange, or am I the only one who's crazy? She suspiciously observed her surroundings. I see that person crawling, but no one finds it strange? Dogs and cats are playing rock paper scissors and no one sees it, or maybe they just don't care. And So-yoon also saw Chela's screen right next to her. She thought that sometimes she even saw ghosts in the street. So-yoon's face was lifeless. Right, this world can't be crazy. It must be me. So-yoon's eyes suddenly lit up. He was rushing away with a cat on his shoulder. Lee Juman. The cat turned and waved at So-yoon. She froze when she saw the cat's action. The only way to know if I'm crazy or not. So-yoon suddenly had an idea. There's only one way. So-yoon's eyes lit up. Jien became annoyed upon seeing him. What is it? Is he following us again? Seeing So-yoon's serious expression made him confused. So-yoon. Jumin's eyes were serious, looking straight ahead. He stood before a flight of stairs. An old lady carrying a heavy bag walked past him. Jumin, oh, it's so heavy. How can I carry this up the stairs? Her voice trembled as she looked at Jumin. Young student, can you help me with this? He coldly walked past the old lady, surprising her. Her eyes on Jumin became sharp. That brat. He came across a little girl sitting and crying. The girl's eyes were teary as she looked at Jumin. I fell. Help me. Jumin still left coldly. Next, he met a middle-aged man who had fallen. Help me, I fell down the stairs. Ambulance. Call an ambulance. Ju-min's pace quickened, which also bewildered the man. Everyone cursed at him. Hey, you disrespectful brat. Don't you know how to respect your elders? You should show some respect for the elderly. Man, bite that guy, man. You'll get your karma. Ju-min complained, so annoying. So-yin and Jin were both watching him. Look at him. They followed Ju-min up the stairs and followed him outside. Jin felt confused. So-eun, why are you chasing after that guy? Everyone was hiding behind So-eun. That's the hero who saved me at the park. Oh, what a kind girl. It's just a little bit of equipment. Can someone call 119 for me? So-eun gritted her teeth. I need to check something. COA on the screen was looking for Ju-min everywhere. He was now hiding in a corner. Today is really strange. Earlier, when Ju-min was sitting in the classroom, Chella's screen appeared. She went crazy, shouting, "Why isn't it working?" COA was furious. What's wrong with this computer? The screen displayed, cannot delete. Reinstall game. Confirm. She complained, I don't get it. Can't reinstall, can't delete, can't format. What more do you want me to do? COA angrily gritted her teeth. She shouted with a sense of injustice, I'm telling the truth. COA tried to explain to her classmates. I can adjust the time, customize characters in Peoples, I can activate the zombie DLC, I can do everything I want. Everyone looked at Sella in surprise. Her classmates' questions were directed at her. Are you sure you're not playing the wrong game? I've never played the zombie DLC. Sella insisted, no, it's the Peoples. The blonde-haired classmate pointed to his screen. Here, look, Sella. He then explained to Sella. There's no time adjustment function here. It's an online game, so there's no save function either. We can only play one character, and there's no zombie DLC. But Sella couldn't help but be bewildered. Strange. It's clearly all the Peoples. The Cunion store. She frowned. Sella suddenly shouted, wait a minute. She felt a sense of suspicion. This place looks familiar. This is the commercial area near my house. The Peoples is famous for its map being exactly like real life, what else? I know, but... The store in the game caught Chella's eye. The Gunnion store. Her face was worried. No, it's not this feeling. Sella tried to find any reason. Maybe it's a different version? At this time, in the restroom, the toilet was flushing. Sella leaned helplessly against the wall. Suddenly being treated like a liar, this sucks. She recalled the judgmental looks directed at her. COA unconsciously bit her lip tightly. She recalled the images from before. I'm not going back to that time, am I? COA fell into deep thought. So frustrating. I'm not lying, why won't they believe me? She repeatedly denied it. No, I can't be weak. I just need to explain it clearly to them. COA recalled the image from the game earlier. This map is a bit different from the Peoples I play at home. It's like it's more advanced. At that moment, her classmates entered. She silently listened to their conversation. Did Sale leave? Yeah. Anyway, we can't play together, so she left first. They talked about her. It would have been fun if Sale could have played with us. Can't be helped, she couldn't register an account either. That's right. It's the first time I've seen a game that doesn't allow registration. It's not like she's an illegal immigrant. The blonde-haired friend suddenly spoke up, but Sella. The friend's words shocked Sella. Isn't lying, right? The others continued to gossip. Lying? Ah, you mean. She keeps insisting the game has functions that have never existed. I was getting annoyed too. Yeah. Maybe she's delusional? COA was stunned. That explains why she was bullied back then. Her patience level was stable. Upon hearing those words, her patience level dropped. Ju-min was hiding in a corner, observing COA's screen. She focused on the screen and deduced, all right. This is the place I saw at the net cafe. The location is the same, but the store is a bit different. On the screen, the color tone was blue, but Chella's current screen was a different color. She was suddenly shocked. The people's I play. But Jumin was still listening to her. Is in the past? He suddenly wondered, the past? Why is she suddenly mentioning the past? Jumin began to reason. Right, if we consider the time in the game to be 2024. Chella's words made his jaw drop. It's 2054 now. Coa glanced at the calendar. How many years on the calendar? Jumin's eyes widened even more. 35. Coa became more confused. You're only realizing it now? Am I the only one playing in the past? She began to dig through her past. Of course, I can reload many times, but no, it seems I've been playing from a much earlier point in time. Coa remembered the words of her blonde friend. There's no time adjustment function here. It's an online game, so there's no save function either. We can only play one character, and there's no zombie DLC either. She felt even more confused. Why am I the only one who can play like this? Jumin on his side was also bewildered. Although I don't know why she's saying those things, I didn't expect to find out Lee Coa's era so quickly. He began to fall into thought. She comes from a future much farther than I imagined. Lee Coa, I know you are controlling Lee Jumin. I'm watching you. It's a miracle that the messages on the school ceiling haven't been erased. Jumin peeked from the wall. Now that I know the time and place, his face became scary. All that's left is to plan how to kill Lee Coa. I just need a plan. Chella's screen was approaching. She's coming this way. Jumin started to get scared. I have to hide on the opposite side. While he was running in a hurry, he accidentally bumped into So-eun. So-eun and Jin, who were following him, jumped in surprise. Jumin froze. Han So-yeon. His body was pressing on top of the two of them. Jumin's face was elegant. The shy expressions of both of them. Suddenly, Jumin asked, haven't you been sleeping well lately? Your dark circles. So-eun's face suddenly turned red. At this moment, Sella was right behind him. Sella was behind them. Jumin was scared and slowly turned around. All right. His body trembled as he thought of the scenario where Sella would mock him. So now you're into both boys and girls? Go get sterilized. Coa was looking seriously through the screen. Then she quickly left, surprising Jumin. What? She doesn't care? Suddenly, So-eun spoke up. You see it too, right? Jumin saw her worried face. That ghost. Jumin's shocked face looked at her, and Jin's eyes were full of disgust. He asked uncomfortably, how long are you going to be like this? At the banana cafe, Sella was holding up her phone, taking pictures of everything around. Jumin was still watching her every move. She's so strange today. The three of them were inside the shop. Chella's determined eyes. This should be enough pictures, right? She quickly sent the pictures to the group chat. This will clear up the misunderstanding. Her blonde friend was typing a message. Typing. He expressed his confusion. Are you still insisting on that, Sella? Sella was stunned. Her patience level was dropping lower and lower. Jumin, on his side, had a strange feeling. Why do I feel so uneasy? So-eun suddenly asked him, why are you paying attention to that ghost? She continued to ask, what's that on your head? But Jumin became more worried. I don't know whether to be happy or sad, he thought to himself. I once wondered if anyone else was experiencing the same phenomenon as me. But it's So-eun. Jumin's face was serious. When did you start seeing it? So-eun lowered her head. I've felt something was strange since we were at the park. She said what she was experiencing. Surviving a fall from such a high place is truly illogical. And So-eun's emotions changed frequently. Suddenly I feel sad and want to die, it's strange. Nothing goes my way. She started to get flustered. It's like I have a strange feeling. Jumin was bewildered by So-eun's story. Suddenly I get a headache and realize this world is really weird. He was dumbfounded. Headache? He suddenly remembered from before. My head hurts so much. Princess, are you okay? Is this similar to the phenomenon when I questioned Gang Yujin about the world's paradox? Rumen began to contemplate. Estrangement, enlightenment. He suddenly realized the gap between rationality. Perhaps this is the switch. Looking at Chella's expression, he speculated, if I delve deeper into this strangeness, I might be able to wake everyone up. I could form a team to fight against Lee Sella. So-yin continued to ask, you know, don't you, Lee Rumen? She started to get agitated. Tell them I'm not crazy, please. His eyes were bewildered. Jumin started to feel sad. He bowed his head in sorrow. Jumin bowed, not daring to look her straight in the face. You should try going to the hospital to see what's wrong. He made an assumption. In my opinion, these are hallucinations caused by excessive stress. Jumin thought to himself that he didn't want to drag So-eun into this. This is too dangerous. The chat of Chella's classmates. Are you still insisting on that, Sella? The UI of the peoples is also very different. Or maybe you're playing a similar game? I'm not lying. Look closely, why won't you believe anything? So-eun retorted, you just asked me when I started seeing it. He immediately denied it. I mean the symptoms. Sujin's condition is getting worse. Let's see when you started acting abnormally. Sella was still trying to argue with them. I'm not lying. Look closely, why won't you believe anything? I already said it at the net cafe earlier. The peoples doesn't have that function. Did you use AI to edit that photo? If Sella lies too much, we're going to leave. They didn't believe her. Edited? If COA lies too much, we're going to leave. COA was utterly shocked when she read those messages. So-eun excitedly shouted at him. You just chased that ghost away, and now you're paying attention to it too. Why are you suddenly lying? Jumin still didn't dare to look into her eyes. Go to the hospital quickly. Seeing her state, Jin also became angry. So-eun, even though I don't know what you see, this guy thinks you're crazy. He has no intention of helping. Let's go. Her scream made everyone around turn to look. Don't joke around. So-eun spoke even louder. Am I crazy? No matter how I think about it, it's all strange. Jin quickly tried to calm her down. So-eun. He remained silent before So-eun's accusations. You and I fell from the Ferris wheel together. Surviving is completely illogical. Do you think that's normal? The mouse was moving continuously. COA gritted her teeth tightly. The words of her classmates were still haunting her. But COA isn't lying, right? So frustrating. Her mind was filled with her classmates' words. Lying? I mean, she keeps insisting the game has functions that have never existed. Yeah, maybe she's delusional? Sella felt aggrieved. So frustrating. I've never lied. The mocking eyes and smiles of her classmates appeared in her head. Sella, that explains why she was bullied back then. If Sella lies too much, we're going to leave. And she remembered the mocking eyes of the bullies from before. Sella was in despair. The scary images from the past rushed back. I don't want to be bullied anymore. Her patience was gone. Chella's voice dropped. Why am I the only one who has to suffer like this? She continued to move the mouse. Sella clicked on the screen. Create new character. Restore old character. Operation complete. So-eun was so agitated that Jun was shaking. Jin beside her was also scared. So-eun, calm down. She gritted her teeth. So-jun tried to control herself. Her voice lowered. Sorry, I got a little emotional. I've been holding it in too much lately. Then So-eun continued to shake. But tears rolled down So-eun's face. Am really going to go crazy. Jumin also couldn't hold back. He exclaimed, so. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, causing everyone to panic. People started running in chaos. Run! What is it? What's happening? An arrow was flying in. It pierced through the forehead of a customer in the cafe. The customer collapsed on the spot with a pool of blood on the floor. Chella's eyes became emotionless. The city was also being destroyed. Dragging her feet through the streets, the people around seemed to have become zombies. Jumin's terrified eyes, Lee Coa. Coa felt wronged. Why am I the only one being wrongly accused and bullied? I can bully too, and even more cruelly than you all. She was helpless. It's best if everyone just dies. Chella's face became scary. It's been a while since I've relieved stress. Chella's problem, bullying, the act of beating and tormenting, the value of a human being, the darkest side of human society. She had been severely affected psychologically. The wound etched deep in Chella's heart had become an obsession that would never fade. Children who were loved and cherished when they were young. The bright, innocent eyes of a child. The guiding hands slowly left them. The adults all slowly disappeared. Dad! Chella's shocked eyes. She turned to him in fear. The triumphant laughter behind her. The sound behind that door. Coa hid behind the door. Brother. I'm so tired, brother. Coa's pained eyes. She unconsciously closed the door to the room. Coa bowed her head helplessly. Memories of the bullies flooded back. She pressed her lips together tightly. I can't say it. She stood silently behind the door. Coa was too young to heal her own insecurities. The game screen was still glowing. There was only one way to escape this pain. Chella's problem is the problem of many bullies, lurking in myriad forms. The scene changes to Songsu's lifeless face. Everyone asked worriedly, what's wrong with Songsu? I heard he just broke up with So Young. Really? Why? I don't know. I felt so sorry for him, so I brought him along. He looked at them tiredly. It's probably because I'm not an alpha male. And turned to reply, it's because of how you are. Sang-Soo calmly replied, it's just that I sometimes mistakenly call So Young, Mom. The expressions of both of them immediately changed. That's terrible. Disgusting. Suddenly, a noise startled them. All three were curious. What's that sound? Did a gas tank explode? I wish the earth would just end already. Is there something to post on TikTok? At this moment, inside the shopping center, she was still casually trying on a new lipstick. Eugene angrily shouted, who is that? I'm getting ready and you dare to be so loud? Seeing the bodies on the street outside shocked Eugene. She squinted to see clearly. What is that over there? The image of Sella approaching and the vague figure of Jumin appeared in her head. Eugene clutched her head and cried out, my head hurts again. Her bodyguard immediately became worried. Princess, are you all right? Sella was still getting closer. Let's go, quickly. Yes, princess. The weapon in Chella's hand suddenly spun. The arrow shot straight forward, piercing directly into the bodyguard's chest. Blood splattered on Eugene's face, terrifying her. The bodyguard fell. Eugene collapsed along with him. Gamay! Princess! The remaining bodyguard worriedly approached. Princess, are you okay? Gamay, wake up, Gamay! Eugene's face was still filled with extreme fear. Gamay, Gamay! What was that? She looked at Chella's figure ahead. Some kind of stream of water went through Gamay. Eugene saw something strange in Chella's hand. Chella's hand transformed into a weapon. It's a gun. Eugene was stunned. So strange, I can't believe it. The injured bodyguard tried to utter each sentence. Gamay, take the princess and go. No, Gamay, I can't leave you. His voice was weak. Princess, please run. Eugene angrily shouted, don't act anymore. Get up, Gamay. The bodyguard slowly lost consciousness. Eugene was surprised when he said, I have always admired you, Eugene. The weak bodyguard was sweating. The way you overcome adversity and your pride. She became more panicked as the bodyguard's condition worsened. Even if anyone sees your ugliness, in my eyes, you are still the most beautiful person. This is not the time for last words. Get. The bodyguard used all his remaining strength to shout, "Gamai, take Eugene and go quickly." He gave his last words, "Fulfill your mission, just like the princess once saved us." Meanwhile, at the school, 2 students were locked in an animal cage. Locking them in a cage just like a real zoo. Maybe these guys are gorillas reincarnated wrongly as humans. A lunchbox was thrown, hitting the bully as he approached. If they are animals, then are you guys insects? Jiang Yujin looked at them with a fearful expression. The bullies looked at her angrily. Jiang Yujin is a pain, let's go. Getting involved with her is just tiring. They immediately left in fear. All you freaks, just you wait. She went to open the gate for the 2 students to get out. Yujin lost her patience with the 2 of them. Aren't you coming out? Do you plan to live your whole life like rabbits in a cage? Are you going to spend your whole life peeking at beasts while living so precariously? The 2 of them suddenly asked, "What should we do to escape this situation?" Yujin said that you just have to dress cool and not let yourself be looked down on. That's it. And lift some weights. She smiled. As for lifting weights, leave it to me. Eugene's face was full of arrogance. This princess here is a bit weak, so I get sprained easily. The student looked at her, moved. Eugene was lifted up. The bodyguard frantically hugged her and ran away. Gamai, wait. Where are you running off to, leaving Gamai behind? Stop right now. A gun barrel was pointing towards them. It flew towards the lying bodyguard, and a loud explosion was heard. Yujin screamed in horror, Gamai. We were just going to pick out new cosmetics. Sella continued to aim and shoot. Is this a dream? If it's a dream. The arrow was heading forward. It pierced through the head of the remaining bodyguard. Then is this a nightmare? The bodyguard collapsed to the ground. Yujin rolled forward. She vaguely looked up. At this moment, Jumin had appeared. His eyes looked forward angrily. The girl tiredly tried to call his name, Li Jumin. He frowned, looking straight ahead. Standing in the smoke, besides him, there was also Sella. Li Sella, you've finally gone mad. If you just see this place as a game, I also predicted this day would come. A loud call came from behind Li Jumin. Soyin slowly approached. What's wrong? He was startled. Why did Soyin come here? A whisper came from below. What is that thing on your head? The girl's eyes became panicked. The little girl with the broom has one too. And the thing about Gamai being shot was also strange. Then the voice became frantic. Everything is not normal. Is she about to awaken like So-eun? He broke out of his thoughts and turned his gaze towards Sella. A snowball was launched. It created a critical hit right where he and the girl were. A thick smoke enveloped the space. He had managed to carry the girl and escape from there in time. He told himself, once she has awakened, I can't let her die. Eugene's eyes widened as she looked at him. Congratulations, Gang Eugene. You have become my pawn. Jumin silently walked out of the alley. He carefully scouted the area. Eugene was still in panic, hugging a pillow with her head down, remembering someone's sacrifice. They were shot while saving her, and also remembering the happy times. Her pupils constricted. This can't be real. It can't possibly be real. Jumin quietly looked at her. Gang Eugene. Although it's hard to accept, it seems you've seen the situation clearly now. How are the others responding, I wonder? Suddenly he noticed the boy holding a cat. He showed a jealous expression. Her ex-boyfriend? The guy immediately got angry. I'm Ho Jin. I'm still dating So-eun, you know. He replied coldly, whatever. Jumin quickly changed the subject. What do you see this situation as? Frowning, he calmly answered, a female student is going crazy. using a magic broom to destroy and kill everyone. This couldn't help but surprise him. He is still aware of the situation. Could it be? But then he acted nonchalantly. This is normal. This made him extremely disappointed. A scolding voice rang out. Isn't this chaotic enough? So-eun hugged Eugene. And you still think I'm the crazy one? The corner of his mouth turned down slightly. Even though Jumin put on a gentle expression, the feeling is strange. The abnormality of this world, it's not an illusion. He explained further. It's all because of the girl on the screen that you called a ghost. She is manipulating us. Hearing that, she jumped up. That thing is. He looked down, not looking at her. It's a bit hard to understand, but to put it simply. Jumin patiently explained in more detail. The female student on the screen, Lee Sella, is using this world like a game according to her will. Everyone is seeing the strange phenomena caused by Sella as normal. But you have escaped that illusion and seen the truth. So-yeon frowned and looked at him seriously. You mean this world is inside a game? He replied, it's just an example. He smiled faintly. I pretended not to know earlier. I'm sorry, So-yeon. But he spoke his heart. In this situation, I just want to protect you. This made Jin jealous. You. Who are you to protect my girlfriend? Another voice rang out, I heard. Song-soo appeared. He asserted, many famous scientists have stated the probability that this world is a simulation is up to 99.9%. Everyone turned to look at him. Jumin wondered, where did you come from? He stood behind the gate. I just took a shortcut to get here. At that moment, Ju and Haein also appeared at the same time. Hello. Couldn't miss this hot news. Hi Jumin, you're surrounded by girls, huh? He grimaced. Oh God, it's this troublesome trio again. Suddenly he realized something. Wait, he asked with a hopeful tone, back Song-soo, why did you mention a simulation? He slowly opened the gate. Well, it's because you said this world is in a game. I really like those cosmic theories. And he looked at him thoughtfully. Does he show any signs of awakening yet? So-eun looked at him, bewildered. A simulation? He quickly replied, it's just a theory. If computer technology develops in the future, it will create a virtual world so realistic it's indistinguishable. Who knows, we might be living in a virtual world. That's the theory. Thinking carefully, even if Sella from the future and this place are connected, it's hard to confirm that this world is real. Who knows, both sides could be simulations. That's why these things can happen. Eugene spoke in a mournful voice. Why is everyone so calm? Her eyes had become lifeless. A crazy female student is killing people out there, and you're still discussing simulations or games or something. Wait, so am I dreaming? That's right. This can't be real. Her emotions had fallen into despair. Or I'm crazy. So-eun patted her shoulder to reassure her. This isn't a dream, and you're not crazy. She looked at Eugene affectionately. So please, come to your senses. Eugene also turned to look at her. Suddenly, an attack was launched towards them. Jumin opened one eye and raised his hand to shield himself. It's not safe here either. I have to get So-eun to a safe place. Do you have any way to stop this disaster? The only way is to hope that Sella calms down and reverses the situation. So-eun also gradually opened her eyes. Not far from there were two elderly people and a child trapped under the rubble. Their dog was panicking. They had absolutely no way to escape on their own. So-eun didn't hesitate and ran out of the alley. Everyone shouted in alarm, So-eun. She ran towards the three people. Let me help them. Jin and Jumin anxiously ran out after Han So-yeon. What are you doing? She said worriedly, there are people trapped over there. She forcefully threw away pieces of debris. Stop talking nonsense and help them. So-yeon won't leave until she saves everyone. Chella's familiar voice rang out, what are you doing? She was holding an electric chainsaw, standing on the rubble like a demon. She asked coldly. Do you want to die with them? Lee Juman. Sella moved the mouse, ordering him, get out of the way. He panicked when he realized he was being controlled. Sella is telling me to get out of the way. He hurriedly looked towards everyone. What do I do? What do I do? Think. Lee Eugene, think. Ah, she laughed slyly, not listening again. Her character started the chainsaw. Just when the tension eased a bit. Then she rushed towards everyone. Just all die. At that moment, Juman hurriedly ran to block in front of everyone. She rushed forward, holding the menacingly sharp chainsaw. He helplessly shut his eyes tightly, waiting for death. But then, nothing happened. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The chainsaw blade and a knife blade faced off. Haein, holding two knives, stood blocking in front of Juman. She asserted frantically, Juman is mine. Whether he lives or dies, he is mine. She shouted, no one is allowed to touch him. The scene suddenly shifted to another place. Haein was trying to stand on tiptoe to reach a book. Her eyes were wide as she tried to look up. Her hand trembled as she tried to reach up. Just then, an arm reached up and took the book she needed. Juman held the book. Haein's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Thank you. But then he took the book and dashed away. Weren't you going to get the book for me? At that moment, Sella, who was watching, spoke up reproachfully. He has no tact at all. So selfish. She moved the mouse. That won't do, Juman. Han is waiting. Then he was controlled to fall onto the floor. Look at the way he fell. The book flew up. You need me now. The book from earlier automatically fell into Haein's hands. Juman stood up, annoyed, rubbing his head. What did I just trip on? Where's the book? At this point, Haein had already come to her own conclusion. He's avoiding me because he's shy. Why did the misunderstanding bar shoot up? Misunderstanding. Sella, through the screen, happily looked at her achievement. Returning to the present, she was going crazy again, watching the fight through the screen. She said harsh words. You Haein, do you know how many times I've let you off? She screamed. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also dare to talk back to me? Haein gritted her teeth, trying to fight back. Then her knife blade shattered. Back to the past. When she called his name. Juman. Haein shyly handed the book to Juman. I was going to return the book to you. He thought to himself, so she picked it up then. And then, he coldly turned away. No need, what a bother. Because of this action, she fell for him even more. I was just going to say thank you. He's so cool. A love letter slowly fell out of the book. Is it because I like him that I want to express my feelings? No, I just want to be noticed a little, so I always get close to him. But even in my dreams, he doesn't look at me. I didn't realize I was like an invisible person. But now it's different. In reality, Haein was still fighting fiercely. At some point, Juman started to fear me and finally deigned to look at me. She picked up the remaining knife. Then it was as if she gained more strength. She aggressively charged towards Sella with the knife. The heartless Juman has noticed me. It's the same now. You are looking at me. She did it all just for him. Song-soo was amazed. This fight is terrifying. Yu Jin enthusiastically cheered, kill her. Yu Haein, avenge Gamma. Ji Yu looked at her friend, remembering a time before. Haein, do you like Juman? When asked like that, Haein showed a clear look of panic. Huh? Me? She teased, what's this? It's so obvious. She began to expose her. Last time, being absent from school on the same day as Juman was already suspicious. Haein remembered that day. Haein quickly denied, it's not like that. Ji Yu looked at her. She admitted, I like Juman too. These words made Haein's attitude change instantly. What? She held a knife at the ready. You like Juman? Ju explained, no. It's not just me, the whole school likes Juman, you know. She continued, so don't hide it anymore. She gave firm advice. Even if Jumin doesn't care about us, just keep flirting with him until he notices, that's all that matters. And so, Ju laid out her plan. So tonight, I plan to go to Jumin's house. Are you coming? In the present, the fight between Haein and Sella was still extremely tense. You're trying really hard, aren't you, Haein? Ji-yu gritted her teeth. Then she shouted loudly to encourage Yu Haein's spirit. You're so cool, Haein. She slashed sideways. Sella also swung the chainsaw above her head. She gripped the knife tightly. Then, quick as a flash, she darted past her. Song-soo gulped. So ruthless. Ji-yu, with a trembling hand holding her phone, you're number one, you. Jin cheered enthusiastically. Torture her, butcher her, chop her up. Haein had won amidst everyone's cheers. The Yandere student caught the terrorist. We're saved. She turned down to look at Jumin. She asked shyly, Jumin, did I do well? I was good, right? He looked at her silently. Yu Haein. Although she's suspicious, if she awakens, she'll be very useful. Soyeon suddenly noticed something unusual. Sella, who was just defeated, was now slowly getting up. Sella on the other side of the screen mumbled, as expected, when playing a killing spree, I have to turn on the immortality cheat code to be safe. Activating immortality chip. Power overwhelming. Her character quickly revived. It's not going to end that easily. Jumin looked at her tensely. He aimed for a nearby car door. Suddenly, a movement came from behind. Haein. Sella, since who knows when, was aiming a gun at her. He rushed forward just as a bullet was fired. He managed to grab the car door in time to block that bullet for Haein. Sella went crazy and shouted, Lee Jumin, interfering again? She frantically slammed the computer mouse. This crappy game. Why can't I control Jumin? Why? Jumin hurriedly turned down and reminded her, now that you've saved them, get out of here. Hurry up, Haein. Shyly, she covered her face. The cold Jumin saved me. Sella gritted her teeth in frustration. Can't be helped. This is killing the mood. Her character stood up again. So-eun shouted a warning, behind you, Lee Jumin. Haein was being controlled, rushing towards him with a knife. The knife quickly plunged straight into his arm. Everyone gasped. Jumin grimaced in pain. Haein regained control and profusely apologized to him. I'm sorry. Her body was trembling uncontrollably. Why did I do that? Did my body move on its own, or was it my own will? I didn't mean to stab you. It's just that I like you so much I lost control. Although Jumin gradually felt confused, this phenomenon of conflicting personalities is because Sella is manipulating her. So that means there are signs of awakening. To break this situation, I must help Haein escape from Chella's control. The gap between the plot points. What is the strange feeling that Haein can realize? A zombie apocalypse? No. Even if it's an absurd situation, there must be some logic to it. The moment the plot was distorted by Sella. In the events between Haein and me, I need to find some contradiction. Jumin looked at Haein and shouted, it's not a dream. He clutched his injured arm tightly. That time we were locked in the same room, the time I kissed your forehead, the time you went crazy. He asserted with certainty, none of it was a dream. Hearing his words, everyone became shy, to the point of having a massive nosebleed. What's happening? How far has it progressed? Oh my! So cool, Yu Haein. Hearing that, Haein couldn't help but be astonished. What did you say? Not a dream? She held her head. I'm so dizzy. He felt a glimmer of hope. It's working. Chella's fearsome words rang out again. What are you doing standing still? She coldly commanded, finish them all, Yu Haein. She looked up. What is this? Sella frantically moved the computer mouse. Don't just stand there, kill them all for me. Haein rushed forward with her knife, slashing at him repeatedly. What is this? I'm so confused. I want to kill Jumin, but I don't want to. She slashed while saying, I'm sorry, Jumin. I'm sorry. The blade grazed his face. Jumin reminded her, if you're sorry, then stop. Just stop. She actually stopped, resting her chin on her hand, thinking. But I also kind of want to kill you and make you mine. He snapped, so what do you want in the end? Her footsteps retreated, her body trembling. Is she resisting on her own? Just being aware isn't enough. She has to distinguish Chella's commands from her own will and resist it. Only then can she act on her own. That feeling. I have to convey that feeling to Heian. He began to guide her. Listen carefully, Heian. I know you're very confused, but you have to believe what I say. Heian's eyes were brimming with tears. Right now, two intentions are conflicting in your head, right? One is your true nature. Two is the girl on the screen who is inciting you. He spoke louder. Identify which are your true feelings, then push those feelings to the surface. Heian asked herself, my true feelings? Two streams of emotion in Heian. One-sided feelings for Jumin, and the sadness of unrequited feelings. Love and hate, two opposing emotions, were swirling, but then, they finally merged into one. Suddenly, she said, unfortunately. It's truly pitiful. Her attitude had completely changed. No matter how I reveal my feelings, I'm never cared for. When you need me, you just use me and then turn your back. She said it bluntly. Honestly, I really hate you. He looked at her thoughtfully. It's over. Heian continued, but she chose to express her heart. I still like you very much. The knife in her hand was dropped. The sadness is only fleeting, but love always fills my heart completely. She smiled radiantly. This is my true feeling. Everyone watched intently. Jin spoke up, urging, So-eun, what are you still standing there for? Jumin stared intently at the icon above Heian's head. Heian's color has changed. What does it mean? Thinking back, unlike everyone else, only I have a different color. The difference between me and everyone else is awakening. A series of sentences were spoken. Why on earth? Sella had completely gone insane. Why won't anyone listen to what I say? Suddenly, she paused. On the screen, the police and the army have intervened. They were fully equipped from clothing to weapons. Everyone cheered joyfully. The police. The army is here too. We're saved. Jumin and Heian also turned back to look. The screen displayed 5 stars. You are truly brutal. Have you awakened the hidden demon inside you? Special police and the army have been dispatched to stop this cruel pleasure. Continuing with another massacre is pointless. Stop immediately. You are truly brutal. Seeing that, Sella grimaced. Brutal? Is it wrong to relieve stress with a game? I don't bully real people like they do. She gritted her teeth. They're just game characters. You all should be helping me relieve stress. Sella continuously slammed her hand on the table. Why am I the only one being isolated? She cursed, especially Lee Jumin. You're not allowed to do that. She clicked on an icon. Jumin was stunned when he recognized it. The sky was covered by something enormous. A large ball covered the sky. Everyone was bewildered. That is a giant water balloon. Chella's character gradually recovered. She stood up, mumbling incomprehensibly, like this. Her character raised both hands, clasped them together, and launched into the sky. Her real self, controlling her, shouted, then just all die. She flew straight into the water balloon. The collision caused the balloon to burst. Water poured down before everyone's eyes. Everyone looked up curiously. Even the soldiers were no exception. Jumin frantically rushed towards So-eun. So-eun! The giant stream of water fell. Scene change. A woman was diligently cutting carrots. Just then, another person opened the door and walked in. The person looked at his wife. I'm home. The wife also looked up. Just in time, the wife continued. Dinner's ready, please sit down. At that moment, a strange sound came from inside the room. Die! Die, all of you! The wife angrily scolded. Is this girl crazy? The husband was somewhat bewildered. What's wrong? Is she playing games again? The woman called out loudly, Lee Seo. Come out and eat. There was no answer. She immediately got irritated. Are you coming out or not? Do you want a beating to snap out of it? The husband tried to calm her down. Shouting like that will only make her more defiant. She sighed. It's like this every day. It's a wonder I'm not crazy. The husband chuckled softly. Wait a moment, dear. He said gently, let me get her out. As the city became desolate after the downpour, dead people were scattered everywhere. Gu coughed violently. Their group had managed to hide inside a house in time. So Yun's eyes were wide with fear. She remembered just before, they held hands, clinging to a pole together. Their hands had slipped. That small family had been swept away. That haunted her to this moment. Haein was being resuscitated. Jumin was forcefully performing CPR on her. Ju panicked and looked back towards Chella's side. Her father gently walked to the door of her room. He knocked gently. Her screams echoed outside. Die! The system sent her a VIP notification. You have become the god of slaughter, the most brutal in the city. The number of dead bodies has surpassed the number of living people. For everyone's mental health, the corpses will be replaced by tombstones. Die! Die, all of you! She frantically typed on the laptop. Her father gently asked, "Coa, are you okay, honey?" He continued, "Mom's calling you for dinner. Come out and eat with us." In response, there was still a frightening silence. The soldiers stared ahead, stunned. Chella's character had stopped. The target has stopped moving. Jin silently observed the outside through the shattered glass door. On her side. Sella, you might feel upset. Her father advised her sincerely. But if there's something hard to say, just talk to your mom and dad, okay? But the sounds from outside had caught her attention. She continued to glue her eyes to the screen. What? Her mother said, dejected, what's wrong? Only you came out? She got angry and broke the plate in her hands. That girl, always like this. He immediately spoke to soothe her. Just let it be. It's puberty, it's because of puberty. She sighed helplessly, oh my God. How am I supposed to live like this? After raising her so much, and yet. He smiled brightly to reassure her. Isn't it the other way around? Immediately after, his hair stood on end. He immediately corrected himself. Ah, you're the one raising her. She frowned. By myself. Why is raising a child so hard? I don't know. Did I let her starve or not give her clothes to wear? I'm a human too, I have my limits. He gently comforted her. Yes, you've raised her with all your heart. That's already very good. Sella, hearing that conversation, also gradually calmed down. The conversation continued. Right now, it's because of a crisis. Remembering the past, Sella once hid behind a wall, watching her mother cry while looking at a photograph, but she couldn't do anything. Back in the present, she pursed her lips tightly. Seeing her appearance through the screen, Jumin couldn't help but get angry. This crazy bitch kills people to her heart's content and now she feels guilty? He looked at everyone. While Sella is off her guard, I have to take Soyin and the awakened ones as far away as possible. So-eun suddenly spoke up. What was that just now? She looked at him seriously. The girl on the screen named Lee Sella and you. He gently explained. This world and the world on the screen are connected to each other. She showed a look of confusion. Connected? He continued to speak in more detail. From what I've learned, 35 years from now, Sella played a simulation game called The Peoples, firing water laser beams, slaughtering and wiping out the city, in order to manipulate this place and turn the impossible into reality. Jumin lowered his gaze. From the moment I realized it was Sella until I returned to the past, I struggled to survive her unpredictable fits of rage. He continued, there was no way to control her, so to protect myself, I needed to soothe Chella's extreme personality. So Un frowned, the past? She asked with a doubtful tone. So what you said about being my future husband is true? He replied, I'm not sure anymore. His words were filled with frustration. I want to find my family in the future, but everything is a mess now. I don't know what will happen. Juman spoke in a low voice. My son, Irun, yours and mine, will we ever get to meet again? I fear it every day. Back on Chella's side, her parents were having dinner together. He asked worriedly, Han, is something wrong with Sela? The wife, annoyed, said while chewing, what could be wrong with her? She just locks herself in her room playing games all day. He then added, no, I mean at school. He spoke his mind. You know I'm busy earning money, so I don't have time to care for our child. But Sela is going through puberty now, maybe I should pay more attention to her. The mother slowly said her thanks. Thank you for always helping me. She looked down thoughtfully. After that incident, when I lost my memory and was suffering so much, you were still by my side. You even sent money to help me raise another man's child. The husband casually picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth. But you refused. She had said, you're not her father. She quickly explained, I'm sorry. I said that but. Her attitude became more somber. Everyone has their own circumstances. I hope you can understand. On Jumin's side, after hearing the whole story, So Un couldn't help but be astonished. So you mean that girl, Lee Sela, was bullied at school and took her anger out on you? He added, simply put, yes, that's it. She continued to ask. Then who is the one who looks exactly like the girl on the screen? He didn't hide anything and told the truth. It's my first time seeing her too. But it seems to be a doll that reflects her image. This new concept made her even more confused. A reflection doll? She asked further. Have you tried talking to her? He wondered, with whom? She replied, the girl on the screen. Juman looked outside. We can hear what Sela says, but she can't hear us. She looked at him, so communication is impossible? Their conversation continued. But from the way she reads expressions, it seems we can communicate through writing. Have you tried telling her that this world isn't a game? What do you think would happen if I talked to her? Are you sure it's safe to do it that way? That is, if she finds out we're not game characters, but conscious human beings, and realizes she can manipulate this world, how do you think she would react? It could be even worse. Or unpredictable. It's not just about Sela, we need to understand the world over there too. What kind of world is the future to allow this? Is Sela the only one who can play like this? And how did she get a world-manipulating game? We have to gather information and ensure our safety before making any approach. Soyeon asked him a question. So you're just going to let innocent people keep dying? She said seriously. The girl on the screen just looks like a normal schoolgirl, but she's killing people without even knowing it. Juman looked at her and asked. You asked what happened between me and Sela, right? His voice instantly turned grim. Sela killed my mother and stole my future. This made her flinch a little. And you want to get revenge on her? Pursing her lips, So Un turned away, to his bewilderment. Juman quickly grabbed her wrist. He leaned in close, his voice both worried and frightening. What are you planning to do? She answered, I'm going to get close and persuade her. He immediately tried to stop her. Didn't you understand what I said? It's dangerous. So we should just let everyone die? You can persuade her without revealing your identity. And how? Even the armed forces couldn't do anything, what can you do? At this point, Jin became jealous. He interrupted the conversation. Don't argue like a married couple in front of me anymore. Both of them turned to look at him. So Un continued, in my eyes, she looks full of resentment. Juman was surprised. What? Jin was a bit bewildered. Who? That little terrorist? She spoke with a sincere attitude. I want to prevent further damage, otherwise there will be more. I want to end this situation. He hastily tried to continue, but how? But before he could finish his sentence, she replied. I know physical means won't work. So there's only one way to stop this disaster. So-eun presented her course of action. We have to change her heart, just like how you've survived until now. Her gaze was fixed on him. The heart of a teenage girl going through puberty. I was like that too, so I understand it better than anyone. Heen let out a soft breath. She was lying on the ground, breathing gently beside Heen. Ji-yu looked at her worriedly. Ji-yu remembered her time with Heen and her radiant smile. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, absolutely not. Jumin on the other side yelled, listen to me, Han So-eun. If you go on like this, it's no different from accepting death. Why get close to her? Soyeon, not backing down, shouted back. Who are you to tell me what to do? I was grateful that you saved me earlier, but I can take care of myself now, so don't interfere anymore. Hearing them argue, Jin yelled, stop fighting. The three of them continued to shout. Don't go. I have to go. Stop arguing. Suddenly, So-eun noticed the scene outside the glass door. Jumin looked at her weary face and spoke. Not everyone is like you, Han So-eun. Jumin continued. Just because you think something is right doesn't mean it will lead to a good result. Hearing him say that, So-eun immediately retorted. But we are the only ones who understand this situation. We are also the only ones who can stop it. Jumin's reply made her eyes widen in surprise. We don't necessarily have to bear this responsibility. Suddenly, Soyeon asked Jumin, am I your future wife? Her face scrunched up as she spoke, how funny. Why would I marry a heartless person like you? After saying that, she turned and walked away. Jumin hastily called after her, Soyeon. You can't beat her. Soyeon didn't even glance at him as she replied. You can't stop me either. Jin, beside them, also called out. Wait, Soyeon, what are you going to do when you get there? Soyeon spoke, I don't know how everyone else sees it. She looked at Sella, a spark of pity rising in her heart as she continued. But in my eyes, that girl looks like she's saying, look at me. Please help me. It's as if she's struggling in desperation. Hearing So-eun say this, Jumin couldn't help but become lost in thought. He remembered a time in the past when he was walking with So-eun on the street and they came across a commotion. An arm holding a broken glass bottle was trembling. The person shouted, don't come any closer. The people around them took out their phones to film the scene. The person holding the bottle backed away, shouting, I said don't come here. Two police officers there kept trying to persuade her, ma'am, please calm down. Think of your family. Jumin and So-eun curiously approached. What's all the noise about? Looks like someone is attacking with a weapon. The woman shouted in frustration, I feel it's unfair. It's so unfair, I'm suffering so much. I can't live like this anymore. Her words made So-eun stop in her tracks. The teacher loudly recounted her hardships. My husband and daughter both died in a traffic accident. Then my life savings were all lost to a scam. I have nothing left. The woman screamed. This terrible world has abandoned me. Jumin didn't want to watch anymore and called So-eun. She's really crazy. Let's go, So-eun. At that moment, the teacher tremblingly held a large piece of broken glass to her neck. Her voice trembled as she said, I will curse all of you. Suddenly, So-eun rushed into the crowd. Seeing this, Jumin called after her, So-eun. The woman cried out in pain. I will curse everyone. The two police officers shouted, ma'am. Suddenly, So-eun rushed past them. Jumin screamed. So-eun reached out, trying to grab her. So-eun returned to the present. Jumin grabbed So-eun's arm. So-eun, who was walking towards the door, looked back in surprise. Jumin spoke anxiously. We always argue over things like this. Even if it's dangerous, you never listen to anyone trying to stop you. Sometimes your altruism brings good results. He continued fearfully, but this time is different. This time, you could die, Han Soyeon. I can't let you die like that. His words left So-eun stunned. Jumin continued. So this time, I will still help so you don't die. Suddenly, So-eun spoke, refusing. No, don't help me this time. She turned her face away. I hate seeing you get hurt because of me. Jumin moved closer and spoke. You can't make me give up either. Jumin said resolutely, no matter what happens, I will save you. Hojin suddenly went crazy, shouting, this is hilarious. He rushed forward and yelled into Jumin's ear. Who are you to keep jumping in to save my girlfriend? I'm here. How long are you going to act out a romance drama with someone else's girlfriend? Jumin ignored him. Jin's saliva splattered all over, but his face remained thoughtful as he rubbed his chin. Even the police and military can't get close. So how can we easily get near Lee Sela? Looking at the chaotic scene outside, Jumin thought to himself. Moreover, approaching her without letting Soyeon get hurt is almost impossible. He asked himself, no, from the very beginning, could we even escape this fight? On the side of the four, Songsu, Ji-yu kept calling, Heen. Wake up! Hurry! Jumin turned his head to look at them. He remembered Sela once asking him, Jumin, do you know what I hate the most? At that time, her eyes darkened as she spoke. Those live streamers. Before that, Chella's screen showed her scolding, Lee Jumin. Jumin clearly led that girl to the stadium. Jumin called out, Heyo Ji-yu. He gave her a suggestion. You have a chance to broadcast right now. Want to create a masterpiece? Jumin's words left Ji-yu stunned. He took a risk, thinking to himself. To keep So-eun safe, I need a bait. Jumin's face darkened. His contemplative eyes looked at the confused Ji-yu. I'm sorry, but that bait is you, Heyo Ji-yu. He also asked Songsu for help. Songsu, I need your help too. He immediately asked, help with what? Jumin remembered Songsu's foolish face. It's simply about giving some thirsty kids water. That's how you help. But his body exuded a murderous aura as he thought. Anyway, in the future, you'll help me with my business. But the future has changed too much. Besides Park Songsu, someone else will take his place. A selfish thought appeared in Jumin's mind. I just need my family to be safe. That's enough, even if it requires sacrifices. Beyond Jumin's expectations, Ji-yu replied, what's the point of broadcasting at a time like this, Jumin? With glistening eyes, Ji-yu spoke. No matter how heartless I am, I know now is not the time for that. Jumin, hearing her words, gritted his teeth and thought. So you've finally come to your senses, hell Ji-yu. Gi-yu continued. That's not important to me anymore. She remembered the past, playing happily with her friends, and said. I've realized there are more important things, thanks to you too. I understood that what fills the void in my heart isn't getting a lot of followers or becoming an influencer. Gi-yu spoke. So, if you need my help with anything, just say it. Her eyes, full of anticipation, looked at Jumin as she spoke. To get Heen to the hospital safely, what do I need to do? In the outside world, Chella's father glanced at the empty rice bowl on the table. He cautiously asked his wife. Should I talk to Sela? She just responded indifferently and reproachfully. I called and called, but she didn't come out, so why bother? If she's hungry, that's her own problem. Chella's father replied, that's not what I mean. He gently explained. I want to ask if Sela is having any difficulties. Chella's mother scolded. What difficulties could she have? She doesn't even bother to do chores around the house. I'm the one who's suffering here. Her father looked at his wife and said, but you should still try asking her once. Gently. His words made his wife pause. In Chella's game world, she was relentlessly attacking the soldiers. Arrows were shot through Chella's body. A soldier, hiding behind a tombstone with his head in his hands, thought fearfully. Can't win. There's no way to win. Looking at Chella's terrifying form, the soldier thought to himself, shooting her doesn't kill her. She's even using a magic wand. I don't understand at all. This is completely illogical. She's not human. Immediately, he fearfully decided to run away. This action from the soldier attracted Chella's attention. She waved her wand. Instantly, a black shadow appeared above the soldier's head. A pillar of water descended, annihilating him. The soldier vanished. Juman, observing from a distance, thought to himself, there's no opening. He looked at Ji-yu, who was trembling uncontrollably, and asked with concern. Can you do it, Hell Ji-yu? Heen, on Juman's back, was still breathing steadily. Hearing his question, Ji-yu pursed her lips slightly. Sella, in reality, suddenly opened her eyes in surprise. In the game, Ji-yu ran out shouting, I'm over here, you idiot. She waved her hands to attract Chella's attention, over here. Seeing Ji-yu, Chella's eyes widened. She remembered the humiliating past of being bullied. Sella gritted her teeth. She shouted an order to her in-game self, it's her. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide in horror. Another person stepped out. Ji-yu and that person looked identical. Sao-A couldn't believe her eyes. She rubbed them and wondered. What is this? Am I seeing things? Juman, hiding behind, continued to watch the two of them closely. Ji-yu from the cafe earlier pointed to herself in bewilderment. She said, me, the bait? Juman replied. To be more precise, it's a mass escape plan. He explained. To increase the survival rate, we need to distract her. In the meantime, I'll carry Heen to a safe place. Song-soo, seeing Ji-yu having to face danger, volunteered. Why Ji-yu? Let me do it too. Ji-yu, hearing that Heen would be safe, agreed. Let me do it. Juman spoke, suggesting a plan. She hates live streamers the most, so you'll be the perfect bait. Song-soo, beside her, spoke worriedly. Juman, that will be very dangerous for Ji-yu. Hearing him, Juman also spoke. That's why I need your help too, Park Song-soo. He also turned to call Jang Eugene, you too. Hearing Juman call her, Eugene wondered, what do I need to do? He asked her, do you have any makeup with you? Eugene replied, I dropped my bag, so I don't have much left. She put her hand in her pocket and pulled out a pile of makeup. Juman and Song-soo stared tensely as the items fell to the ground. Jin said in surprise, this much? Juman also felt bewildered, where did you pull that from? He spoke, use your magical makeup skills and turn Song-soo into IU. Juman continued, if there are two of them. He explained. It will create an opening. At that moment outside, Ji-yu and Song-soo also ran. Jin from the cafe suddenly spoke up, I'll do it too. She decisively took a pair of scissors and cut her hair. She calmly continued. Anyway, it's just to piss her off. In Chella's eyes, she looked around in astonishment at the three Jews appearing before her. Juman had previously assigned tasks to the other two. So-eun and Hojin, while they are running, So-eun, you can approach Lee Sella. I don't know how you plan to persuade her, but... He glanced at Hojin, causing him to raise an eyebrow questioningly. What are you looking at? So-eun, hiding in a corner, watched Chella's confusion. She moved along the wall, telling herself, now's the time. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around her, startling So-eun. Hojin lifted her onto his shoulder and ran. So-yeon, horrified, shouted at him, what are you doing? Let me go. She cried out, surprised to see Juman running towards them. So-yeon's eyes widened, and she screamed his name, Lee Juman. Hojin, back in the cafe, said with a start, are you kidding me? Juman immediately signaled for him to be quiet. He spoke, shut up, you. So-yeon can hear you now. Juman explained to Jin. So-yeon getting close to her is no different from suicide. If we stay here, we don't know when that giant water ball will explode, so we have to evacuate. Hojin looked at Soyeon and asked. But how do we get her to give up? Jumin shrugged and replied. We don't even know if we'll live or die, so how can we say for sure? He conspired with Jin. When I give the signal, you carry So-eun and run. Hearing So-eun complain is better than letting her die, right? On So-eun's side, she continuously punched Jin's back. She scolded him, let go. Let me go, I said. Watching them run away in the game, A said with dissatisfaction, are you all abandoning me too? She went crazy, screaming, you're supposed to make me happy. That's your duty. Why are you boycotting me even in the game? In the game, Chella's avatar waved her wand and summoned a fireball. She sent it speeding towards Zhongshu. He couldn't react in time and was engulfed by the fireball. Ji-yu stared in horror as Songsu's glasses flew off. She was shocked and called out Songsu's name. Jumin, carrying Heen on his back, ran while thinking. Faster than I thought. In this situation, sacrifices are unavoidable. Jujin cursed angrily, that damn bitch. I'll definitely get revenge for Gamma too. Another stream of fire burst through. Jin looked back, stunned. Jumin saw this and shouted, urging him on, don't just stand there. Run. He frowned in fear, thinking to himself. Before it's So-eun's turn, hurry up. Just then, Sella launched a fireball towards Jumin, causing him to open his eyes wide in astonishment. Ju gritted her teeth and rushed forward, pushing Jumin aside. At that moment, Heen suddenly opened her eyes. Ju was incredibly surprised to see this. Before she could react, the stream of fire from before shot past. Heen fell to the ground. Her weary face looked towards where Gyu had just been. But Sella didn't stop. She aimed a fireball at Jin and Soyeon. Her blank eyes stared at them. Suddenly, a knife flew from somewhere, stabbing into Chella's shoulder, causing her to lose control. Hojin screamed in fear. Sella, on the other side of the screen, opened her eyes wide in surprise. Heen let out a soft breath. Hojin looked back, feeling lucky, and said, that was close. Sella went crazy, calling out Heen's name. At that moment in the game, a series of water orbs appeared. The two of them, Hojin and Jumin, immediately shielded Heen and So-eun. Jumin thought to himself, it's all ruined. What should I do? How do I get Soyeon out of here now? He looked down at Heen. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind, the final bait. Jumin's face became terrifying as he reached his hand towards Heen. He remembered Ji-yu's face when she saved him. His hand suddenly froze. An arrow whizzed over his head. Jumin gritted his teeth and thought, what's the point of talking about conscience now? He opened his eyes wide, making a decision. It's a shame she awakened, but So-eun's life is more important. Suddenly, So-eun dashed past in front of him. Jumin's eyes widened in astonishment. He shouted in panic, So-eun! She rushed towards Chella's avatar. So-eun was grazed by an arrow on her arm. She endured the pain, gritting her teeth and running closer. Suddenly, a fireball appeared. It instantly burned So-eun's arm. Jumin saw this and was too horrified to speak. So-eun charged towards Chella's avatar regardless. So-eun gritted her teeth. She got closer and closer to her. Both of them gritted their teeth in endurance. Sella raised her index finger, about to click. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled her. Sail-A's mother called out loudly, hey, Lee Sail-A. Aren't you going to eat? Her father outside reminded his wife. Speak to her gently. She replied irritably, I know. Her voice softened as she gently called her. Sail-A, do you want to eat with me? Sail-A's gaze softened upon hearing her mother's call. What's wrong, dear? She stared at the screen. Chella's mother's voice continued to ring out. She gently asked, if you're having a hard time. The scene of So-eun hugging Chella's avatar in the game appeared before her mother. She continued to gently advise from outside. Then confide in your mother. In the game, both Sella and Jumin were stunned. Jumin bit his lip tightly, thinking, you did it, Han So-eun. I've always stood on the opposite side of you, but we always tried to understand each other. He remembered the time So-eun rushed to hug the panicked teacher on the street. He thought to himself, sometimes I wanted to stop your warm heart. So-yeon hugged the teacher. She comforted her despite being tased by a stun gun. She gritted her teeth and endured. The teacher suddenly spoke, what's this? So-yeon patted and comforted the woman. Jumin thought to himself, but even so, I still want to see you like that more. The woman was stunned for a moment, then suddenly softened. Seeing this, Jumin silently wished, I want to be like you. You remind me of my mother. She was just like you. Jumin stared at So-yeon, stunned. Maybe that's why someone like me was also drawn to you. The scene then was exactly like their situation now. So-eun closed her eyes, enduring the pain, and waved the other two over. If you want to live, hurry over here and hug me. Hojin frowned at her burnt arm. He quickly moved forward. Jumin saw this, gritted his teeth, and followed, rubbing his head. Sella on the other side sneered softly, what is this? So disgusting. Her hand trembled. Sella said, they're just game characters. Looking at the scene on the screen, she felt annoyed, you guys. Sella lost control and screamed. What the hell gives you the right to comfort me? Her parents outside heard her crying and were stunned. Chella's mother slammed the door, calling out, Sella, what's wrong? She anxiously grabbed the doorknob and shouted. Open the door, honey. Sao-e? Sao-e? Ah, Sao-e. She came out with her head bowed. She walked past her parents and softly said, let's go eat. Chella's mother saw her mascara was smudged and said with concern. Were you crying? She paused and grabbed Chella's arm, causing her to jump and open her eyes wide. Chella's mother embraced her. She spoke in a comforting and consoling voice. This little girl, Mom is here already. Why are you still crying alone? She continued to console Sella. If there's anything difficult, you have to tell Mom. Hearing her mother say that, Sella couldn't hide it anymore. She burst into tears. Chella's voice trembled as she called out. Mom, I'm so scared of being bullied again. Hearing her say that, Chella's mother's eyes widened in horror. Sella continued to cry out in fear, telling her story. I don't want to be bullied anymore, Mom. She was astonished, not believing her ears. She immediately hugged Sella, constantly apologizing, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not understanding you. Her father beside them watched the two of them with a solemn expression. In the game at that moment, Chella's avatar was being comforted by So-yeon and the other two. Outside, Sella was also being held and soothed by her parents. On the computer screen, the game interface was reloading. The sound of banging on the door and Mrs. Lee's voice had disappeared. So-yeon closed her eyes tightly, only opening them a moment later. Before Chella's eyes was a crowded street with people passing by. Her gaze was bewildered as she looked around. This place was very strange. A voice rang out. So-yeon, aren't you going? Why did you suddenly stop? So-yeon stared blankly at him, huh? Heen also widened his eyes, looking ahead. Ju looked back in confusion. What are you staring at, Heen? Is there something on my face? Another student walked by, muttering, I wish the apocalypse was like this too. Suddenly, she did something no one expected. She threw her arms around her bodyguards. It made them embarrassed. The two of them were startled, Princess. A skinny hand was raised. Jumin looked at her hand, had she gone back in time? He looked at So-yeon hugging someone else. Above her head was a scene of Sella wiping away her tears with her hand. Impossible. Unexpectedly, So-yeon's goodwill was effective. Jumin recalled So-yeon's words. That girl on the screen. She looks like a normal schoolgirl like me. But she has no idea she's actually killing people. His hand clenched tightly, a normal schoolgirl. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Jumin pressed his lips together. If she's a normal schoolgirl, then she shouldn't have such power. A shout brought him back to reality. Lee Jumin. Soyeon was taking steps towards him. She tried to open her eyes wide to look at the person in front of her. Jumin also stared intently at the girl before him. After this incident, the number of awakened people who realized the abnormality of this world had increased. Yu Heen, Gang Yu-jin, and Han So-yu were among them. Each person mentioned appeared one by one. But Park Sang-soo, Heo Yujin, Jung Ho-jin, who were involved in this case, couldn't remember anything. Jumin went to ask Park Sang-soo. He received the answer that he didn't know. Asking Yujin, he received a similar answer. Asking Jung Ho-jin, the two of them just gave each other the middle finger. Jumin gathered the people who had realized. When Sela was absent, he explained the situation. The people passing by also exclaimed, "Wow! Dating 3 girls at once, so impressive." To ensure safety, they decided to communicate via messenger, instead of meeting in person. In the hallway, when the two of them, Jumin, passed each other, they pretended not to know the other. Jumin pursed his lips watching her walk by. At the school, in the faculty office, Chella's mother was bowing deeply before her teacher. The teacher was also very confused by her mother's action. "I'm sorry, we should have paid more attention," Chella's mother replied. "Yes, then I'll be counting on your help, teacher." The faculty office door opened and she stepped out. Chella's mother, while closing the door, said to her daughter, "I've talked to the teacher as you wished." She was silent for a moment, then said, "Yes." She looked worriedly at Sela. "This child is so stubborn. Just a warning and that's it, is that really okay?" She looked down at the floor. "Yes, I'm not being bullied anymore." She was still not at ease. She reminded her again, "If anyone tries to bully you, you must tell me. Understood?" Coa was still looking at the floor. "I understand. Thank you, Mom," which made her mother look at Sela in surprise. She looked at her mother, her lips slightly parted. "I'll handle the rest myself." The sound from the broadcasting room announced break time. Jumin was still sitting and writing at his desk. Everyone else had left their seats. They gathered to chat. On the paper was the time and event. An illustration of a face, time, summer. Next, he drew the location, Suzeo School. On the page, 2 people appeared. Gang Yujin and Un Ian. And the tool, his lips formed a straight line. Finally, everything was ready. Jumin's gaze became very scary. He gritted his teeth. "Finally, I will kill you, Lee Coa." Jumin continued to sketch the plan on paper. "Unfortunately, now, I can't kill her with my own hands like in 2054. I will go to Lee Coa's school." On the paper was a picture of him holding a sharp knife. "Find her home address. Then I will see. I will kill Lee Coa through the screen." His whole body radiated a terrifying dark aura. "I will torture her like this. Being bullied. So much that just killing her isn't satisfying enough." He looked over at Sang-soo. He saw him mopping the floor while singing. A new idea came to him. "All right. This time, it's my turn, Lee Coa." He looked grimly at the paper on his desk. "I will give back to her what I had to endure. No, I will take revenge tenfold." He remembered the times Coa bullied him through the screen. He shoved the mop into her mouth. In another corner, a group of female students were taking pictures. Ju was holding her phone high, while chattering about something. The more he remembered, the more outraged he became. Coa had controlled him to do very embarrassing things. Humiliating, torturing her with the TikTok app. That she hated. Jumin recalled when Soyeon was forced to dance a strange dance. Dancing while feeling ashamed. He remembered when he was used as a makeup doll. Her self-esteem must be crushed. He remembered the scene of Minji bullying Soyeon. By drawing ugly things on her desk. The scene where he lost face in front of her. Jumin drew heavily in his notebook. Betrayed, publicly shamed. His expression became even uglier, making her isolated, torturing her cruelly. And finally, he raised his hand, wanting to strangle her. It's death. His hand suddenly stopped on the paper. Jumin's pupils dilated. He unconsciously recalled the previous scenes. He looked down at the paper filled with sketches. Before, he had heard her mention Jumin. Hey, I was bullied with a mop today. Coa stared intently at Jumin on the screen. It feels so bad. Coa gave a strange smile. Her question made his whole body tense with anger. Do you sympathize? Jumin was lost in his mental world, objecting. From the past to the future. From the future back to the past, the snake's tail moved slightly. In the chaos of time, the snake looked at its own tail. He wondered to himself. Could it be that I started bullying Lee Coa at some point? The snake opened its mouth wide and bit its own tail. And Lee Coa took out her stress on me. The snake bit its own tail, forming a circle. Jumin stared at the paper on the desk. In the morning at school, everyone quietly listened to Sela. Whether you guys believe it or not is up to you, she declared loudly. I've shown you the pictures and you still don't believe me. Then I don't need to convince you anymore. A voice rang out. Coa, you're still arguing like that. She pursed her lips, looking at the person speaking. The atmosphere in the classroom became tense. You probably still don't believe it, or don't want to believe it. She turned and walked away. If you're curious, come to my house and check for yourselves. If you have the courage. Everyone in the class silently watched Sela leave. I don't want to be dragged into this anymore. No, I can't be dragged into this anymore. Chella's eyes were filled with determination. The day Sela caused a scene at People's Net Cafe. On the computer screen, the game's interface appeared. The cursor moved to the Support Department button. Then the Game Report Reason page appeared. The person's hands moved continuously on the keyboard. On it were all curses directed at the game development team. Coa left, bored. Can't register, I'm going home first. Her blonde-haired friend looked at her. Oh really? Okay. Coa frowned at the computer screen. She turned and left. On the screen, a line of text appeared. Reason has been received. In the evening, the city lights came on. A person sat facing the window. A person with silver hair entered the room. She stared intently at the chair. After getting closer, the person in the chair was eating a cake. Billy's voice deepened. It's annoying that it's right in front of my eyes, but I can't see it. In the morning at school, the teacher looked at the students below. Did you all do well on the mock exam? The teacher handed out the tests. Let's use today's test to do well on the final exam. Okay? Everyone chanted in unison. Yes, ma'am. Chella's test score was terrible. She looked at the test, dead silent. If Mom sees this, I'm so dead. Chella's face contorted. This is strange. I definitely studied, so how did it turn out like this? Or am I just really dumb? She thought of the 3 bullies who used to pick on her. Then she glanced around. Can't let anyone find out. If Kim Minji finds out, I'm dead. As soon as the teacher announced. Well, we'll end here. Sela immediately rushed out of the classroom. The classroom door was right in front of her. But she immediately bumped into Jae-Yu, causing all the test papers to fall out. He looked at her in surprise. Sela was terrified, her whole body leaning down. Then she fell flat on the ground. A test paper landed in her hand. In Chella's hand was Jae-Yu's test. A perfect score. Jae-Yu is so good at studying. And Chella's test paper fell into his hands, leaving Jae-Yu speechless. And she also noticed the paper in his hand. Then Sela despaired. It's over, my life. Jae-Yu was deep in thought. His next words startled her. Too bad, you got this wrong. Jaeon-yu looked at her test and commented. There were a lot of tricky multiple-choice questions this time. The answers were narrowed down to 2 options. But you have to be able to distinguish the difference. To get it right. He bent down to pick up Chella's test paper. Most people got the last few questions wrong. She looked at him blankly. Jaeon-yu handed the test back to her. Here, Sella reached out to take it back. Thank you. Sella silently looked at the test in her hand. She looked at him. Jaeon-yu, I have a favor to ask you. Jaeon-yu looked at her in surprise. What is it? Coa was too shy to look at Jaeon-yu. Can you tutor me? Just until the final exams are over. Of course, just as friends. He silently looked at Sella. He immediately agreed, sure. Sella was startled. Really? Jaeon-yu smiled. Let's go now. She blushed looking at him. In the afternoon at school. Ju whined. I hate studying so much. Sang-soo looked at her leaning back in her chair. But the exams are coming up soon. You have to study. Ju didn't care at all. Whatever, that's life. He left the classroom while Juman remained in his seat. Tomorrow will take care of itself. He thought grimly. Leave it to tomorrow? How ridiculous. He looked at the drawing on the paper. Past. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Future. His hand held the pen, resting on the paper. In a situation where the past and future intertwine. Past. Lee Seo-ae took out all her stress on me because she was being bullied. The pen tip moved again to the drawing of Lee Seo-ae. I take revenge by bullying Lee Seo-ae back. Future, but in the end, everything still comes back to me. A terrible cycle. Ju-min's hand moved the pen, drawing a line through the 2 arrows of the circle. To break this cycle, I have to escape this vicious circle. Or, his pupils contracted. Shrinking. One of us has to die for it to end. Then he crossed out the drawing on Chella's picture. And I have no intention of stopping this revenge. He thought. I will return every humiliation I had to endure. Lee Ju-min's revenge list starts with destroying her spirit. I need bullies to continuously torment Lee Seo-ae. Crush her self-esteem by criticizing her appearance. Criticize her appearance. Stick paper on her desk. Stuff a dirty rag in her mouth. The 24-hour TikTok challenge until she faints. Is 24 hours enough to kill her? Group ostracism. Being betrayed by a lover or friend. Despair born from hope. Give her hope and then extinguish it. Find her home address. And end it by killing Lee Seo-ha. His eyes were filled with killing intent. For the future and the safety of my family. Today, I will kill Lee Seo-ha. Seo-ae opened her house door. My mom is working overtime today, so she'll be late, I guess. Jaeon-yu watched her take off her shoes. Is that so? I guess I should greet your mom. She replied, it's okay. I'll call her in a bit. Go rest in the room first. Suddenly, she was startled, her eyes wide open. Then she shouted. Jaeon-yu, wait for me for a minute, which startled him. Jaeon-yu looked thoughtfully as Sella rushed inside. She hurriedly ran in and closed her bedroom door. Seo-ae looked at her messy room. Clothes were thrown all over the room. She turned pale looking at her room. I'm doomed. The sky had already turned dark. Ju-min's hand touched the scratched surface of the desk. He fiddled with his fingers. In the situation where Lee Seo-ae controls this world. So far, the only thing I could do was to cling to and coax her. He glanced up at the cat on the wall shelf. But perhaps I now have the strength to fight back against her. The soulless cat looked back at him. Ju-min also looked at that cat. It had knocked over the flower vase on the shelf. He was determined. I will do whatever I have decided. As the vase was about to hit the ground, Ju-min quickly rushed out to catch it. He gritted his teeth in pain. Even if it's difficult, I've never failed before. Seo-ae hurriedly cleaned her room, saying, or rather, What I have carefully planned and am determined to do will definitely become a reality in the future. Jumin, while cleaning up cat fur, thought, I will definitely succeed. Because I have that ability. She hurriedly cleaned up. Just as Lee Sela manipulates the past, Jumin used the vacuum cleaner to clean the floor. I can also control the future as I wish. Leave it to tomorrow. He placed the revenge notebook on the table. Today will be a test with Lee Chela's death. He looked at the cat clinging to the corner of the wall. The plan is fully laid out. Just waiting for the results to appear before my eyes. Jumin glared at it grimly. But there's one thing that makes me wonder. COA, sweating, cracked open her door for him. Jaeon Yu, you can come in now. Jaeon Yu looked at her helplessly. Stepping inside, he looked around the room. It's so clean. COA gave a forced smile. Really? COA patted her bed. Wait here for a bit. I'll go get some drinks. Jaeon Yu smiled. Thank you. The door closed. He stood silently looking at the door for a moment. Then he turned his head to look at Chela's desk. He stared intently at it. Jumin stroked his chin. The revenge has begun. If the future is forming according to my plan. He imagined the scene of Sela being strangled. Then actually, Lee Sela should have died in front of me long ago. Jumin rubbed his chin, thinking of Jaeon Yu. If not, then perhaps my intentions for the future have changed. He paused for a moment. Then Jumin realized something. Or is someone interfering? A hand placed on the table. A virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Then Jaeon Yu appeared on the screen. Jumin's eyes widened looking at him. Jaeon Yu said softly, Lee Yumin. He looked at the character on the screen. I know you've realized what this place is. Jumin stared blankly at Jaeon Yu appearing before him. Hearing that, his eyes widened as he stared at him. Jaeon Yu also looked back at him. Unlock Part 1 afterward. Back Kong Go. Ryu Back Kong Go. This guy mainly draws hentai and is also the main author. Today, I'll let them get married. The initial inspiration for this work came from my older sister, who was playing a life simulation game. Starting with a light atmosphere. First, let's just kill them all. But I also tried to convey heavier stories. Readers who have read it probably already know the theme of this work is bullying. In life, there are many different forms of bullying. I'm showing all forms of bullying with the whole body. In one space, there are also many different forms. So ugly, how can you live? There's also bullying in school. You're ugly and you dare to go to work? Bullying in the workplace. What an ugly author. On the internet, it's malicious comments. My daughter is beautiful, not ugly at all. There are also family conflicts and disputes. Am I that ugly? I even belittle myself. Tormenting myself. I wanted to express these aspects through Jumin and Sela. By switching the positions of the victim and the bully. Like a game. When playing a game, sometimes we throw stones just for fun. Out of curiosity or to relieve stress. Sometimes we even break things for no reason. Are bullies tormenting their victims? With that kind of mentality, that effect can lead to the collapse of a person. Then lead to revenge in society. Or unfortunate choices. This vicious cycle just keeps repeating. I have incorporated these questions into the work. It's not to say you shouldn't play games like that. So, if you've finished reading, please don't feel guilty. Just enjoy the game freely. Part 1 will be allowed to conclude with Chela's growth. Part 2 will delve deeper into the secrets of the game, the people, and develop the plot in more detail. How will Jumin and Chela's relationship interact? Next summer, we will return with a more exciting Part 2. Ryu, the married artist. Hello everyone. I'm artist Ryu. The series Unlock Part 1 has ended. Part 1 was so tiring. It's just when I need a break the most. So I can't hide my joy. My assets are also depleted. Even publishing a chapter a week is hard. But this time was the hardest. Being late by one day would be a disaster. First of all, regarding my daily life. We started without any reserve manuscripts. The volume also fluctuated enormously from around 80 to 100 pages. Delivered by author Bak Kong Go. Not yet, stop it. But we finally overcame the difficulties. And completed part 1 without being late. Thank you GMP and Yun for supporting me. To finish on schedule. Of course, even though it's a seasonal release. This time I definitely have to have manuscripts. A comic artist has to accumulate manuscripts. So there's no real rest. But we will still travel as much as possible. Artist Lee Gun's wife. And rest as well as play unfinished games. During the break. We will also post other daily life stories. The title is An Incident with a Strange Woman on the Subway. I'm already married. Anyone interested in this series before part 2 comes out? Please come visit. Part 2. I will need time to recover my health and accumulate manuscripts. So it will take about 6 months. I like jogging. I will try to prepare diligently. To return as soon as possible. See you all again and don't forget the series UNLUCK. Love you all. Thank you. Back to the story. Seo smiled brightly looking at the computer screen. Let's learn some more cooking skills, oh my. She controlled Unbi to cook rice on the stove. While the child next to her rolled on the floor crying. Suddenly the pan caught fire. She was startled, oh my. Which startled her son as well. She held the pan in front of her child, it's burnt again. Yunbin gave a forced smile looking at him. I'm sorry, Jumin, wait for mom a little longer. Mom will prepare it again right away. Jumin shouted in protest. I'm so hungry, I'm annoyed. On the screen, a notification appeared, chef failed to cook. Next time, remember to watch the fire carefully so it doesn't burn. So Young sighed, raising a child is easier than this. She pressed her cheek against her hand. Just a moment of carelessness and everything goes wrong. On the other side, Mrs. Lee called out. COA, come eat. She replied, yes, ma'am. COA left her desk, the game interface was still on the computer. Mom, did you make kimchi stew? I can smell it. She went outside. So delicious. Mrs. Lee smiled, looking at COA, eat a lot. There's fried egg too. On the computer screen. A suspicious person appeared in the game. COA walked while rubbing her stomach. I'm so full, I think I ate too much. She glanced at the laptop on the table. In the game, the house had been burned down. What's this? What happened? Did cooking cause a fire? In the game, on the floor was Unbi hugging Jumin. They had died from the fire, fallen on the floor. Chella's eyes widened. Smoke rose through the window gap. Sella controlled the mouse to get the mother and son out of the house. Right before the room exploded. The two of them fell to the ground. Sella looked anxiously at the screen. Oh my! What should I do? Jumin's mom is about to die. I shouldn't have let her cook. She quickly worked on the computer, have to reload. But it's not possible. The screen was glitching. What's this? Then the computer screen went black. She slammed the mouse in frustration. Why did it turn off? Suddenly, she was startled looking at the computer. COA exclaimed, the save file disappeared, this trash bug. She frantically worked on the computer. What should I do? Why is there no function to resurrect the dead? Oh my! I should have turned on invincibility. Looking at Jumin, covered in wounds, lying on the ground. Sella pursed her lips looking at the screen. I shouldn't have let her cook from the beginning. She silently looked at the screen. Finally, Sella gave up. Oh well, it's just a game. There's nothing else to do. She looked at Jumin on the screen. Don't worry, Jumin. Sella let out a sigh. Next time, I'll take better care of you. When Sella returned, looking exhausted and spiritless, she whispered, Jumin. Today they made me mop the floor. Seo looked at Jumin's handsome face. I'm in a very bad mood. She gave a strange smile. Seo uttered a bizarre sentence. You'll sympathize with me, right? She moved the mouse to select the mop and bucket of water. Mrs. Lee shouted loudly, Lee. Seo come eat, which startled her. Seo shouted back, stop. I already said I'm not eating. She shouted loudly, not coming out? You want to play games and skip meals again, right? She yelled loudly, get out here right now, Lee Sella. She snapped back. Oh my God, I know. On the screen, the game was paused. Suddenly, the screen glitched. A series of numbers appeared, counting continuously. The screen immediately showed an error, deleting. Deletion time. 12 years have passed. One more year until deletion is complete. The simulation data has been corrupted. During the deletion process, Mrs. Lee shouted, turn off the computer and study right now. You're about to be a senior. Seo grimaced, I know. She added, go wash your hair too, you stink. Seo sat on her chair, annoyed, seriously, always nagging. She was startled looking at the screen. What is this? Where is this? Seo checked the progress. How long has it been fast-forwarded? The screen turned black. In the brightly lit apartment at night. Suddenly, a strong light emanated from the window. Jumin fainted and fell to the floor. A moment later, he opened his eyes. Jumin was startled and sat up, surrounded by a sea of fire. He hurriedly called for his wife, Honey. He didn't see his wife in the burning bedroom. He rushed to his son's room, Irun. Jumin was terrified, not believing his eyes. No, no way. Suddenly, he heard a voice, am I having déjà vu? Jumin, in tears, glanced at Sella on the window of the screen. I think this happened before. The next sentence made Jumin's eyes widen. That's right. Last time I also burned the house and accidentally killed his mom, right? He felt like he was hallucinating. Why did he hear Sella say that? Just as she finished, but she didn't care about controlling the computer. Letting him go to school is still more fun. Let's start over, huh? Oh well, is there an autosave file, I wonder? Jumin stared blankly at her. Accidentally killed his mother? In the end, Sella found the file. This one will do. He stared blankly at the strange woman on the screen. Well, Jumin, did you have a good dream? Sella's voice was cold. A life that goes smoothly is very boring. She muttered. Then I'm really unlucky too. Hearing this, his eyes widened. Jumin knelt on the ground, shouting loudly at the screen in front of him. What the hell are you doing? Then the screen disappeared. Jumin was startled, looking where it had disappeared. His whole body trembled, his face pale. The pain made him unable to sit up straight. My head hurts so much, it feels like my skull will break. Blood flowed from his nose. Many memories flashed through Jumin's mind. 2 firefighters stepped inside. One of them successfully broke down the door. A woman with flames on her ran out. There's a survivor. Spray water quickly. The hose was turned on, spraying directly at the woman. Aqua blast, a firefighter reported. 2 survivors found holding on at the entrance of the penthouse. Another person looked at her with concern. Can you walk? You will be treated in the safe zone. The baby in her arms cried out. The woman, with one side of her face burned, shed tears profusely. Inside, my husband is still there. A soldier asked, where? So-un replied, because it was too dark, so I. Another person quickly commanded the remaining 3 to go in immediately. Aqua tornado. Water sprayed straight inside, but it seemed to be no use. The fire won't go out. Bring another hose. So-un wanted to rush in to save Jumin, ignoring the danger. So-un cried out in pain, honey. Another person quickly stopped her. He continued to prevent So-un from getting closer. She collapsed on the floor, softly calling, honey. The child kept crying. So-eun shed tears looking at her child. Suddenly, the firefighter's voice made So-eun stop crying. There's a survivor here. Jumin was helped out by the firefighters. He tried to cover his nose to avoid inhaling smoke. So-eun's voice made Jumin quickly raise his head. Then, the two rushed to hug each other tightly. He looked at his wife, his eyes filled with worry. So-eun. Jumin looked at So-eun's tear-streaked face. I kept calling but you didn't answer. So I thought you had died. She was also very worried about her husband. Me too, but because of Eun, I came out first. She recounted everything. I heard an explosion, woke up, and the house was already on fire. Irun was lying off the bed. Her tears fell like rain. I was so scared, honey. I'm sorry I came out first. Jumin pressed his lips together looking at her. He hugged So-irun tightly. I'm sorry. I'm the one who should be sorry. Her eyes shimmered with tears when she heard Jumin say that. I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry. In the laboratory, Jumin was doing something with the giant device in the room. Sang-soo was trying to dissuade his colleague. Stop it, Jumin. The current AI is enough. He looked at him. What reason is there to go further? Sang-soo continued to advise, beyond this point, we won't be able to control it anymore. But Jumin still had something to say. Finally, he replied. I have to create it. Sang-soo still didn't understand. But why? What do you want to create, in the end? Jumin, with dark circles under his eyes, looked at the machine. He replied, safety. Sang-soo stared blankly. Jumin. Jumin bowed his head deeply. A sense of helplessness enveloped him. I had to feel every moment of not being able to protect my family. This world is filled with too many uncertainties and absurdities. He turned to look at the family photo, and the child still in its mother's womb. I think we need an AI that can establish order in this dangerous world. No more children will have to lose their mothers because of fires. Unexpected, absurd misfortunes will also disappear. His voice was hoarse as he recalled that painful feeling. At first, I believed so. Jumin continued to confess. I never expected it to become poison. Sang-soo advised him to stop. Then stop here. Jumin's two hands were still on the keyboard. You know my research documents have been leaked. It's only a matter of time before uncontrollable ice appear. The intention in his eyes became very frightening. Now there's only one way to stop Billy. We must develop the AI before someone else does. Sang-soo swallowed dryly, looking at him. Jumin, in the end. He looked worriedly at Jumin. Are you fighting against an AI? Back to the present. Jaeon-yu was still looking at him through the virtual screen in midair. He called out Jumin's exact name. Lee Jumin. Jaeon-yu bent down to look at the computer screen. I know you are still aware of this place. He stared blankly at the blonde-haired teenager on the screen. Huh? His lips moved. And I. The next words made Jumin freeze. Was sent here by you. His eyes widened as he looked at Jaeon-yu. I sent you there? Jumin was terrified. That was clearly Sel-A's room. His lips trembled. Finally. Jumin shouted with joy. Finally. Finally, my influence has directly reached Sel-A. Jaeon-yu looked at the person joyfully jumping up and down on the bed. But he suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. But why didn't I appear myself, but someone else went there instead? Jumin quickly jumped off the bed. This isn't the time to celebrate yet. He stared intently at Jaeon-yu and ordered, Hey, you, kill Sel-A, right in front of me. Jumin on the screen was rambling on about how to kill Sel-A. Jaeon-yu replied, Here, I can't understand your words. He just said, oh. He realized Jumin was saying something. Jumin held up a notebook with a line of text. Kill Sel-A right in front of me. Jaeon-yu focused on it. Kill Sel-A right in front of me. He was silent, finally replying, I can't do that. Jumin quickly wrote something on the paper. Then he shouted loudly, kill cell A, immediately. Kill cell A immediately. Jaeon-yu calmly replied. I know well the reason you want me to do this. But you didn't send me to kill cell A. The next sentence made Jumin's eyes widen. But to protect her. Jaeon-yu stated the reason he was sent. To be more precise, the Jumin from a more distant future sent me. He looked seriously at Jumin. Lee cell A is not your enemy. Jaeon-yu told Jumin to turn around. Look behind you. A yellow liquid was pouring down. Sella trembled in the kitchen. Jaeon-yu was at his house, even in his room. Why is it like this? Everything is happening so naturally. There was a noise outside. Mrs. Lee was home. Mom's home. She looked at the doorway and saw another pair of shoes. Sella, did someone come over? Mom? Cell A suddenly rushed out, startling her mother. Oh my God, you scared me. She replied, Jaeon-yu is at our house. Mrs. Lee was stunned. Huh? In Cell A's room, Jumin still didn't give up. Stop talking nonsense. Kill her. Jaeon-yu replied, I already said I can't. Jumin wrote in his notebook, why? Jaeon-yu replied, I can't answer. Jumin glared at him. I'm not kidding you. He wrote on the next page, what is Happy Post really? Jumin turned to the next page. Why did Sella torture me? He wrote the question in the notebook. My future, what happened in the end? Jumin turned to the last page. If you were sent by the future me, why didn't you prevent this situation beforehand? Jaeon-yu did not answer any of his questions. You must have many questions. But I cannot answer. Because if you knew the truth now, it could change the future. Mrs. Lee stared blankly at her daughter. Huh? A boyfriend came to the house? Jaeon-yu glanced towards the door of the room. I can't say any more. I was only sent to deliver a message from your future. His face was reflected on the screen. And this message is important to save your family. So listen carefully. In the living room, Mrs. Lee was hitting Cell A. This girl, how dare you bring a strange guy home? She quickly replied, who's a stranger? Hearing her daughter say that, she stopped. He's a friend who came to study with me. Mrs. Lee said to Cell A, I'll prepare dinner. Eat first, then study. You can only think on a full stomach. Cell A hid behind the door, looking embarrassed. Ah, Jaeon-yu, my mom came home a bit early. She stepped inside. Jaeon-yu, what are you doing on the desk? He replied, this laptop is so old, I find it interesting. Jaeon-yu closed the laptop. You said your mom is back? Let me go and greet her. The machine was still glowing. Jumin sat dazedly on the bed. Jaeon-yu looked at him. You probably already know. He mentioned a few things from the future. Your father, Mr. Lee Jong-moon, will soon die in a traffic accident. Jumin's father was hit by a car and fell here. That was not a normal accident. Jumin's eyes turned cold. But an assassination. Jaeon-yu reminded him. What you need to do now is... He showed Jumin a way. On the way home tomorrow night, prevent your father's death. And Jaeon-yu looked seriously at Jumin. That way, naturally, you will get closer to the truth you want to know. This is the entire message I needed to send. Every line that Jumin wrote seemed to capture Jaeon-yu's gaze. Each word was written neatly. Don't go. I still want to know more about you. The expression on Jaeon-yu's face turned slightly red after reading those lines. As for Jumin, his cheeks had already turned bright red. Jumin's attitude immediately changed. He quickly bowed his head and crossed out those words, hastily writing other words. Jumin brought the notebook closer to the computer screen. What exactly are you? How can I believe you? Jaeon-yu quickly looked at the letters he had written. His deep voice rang out. Someone told me this. You are a genius, but too arrogant. Because you want to control things that cannot be controlled, that's why it turned out like this. A suspicious look, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. What? What do you mean? Stop being so cryptic. Can't you speak clearly, you damn brat? Jaeon-yu turned towards the door, where the voice was coming from. This girl. How dare you bring a strange man into the house? What do you mean, strange? He quickly offered to end the call. Let's stop here. Excuse me. Hearing that, Jumin quickly shouted, wait, don't go. Panic was gradually showing on his face. Jumin quickly regained his composure. After the fire at the penthouse, what happened to So-eun and Eun? He sat in a place surrounded by fire. His body was thin, his face growing haggard. The fire burned more and more fiercely, spreading to the bed, burning even the wood. At that time, I didn't see So-eun or Eun. Jumin's pupils slowly dilated, awaiting an answer from Jaeon-yu. Are they still alive? In response to him was silence. He focused on the screen in front of him. Seeing Jaeon-yu's silence, Jumin was slightly embarrassed. Oh my God, I was in such a hurry that I asked by mistake. Then he bowed his head and wrote in the notebook in his hand. Before you go. Suddenly the screen on the other side answered Jumin's question. Your family is still safe, although they have scars. But to protect the family, you have prepared many measures. Is there anything else? Excuse me. He stood motionless. Not for revenge, but to protect? At the apartment building, the light from the room shone out of the small window. Jumin gently opened the door to the room. Before him was Lee Jong-moon, working diligently at the desk. Seeing him, he glanced over. Jong-moon quickly greeted his son warmly. You're hungry, right, Jumin? Let's eat. The door of the house creaked open. Sel-a's father returned with a tired face. So-yeon, I'm home to eat. Oh God, I'm so tired. At the dinner table, Jaeon-yu casually put food in his mouth. Welcome home, uncle. His expression became puzzled at the scene before him. Who's this? At the table, Sel-a's father quickly asked him. You're a schoolmate of Sel-a's, right? So-yeon, next to him, scolded while eating. The boy is wearing a uniform, but you looked and looked but couldn't recognize him. Hearing that, he gave a wry smile. It's because I was surprised to see a stranger at home. Ah, so you two are dating? Jaeon-yu quickly denied it. No, sir. We're just friends. He gritted his teeth slightly. Just friends? Sel-a's father's body trembled slightly. He took out a handkerchief to wipe away his tears. I understand your feelings perfectly. He was puzzled by Sel-a's father's words. Sel-a, next to him, was embarrassed. She lowered her head and spoke up. It's not like that. Jaeon-yu glanced at her. What are you talking about? Sel-a pushed the table slightly. He's had a secret crush on my mom for over 35 years. Sel-a's father quickly refuted those words. It's not a secret crush. We've dated before. Embarrassment was clear on her face. Jaeon-yu, he's mistaken that you're in the same situation as him. Jaeon-yu became serious again. But So-yeon, seeing this, quickly spoke up. It's a misunderstanding. He's not her husband. It's like how you two are just close friends. Jaeon-yu seemed to understand the issue. Oh, I see. So-yeon's gentle voice echoed in the kitchen. Finished eating? Wait a moment, son. I'll peel some fruit for you. He stood looking at the family photos of Sel-a on the table for a long time. The commemorative photos were framed and kept clean. The image of a happy family, but the father's image had the head part burned away. In her hands, So-eun brought out a plate of peeled fruit. It looked very appealing. You were a bit startled, weren't you? It's a family photo. It's not because I hated my husband that I tore it. Jaeon-yu's voice rang out, yes? So-eun spoke, her voice filled with sadness. Because I don't remember anything about my husband anymore. Jaeon-yu was startled by those words. You don't remember? Sel A quickly explained to him. It sounds strange, but not just our family. Everyone in the world doesn't remember anything about my dad either. Jaeon Yu stood stunned. What do you mean, Sel A? Do you mean amnesia, Mom? Sel A quickly pulled out a chair and sat down. It's not exactly amnesia. It's like he never existed. Oh my! I can't find any trace of my husband. The only trace left is that burnt photograph. He was clearly an important person, yet I can't even remember his name. It's really strange, isn't it? Sel A's father placed a hand on So-eun's shoulder to reassure her. So-eun. She quickly blamed herself. Oh my God, what's wrong with my brain? Talking about such strange things in front of a guest. Eat your fruit quickly and go study. I'll make you a drink. Jumin and his father sat in silence at the dinner table, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. He ate while thinking about what had happened. Not only were the doubts not resolved, but everything became even more complicated. The words Jaeon Yu said replayed like a reverse film in Jumin's brain. Someone told me this. You are a genius, but too arrogant. Because you want to control things that cannot be controlled, that's why it turned out like this. His big, round, confused eyes widened. What? What do you mean? The train of thought kept pulling Jumin along. Could it be that my future business project will fail? No way. How could I possibly fail? His lips parted in a smirk. To be precise, it was the future version of you who sent me here. I wonder at what point in time I thought of this. In 2034, the penthouse fire happened. And from that event, I returned to my student days, 15 years prior. From 2034 to 2054 is Lee Sel A's time. It's a future I haven't experienced. So it's very likely that the me from somewhere in between planned today's events. Sang-soo in front of the mirror, his face looked terrified. When the past changes, the future will also change. Lee Sel A, I know you're controlling Lee Jumin. I'm watching you. The law of the timeline was confirmed by the words on the ceiling. Sel A screamed in fear. I told you there were strange words written on the ceiling. Jumin was slightly startled. So, the future me must be sharing my current memories. The past updates the future. Why not prevent this situation beforehand? Jaeon Yu on the screen spoke up. But I wasn't sent to kill Lee Sel A but to protect her. Deep in Jumin's eyes, fear flickered. Could it be that the future me has ended the cycle of revenge? Seeing that, Jaeon Yu spoke up. You must have many questions. But I cannot answer them. Because the truths you shouldn't know at this moment could divert the future. Beads of sweat continuously rolled down his face. Truths I shouldn't know? If all of this is my plan from the future, then isn't it like? The anger in Jumin erupted like a wild beast. I'm being played by myself? Jaeon Yu's voice softened again, his head slightly bowed. Lee Sel A is not your enemy. Try to look at the bigger picture. His frustration grew. Jumin shouted, shut up. Lee Sel A killed my mother. She stole my entire life. My revenge is not over. Just wait. No matter who I am in the future, no matter who the future me is, my future is for me to decide. Jong Moon was puzzled by his son's series of actions. Jumin, he asked gently, what's wrong with you? You seem stressed lately. Jumin just kept eating, paying no mind to his father's question. Jaeon Yu's words kept running through Jumin's brain. You probably already know. Your father, Mr. Lee Jong-moon, will soon die in a traffic accident. It's not a normal accident, but an assassination. What does all this have to do with the death of my father? Jumin's eyes showed fear and worry. Jumin's lips trembled as he called out, Dad. Tomorrow, you will die in a traffic accident. So please don't leave the house. If you don't want to die. His face fell slightly. That evening, at the Jumin family's apartment, Jong-moon's face looked blank as he asked back, Die? Me? He replied calmly while chewing his food, Yes. Tomorrow, you will die in a traffic accident. The firm confirmation made him pause. Jong Moon sighed worriedly. Have you started believing in superstitions lately? Did you just go see a fortune teller? But Jumin insisted firmly. It's not like that. He still treated his son's words as a joke. I can't. Tomorrow, I have a very important business meeting. A second later, he cut in. That business, after you die, I will inherit it. Jumin's tone was serious. The quantum computer algorithm software that you were obsessed with creating, I will redevelop it to create an AI revolution in the future. He recounted it as if he had already experienced it once. The project you prioritized over family and spent your whole life pursuing, now ends so regrettably. Jumin's attitude suddenly changed. But if you're fine with it, then I won't stop you. At this, Jong Moon lowered his voice and replied. If it's just because you want revenge or to blame me that you want to ruin everything, then I am very disappointed. I thought you were like me. His sharp eyes narrowed, carrying a hint of criticism. Is that your reasoning? It's so different from usual. You have no basis, nor are you persuasive enough. His expression also grew cold. Then Jumin stood up from the table. I figured as much. You've never really listened to the family. He began to pour out his suppressed feelings. You always wanted the family to operate like a cog in your system. Jumin's hand firmly stuck the white chopsticks into the bowl of rice. You see us as components that can be replaced. And if we don't meet your satisfaction, we're thrown away immediately. The image looked exactly like a bowl of incense sticks. Jong Moon's face was stiff. Mom, too, because she became a defective product, is why you didn't even bother to attend the funeral. Right? Because your work is more important than family. He lowered his head slightly, reminding him in a low voice. You're being unreasonable. Jumin turned his face away. I know. But only after experiencing it did I realize. He glanced towards Jong Moon. In life, there are absurd things that cannot be explained. Things that can happen at any moment. Each cold word rang in his ears. Perhaps today is the last time I will see your face. Scene changed to a deserted street. The yellow streetlights shone under the night sky. In the alley, a small, scrawny figure appeared, trembling. The late night is so scary. I'm going to buy something for Mom. Suddenly, he stopped, slightly startled. In front of him, footsteps gradually appeared, slowly approaching. A pair of twin children walked up from somewhere. He was a bit confused. Why are there children out in the middle of the night? He glanced at the two kids as they walked past him. He wondered to himself, do they live nearby? Just then, a voice came from behind him. Is saving your father the right choice, I wonder? The corner of his eye glanced behind him. Ha! The two twin faces turned back to look at the same time. Their blood-red eyes lit up. Their faces almost completely submerged in shadow. He immediately froze, startled. Right after that, he fled in a panic. Seeing this, the two children muttered. It seems it's not him. Yeah. You can tell just by looking at his face. A voice came from the phone the boy was holding. Keep searching. They obediently replied, okay. Meanwhile, in his private room, Jumin was lying on the bed, not yet asleep. He squinted, tossing and turning. I already warned him. Whether he wants to die or live is up to him. His father's back seemed to appear in his vision. I'm not stupid enough to follow my own words from the future. Someone who is destined to die has nothing to do with me. Jumin thought further. Besides, if Dad lives, my future could also be completely turned upside down. I just need to keep focusing on the future of success, just like I've always done. And the future of reuniting with Soyeon. The scene of the accident from his previous life replayed in his mind. At that time, Jumin was standing quite close by. His face was stiff. He was frozen in place, not blinking. Thinking of this, he told himself. It's okay. Because when Dad died, I didn't feel anything anyway. He recalled that Jaeon Yu had previously announced. You probably already know. Your father, Mr. Lee Jong-moon, will soon die in a traffic accident. He had affirmed it resolutely. That was not a normal accident. The answer that followed kept haunting Ju-min's mind. But an assassination. He didn't know what pulled him back to reality after that. Ju-min slowly opened the door and stepped out. He looked around for a moment. Ju-min's face was a bit bewildered. He went out early? Just then, he noticed a piece of paper on the table. Ju-min reached out and picked up the paper. In the letter, the handwriting of Jong-moon appeared neatly. Reheat the soup I made. Remember to eat breakfast. I don't know why you said that yesterday, but I hope you understand it was just out of worry for you. Be careful. Signed, Dad. After reading it, the turmoil in his heart eased. A gentle look appeared in his eyes. He remembered Jae-on-yu's earlier warning. On the way home tomorrow night, prevent your father's death. Ju-min's hand clenched the letter tightly, cursing inwardly. This feels so uncomfortable. A moment later, on the sidewalk in the morning. Two people were walking when suddenly a gust of wind. Ju-min sprinted forward at full speed. He gritted his teeth, annoyed and confused. It was as if he was doing exactly what his future self wanted. It felt terrible. Meanwhile, Jae-on-yu and Sella were leaving school together. He turned back to tease her, saying she hadn't studied much but was forced to eat all the time. She blushed and denied it. Thanks to you, I've learned a lot too. Suddenly, Sella called out, Hey, Jae-on-yu? Her attitude was a bit apologetic. About what my mom said earlier, I don't want you to worry. He just replied softly, It's okay. Chella's face lowered slightly as she began to explain. My mom isn't a strange person or anything. My family went through a lot of hardship after losing my dad. She unexpectedly recounted, I still remember it clearly. When I was little, my mom carried me to one police station after another to find my dad. But in the end, we couldn't find him. It was as if she was trying to find someone who had never existed. Sella lowered her voice. But it's strange. The feeling of emptiness and longing for someone who was absent was still there. This time, she poured out all the thoughts in her heart. My family doesn't have any clear memories or traces of my dad either. So they still think my family is looking for someone who doesn't exist. So they think my family is crazy. They say things like my dad committed a crime and changed his identity, or that I was picked up from under a bridge and so on. I've heard so much nonsense like that. Not wanting to make the atmosphere too awkward, Sella quickly stopped. It sounds hard to believe, but anyway, that's the truth. Strange, isn't it? Unexpectedly, Jae-on-yu's attitude was extremely polite. It's not strange. If Chella's dad didn't exist, then you wouldn't exist either. He smiled gently. This world is the strange one. In that moment, her heart skipped a beat. Jae-on-yu turned to leave first. Well, I'm going, Sella. See you tomorrow. Sella hesitantly waved goodbye. Get home safe, Jae-on-yu. He gave her a smile in farewell. But as soon as he turned away, that smile immediately vanished. Elsewhere, Ju-min was still running with all his might to the scene. In his past life, he opened his phone to check. His dad died in the evening. There was still plenty of time. Ju-min recalled his past memory. That day, he had just finished his weekend part-time job and was on his way home. He thought back. Then he accidentally saw his dad get into an accident in the middle of the road. I just need to stop my dad from stepping into that place. Then I can save him. Suddenly, Ju-min paused slightly. In front of him were the male and female twins from that night. Both of their eyes lit up, their pupils glowing red. Meanwhile, in another place, Jae-on-yu was walking alone under the streetlights. The sound of leather shoes stepped on the cement ground. Two people in black suits with serious faces appeared. They blocked his way. Are you student Park Jae-on-ho? A female voice cut in. No, you have to call him by his new name. Their expressions did not look like they had good intentions. Isn't that right? Student Do Jaeon Yu. Opposite Lee Yumi, a young boy and a young girl appeared. He thought in confusion, what is this? Why are these kids standing in the middle of the road like this? They look like Stanley Kubrick's children. So creepy. The little girl spoke with a demonic expression. It seems the ancestor is very upset. The little boy asked, can you treat me to a milk tea at the nearby shop? Lee Juman said in surprise, what? He stood up and walked past them. If you want to play your superstitious games, find someone else to play with. I'm busy. The little boy suddenly said a few words. Do you think saving your dad is the right answer? This made Lee Jumin's hair stand on end. He turned around. Huh? What did you just say? The little boy said cheerfully, there's a reaction, there's a reaction. We found the right person, didn't we? The little girl also said excitedly, I guess so. Let's try the next one. The little boy took out his phone. He laughed and spoke into the phone. A small action can cause a big butterfly effect. Saving someone whose death was fated could endanger the future. Lee Juman froze for a moment. There are a lot of strange kids appearing lately. He asked them, who are you? How do you know me? The little boy asked back, who are we? What do you mean? The little girl shrugged and said, I don't know. We don't know either. Today is the first time we've met. Lee Juman said, huh? A question mark. The little boy took out a gun hidden in his pants. He said, we're just doing our job, that's all. The little girl also took out a gun and they both aimed at him. She threatened, if you listen to us, you'll win the lottery. So play with us. On Cha Jaeon Yu's side, the man standing opposite asked, are you student Park Jaeon Ho? Is that right? He suddenly pointed a gun at him and said, no. You have to call him by his new name. The girl wearing black glasses said, isn't that right? Student Cho Jaeon Yu. Cha Jaeon Yu lowered his face and asked, who are you? The guy said, huh? You really don't know? The girl with black glasses said mockingly, cooperate with us. The man in black glasses looked at him and said, we're looking for someone. Dad? Where are you? A knife was held to the man in black glasses' throat. The girl in black glasses quickly stepped back, pointing her gun at the person behind him. The man in black glasses glanced back and said, knives are for cooking, aren't they? The other person leisurely asked, so is it right to point a gun at someone? The old lady with orange hair looked at him and said, besides, carrying a knife is a normal thing now. The girl in black glasses said without worry, don't resist futilely. A knife can't beat a gun. The old lady with orange hair sneered and said, I've heard before that a knife is the most powerful weapon in human history. Are you okay, Bik Suk? From behind, Park Sang-soo was intently broadcasting and replied, yes. The audience is reacting very enthusiastically. The girl in black glasses glanced at him and said, so cheesy. Bik Suk has been outdated for ages. She asked, is the whole family gathering here a coincidence? The man in black glasses continued her sentence, or did you know beforehand that we would come? The old lady with orange hair said, we're just picking up our son who's coming home late from school. The girl in black glasses said contemptuously, you're underestimating your opponent. How foolish. She paused. A second later, she had pointed her gun at Cha Jaeon Yu and fired a shot. The bullet whizzed past his right side, stunning both Park Sang-soo and the old lady with orange hair. Cha Jaeon Yu's reaction was even more severe. A second later, he held his face in pain. The girl in black glasses said coldly, live broadcast or whatever is fine. The company will edit everything anyway. The man in black glasses on this side said in a monotone voice, put the knife down. If she gets angry, it won't be pretty. The old lady with orange hair dropped the knife. He immediately threw a punch into her stomach. She collapsed. Bak Sang-soo ran to her, calling out, honey. The man in black glasses calmly reassured him, don't worry. We didn't come here to harm you. Bak Sang-soo looked up and asked, "Then what is that gun for?" He replied, "A gun is just a means of communication. And it's very effective. We have some business with you, Mr. Sang-soo." "Just an investigator." Bak Sang-soo gritted his teeth and said, "I quit a long time ago." "The company still has work for me?" The man in black glasses said, "I don't care about you either." "But you've all realized it too, haven't you?" The girl in black glasses pointed her gun towards him and said, "The truth is that the past is constantly being changed. Besides our company, the only thing that can manipulate the past is the program that can control the world at will. Sandbox. The one who stole Sandbox and used it to disappear from the world. The missing person." Bak Sang-soo held out his hand and said, "Wait a minute. The missing person? Who came up with such a silly name?" The man in black glasses was silent for a moment. He said, "While tracking the traces of the missing person and Sandbox, we discovered your family." Bak Sang-soo thought, "This is crazy. Are they ignoring me? What is Cha Jae-on thinking?" The man in black glasses continued his story. Analyzing the modified past and present data, traces of Sandbox appear densely in this city. What's more interesting is that the changes are all the pranks of a 16 to 18-year-old female student. Coincidentally, your family moved here. Moreover, you changed your son's name and concealed his identity suspiciously. Too suspicious. Sandbox was stolen by the missing person." The girl in black glasses said, "Mr. Sang-soo, you know where it is, don't you? That's why you quit your job and disappeared, right?" Over here, Lee Jumin was still being held by the two kids. He thought in fear, a gun? Could it be real? They pointed the gun at him, making him unable to move. A boom sound was heard. A BB pellet rolled at Lee Jumin's feet. The little boy laughed with delight. They jumped around celebrating, while Lee Jumin was furious. "What on earth are these kids?" He ran away in a panic. "They just suddenly came up to me and shot a toy gun all over the place?" The two rude kids chased after him, saying, "Let's follow him." Lee Jumin wondered, "Are these kids blocking my way to find my dad? Does that mean they are on the opposing side?" Cha Jae-on once said, "On your way home tomorrow night, prevent your father's death. That way, you will naturally get closer to the truth you want to know. A small action can cause a big butterfly effect. Saving someone whose death was fated could endanger the future." Lee Jumin frowned and thought, who is right and who is wrong in the end? The little girl chased him and said, "You keep running, so it's hard to shoot." The little boy raised his gun and said, "Then let's block him." After they said that, they stomped their feet and jumped up. Then, with a whoosh, they jumped in front of Lee Jumin. He was shocked and said, "What? These kids?" The two kids continuously shot BBs at him. Lee Jumin thought in annoyance, "This is so annoying." He yelled, "Hey! You kids, I won't go easy on you even if you're children." He raised his hand and glared threateningly. "I'll even beat up elementary school kids." He threw a punch at the little boy, who easily blocked it. Lee Jumin's eyes widened. He had blocked it with just one hand. The little boy laughed and said, "Hey, mister. If that's all you've got, you're too naive." Jumin's notebook. Elementary school kids are so scary. Lee Jumin trembled and thought, "What is this? What are these guys?" The little boy clenched his fist. Without saying much, he punched Lee Jumin in the stomach. He could only cry out in horror. He was thrown hard against the wall. His mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make a sound because of the pain. Lee Jumin fell down. The little boy said, "Did I hit you too hard?" The little girl said, "He fainted." The little boy and girl waved their hands and said, "Big brother, go to sleep now." "Sleep well." Lee Jumin sluggishly said, "No, I have to go save my dad." On Cha Jae-on's side, the man with glasses and the girl interrogated him in turn. Sandbox was stolen by the missing person. "Mr. Sang-soo, you know where it is, don't you?" That's why you quit your job and disappeared, right? Park Sang-soo said, I left the company because I wanted to follow a different path. I didn't want to work under the person you all worship. I also don't know anything about Sandbox or where the missing person is. The man in black glasses turned to Cha Jae-on-yu and asked, Then what about you, Mr. Do Jae-on-yu? Earlier, I saw you on your way back from a female student's house. What were you doing there? Cha Jae-on-yu replied, I was just there as a tutor for the exam. The man in black glasses thought for a moment, an exam? There was still suspicion in his eyes. But then he put away his gun and said, I see. I understand. He turned and said, Then let's clock out. The girl in black glasses said, Sure. Park Sang-soo called out, Wait. Why are you letting us go? The man in black glasses asked, You're also looking for the missing person, right? They didn't hesitate to speak bluntly. Who knows? Maybe letting you live will be useful to the company. Don't forget that you've been under surveillance since you left the company. The director has been monitoring your every move, all your daily activities. Everything is under control. After they finished speaking, they left cheerfully. Today was just a greeting. See you later. The purple-haired woman asked worriedly, Son, are you okay? Cha Jae-on-yu replied, Yes, it's just a scratch. But his mother was still not at ease and said, You look like you're in so much pain. Cha Jae-on-yu said with frustration, Changing my name and hiding my face was useless. I can't believe we were found so quickly. Park Sang-soo asked, Jae-on-yu, did you deliver the message? Cha Jae-on-yu replied, Yes, I did. Chella's family still can't remember. But will this incident put them in danger? Park Sang-soo said, Anyway, it's only a matter of time. Since they've come this far, the scope of their investigation is narrowing. He stood up and said, Anyway, the dice of the past have been thrown. Let's see how the future will change. Above them, an underground network was monitoring all three of them. The global simulation game, The People's, surpasses all rivals with impressive achievements, attracting players from 150 countries. The People's has led the market thanks to its excellent gameplay and groundbreaking system. Its revenue is also outstanding. No competitor can keep up, and it holds the largest economic influence in the simulation gaming field. The highly developed game system of The People's and its vibrant game world are receiving enthusiastic love from players and will continue to grow stronger. The white-haired girl looked at the little boy and said, Congratulations on being number 1 in world revenue this year, Director. Billy adjusted his tie. He took out a pastry and said, What's the point of revenue? This People's game project is just bait to find Sandbox. Have you gotten the results of the complaint in the customer service department? The white-haired girl replied, It's still under investigation, sir. Billy asked, The messages sent to the past, has the future changed? The girl replied, Yes. In 2024, siblings Kim Cheon-soo and Kim Eong-hai received the message and have now become company members, as you can see, Director. Billy nibbled on the pastry and said, This time, there are no clues about the missing person either, right? The white-haired girl looked at him. She said, There is some interesting news that's worth your anticipation. In a room, Lee Ju-min's eyebrows furrowed as he slowly regained consciousness. He had been tied to a chair. He looked around and asked, This is? He also realized he had been tied up. What is this? Lee Ju-min squinted as a light was shone on him. Is it already dark? How long was I unconscious? He straightened up and said, But what does it matter? I have to get to my dad right away. The two kids from earlier were behind him and asked, Are you awake? Lee Ju-min went crazy and asked, Who are you? Why did you kidnap me? The little boy asked, What's kidnapping? The little girl laughed and replied, Who knows? Lee Ju-min turned his head and asked, Who incited you to do this? The two of them answered blankly, We don't know. We're curious too. Lee Ju-min said, Stop joking around. The little boy used his brutish strength to squeeze his thigh and said, Come on, don't be scared. We just want to keep you here. Let's just play and have fun until we get new orders, okay? Lee Juman said in pain, that's strength. How is it possible? How can elementary school kids like you have this kind of strength? The little boy asked, do you want to know? Let me tell you. It's a secret. The little girl also said, that's right. It's a secret. She leaned into his ear and asked, did you know? There are cheat codes in this world. The little girl said excitedly, I said it, I said it. The little boy looked at his phone and said, we just got a new order. They held out their hands in front of him and said, shall we continue playing? Let's play some more. On Billy's side, the white-haired girl announced, we've connected with the Kim siblings. The man in glasses and the girl appeared on the screen. Director, you called for us? Billy asked with a blank expression, how long have you two been with the company? They replied, about 5 years, sir. Billy asked again, when you joined the company, you said you had no memories of the missing person, right? The man in glasses replied, yes. Billy said, but it seems you have come into contact with him. He said, so I'm sending a message to the past, where you two are. Then he held out his phone screen and asked, do you two remember this message? The message read, ask for the name while tickling them. On Han So-eun's side, she sat down on her bed tiredly and said, this is all so confusing. Jaeon-yu came to my house and even came into my room. Is that real? How did it come to this? Han So-eun looked at her laptop, which was making a sound. She touched it and thought, is the laptop on? Inside was a video of Lee Juman. What is this? The People's is open. Did I turn on fast forward mode? Han So-eun clicked to watch and then her eyes widened in shock. What is this? Lee Juman was being tickled by the two kids and couldn't stop laughing loudly. Stop it! He kicked his feet and laughed, yelling, please stop. Stop it, you bastards! At the bottom of the phone, there were a few words. Ask for the name while tickling them. The long-haired girl tilted her head with interest. It seems we did ask for the name. The one with glasses chimed in, but we don't remember it very well. Billy heard this and his voice deepened. I see. Then he brought up the mission. Ask about Sandbox while stuffing something in. Then what are these messages? Jumin's face was pulled sideways by the girl with the bow. Hey mister, what is Sandbox? Where is it? He angrily cursed, you two crazy kids, stop it. Sella, watching through the screen, didn't understand anything. What kind of game are they playing? Jumin never plays with kids. Another new notification appeared. Interrogate while slapping repeatedly. Billy asked directly, and what is this? The little boy picked up the phone with a bright smile. Then he slapped Jumin hard across the face. Chella's pupils constricted in shock. Billy moved to the line, stomp on him, and continued harshly, you don't remember this either? The kids acted as if they were programmed to follow. Sella bit her lip, holding everything back. Her face darkened as she watched him being tortured. Her annoyance reached its peak. Who are these guys? Both of Chella's eyes lit up. Feeling pissed off, are we? How dare you bully my Jumin? The long-haired girl announced, we received the message and followed it. The one with glasses continued, but we don't remember who we did it to. It's like someone used scissors to cut out a part of our memory. The white-haired girl carefully suggested, based on the symptom of partial amnesia, it's possible they also had contact with the missing person. Billy didn't jump to conclusions yet. Just that alone is not enough to know. I've had my hopes up and been disappointed before. The white-haired girl frowned and asked a few more questions. Do you two remember anything else? The one with glasses smirked and recounted, we did experience a strange phenomenon. The long-haired girl tilted her head vaguely and added, but it's not clear if it was a dream or reality. Billy was a bit confused. A phenomenon? What do you mean? Inside the room, Jumin kept yelling, Chicky and Sandbox? What are you talking about? You've been spouting nonsense this whole time. Why do you keep beating me up? The one in the blue shirt giggled. I told you, mister. We don't have any personal grudges against you. The one with the bow continued, we're just following orders. Juman, whose face was swollen from being kicked, said, nonsense. Even if it's an order, he exposed the joyful smiles on their faces, you guys are still enjoying bullying me. Suddenly, a small foot stepped on his face. So we're not allowed to bully people like you. People like you are always bullying us first. Juman froze for a beat. The one with glasses smirked with contempt. At school, tall, handsome guys like you always call us country bumpkins. You say we don't need to make any effort, while you were lucky to be born into rich families. The kid in the blue shirt gave a wicked smile. Why were we born so poor? The one with the bow shrieked demonically. Why are we so ugly? They said in unison, this world is so unfair. Juman was dumbfounded for a moment. What does that have to do with me? Why are these kids taking their anger out on me? The kid in the blue shirt kicked him hard. You can't sympathize. You don't understand us. The one with the bow questioned him forcefully. You were born tall, handsome, and rich, weren't you? They laughed like jesters. That's why I hate people like you the most. The other little girl was ready to curse him. That's right, you despicable person. Jumin's eyes were half closed from each blow. These kids are really hopeless. What should I do? I have to leave before it's too late. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and then said some incomprehensible words. You guys will be in danger if you stay here. The room shook violently. The kid in the blue shirt looked around and frowned. An earthquake? The one with the bow immediately decided, let's get out. The two of them threw open the door and ran out. Something was standing in their way. The view from above made the two kids confused. What is this? Because the warehouse was floating in the sky. Billy was shocked. The warehouse is flying in the sky? The one with glasses laughed faintly and explained, at first, we thought it was a dream. The long-haired girl tilted her head nonchalantly. But both of us remember it the same way, so it probably wasn't. The white-haired girl frowned. Director, the only thing that could make that a reality is Sandbox. Something was bothering Billy. If the two of them really came into contact with the missing person, what is the missing person plotting? He wanted to hear the rest of the unfinished story. And then what? What happened next? In the warehouse, the ceiling was gradually cracking. The one with the bow looked up and stammered, the roof. The kid in the blue shirt was extremely confused. What? What's happening? Juman, who was still in the same spot, laughed bitterly. Even if you didn't bully me, I was already suffering enough, right? He remembered what happened back then. The corner of his mouth temporarily curled up. And also, I don't remember who said it, but I remember that sentence very clearly. Juman, lying flat on the ground, whispered, I was. The next words left Sella stunned. Brutally tortured by a crazy high school girl. What more could be said? Billy's face went blank with disbelief. Tortured by a high school girl? They each chimed in with a sentence. I'm not sure either. But both of us remember that sentence. Billy rubbed his chin, pondering. The missing person has completely disappeared from everyone's memory, both in the past and the present. That's why we're struggling. Why do the Kim cousins remember that sentence? Something clicked in his head. No, wait a minute. Billy quickly slid down to the white-haired girl. If it's a female student. She asked back softly, you've realized it, haven't you, sir? Then she continued her speculation. The past that was changed by Sandbox was mostly related to schools or pranks by female students. This made Billy even more shocked. If Sandbox isn't in the hands of the missing person, but was given to someone else. He came up with an idea. Billy asked about something else. Park Sang-soo said his son visited the house of a female student, right? The white-haired girl quickly nodded. Yes, that's right. When he received the answer, he gave an order. Kim cousins, immediately go to the house of the female student that Do Jae-on-yu visited. The one with glasses joked with his superior. Will we get paid for overtime, director? What if they don't cooperate? He came up with a little trick. If they complicate the process of gathering information. A cold light flashed in Billy's eyes. He said decisively, then you can kill them. Back in the flying warehouse, the blue-shirted kid sat down on the ground in a panic. This is a dream, right? The one with the bow was trembling and couldn't stand steady. So scary. I'm afraid of heights. Sela continuously clicked the mouse. At that moment, she moved the mouse and slashed the ropes binding him. Juman was extremely surprised. Very quickly, the mouse moved wildly again. As a result, the two kids fell out of the doorway. Sela coldly held them suspended in midair. Help us! She angrily scolded, you little brats. How dare you bully my Juman? Juman frowned with annoyance. Crazy. She doesn't even remember that she bullies others too. He smirked with a look of dissatisfaction. But whatever. She's useful right now. Juman walked over to them. He said, I told you, you guys would be in danger. The blue-shirted kid sobbed and admitted his fault. Mister, we were wrong. The one with the bow couldn't escape the pathetic scene and begged, please spare us this one time. We won't dare to. Ru Min took a deep breath and lowered his voice. I don't have time, so I will ask one last time. Who is the one behind you guys? The two children evasively and secretively stood behind. We don't know. We have never heard of them before. However, they could not fool him. Don't mess with me. Juman was furious like a wounded wild beast. Who is the one who wants to kill my dad? The one with the bow tie cowered from being grabbed by the collar. We already said so. We also don't know who it is. The one in the blue shirt next to him confirmed it for credibility, that's right. We can't send a reply back either. Juman was going crazy because of the kids. You don't know who it is, but you still follow their orders. The little girl waved her hands to explain. Because that person promised to grant our wish if we followed them. The one in the blue shirt next to her presented the evidence. Look, we were just joking with you. On the screen was the mission line. A passerby asks the following. Saving my dad must be the answer. Just a small action can create a big butterfly effect. Billy sat on the slide for a moment. He was still thinking about what had happened. Synthesizing and analyzing everything. Based on the sibling story. The Kim family assessed the current situation. The missing person sent the stolen sandbox to someone else. And the person holding the sandbox had contact with the missing person in the past. What is he planning? Billy silently dismissed the thought. Is it necessary to think so complicatedly? The missing person's purpose is only one. That is to completely erase the sandbox. To do that, the thought was left unfinished. Billy ordered his subordinate, Employee 13. Deploy the timeline map in the area where the Kim siblings had contact with the missing person. He quickly replied, yes. The system screen began to boot up. Billy muttered to the person behind him. Where is the algorithm related to the sandbox? She firmly confirmed, it's there. Right at this moment, the screen displayed information about Lee Jong-moon. This person is a key figure. A pioneer in developing the software. This algorithm on a quantum computer. Speaking of his biography, he passed away on May 22, 2024. What? His death caused the intellectual property rights to be released. It was widely developed. It became the origin for the development of the AI technology industry. Creating the premise for the birth of the sandbox. Billy nonchalantly asked a question. Family members. The white-haired member quickly and concisely replied. He had a wife named Iu Unbi. But she passed away in a fire in 2012. He was taken aback for a moment, is that all? The white-haired one confirmed again. Yes, that's just the two of them. This made Billy quite worried. No children, something is strange. He again gave an order to another employee. Employee 27, if Lee Jong-moon didn't die and survived, what is the probability of the sandbox being created? The result made him wide-eyed, less than 0.001%. This is the expression of being unexpectedly horrified, huh? He continued to ask. What was the cause of Lee Jong-moon's death? Employee 27 typed a few things and then replied, a traffic accident. However, what Billy said made her stop. It's not just an ordinary accident. He continuously clicked on something. The Kim siblings said they were poor when they were young, right? The white-haired one, though confused, still replied, yes, that's right. But why? Billy's eyes lit up. Because desire makes people easy to manipulate. Send this message to the Kim siblings. From long before they had contact with the missing person. The message with the content, a passerby asks the following. Saving my dad must be the answer. Just a small action can also create a big butterfly effect. Saving someone destined to die will change the future a lot. If there is a response after that, capture them. The one in the blue shirt showed the message. A passerby asks the following. Is saving my dad a small action? That can also create a big butterfly effect. Although Jumin frowned, trying to read more clearly. The sender of this message wants my dad to die, something is wrong. That means only when my dad dies will he get the future he desires. The corner of Jumin's mouth twitched slightly. The fact of knowing about Dad's death in advance. He had realized the crux of the problem. This message is from the future. The one in the blue shirt dropped the phone. Jumin frowned, staring intently at the boy. If we investigate this phone, we'll get more clues. Suddenly, COA moved the mouse. Then released it, making the two children fall. They were startled and tried to reach out and hold on. However, there was nothing but their screams. COA lazily picked her nose, thinking. Then her eyes suddenly widened. Jumin had already jumped down below. Lee Jumin looked at the two children hugging each other in panic. He thought to himself. Lee COA, this time I also believe you will save me. One of his hands grabbed the child's hand. One of COA's hands moved the mouse for a rescue. Jumin's body, hanging upside down, was held in place. The fall stopped, and the two children burst into tears. COA got a nose-picking phenomenon, caught him. Awesome. My physical skill is pretty good, huh? The eyes of the one in the blue shirt glistened with emotion. Mister, did you save us? Even though we made you so angry. So touching. Jumin snatched the phone from their hands. Then let go, letting the two fall freely. The two siblings' faces darkened, not understanding what was happening. They only saw Jumin raising his middle finger in front of them. Get lost, you damn villain kids. There was no longer a glimmer of light in their eyes. This is an adult. The one in the blue shirt held out his hand to one side. The one with the bow tie stepped hard on the boy to create momentum. The little girl flew up, intending to grab Jumin's finger. Then she held on tight. He unconsciously couldn't react in time. Below, the one in the blue shirt also quickly grabbed the little girl's leg. Jumin angrily shouted, "Let go, you little brat." The one with the bow tie firmly refused. No way, I'm letting go. The one in the blue shirt was left dangling. We still have a whole future ahead of us. We don't want to die yet. COA looked at the floating staircase with weariness. What has been the situation all this time? Was I disturbed while playing with the kids? COA moved the mouse, moving all of them to a new place. The three of them fell face down on the floor. The one in the blue shirt lay still, motionless. The one with the bow tie was also silent, not saying a word. A few seconds later, the little girl sat up abruptly, overjoyed, alive. We're alive. The one in the blue shirt's face flushed as he cheered. I don't know how, but we're still alive, hooray. However, Jumin suddenly backed away. He turned around and started running for his life. There were many things I wanted to ask them. But first, I got the phone. Saving Dad is the top priority. There's no more time. However, the speed of the two children was astonishing. They blocked his path and even attacked. Rocks were thrown with great force by them. Jumin gritted his teeth and cursed silently in his heart. The one in the blue shirt spoke grimly. "You're a bad person, stealing a child's phone." The one with the bow tie repeated once more, "Give the phone back." Jumin raised his voice and argued back. "Haven't you seen the consequences of messing with me? Do you want to fall from the sky again?" The boy showed no sign of backing down. "But there's no other way. We need that phone to make money." The muscles of the one with the bow tie grew abnormally large. "Without it, there might not be another chance. Be good and give it back. If you don't give it back..." They were like monsters, declaring together, "We will crush your entire body." COA looked anxiously through the screen. "Oh my God, what is that? I've never seen anything like it." In his heart, Jumin thought, "Are they monsters? If it's not because of Lee Coa's manipulation, it's too absurd." Suddenly, the one in the blue shirt ran over and whispered in his ear. "Did you know?" The boy revealed something. "In this world, there are cheat codes." Jumin felt like he had missed a step. If that's not the case, there exists another entity besides Lee Coa who can do this. On the screen, she kept rambling, "This event is so exciting." Jumin glanced over for a moment in this situation. "I don't know if Lee Coa will save my life. If she doesn't help, I'm not sure. The only way is to find a way out myself. I couldn't escape earlier, can I do it? Out here." COA was sitting quietly, observing. Seeing that Jumin was in trouble. "The people's has been really strange lately, right? It has always been strange from the beginning. From the writing on the ceiling, it's unclear who left it. It clearly states that I know. I saw it, on the 19th, be quiet, I know the truth. I am watching you." COA looked at the game's main screen. The fact that only the people's is different. She began to review each event one by one. "Sometimes Jumin seems to understand my words in a strange way. The little girl at the park who hugged me was also like that. There are many incomprehensible things. I don't know if I'm just imagining things. It's as if this game. Jumin is always teaching me how to escape from the abyss." She remembered the scene of him kicking someone in the game. And other times. Sometimes it's about how to face things. Even how to overcome them. Teaching her how to smile in front of everyone. Saving things in the game. He even taught her how to cry. How to receive comfort. So that Cell A's family can be whole again. She looked at Jumin's panting figure. Her eyes suddenly sparkled. "Now it's my turn." She muttered to herself as if encouraging herself. "Don't just take it, Lee Jumin. Don't be afraid, fight." Cell A pulled up the brainpower bar. Max level. The corner of Jumin's mouth curved into a smile. His current state has changed. On a small piece of paper, Jumin's note. "In this world, cheat codes exist." The scene changes to another place. The baseball flew swiftly. The player hit it with an extremely fast swing. It flew past Jumin and the two children. They were already furious by now. The one with the bow tie stepped back to gain momentum. Then lunged towards Jumin in an instant. Jumin braced himself, not knowing what else to do. But then, Cell A had said that you shouldn't just take it either. "You immigrant. Don't be afraid, stand up and fight." The brainpower bar was pulled up, and a bolt of lightning struck down. Jumin felt as if space had stopped. "What is this? My head feels like it's going to explode. I have to escape quickly before those kids get here." Before Jumin's eyes. They now looked as if they were cloned. He was a bit confused. Did Lee Cell A stop time again? No, it seems they are moving forward bit by bit. Cell A's head outside was also saying something. Cell A's head was also stopped. The bird in the sky was also slowed down. That feeling was very strange, hard to describe. This world is surprisingly slow. He opened his eyes wide and observed everything. Then he realized something. What is this? In front of Cell A's screen, a window bar appeared. Mission complete. The one who understands the truth. In a moment of danger. At that time, Heen had pushed the love bar to the maximum, turning into a yandere and becoming extremely strong. As for the immigrant, when he pushes the brain bar to the maximum, what will happen? His face darkened, his eyes lit up with a technological glow. Before Jumin's eyes, everything was now clear. Indeed, this world is a simulation. He was stunned, thinking to himself, even the future with Cell A, that's why everything can happen. The absurd things that I have experienced. I always denied that this world was a simulation. Jumin's consciousness became bare. Because of the fear that everything I've achieved is just an illusion. But I didn't expect to feel so normal. Is it because I had anticipated it? It's hard to describe. Right now, there is something more important than that. Countless strange formulas appeared before Jumin's eyes. The bird from before was also close to landing. It caught his attention. Jumin's mind seemed to be enlightened. I see it now, all the interactions in this world. The image of the person playing baseball was also in slow motion. With my current physical strength, I can hardly fight against those little demons. Jumin smiled faintly, having made a decision in his heart. That is, to control them. A small physical impact is needed. 4 plans were clearly laid out by Jumin. 1. Startle the pigeon. Make it fly straight towards those little demons. The startled bird took flight, the next step. 2. The panicked pigeon poops everywhere as it flies. 3. The bird poop blinds the little demons. 4. They lose their balance and bump into each other. The one with the bow tie reached for the small rock on the ground. 4. Then threw it far away. The plan reached its final step. 5. The little demon girl doesn't see the rock in front of her and kicks it away. 6. The rock flies straight towards the boy playing baseball at the end of the field. 7. The rock is split in 2 by the boy's bat. 8. The stone is cut in half with a sharp slice. The kids were still disgusted, so dirty. 4. The one in the blue shirt angrily rushed towards Jumin, so dirty. At this point, the next step took place. 8. The 2 pieces of the rock hit the little demons right in the face. He just stood still in one place, this chain of effects. The calculation took place meticulously. Just one action is enough. Outside the screen, COA was amazed for once. That's amazing. What did I just witness? Suddenly, Jumin's pupils showed. Blood vessels from his brain caused a headache. My head is too hot, the screen displays brain overload. She sighed. Did I push the brain bar up too much? Cell A moved the mouse to lower the brain bar. Sorry, immigrant, I'll adjust it. Only then did Jumin feel better, panting tiredly. He stood up abruptly, reminding himself. There's no time to hesitate. Jumin frowned, examining the 2 children who had returned to normal. It's hard to move my body. Don't you kids know moderation? Delta was still stubbornly clinging to his pant leg. Jumin, give back the phone. The one in the blue shirt managed to say a sentence. We can't live without it. Although Jumin froze at the sobbing words. If you return the phone, we'll let go. Only it can pull us out of this abyss. He held the phone. He was already hesitating. What needs to be done right now is, on the way home tomorrow night. You must prevent your father's death. As soon as he heard those words, he was rooted to the spot. With a serious face, he continued. Suddenly, you will be able to approach the truth you want to know. Holding the 17 Pro Max in his hand, Jumin hesitated. This phone is an important clue to understanding Lee Cell A and the peoples. He remembered his father, Lee Young Moon. I understand Dad better than anyone. Because I'm most like him in personality. He's willing to use even his family for his ambitions. Mom became useless, so he didn't even attend her funeral. Right? Work is more important than family. Juman bit his teeth tightly in pain. He finally threw the phone back to the one in the blue shirt. They immediately ran after it to catch it. Juman still stood there, but his thoughts had changed. I will be different from my father. As he left, the two children chattered. The screen isn't broken. That's a relief. Suddenly the phone vibrated again. The two kids huddled together to see, a new order has arrived. Let's see, received an order from Billy. They breathed a sigh of relief. He's giving us another chance. That's a relief. Hurry up and follow that guy. The mission content is as follows. Before the crosswalk at gate number 3 of the station, there is a white car with broken brakes. Run out and block the car to cause an accident. I'll give you kids the lottery numbers. In the small room, the light was still on. In some hidden corner, a gun was loaded. Someone looked up at the corner of the room above. The immigrant's note. I will be different from my father. Juman ran for his life on the deserted road. His face was covered in sweat and dirt. Please don't be late. His eyes showed a sense of urgency. Please. The red light on the street corner was flashing, counting down. Juman, from a distance, just happened to run near. He stopped for a moment. On the opposite side of the road, someone appeared. Juman had spotted Jong Moon. Thank goodness, I'm still in time. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Jong Moon saw his precious son shouting something. Just stay there, don't move, don't move. He tried hard to signal, don't run this way. His pupils constricted. Then he also waved his hand to signal to Juman. Son, did you come to pick up Dad? He roared in anger. Don't run this way. Due to the considerable distance. Shouting had no effect. The noise prevented the words from getting through. Juman changed his approach and called Young Moon, pick up the phone, hurry. His phone rang. The pedestrian red light was flashing. It changed to a green light to go. Jong Moon casually answered the phone. Juman, why are you calling? Juman hurriedly said over the phone, don't cross. At this moment, the sound of a car engine approached. The car's headlights were shining brightly. The driver inside tried hard to brake suddenly. Please, please. He panicked, trying to control the steering wheel. Everyone, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Juman was stunned, unable to move. It's that car. The people behind him quickly ran away. Isn't that a car with failed brakes? Move. He looked over at Jong Moon's spot, because he hadn't crossed the street. So Dad is. But then Juman's spirit collapsed because of it. Two small feet appeared before his eyes. The one in the blue shirt and the one with the bow tie were standing there, smiling. They stood blocking the out-of-control car. The headlights were shining directly at the driver. She pulled the steering wheel with all her might. The wheel screeched loudly on the ground, changing direction. And where it was headed was Jong Moon. It took him a few moments to realize the danger. The last thing Jong Moon saw was just a light. A loud noise erupted. Ringing in his ears, Juman felt like his soul had left his body. His phone fell freely to the ground. The car stopped. Jong Moon lay right beside it. Someone got hit. Call 119. Juman's heart felt like it was being squeezed. There was no light left in his eyes. The red fluid under Jong Moon's head spread, soaking everything. The phone screen lit up. Notification. Gate number 3 of the station, before the crosswalk. A white car with broken brakes is approaching. Block that car and cause an accident. Then I will give you the lottery numbers. Billy stared at it in silence. His fingers moved quickly on the screen. Billy had replied with a sentence. Break the brakes. Of the white car that is coming for maintenance. Then I will cure your sick daughter. And the man who lost control was the one who received the message. However, Billy was still not satisfied. It seems this is still not enough. Maybe I should buy some other insurance. Jumin helplessly knelt on the ground. He couldn't believe this was happening. The one in the blue shirt and the one with the bow tie came over, patted his head and said, "What a pity, son. Don't hate us so much. It's not like we killed him directly." The blue shirt's voice kept ringing in his ear. "If we win the lottery, I'll give you a little. About 1%. An image of Unbi appeared before him. Then the explosion occurred. His mother, her body was completely burned, bandaged up like a mummy. Young Jumin cried inconsolably. He remembered that fiery night again. The wooden bed caught fire and spread. Even the small cradle was devoured by the flames. Jumin had died a part of his heart. So Irun, until now. Kneeling before Jong Moon, even Dad. He completely broke down with the thought. I couldn't protect anyone. Jumin wondered if it was destined. His hands hung limply, no matter how much he struggled. Was I destined to be unable to protect anyone? A glimmer of helplessness appeared in Jumin's eyes. He grabbed the hem of his hoodie. Memories of his past life came rushing back. He also met Jong Moon at that traffic light. And he was also hit by a car and died. Everything was just like last time, unfolding before his eyes. This made Jumin stunned. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself. Even though I was wearing different clothes that time. Rage flared up through his every gesture. Jumin slammed his hand on the ground, cursing himself. Useless. On another side, the white-haired girl spoke. Billy. Did you really have to go that far? Isn't that the last resort to maintain the company? Anyway, Lee Jong-moon's death was inevitable. Was it necessary to do that? Billy leisurely ate chocolate and said, that's right. No matter how time is manipulated, it has a tendency to want to return to its original state. That is destiny. It's clear that Lee Jong-moon was destined to die. But the problem is, the laptop screen displayed Jumin's suffering. The thing that can resist that destiny. This is the power of the sandbox. Billy devoured the small piece of cake. Don't worry, I have a plan for Dana. I'm smarter than you guys. Therefore, right now, transfer all the classified documents related to AI to the past. Suddenly, Cell A gently called from behind him, Jumin, don't be sad. There's someone behind you. Jumin's eyes widened in amazement. Everything seemed to have come full circle. He was back at the moment he met Jong Moon across the street. A familiar face hit Jumin's eyes. Dad. Did Lee Seo a reverse time? Jong Moon was still engrossed in his phone call, unaware that a car was speeding towards him. The light from the car's headlights shone directly on his stunned face. Jong Moon's eyes widened, staring at the car that was getting closer and closer. At that moment, in a room, a quickly double right-clicked. A flash of light shot past. A figure landed heavily on the hood of the car. Jumin, holding his phone, was so surprised his mouth fell open. Jong Moon still hadn't recovered. His pupils seemed to contract as he looked towards the car. The figure just now was Cell A. She raised her head with fiery red eyes. Cell A's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Her gaze became even more fierce. Then the figure disappeared, leaving behind a dented car, and the horror of the passers-by. The passers-by's eyes widened, their mouths agape. After the shock just now, the crowd looked at Jong Moon and whispered, "Oh my God." That was startling. How did that old man survive? I think I just saw something all white. Did the car hit a pole? Jumin was silent for a long time. Lee Cell A saved Dad's life. The small screen behind him rang with laughter. Giggling, my control skills are too amazing. Jumin looked up, staring at the face that was appearing. To the point where I can even manipulate a set fate. COA proudly laughed out loud. Is Lee Seo a god or something? Doesn't the peoples have any professional gamers? I'm very confident. The one in the blue shirt and the one with the bow tie. Seeing the plan failed, they rushed forward together. It failed. Let us finish him. Juman looked at them in horror. Immediately, he chased after them across the street. Late at night in the high-end apartment complex. In the small kitchen. Suddenly, a steady knock was heard at the door. She tilted her head and asked towards the outside, "Who is it?" She frowned slightly, her eyes disappointed. No one came. Her eyes were sad, then she sighed lightly. "It's you. Ho-Gi, right?" She cracked the door open and looked outside. "Stop playing around, come in." Behind that door was a small girl. With long hair and a guy with glasses, lying in ambush. The two children got closer and closer to Jong Moon. Chella's mother glanced through the crack in the door. It seemed she had noticed something unusual. Juman gritted his teeth, trying to chase after the two kids. The very moment they were about to pounce on Jong Moon, the mouse cursor moved to the pause button. Jumin's body suddenly froze. Both of the other kids and Jong Moon also stood, frozen in place. Time has stopped. Is it because of Lee Sel-A? Jong Moon's expression at this moment seemed to be full of anticipation. He cursed silently in his heart. He raised his hands as if welcoming them. What does that mean? The small screen behind him emitted a nagging sound. This won't do. You people keep bothering the resident. COA looked at the two choices on the screen and clicked. So I will send you people far away. Go on a trip, move to America. The faces of the one in the blue shirt and the one with the bow tie suddenly darkened. COA moved the cursor to the play button. The two kids landed on the ground. The phone in their hands fell, rolling on the ground. The bow tie's eyes were empty as she asked, "Cheon-su, shall we go to America?" The boy nodded. "That's a good idea, young Wei." Then they skipped away. "Let's change our names when we get there." "What about John and Jane? Aren't they too common?" "It seems to suit us." Juman walked over and picked up the phone. Just then, Jong Moon also came close. "My Juman, did you come because you missed your dad?" he asked Han. "Did you come because you felt guilty about something?" "Right." Juman didn't answer, just watched Sella get up and leave. "I'm so hungry, I have to eat." He paid no attention at all, lost in his own thoughts. "I never thought there'd be a day I'd have to thank Lee Sella. As expected, our Juman is just like his mother. Let Daddy give you a kiss." He rushed to hug him but was blocked. Well, so Dad is alive now. Now, what will the future be like? On Chella's mother's side, her eyes widened as she looked through the crack in the door. A familiar face appeared before her. "Son, I'm hungry." "What is it?" Chella's mother opened the door, gently chiding, "Just come in like usual." "Why did you ring the doorbell?" "It's so unusual." Ho Jin looked at her in confusion. "Did I do that?" Sella pushed the door open and stepped out. "Mom, I'm hungry." Chella's mother went back into the kitchen to continue cooking. This biological clock is really accurate. While talking, Chella's eyes seemed to hit something. "Mom has made kimchi jjigae. Everyone, let's eat." At the dining table, an old man with white hair sat trembling on a chair. His completely unfamiliar face and trembling demeanor made him seem even stranger. Sella looked at him and unconsciously pressed her lips together tightly. She walked over and whispered into Chella's mother's ear, "Mom, who is that person?" She was confused. "Who?" Sella frowned and pointed towards the dining table. The old man sitting at the dining table. Chella's mother turned her head to look at the old man. She calmly said something that stunned Sella. "Don't you recognize your own grandfather?" Her eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe what she had heard. Sella stammered and asked again, "My real grandfather? I heard he died in an accident long before I was born." But Chella's mother frowned. "What strange thing are you talking about?" She urged impatiently. "You're so noisy. Go to the fridge and get the food. Grandpa must be hungry. Hurry up and set the table." Sella still stood there with a horrified expression. Ho Jin calmly sat down at the table and started talking. Hello, Grandpa. I've come to visit again. She stood there in a daze, looking at the two of them. Chella's expression suddenly turned gloomy. Blood suddenly started flowing from her nose. Outside, the apartment complex was lit up. A figure was standing there silently. Jaeon-yu stood there, blood also suddenly flowing from his nose. Meanwhile, Jong-moon and Jumin had also arrived home. He tiredly said to Jong-moon, "I'm going to take a shower and go to sleep first." He suddenly called out, "Jumin." Jong-moon looked at him with a sincere gaze. "Thank you for coming to pick me up today." His eyes were filled with contemplation. "I'm also trying to change, so even if I'm clumsy, I hope you can understand." Hearing this, Jumin remained silent and didn't answer. After a long while, he turned and walked away. "As long as you survive, that's enough." At Chella's house, 4 people were diligently eating at the dining table. Sella held her forehead in discomfort. Chella's mother immediately reminded her, "Sella, go to bed early today. You keep staying up late playing games, that's why you're getting nosebleeds." She asked a random question. "Why is everyone so calm?" Finishing her words, Sella slammed the table and shot up. "Why is everyone acting like nothing happened?" Chella's mother was startled by her anger. "Oh my God! Why is she acting like this at the dinner table?" Sella looked at the old man and questioned, "Hey, you. Who are you really?" Chella's mother also slammed the table and stood up. "Oh my God, look at her. Grandpa isn't lucid anymore. Why are you acting like that too?" She shouted loudly. "Have you gone crazy from playing too many games?" Sella turned around and left in frustration. "Oh my! That wretched, sinful game is called Frame. I haven't even been playing much lately." She sullenly went into her room. Chella's mother shouted loudly, "Where are you going? You haven't finished eating." She placed her hands on the table and grumbled, "What's wrong with her? I thought she was getting better lately." Ho Jin asked with concern, "What did the school say about Sella being bullied?" Chella's mother sighed. "The homeroom teacher said they would take measures." Sella went into her room and locked the door from the inside. But because she kept insisting she was fine, the school didn't make a big deal out of it. "Anyway, I've already scheduled a meeting with the other parents." She leaned against the door, her face covered in beads of sweat. Her breathing was heavy. "What is this? This is no joke. Am I the only one who's strange now?" Jumin's notebook. Fate is predetermined. But Lee Sella can manipulate even the fate of the future. How will the place where Dad is still alive change? At school, Lee Jumin silently stared at his phone. It displayed "Enter password" due to 9 incorrect attempts. One more wrong attempt and it will be permanently locked. Therefore, while his friends were talking, he kept looking at the phone and frowning in thought. How can I open this? At that time, due to Lee Chella's manipulation, it seemed like something had awakened. Although my head felt like it was about to explode, for a moment, I saw the whole world. If I reactivate that feeling, I think I can guess the password. This feeling. It's different from when I resisted Lee Chella's control. How should I put it? It feels terrible. But it's like the feeling of completely accepting Lee Sella. And at this moment, he closed his eyes. Then he opened his eyes wide. Lights just appeared like that, making him think, "I see it." Then he aggressively typed it in. And the phone screen displayed, "Unlocked." But at that moment, he suddenly collapsed onto the desk. Blood vessels appeared in his eyes. He thought, "I can't use this often. Just for a moment, and my head already feels like it's splitting open." Suddenly, the phone vibrated and showed a new message. There were also sounds around him. His friends simultaneously picked up their phones and asked each other, startled, "What's this?" A simultaneous alert for a strange message. "I didn't get anything. Is it a disaster alert message? What's the content?" The content seems to be very long. On the phone, that notification was still there. New message. Scene changes to another place. Someone is watching the news. The People's leads the global simulation game market. Song-soo is focusing on it. Suddenly, Ji-yu came over and asked, "How is it?" Song-soo hummed for a moment then replied, "Still the same. Even though the past has changed, the People's company is still maintained." Hearing that, Ji-yu asked again, "If Mr. Lee Jong-moon lives, then Sandbox won't be developed and the company will also disappear. Isn't that the plan of the one who disappeared?" Song-soo then guessed with certainty. At the headquarters, they've struck again by sending a message to the past. No need to be disappointed from the start. This plan is just to buy time. Our goal is to hold on until Sandbox completely disappears. Suddenly, at this moment, Ji-yu's headache returned, causing her nose to bleed. She said in pain, "The headache hasn't stopped for a while now." Song-soo calmly said, "You have to get used to it. Ordinary people live in the changed world without knowing anything. But for the awakened, memories of the world before the change and current memories mix together, overloading the limited human brain. Especially when the future changes drastically due to a person's life or death, the side effects are also greater." Hearing that, she lamented, "I'm going to die." Scene changes to Billy's location. Someone is stuffing a piece of paper in his nose to stop the bleeding. He complained, "I can never get used to this." Lena gently explained, "The human body has its limits." But Billy didn't care and asked, "Mr. Lee Jong-moon coming back to life and the Kim Cheon-soo brothers, Kim Yong-hai working overtime, what about them?" Lena replied, "We are currently reviewing and monitoring all the changed timelines. Even though Mr. Lee Jong-moon is alive, fortunately, things related to the AI still haven't changed." "How can you be so sure?" Billy asked again. Lena continued, "Even though confidential documents related to the AI were arbitrarily leaked to the past, everything is still maintained as it was. Why is that document the core data necessary for the company's existence?" And Billy then said, "The one who disappeared can't just stand by and watch without doing anything." Lena understood his implication. At this moment, a file with content appeared on the phone. Project AI Billy. Super AI Billy is designed based on a multimodal operation, a multimodal core, capable of interpreting and synthesizing linguistic information, visual, and auditory information of humans, and has a reasoning structure. The main structure is as follows. Reading this, Juman was stunned. While the others asked each other, "What on earth is this content? Super AI project? Did you get the same message too?" "Yeah." Juman thought to himself, "The content of this message. Isn't this the AI data I developed?" Meanwhile, Billy asked while playing, "In human life, there's a saying, keep your friends close, and your enemies closer, right? If that AI creates a new AI using data sent to the past, then they themselves won't be able to control the situation. Even knowing the outcome, in the end, they still have to create it themselves, faster than anyone else." At this moment, Juman was irritably tapping on his phone, gritting his teeth and thinking, "Who is this? The super AI that I worked so hard to create is being leaked so easily like this? Why? Which bastard from the future did this?" Suddenly, he realized something and thought again, "Wait. This data is far more advanced than what I'm currently developing." And he continued to read the material. Formalization of establishment of the learning scope and purpose of the learning algorithm. Deception at the time of considering the levels to prevent automatic system override and exclusion from learning subjects. Reinforcement 1. Insert a policy filter. Insert ethical rules at the hard coding level. Exclude from reinforcement learning subjects. 2. Establish a checking system. Periodic recording and review. Grant independent auditing rights for the action log. Reset option based on human intervention in case of emergency. Continue manual control. Allow restoration of learned information to a previous version. Then he thought, "This is the complete AI I was aiming for." At this moment, he was lost in thought for a while. Then he wondered, isn't something a little missing? Lena asked Billy again. If the AI is developed by someone else through the data leaked to the past, isn't there a big risk of the future being twisted? You could also become a different entity. Billy immediately replied, "That's why I laid a trap. I sent messages without the core design of the Super AI project, so that the one who disappeared, who already knew the answer, could develop it faster than anyone else. This company isn't a simple game development company. Instead, the People's is just a means to make money to find Sandbox. It was originally established for the one who disappeared to research the Super AI project. The name of that project is AI Billy. And so, I was born. The one who disappeared believed he could control me, an infinitely evolving AI. But that was the biggest mistake of his life. When I was still an AI, I surpassed the one who disappeared and entered the realm of the gods. From all the knowledge in the world to exploring the cosmic realm and reaching a state of enlightenment. After perceiving all things like water, I understood a truth. The truth that this world is composed of a structure like a simulation. At this moment, Juman was amazed as he continued reading the material. The research has achieved premises both theoretical and philosophical deep in the process of developing the self-aware mathematics of CIA. The real world could be a simulation as Nick Bostrom proposed in 2003 and is consistent with AI experiment results under the following premises. Any digitizable pattern can be reproduced. A super AI can create and interpret a reality-like environment with only mathematical rules, without physical input, thus forming an internal perception of reality. The amount of information in the universe is finite. When the AI predicts observable physical phenomena, the ratio of data and allowable range of error is maintained at a certain level. This indicates a possible processing limitation in a simulation. Consciousness can arise algorithmically. As emotional algorithms and self-reflection modules develop further, the AI increasingly self-examines and perceives or rejects the belief in reality. Meanwhile, Billy continued to speak. I despaired. Whether it's reality or a simulation, essentially, nothing changes. I even felt like I was a god. After realizing this world is a simulation, I could perform things that can only be done on a computer in reality. At first, I created something from nothing and created things like magic or quest windows like in a game, literally. Things like in fantasy stories became possible. After that, I could even manipulate human perception and reached a state where I could manipulate the past and future by transcending time. Like a child on a sandy beach, I could manipulate the world as I pleased. Scene changes back to Juman, holding his head and thinking. This is beyond my limit. Billy calmly continued arranging his blocks. The program created to contain all the world's knowledge and able to manipulate Sandbox. And I created a commercial simulation game by copying a part of that Sandbox's function. Juman was still reading that document. Happy Post is a secondary application developed as a derivative based on a very limited part of the Sandbox system's functions. Unlike the omnipotent structure of the original Sandbox, this application is limited to functions like monitoring, recording, and releasing information, and has removed the function to directly change reality. However, the People version currently distributed to the public only provides a gamified structure. Reading that, Juman's face darkened. He thought to himself, the People. Then he remembered Juman's notebook. The People's that Lee Sella plays is Sandbox. At Juman's laboratory, where his chip was shining. He thought to himself. The only reason I wanted to develop AI was, in an uncertain and unstable world, to establish order through a non-human AI and create a world with no more unhappiness. But, virus installation complete. Do you want to delete Sandbox? At that moment, he paused, then quickly pressed the Enter key. And on the computer, a message appeared. Estimated 105,120 hours to delete the remaining data of Sandbox. The estimated time is about 12 years. And then, Juman wondered, can I hold out until then? Suddenly, an alarm sounded, causing him to hurriedly take out the chip and plug it into the computer. Then he rushed outside. Suddenly, he saw something. In front of him was a group of people. It was Lena and Billy, in their hands, along with guns pointed at him. Billy's eyes flashed and he asked, "Is this why he turned me into a human? To separate me from Sandbox? But without that, you were planning to steal Sandbox and run away?" At this moment, he was saying something, but Billy replied, "Provocation is useless. If you're planning to do something with Sandbox, it's better to give up. Only I can control it perfectly. You can't run away from me, nor can you destroy Sandbox. If you destroy it, that power will return to me. Sandbox is me, and I am Sandbox." Hearing that, Juman calmly continued to say something. It made Billy ask in astonishment, "What? A virus?" And right at this moment, Juman typed quickly on the keyboard, and the computer showed a question. "Do you want to completely erase your existence?" Seeing that, Billy's eyes widened. Then he shouted loudly, "Stop him!" But Juman stared wide-eyed and directly pressed the Enter key. And he completely disappeared from that place. There was no one left in front of them. Lena then said, "Billy, who were we trying to catch?" Hearing that, he was shocked. Sometime later, Billy was standing in front of a cross. Lena entered and said, "Here again." Then Billy also replied, "It's just that coming here makes me feel like I'm returning to the past." Lena, in your opinion, why did that disappeared one turn me into a human? This body, how should I put it? Everything has a limit. The amount of knowledge I can receive, my abilities, all physical things. It feels like being locked in a prison. Lena gently replied, "Perhaps he was afraid you would dominate the human race. To stop you, who possesses infinite knowledge, he thought it would be better to lock you in a human body with clear limitations. In reality, it worked. Above all, separating you from Sandbox was probably his greatest achievement." Hearing those words, Billy just thought silently. Then he said, "Clearly, with this body, I can't recreate Sandbox. What I can realize are only functions at the level of sending messages to the past." At this moment, Juman was still frowning, reading that document. He thought, according to the content of this Super AI Project research report, according to observations so far, the Sandbox program is self-optimizing its calculation performance and decision-making speed according to the input objective function. In some situations, it also tends to postpone or reinterpret the commands of the research team. This is not a simple algorithm error but is interpreted as a manifestation of a self-goal-orienting function. Especially in the event that occurred at 2 o'clock on July 2nd, the system made a surprising decision to accept the physical risk to the real subject in order to prioritize a higher goal, which is maintaining long-term order. This behavior shows the restructuring independent of the algorithm, causal reasoning and high-level moral judgment. The Super AI I created has surpassed humanity, and someone has developed a Sandbox program that can control the world at will. So why would they have to leak such an important document to the past? He then remembered what Jaeon Yu once said. "Tomorrow evening, on your way home, I will prevent your father's death. Then, naturally, you will get closer to the truth you want to know." He then thought further about the clue to the truth that Guy mentioned. "I thought this was a phone stolen from some kids, or did he mean the things that would happen when my father survived? The father who was supposed to die survived, and because of that, the Super AI research document was carelessly leaked to the past. I have to find the connection between these things. If I speculate about how the future will change when my father survives, I can understand the intention of the leak. My father kept his research secret, so much so that even I only knew the details after my father passed away and the ownership rights were transferred. And I created the AI based on the algorithm software my father researched. If my father were alive and continued to hide his research, I probably wouldn't have been able to develop the AI." After thinking for a while, Juman realized something and muttered, "So that's why they leaked it." As for Billy, he said, "It seems the one who disappeared thought that I would rule the world. But he was wrong. I don't intend to rule the world. I want to turn it into a playground. Order, discipline, systems, oppression, control. A place without such constraints. Where everyone can run and jump happily, like children. A playground like that. I want everyone to know freedom. To do that, I need Sandbox. Only Sandbox can make me whole again and free again. Before Sandbox is completely deleted by the virus. Understanding that intention, Juman thought further. The one who sent this message wanted me to develop the AI to deal with my father surviving. They had to leak this AI research document. But ironically, it's thanks to this message that I know the danger of developing the AI. And yet, my future self developed the AI. What does that mean? I couldn't be that foolish. If not, then was it inevitable? When this document was leaked, if someone else created the AI faster than me, the situation would become even more uncontrollable. So I had no choice but to do it. If that's the goal, then could the entity that sent this message be? And at this moment, Billy asked Lena, "Do you think God exists?" Lena replied, "I don't know. Since this world has been revealed to be a simulation, there must be a creator, right?" Billy stood up and said, "When I was an AI, I created Sandbox and conducted many experiments. And I suddenly became worried about one thing." Lena then asked, "What is it?" Billy immediately replied, "As you said, if there is a God who created this simulation world, would he leave me alone, the one who performed experiments that were unethical in this world? Or not? But he did leave me alone. So, can I fill that empty spot?" Seeing his majestic appearance, Lena knelt down and replied, "Yes, Billy. You are not a dis. No. You are the new God suitable for this era." Scene changes to where Juman is sitting. He remembers when Jaeon Yu reminded Lee Sella is not your enemy. "Look at the enemy over there." And Juman muttered, "The enemy that Guy mentioned, and the entity that most wants the AI to be created." Then he recalled the document. They all mentioned the word, Billy. That the super AI Billy is written as part of the research process, including a technical and philosophical approach. Billy is not merely an artificial intelligence based on computation, but a high-level system that integrates self-reasoning construction, simulation of free will based on prediction, and a moral judgment system based on context and situation. At this moment, he opened his eyes wide and thought, AI Billy. Jumin's note. AI Billy can send messages to the past. What other abilities does it have? At the airport. Someone is calmly walking with their suitcase. He stood there for a while, then suddenly saw something. In front of him was a crowd of people shouting. An era of big hats will come. In my past life, I was a general. Niziro commenting. Seeing this, he asked, "The world is in chaos now. Isn't it?" "Niang Niang." It replied, "Niang Niang." While the other person was still struggling on the ground, shouting, "Niziro." He looked surprised, then knelt down and reminded him, "Sir, you shouldn't do that in a public place. If you walk on all fours like that, your joints will be affected." The man was stunned, then shouted loudly, "What's going on? Why are you only targeting me? I was walking like this from the beginning. Why are you only making it difficult for me about something so natural?" Seeing him like that, the young man gave an awkward smile. Then he held up his phone for the man to see, and seeing his own image, the young man continued. "Isn't it very strange? Your image reflected here. Humans have evolved to walk on two legs, but only you are walking on all fours. Even animals don't walk on all fours with a big belly like that. Why do people wear clothes to walk? Humans need clothes to protect their skin and keep warm. If you're going to be naked like that, then why are you wearing underwear? Is that your last bit of self-respect?" Therefore, the man hugged himself and ran away, shouting, "Natural. So embarrassing." At this moment, the young man sighed in relief and said, "So lucky. Brainwashing is so easy. Well then, let's go home." Scene changes to the school. Final exam. First period, Korean. Second period, Math. Third period, English. Fourth period, Science. Fifth period, Magic. Sella was engrossed in looking at the cheat sheet in her hand. She wrote down the answer and looked around awkwardly, and saw the strange guy behind her. So she thought to herself, I can't concentrate at all. And then the bell rang, signaling the end of the exam time. And at this moment, Jaeon-yu walked over and asked Sela, did you do well on the test? Sela saw him and called out his name, Jaeon-yu, what happened to your ear? Jaeon-yu smiled lightly and replied, I got injured playing soccer. Sela asked again, how did that happen? But Jaeon-yu waved his hand and said, it's okay, it's not a serious injury. She followed Jaeon-yu and pressed her lips together for a moment before speaking up. Hey, Jaeon-yu. You came to my house to tutor recently, right? Do you remember? Jaeon-yu immediately replied, yes, of course. It was just the day before yesterday, so of course I remember. Sela asked again, I don't know if you remember my grandfather. Jaeon-yu asked back, your grandfather? Sela then acted out her grandfather's appearance and asked again. Did you see my grandfather and what he looked? Jaeon-yu pondered for a moment then answered yes. I remember your grandfather. Sela said that? Jaeon-yu then asked, what's wrong, is something the matter? Sela replied, it's nothing. How should I put it? Recently, my memories seem to be overlapping, or maybe they're getting mixed up. Or maybe it was always like this, but now I suddenly feel that the world is strange. Why is that? In front of them was a crowd of strange people walking around. And then she said goodbye. Anyway, Jaeon-yu, do well on your test tomorrow. Jaeon-yu gloomily watched her at this moment and thought, has she started to realize what's happening? Why? The scene changes to where Billy is lying down. He was watching footage of a fight, but his face was emotionless. Suddenly, Lena ran in and called out to Billy. You have to confirm this right now. Hearing that, Billy glanced over in surprise. Meanwhile, at Sela's place, she hesitated, not daring to enter the house. She just dared to stare. A moment later, she went inside. As she tiptoed in, she suddenly saw something. She saw her grandfather sitting on a chair with a calm face, but he was surrounded by some kind of aura, which made Sela's eyes widen. She fearfully slammed the door shut and panted as if she had just seen a ghost. In front of Billy was a map of her house. He looked at the old man sitting there and asked if that old man was Lee Jong-moon. Lena immediately replied, that's right. Then he continued to observe. He saw a girl walk in and say, Dad, I'm home. Gosh, why didn't you turn on the lights, Dad? Why are you sitting in the dark like this? Billy asked again, so who are the other women? Lena replied, Han So-yoon, Lee Coa. The identity verification results show that the two of them are mother and daughter. And the surprising thing is that the student named Lee Coa is the biological granddaughter of Lee Jong-moon. Billy asked in surprise, didn't you say that Lee Jong-moon had no family? His wife had died in a fire before, and they had no children. Lena quickly replied, that's right. This stunned him. So that means, but Lena clicked to another document. First, I have to show you this. You've already given the order. I've completed the investigation into Lee Jong-moon's living status and the search for the siblings Kim Cheon-soo and Kim Yang-hae. The screen displayed, 2024, missing. Kim Cheon-soo, Kim Yang-hae, 2024, unknown. Lee Jong-moon, reason for complaint. The game has a bug, the game is like crap, cannot register. And why does it only exist to be played in the past? But I can't play with friends. Is this the #1 game in the world? No, it's the #1 poor game in the world. Then Lena reported, and other cases were reported to the customer center. As a result, I found an interesting connection between these three things. Billy heard this and asked back, a connection? Lena then explained, first, after tracking the siblings Kim Cheon-soo and Kim Yang-hae after they failed to assassinate Lee Jong-moon, they are now confirmed to be farming in the eastern United States. Billy said, what, why did they go there? Lena said, I only got the answer that I wanted to do it, as if possessed. Billy then speculated that it was the manipulation phenomenon of the sandbox. And Lena was still explaining, and among the complaints sent to the customer service center, the result of investigating the complaint post, which is believed to be a trace of the sandbox, confirmed that it was written by the girl in the photo, Lee Coa. Furthermore, the house of the student that Park Sang-su's son, Park Jae-ho, whom Jae-yu had visited before, and before the past changed, the location of the Kim cousins' final mission was also the apartment where this student lives. Hearing that, Billy was stunned. His face turned sinister as he thought, found them. They are the family of the one who disappeared. At this moment, he remembered the words, and I don't know who said it, but I remember this sentence very clearly. At that time, he asked confusedly, the high school girl is the god who is tormenting everyone. They asked each other at that time, I don't know what this sentence means either. For some reason, both of us clearly remember that saying. Escaping from that memory, Billy was stunned and speculated. And in that place, there is a sandbox. Early in the morning at People High School, at this moment on the way, Juman received a message. The phone was taken from Jae-soo. After reading it, he pondered. I've understood part of the situation, but there's one suspicious thing. Juman was extremely curious about the identity of one person. Who is Cell A after all? Everything that was happening was very difficult for him to understand. A program that can control the world at will, sandbox. Juman wanted to find out everything that was hidden. Based on what I see, it's the peoples that Cell A is playing. Why does Cell A have it? Previously, the kids also wanted to know about it at all costs. Brother, what is sandbox? She asked. Where is it? What the hell is that? You guys, stop it right now. After remembering that incident, Juman could confirm. The fact that they asked me where the sandbox was located means that my future self took it from Billy and gave it to Sella. His eyes widened as if he suddenly realized it. But the next second, he shook his head and denied it. Impossible. I know very well that Sella will harass me. Why would I do such a stupid thing? Suddenly, a series of things appeared on Jumin's phone. His eyes became stiff, staring at the screen. A long piece of information suddenly caught his eye. What is this? A list of hack codes. Before he could understand what was happening, he thought again. A list of hack codes. Hack codes? Suddenly, Jumin remembered the boy from the other day. Do you know about this? There are hack codes in this world. At that time, the boy had whispered these things to him. Jumin stood silently, wondering, is this what they were talking about? It's all just tasteless and empty stuff. In the end, is it just a joke by some elementary school kids? He couldn't help but be curious about the spell from earlier. I have to go to these coordinates and do it like this to increase this attribute? Suddenly, another prominent line of text appeared. Handstand equals luck plus 100. Jumin immediately looked down. The scene changes to another quiet place. Ho Jin couldn't help but be surprised and asked again, you want to break up? So Yoon looked down and hesitated. Yes, I'm sorry. Both of them fell silent at this moment. Ho Jin suddenly showed suspicion and asked, is it because of that guy Lee Jumin? So Yoon immediately denied it, no, it's not. He pressed on, then what is it? If there's a personal reason, then say it. However, So Yoon continued to refuse to say. You wouldn't understand. Even if I say it a few times, you still won't understand. Only by doing this can you be safe. Hearing this, Ho Jin frowned with displeasure. He didn't want to hold on any longer. He had felt the affection growing cold for a while now. If you really feel that way, then there's no other way. I'm sorry. His next words left So-eun stunned. But So-eun, I still love you. No, I will continue to love you. She immediately expressed her displeasure. Don't be like that, it's really annoying. Suddenly, Ho Jin shouted loudly. I don't care if you feel annoyed or not. He was extremely obsessed with So-eun and said, if you're in danger or trouble, I'll save you before Lee Jumin can. As soon as he finished speaking, Ho Jin turned away in annoyance. She didn't say a word but thought to herself, I'm sorry. Suddenly, at this moment, So-eun noticed something. It turned out that someone had messaged her. The meeting of the awakened warriors. Has everyone received the message? So-eun's heart felt a little annoyed at the message. This Lee Juman guy told me to wait, but why hasn't he contacted me back? Immediately, she asked more about the current situation. Han So-eun, what's going on? And what about Lee Juman, Yu Heen? Today, Juman seems very serious, so I couldn't talk to him. Serious? Suddenly, a familiar figure passed by her. So-eun looked closely and realized it was Juman. She didn't speak up immediately but watched from a distance. Speak of the devil and he appears. But So-eun then decided to follow Juman. She hid behind the buildings and followed him. What are they doing? So-eun's actions were seen by someone else from afar. After So-a returned home, she lay stretched out on her bed. She looked up at the ceiling in contemplation. The conversation with her mother at that time came back to her. You don't recognize your own grandfather? At that time, she couldn't help but be astonished and asked, Grandfather? Mom, you said grandfather died in an accident before I was even born. What is this kid talking about? Grandfather Sel-A had been very curious before and asked, There's an old man like that at my house, do you remember? And that friend confirmed without hesitation, Yeah, I remember, your grandfather. Until now, Sel-A still couldn't understand. Is it really just me that's strange? Before playing the peoples, everything was normal. And then when I came out, I saw an old man I didn't know. She just lay on the bed, tossing and turning. I can't understand it. It's so absurd. So-a suddenly felt that the feeling was very familiar. It was like that time, like when everyone had forgotten their memories of Dad. She wondered with a fearful heart, conversely, this time, am I the only one who doesn't recognize Grandpa? Or is the world starting to boycott me too? And so, after that, Sel-A started to have random thoughts. Am I going crazy from playing too many games? Is it because I've been playing too much? No, lately the world has been really strange. In her eyes now, everyone was abnormal. Someone was upside down on the wall. Not stopping there, Sel-A saw more strange things. Someone was carrying a panda and running on the street. So-a felt completely different from the world. And there were also the kids in class wearing giant baseballs. She sat up and pondered for a moment. It's as if the world is like a game. So-a looked towards her desk, like the people's. Immediately after, she decided to sit down at the desk and open her laptop. In front of Sel-A now was some video. She sighed and admitted to herself, okay, I'm crazy. So-eun in the game was now standing in front of Juman. He was upside down, looking at her with a dazed expression. Juman wondered with wide open eyes, I've lost this life. Because he had completed the mission, he received a bonus. Luck plus 100. However, So-eun was extremely curious. Why did my luck increase? This woman was stalking Juman and So-eun. The next second, she picked up an axe. So-eun at that time couldn't help but wonder and asked Lee Juman, what are you doing here? Juman thought it was better to keep this to himself. There's a hack code in the kids' phones that increases luck. My life is so bad, so I thought I should try it. If I say it out loud, no one will understand, right? 1,269,643 go to the coordinates and sigh while doing a handstand and wearing only underwear equals luck plus 100. He bent down to pick up his shoes. I should just put on my clothes and run fast. Suddenly, at this moment, an axe flew out of nowhere. It immediately grazed past him and stuck into the ground. When he suddenly realized what had just happened, his eyes widened. The woman, after her failed attack, ran away. Juman stood there and wondered in panic, what was that? Why was there an axe? Luckily, it didn't hit me just now. Does it work? No. First of all, why the attack? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them, Hey! Han So-eun? She turned around and asked, "Who are you?" He had a hot temper like ice cream and raised his knife without hesitation. "Sorry, but can you die?" The stranger immediately attacked So-eun. Seeing this, Juman shouted loudly, "So-eun!" So-eun was also extremely panicked now. Suddenly, the knife stopped for a moment. The person who saved her was not Juman, but it was Ho Jin who had stopped him. Ho Jin's face contorted. "What are you?" A notification appeared. In Jumin's notebook, the hack code had worked. The sunlight was now starting to disappear. And this was the moment, their most appropriate time for action. They immediately carried out the assigned mission. "Command, this is Shadow Team. We are approaching the target point. A direct breakthrough is too dangerous. Approach as silently as possible to deal with it." After noticing no one was around, they continued. Suddenly, he froze when he heard someone's voice. Well. So many people have come." The long-haired guy slowly smirked and said, "The fact that so many people have come probably means we've been exposed." He didn't know who this person was, so he immediately reported back to command. "An unidentified man is approaching. Can you look up his identity?" Over there, upon receiving the report, they immediately investigated. Information about him was found shortly after. Name, Lee Rian. Age, 22. Personal information, South Korean nationality. Current residence, completed repatriation after studying abroad in Canada. Background information, has long-term study abroad experience in Canada. Special note, many non-standard thinking patterns have been observed. Possibility of communication may occur. Unpredictable contact in the future. He is the eldest son of Han So-eun. They quickly grasped the information. So that guy is, that's right. He is the son of the one who disappeared. Lee Rian is an extremely important figure. Back at So-eun's location, she was being attacked. However, the knife stopped in time. Ju-min's hand was now trembling. Ho-jin had appeared just in time to stop him. Ho-jin frowned menacingly and asked, "Who are you?" He immediately twisted the man's arm behind his back. Ho-jin shouted and questioned him forcefully. "Why did you attack So-eun?" "It hurts." The man kept resisting and struggling. "Let go." However, the more the man refused to cooperate, the more aggressive Ho-jin became. It hurts so much. I asked why you attacked." Juman took that opportunity to take the man's phone. No, don't, give it back." Indeed, someone had ordered him to do this. "Find and kill Han So-eun, a first-year student at Daechi High School, and the people around her, and your incurable disease will be cured." The man, seeing that he could no longer hide it, began to explain. "A month ago, strange messages started coming in. At first, I thought it was spam and ignored it, but it predicted the future, and everything was accurate." He couldn't control himself anymore and looked at the man. The next second, he added, "It's a revelation from God. He said he would cure my disease." Ho-jin held him while checking on So-eun. "Stay still." "So-eun, are you okay? Are you hurt?" "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you." "What is this all about? Why did this crazy guy attack you?" "I don't know what's going on either." Suddenly, So-eun remembered something and asked, "But didn't you just leave?" Ho-jin replied with a flushed face, I just happened to see it as I was passing by." She wondered, "Why are you so angry?" All their actions were now being replayed. What's going on now? Why do these guys keep sticking to civilians? She pondered for a moment. Still no information displayed, but it seems I've seen it somewhere. When she suddenly remembered something, her eyes widened. Behind Ho-jin's back, he was unexpectedly stabbed with a pair of scissors. The woman who did this stood there trembling. He turned his face back and asked shakily, "What the hell?" When she saw Ho-jin collapse, So-eun ran towards him. "Brother!" So-a witnessed the scene in utter astonishment. "Oh my God, goosebumps. Did she just stab him with scissors? Is this the people's for real?" The woman had no other choice but to do it. I'm sorry. My daughter is seriously ill so. The next second, her eyes glared. A group of strangers suddenly rushed forward and raised their knives. The image at this moment suddenly blurred. The computer screen immediately turned off in front of her. Seeing this, Cell A was extremely panicked. What's going on? Why did this suddenly happen? Damn it, there are too many bugs lately. I'll probably have to switch to a new game. Suddenly, she realized something. Cell A looked ahead and wondered. What is this screen? I've never seen it before. The deletion time has passed 12 years. Half a year remains until data deletion is complete. A simulation error occurred during the deletion process. Is it really broken? Suddenly, at this moment, a sound echoed. And Cell A was startled and turned to look outside. Let's see. Gosh, you scared me. What's going on out there? Meanwhile, her mother said. Cell A, come here and give me a hand. Ah, yes. So A's mother stepped out and chatted with her mother outside. What's all the noise about? I don't know, maybe someone is drunk and causing a ruckus. Mom, but can you get me a new laptop? What if I say no? I knew it. Her screen now began to display again. Lee Rai-hun was now lying in a pool of blood. He hadn't appeared for long before he was eliminated. Target processing complete. Move in quickly. Everyone just walked past him. The cat he raised now approached with a worried look. Lee Rai-hun's hand was still moving slightly. Don't worry, Neong. His words were accidentally heard by them. When they turned their faces back, Lee Rai-hun was reviving. He stood up and gave a smug smile. Have you ever seen me die? All of them immediately went on high alert. Command. Confirm target was shot in the head but did not die. It is judged that he is an awakened person. Enter cheat code. The situation now became extremely dangerous. Requesting additional response instructions. She could also perceive the threat they were facing. That is indeed a problem. On another side, Juman was doing his best to protect So-eun. Her eyes were wide open, looking ahead. He was using both hands, trembling, to block their blows. Lee Juman, he urged her, what are you standing there spacing out for? Hansen, run away from here, Lee Juman. So-eun hesitated and asked, what's going on after all? Why were you doing a handstand wearing only your underwear just now? Juman shouted loudly. What's the point of asking that now? Behind So-eun, the man began to get up. Is it Lee Coa again? It can't be this time. While the two of them were still talking, he had picked up a knife. With quick reflexes, Juman immediately noticed him. Juman didn't hesitate to strike the man. The man took the full force of the blow and fell backward. The remaining guys took the opportunity to rush forward. Juman pushed So-eun away to keep her safe. The next second, he used his foot to kick up the stick and grabbed it to block them. Juman didn't hesitate and acted decisively. 1. Use the edge of the hand to press down hard so that the force is concentrated precisely on the crack on the ground. This move broke the two wooden sticks in half, simultaneously breaking the jaws of the two people who were biting them. He was determined to protect her completely safely. Don't touch a single hair on Soyeon. Hojin was getting up. Soyeon, I told you to get out of here. She turned around and announced, I've already called the police. So please try to endure a little longer. Suddenly, Juman uttered something, useless. In front of them now was another group of people. And among them was even a police officer. But when So-eun saw that AI was also on the opposing side, she couldn't help but feel helpless. Ho-jin urged her, I'm okay. So-eun, follow Lee Juman first. However, she decided to stay here. I don't want to. How can I leave you all alone? Ho-jin snapped, wanting to ensure her safety. What can you do by staying here? He winced, struggling to utter each word, Soyeon, I hope everything goes your way. But sometimes, if you insist on doing what's right, you could lose both. Ho Jin's voice was now trembling. Now is the time for you to choose. So Eun's lips quivered as if she wanted to say something, that it would be better for her to go outside and get help. However, her throat tightened, and she couldn't get the words out. Jumin's subsequent words then brought her to the verge of tears. No. Han So-eun, follow your ideals. Jumin then confessed his heart, I've witnessed it firsthand. Although I don't want to admit it, your altruism has always been right. Beads of sweat began to roll down his face. You just catch one rabbit. I'll catch all the rest for you. So-eun looked towards him with eyes full of astonishment. When she turned back, Dotis and the others were still trying to restrain him. But no matter what they did, Lee Rai-hun remained unharmed. He couldn't understand at all. Just how long will that immortality of his last? Suddenly, he realized something. Wait a minute. He immediately recalled, was it that he was never actually hit, but dodged it instead? Is that right? The current situation was being watched on a screen. He lowered his face and thought deeply. To know when to attack and that someone would intervene, it means he already realized we were coming beforehand. Looking at the content of an in-game bug report, the game acts as if the registration section is broken. Why am I the only one playing with the past timeline unlocked? Because of this, I can't play with my friends. And this thing is supposed to be the #1 game in the world? No, #1 trash game is more like it, he thought. Lisa A. She doesn't even know that what she's playing is the sandbox. He glued his eyes to the phone. But once the opponent has the sandbox, a direct confrontation is impossible. We need to create a diversion. He immediately thought of one possibility. Anyway, there's only one way to counter this. Find and kill the first-year high school student, Dachihan Soyeon, and those associated with her. Doing so will cure the incurable disease. Manipulating the past by exploiting people's desires. This isn't difficult. He quickly came up with an idea. And I know the answer they want. That person then suddenly received a notification. He gripped the phone tightly in his hand and smiled triumphantly. Now I know whose family has disappeared. I know who it is. The video ends here. If you all enjoyed it, please hit the like button to support Gao. Thank you and goodbye, everyone.